Chapter 743, Li Yuan. After taking a few looks, Wang Lin landed. This restriction wasn't very large, only about several thousand feet wide. What was wonderful about this restriction was that it was intertwined with the mountain nearby, so it was extremely well hidden. If Wang Lin wasn't confident that there were no restrictions here before, then he could have easily missed this. What was more important, though, was the celestial spiritual energy this restriction gave off. This restriction contains celestial spiritual energy, which merged with the surroundings. This is quite amazing. However, it is precisely this celestial spiritual energy that is the flaw. After all, these are two types of celestial spiritual energy, and they wouldn't completely merge in a short period of time. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and deduced the restriction in his mind. Just as he was about to step forth, he thought of something. Wait, with how ingenious this restriction is, such a loophole shouldn't exist. The celestial spiritual energy could have been removed, making the restriction even more hidden. With how skilled the person who set up the restriction is, that person shouldn't have made this kind of mistake. Wang Lin slightly frowned before spreading out his divine sense and finding no clues for kilometers. He pondered for a while and muttered, "Strange, there is clearly an aura of a restriction, but I see no restriction. Could I be seeing things?" His eyes lit up before disappearing over the horizon. He flew toward the edge of the fragment and completely disappeared. Time slowly passed. 1 hour later, on the restriction 100 feet to the side of the mountain, a ripple appeared and 2 people walked out. These 2 were the man and woman Wang Lin met 1 month ago. The woman stared with hatred at where Wang Lin disappeared and said with dissatisfaction, "Didn't you say that your restriction can merge fake with reality and attract all cultivators on this fragment? Why wasn't that person fooled just now?" The man beside her frowned slightly and said, "Maybe that person hasn't truly left. We shouldn't have appeared so hastily." The woman coldly said, "Don't try to dodge the subject. I'm asking you a question." The man sighed and whispered, "Maybe he saw through it. Don't think too highly of others. Didn't you hear that person mutter to himself that he couldn't even see that there was a restriction? Before, I told you to leave more flaws, but you were too self-righteous." The woman was rather dissatisfied and her tone became worse. The man revealed a hint of contempt in his eyes, but it was very well hidden. He plainly said, "Cultivators that come to the Thunder Celestial Realm are people who have cultivated for a long time and are highly intelligent. If I leave too many flaws, no one would believe it. If I leave no flaws at all, even if second-step cultivators come, I'm confident they won't see through it." A flash of killing intent appeared in the woman's eyes, and she coldly smiled. "Li Yuan, you have guts. Are you saying my cultivation time is too short?" The man pondered for a long time and respectfully said, "My life soul is in my lady's family's hands. How would I dare?" The woman coldly said, "It's good you remember. If it were not for my grandfather, who took pity on you and gave you the pill, you would have died 100 years ago with your injuries." Li Yuan revealed a bitter expression and let out a sigh. His expression suddenly changed and he whispered, "Quickly return to my restriction. Someone is coming." As he spoke, he stepped forward. The woman was even faster and directly stepped into the ripple. The 2 entered the ripple, and soon the ripple disappeared. Even if one checked with their divine sense, all they would see was an ordinary rock. A ray of sword energy came from afar and circled the area before landing. Then the light disappeared, revealing a middle-aged man. This person stared at the restriction and exclaimed. After looking cautiously for a long time, his eyes lit up and his divine sense spread out. When he found no abnormalities, his eyes released a mysterious light. He pondered for a bit before taking a few steps back and slapping his bag of holding. A ray of white light immediately shot out. When it landed on the side, it turned into a puppet made of wood. The puppet had inscriptions and markings engraved on it that gave off bursts of white light. The middle-aged man's hand formed seals, and he muttered to himself. With one point of his finger, the wooden puppet began to slowly move. It became more flexible until it was finally like a real person. It jumped into the restriction, and after walking a few steps, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Explode!" The puppet's body trembled, the white light intensified, and with a bang, the puppet's body collapsed. The shock from the collapse quickly spread and broke the restriction, exposing a hole that was hidden by the restriction. The middle-aged man's eyes revealed joy. He slapped his bag of holding and took out another puppet. This puppet directly jumped into the hole under the control of the middle-aged man. Shortly after, the man's eyes revealed ecstasy and he charged into the deep pit without any hesitation. Right after he entered, he immediately let out a scream and his origin soul came out of the hole filled with fear. However, just as he left, a green shadow came out and pulled him back in. Ripples appeared once more from the rock 100 feet away, and Li Yuan and the woman walked out. Looking at the hole, Li Yuan let out a sigh and turned his head. As for the woman beside him, she revealed a look of excitement. She walked to the hole, and then reached in with her hand, as if she was stroking something. She softly said, "Be good, eat one more, and we will change places. This time I'll definitely let you eat your fill in the Thunder Celestial Realm." Interesting. Wang Lin's figure appeared not far away. He never left, but used an illusion as a disguise and saw a good show. The woman's expression changed as she turned around and stared at Wang Lin, who had suddenly appeared. She frowned and was about to speak when Li Yuan stepped forward, standing before the woman. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Fellow cultivator, before, we offended you with the matter regarding the restriction. Right now, why are you wasting time with him? This person's cultivation level is same as ours. If both of us attack, we can feed him to my pet." The woman let out a cold snort and charged forward. She slapped her bag of holding, and a feather fan immediately appeared. The fan flew out with fierce, killing intent toward Wang Lin. Li Yuan bitterly smiled as his right hand formed a seal, and restrictions immediately appeared. The restrictions combined together and began attacking Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He could be considered the top first-step cultivator. At this moment, he charged forward and flicked his finger, shooting out a bolt of thunder. The bolt of thunder hit the feather fan. The thunder dissipated, and the feather fan collapsed without any ability to resist. Since her magical treasure was destroyed, the backlash of it caused her body to tremble violently, and she coughed out blood. She then took several steps back, and her face was filled with horror. Wang Lin had only taken one step. Instead of the fan, what Wang Lin paid more attention to was Li Yuan's restriction. The restrictions split into 18 restrictions that overlapped and connected with each other. This restriction was very strange. If one looked at it purely with the intention of cracking it, it would take some time to do so. However, right now it was a battle. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He didn't try to crack it, but raised his hand. The thunder inside his origin soul appeared once more, forming a giant palm. The palm smashed down directly toward the 18 overlapping and interconnecting restrictions. After several bangs, the 18 restrictions collapsed one by one as they weren't able to withstand the power of the palm. After all the restrictions collapsed, the palm still hadn't dissipated and landed directly on Li Yuan's chest. Li Yuan coughed out blood, his face turned pale, and he retreated a few steps. He stared at Wang Lin with a look of disbelief. At this moment, Wang Lin took the second step and directly stepped over the two people. He arrived next to where the restriction was and looked down into the pit. There was a cloud of green Yin energy inside the pit. At the moment Wang Lin looked down, the Yin energy flew out, forming a huge skull that gave off a green glow and immediately rushed to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light, and he softly said, "Heavenly Ghost." At this moment, the woman revealed a horrified expression and shouted, "Devour him." The skull formed by the Heavenly Ghost gave off a green light that made the world look green. As it rushed toward Wang Lin, there was a flash of light from between Wang Lin's eyebrows, and the Karma Whip suddenly appeared. The moment the whip appeared, it immediately whipped at the Heavenly Ghost. The Heavenly Ghost let out a miserable scream, and a large amount of green gas released from its body. It was about to retreat, but how could Wang Lin let it escape? The Karma Whip immediately wrapped around the Heavenly Ghost and pulled it back. Then Wang Lin took out the 1 billion soul flag and immediately threw the Heavenly Ghost inside. With this, the chance of refining the second Celestial Guard will be much greater. Wang Lin turned around and looked at Li Yuan and the woman. The woman revealed a terrified expression. She couldn't imagine how this person was able to easily capture the Heavenly Ghost that her family had been raising for many years. Li Yuan's expression was extremely. Just now, he saw the whip that had suddenly appeared next to Wang Lin. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said, with a complex expression, "Senior, the two of us. The two of you setting up a restriction to trap people have nothing to do with me. However, since the two of you took the initiative to attack me, then I can't let you off easily." Wang Lin's expression showed no joy or anger, but those words caused the woman's body to tremble. Li Yuan let out a sigh in his heart. He pondered for a moment while looking at Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Senior, this matter was our fault. This junior knows an extremely secretive place where restrictions exist, and presumably celestial treasures as well. Junior offered this place to settle this matter." The woman beside him no longer had any spirit and didn't dare to speak. Chapter 744, Sword Tip. Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan with a smile that was not a smile. His gaze was like a sword that directly saw through Li Yuan's heart. Li Yuan's expression didn't reveal any panic and instead became even more calm. There was no discomfort as he respectfully said, "Senior must be wondering why Junior didn't go there and broke the restrictions himself." Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan. This person's intelligence was far from something that woman could compare to, and was not ordinary at all. From what he heard from the two of them, this person was rescued by the woman's family, but the price was handing over his life soul. However, Wang Lin had always felt that their conversion earlier had been led by the person named Li Yuan, as if he was trying to point something out. Li Yuan's expression remained neutral. Then he revealed a look of sincerity and said, "In my earlier days, I found an ancient map that depicts a forbidden area in the Thunder Celestial Realm from before the Thunder Celestial Realm collapsed. Junior is confident in finding that place as long as it still exists. As for the restrictions there, Junior is 70% confident in breaking them." Wang Lin's expression didn't change, and he didn't speak. If Junior is not wrong, there are origin tools inside the Forbidden Land. These are origin tools that are completely preserved. If the restrictions can be removed, Senior can take half of the origin tools. The woman beside Li Yuan opened her mouth, but in the end she chose to remain silent. Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan. After a long time, he smiled and nodded. "Okay, but," as Wang Lin spoke, he suddenly raised his right hand and reached out. The woman's body immediately trembled, and a ghost-like shadow was pulled 3 inches out of her body. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. The woman's face was deathly pale, as if she lost a lot of energy. "I need to obtain a soul as a safety precaution." The shadow condensed into a ball of light, and Wang Lin put it into his bag. Li Yuan's expression was neutral, but he was extremely vigilant inside his heart. He knew that this person's intelligence was not below his. This person decided to extract this woman's soul rather than his. Could it be that this person had seen through something? "Also, I'm very interested in the method you used to hide your restriction." Wang Lin's gaze fell on Li Yuan. Li Yuan pondered a bit before taking out a piece of jade and spending a long time marking it. He then gave it to Wang Lin and said, "Since Senior is interested, then Junior won't be stingy." Wang Lin caught the jade. After scanning it with his divine sense, he immediately frowned. At this moment, although Li Yuan had his head down, he still saw the faint frown Wang Lin had. He thought to himself, "This cultivator is strange and is extremely knowledgeable, or else he wouldn't have seen through my restrictions earlier. However, no matter how knowledgeable he is, he can't see through my restriction methods." While thinking about the source of his restrictions, Li Yuan felt a bit depressed. Wang Lin indeed didn't understand this restriction. Even with his understanding of restrictions, when he first saw the restrictions in the jade, he felt like he couldn't tell head from tails. This restriction was clearly different from the restrictions he had learned, and they might not even be celestial restrictions. When he started to observe the inside of the jade, 10 statues appeared. When he attempted to comprehending them, they began to overlap and caused his mind to be shaken. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense. Although he couldn't see through it, he managed to find something familiar within. He didn't point it out but put it away and softly said, "Lead the way." Li Yuan quickly nodded and arrived next to the woman named Go. However, the woman waved him away and with a snort jumped on a ray of sword energy before flying into the distance. Li Yuan didn't mind. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin before a ray of light appeared under his feet, and he flew into the sky. Wang Lin unhurriedly followed behind them. His eyes flickered as he examined Li Yuan. There was probably both true and false information in his speech. Right now I'm starting to wonder if he calculated all of this from the moment he first saw me. If that is really the case, then his scheme runs too deep. Wang Lin was always suspicious of others. Although Li Yuan looked ordinary, Wang Lin always felt something mysterious when talking to him. If what he said was all true, then I can forget this matter. However, if there were any lies that are disadvantageous to me, then I will kill those too. Wang Lin's killing intent was very well hidden. The woman named Gu was filled with resentment, but she didn't dare to vent it on Wang Lin. However, her heart was filled with hatred for Li Yuan. If it wasn't for the problems in Li Yuan's restriction, how could it have attracted that person? I just managed to create a connection with my heavenly ghost, and it was taken by that person. Moreover, if that person wanted security, why did he take my soul, but not Li Yuan's? The more she thought about it, the more she hated Li Yuan. Just at this moment, Li Yuan flew next to the woman. He looked ahead and said, "I remember that place is not on this fragment. We need to go past that thunder area to find it." The woman named Gu let out a cold snort and didn't speak. However, Li Yuan's voice suddenly appeared in her mind. "Lady Gu, I have already wrapped my divine sense in restrictions, so he can't hear us. This person heard our talk earlier, so he knows that my life soul is in the hands of your family. As long as he controls you, he controls the two of us. However, lady can rest assured, I'll definitely find a way to retrieve your life soul. Li Yuan's voice was very cautious, but it revealed sincerity and determination. Although the woman named Gu let out a cold snort, her heart became much more calm. It seemed she at least somewhat believed Li Yuan's explanation. Several days later, as the three flew, the edge of the fragment appeared. Strands of thunder extended into the darkness like chains. Once they were at the edge of the fragment, Li Yuan turned around and respectfully said, "Senior, these thunder chains contain a lot of power. Even powerful cultivators have to be extremely cautious on them. Senior, please be careful. When standing here, one could experience the majesty and might of the Thunder Celestial Realm. Here was also where one could feel how broken the Thunder Celestial Realm was. If one looked from above, the edge of the fragment was an irregular zigzag shape. It was as if a giant pair of hands had torn the fragments apart. On the edge were broken layers of dirt that extended downwards. There was no end in sight, only the endless void. It was as if this fragment was floating in the void. When standing here, one could hear the thunderous rumbles before them. The sound was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. This created an illusion that made people not know where they were. It was also as if they were at the center of the world and they were stepping on the void. On the side of the fragment, strands of thunder were flashing. These strands of thunder seemed to be nailed into the side of the fragments and were extending into the void. The strands of thunder overlapped, forming chains. Although they looked like they led to the void, Wang Lin could imagine them connected to another fragment on the other side. This entire Thunder Celestial Realm was linked together with these thunder chains. They were like wires that connected a majority of the fragments of the collapsed Thunder Celestial Realm. If one looked down from high above in the Thunder Celestial Realm, they would immediately see it all. All of the fragments were linked together with these thunder chains, allowing the broken Thunder Celestial Realm to remain standing. Those fragments really looked as if a pair of giant hands torn them apart. Wang Lin sighed in his heart. I was just like when he saw the giant hand print in the Rain Celestial Realm. These scenes made it so he couldn't help but guess what happened countless years ago to cause the Celestial Realm to collapse like this. It wasn't that Wang Lin hadn't guessed that this was caused by the ancient gods, but there were many problems with this theory. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin focused and looked at Li Yuan and the woman named Gu. How did the two of you get past these thunder chains? Li Yuan had been closely observing Wang Lin's expression and found a trace of confusion when they arrived at the edge of the fragment and saw the thunder chain. This confirmed his speculation that this was this person's first trip to the Thunder Celestial Realm. After hearing Wang Lin's question, Li Yuan respectfully said, "The key to getting past the thunder chain depends on Lady Gu." The woman named Gu let out a snort as she slapped her bag of holding, and a black, iron sword flew out. This sword looked extremely normal without anything special about it. However, after it appeared, Wang Lin noticed Li Yuan reveal a hint of uncontrollable excitement, but that was quickly hidden. Just as that excitement disappeared, he seemed to casually look at Wang Lin. After discovering that Wang Lin hadn't noticed him, he relaxed a bit. The woman named Ji's gaze fell on the iron sword. She bit the tip of her tongue and spat out blood. Then her right hand moved, and she drew a rune with the blood. A similar rune appeared between her eyebrows and flashed along with the one she drew, as if they were checking if they matched. Then the rune suddenly fell on the iron sword. The sword trembled, and a circle of light spread out. Li Yuan suppressed the agitation in his heart, stepped into the light, and landed on the sword. He stood in a strange position. He was on the tip of the sword. His back was facing Wang Lin, and his face revealed a trace of reminiscence. At the moment Li Yuan's feet landed, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and stared at his feet. Wang Lin seemed to have noticed something, and lightning flashed across his eyes. The woman named Gu frowned before stepping forward and landing on the hilt of the sword. Chapter 745, Very good, very good. Wang Lin's gaze fell on Li Yuan's feet. At the moment his feet landed, Wang Lin had a strange feeling. It was as if that person and the iron sword had become one. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, and then withdrew his divine sense. He stepped forward and entered the void. The moment he entered the void, it was as if he had passed a boundary, and the rumble from the thunder seemed to increase several-fold. The woman named Gu snorted in her heart and thought, "This magical treasure is inherited from the family. Although it has no power, it is unmatched in resisting thunder." With her thought, the flying sword began to move along the thunder chain. The thunder from the chain seemed to have no effect on the flying sword. The woman named Gu looked at Li Yuan and frowned. The location he was standing on made her feel very uncomfortable. However, this was not the moment to say anything. Although the sword wasn't very fast, It was stable as it flew along the thunder chain. The surroundings were filled with nothingness, and one couldn't see anything before them. However, no cultivator in the Thunder Celestial Realm would get lost. As long as they followed the thunder chains, they would find the right direction. Shortly after, as the sword flew, they slowly entered the void. The woman couldn't spread out her divine sense, so she didn't see Wang Lin. She wondered if she had lost him, so she turned around and immediately felt as if a bolt of thunder had penetrated her. She was frozen, her eyes were filled with aghast, and the terror she felt toward Wang Lin reached a peak. She saw Wang Lin treading on the thunder chain in his white robe. He walked step by step as if he was walking on flat ground. The thunder moved through his body, but it had no effect on him. In fact, he felt very comfortable, and his origin soul was even absorbing all the thunder. As Wang Lin walked, he set off violent waves of thunder behind him. This scene was very clear, even from a distance. It was like a bright beacon at night. Yuan, who was on the sword's tip, was filled with melancholy. As he stood on the tip of the sword, waves of emotions were set off in his heart. He was almost unable to control it. Old friend, it has been a long time, since we meet. Yuan let out a sigh in his heart, and then immediately focused his thoughts. He immediately became aware of the woman named Ji's change, and subconsciously looked back. When he saw Wang Lin walking on the thunder chain, his pupils immediately shrank. He can stand on the thunder chains between the fragments with his body. Yuan's expression shrank, but quickly returned to normal. Wang Lin didn't speak along the way, but the thunder was like a burning fire at night. The thunder behind him gradually disappeared. After spending most of a month in the void, the trail of thunder behind Wang Lin had disappeared completely. Only at this moment did Wang Lin relax. That thunder wasn't something he wanted. It was because his own body contained thunder. That thunder was formed by the friction from the thunder inside his body and the thunder outside. Wang Lin didn't like this kind of phenomenon because it was too showy and could invite unwanted trouble. Now that his body had adapted to the chain, he relaxed a bit. When listening to the two of them, it seemed the reason Yuan's life soul is in the woman's family's hands is because they saved him. However, I fear there is something more. While he moved along the chain, he was still observing the two and pondering the situation. That woman's sword can cause Yuan to have such a reaction. I guess being saved and then locked to the woman's family was all part of his plan. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the iron sword. After taking many careful looks at the iron sword, he wasn't able to find any clues. This iron sword had very strong resistance toward thunder. The deeper one traveled on the thunder chain, the stronger the thunder became, but the iron sword wasn't affected at all. Along the way, the three of them didn't speak at all. Every time the woman named Gu looked at Wang Lin, there was fear in her eyes. She was now really afraid of Wang Lin. He had captured her heavenly ghost with ease and was able to safely step on the thunder chain. All of these things made her develop a fear toward Wang Lin, especially when she considered the fact that a part of her soul was in his hands. It made her even more terrified. The woman thought, I don't have any real death grudge with him, only some conflict. Since he is a senior, as long as I remain obedient along the way and follow orders, I should be able to survive. As for Yuan, he suppressed the shock in his heart about Wang Lin and quietly stood at the tip of the sword. He remained motionless as if he had always been like this. Time quickly passed. The three of them had flown in the void for almost 2 months. The Thunder Celestial Realm was too big, and in these 2 months they met no cultivators. It was as if for these 2 months, the three of them were the only people left in the world. The boring flight made the woman named Gu extremely irritated. However, each time she wanted to vent on Yuan, she would have an inexplicable feeling that this scene was somewhat familiar. This familiar feeling made her suppress her temper. However, no matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't remember what this familiar feeling was. I always feel like I have seen this scene somewhere before. The woman named Gu spent most of her time pondering this question. On this day, as they proceeded farther, the thunder became even stronger. The roars of the thunder echoed endlessly. The thunder spread out like dragons and scattered in all directions. Wang Lin also felt discomfort from the chain, and he became vigilant, because what made him feel uncomfortable wasn't the thunder, but the vibrations coming from the thunder chain. These vibrations were coming from ahead, and they were causing the thunder chain to tremble and send thunder scattering in all directions. Even the light screen around the iron sword flickered as if it could break at any time. The woman named Gu seemed to panic and increased her control. Yuan frowned slightly. As they moved forward, the vibrations increased even more. The thunder seemed to contain a violent aura, and a slight touch would cause a thunderous rumble. Wang Lin was still frowning, and the caution in his eyes became stronger. He had a bad feeling, as if there was a terrifying existence ahead. Senior, although Junior hasn't been to the Thunder Celestial Realm before, I know that the chains connecting the fragments shouldn't shake so violently. Senior, look over there. Yuan pointed toward the void on the left. At the end of the void there were vague flashes of light. Senior, there should also be a thunder chain over there, but we can still see the light. I fear that the shaking is not only our chain, but a majority of the thunder chains in the region. I think there is something big happening. How about we return? Before I came here, the old ancestor in the family told me that if the thunder chains connecting the fragments shake, that means that the two fragments are going to collapse. The woman's expression was pale, and she could also feel the vibrations from the chain. The vibrations became more frequent and more violent. The thunder that the vibrations were giving off was very shocking. Wang Lin had already become aware of where Yuan pointed. After pondering for a bit, he gloomily looked ahead and slowly said, "The answer is before us. There is already no path for retreat, so we'll know once we see it." Yuan nodded. He also had this idea. They had already traveled this far. Turning back now wouldn't help. Although cultivators needed to be cautious, when faced with a path of no retreat, they needed to bravely move forward. Yuan looked at the woman and explained, "Lady Go, although the vibrations of the chain have to do with us going deeper into the void, it is too late to retreat." Wang Lin didn't speak anymore, but his body flickered and he increased his speed. He jumped over the two and charged ahead. Yuan looked at Wang Lin's back and thought, he indeed wasn't using his full strength before. This person is not simple. My ability to gauge a person is not wrong. How could someone who defeated an Illusory Yin cultivator be simple? Not long after Wang Lin charged into the void, his eyes suddenly narrowed and he stopped. He stared ahead and saw a large area of fog filled with celestial spiritual energy spreading out. The fog was boundless and blocked all paths forward. At this moment, the iron sword caught up. When Yuan saw the fog, he was startled. After taking a closer look, his expression changed and he shouted, "This is a restriction." Wang Lin had recognized that this fog contained traces of the power of a restriction. He slowly said, "Since this is a restriction, are you confident in cracking it?" Yuan frowned and carefully looked at it. His eyes shined and he said, "I'm not confident. This isn't a single restriction but many restrictions combined, and they are borrowing the power of thunder from the Thunder Celestial Realm. Just who has the courage to actually place a restriction like this?" His expression was very serious as he slapped his bag of holding and a compass appeared in his hand. The pointer spun non-stop as his hand formed seals while he calculated, and his eyes shined even brighter. Just at this moment, the compass in his hand exploded into dust and dissipated. This is a mid-heavenly restriction that uses the Thunder Celestial Realm as its base with 9,999 spirits to act as formation eyes. It can form a huge and incomparable formation that can refine everything in the world. Just at this moment, a laugh came from the fog in the distance, followed by an old man walking out from the fog. He was Chapter 746, How much? Wang Lin's expression became gloomy and his pupils shrank when he saw the thunder chain in the old man's hands. His heart was filled with terror. Even Wang Lin with his thunder origin soul and thunder body could not casually hold the thunder chain like that. After all, just the thunder it gave off contained a trace of celestial thunder, so there was no need to mention the entire chain. He couldn't see any clue about the old man's cultivation level at all, but he could imagine it was extremely high. In addition, he could vaguely feel a sense of returning to the origin from this old man. Wang Lin subconsciously took a few steps back. He was very unfamiliar with this old man, so presumably, the fated person was not him. His gaze turned and fell on Yuan. Yuan was also extremely surprised. When he saw Wang Lin's movement, he guessed that Wang Lin didn't know this old man. Then it became obvious that the fated person the old man talked about might be himself. He carefully looked at the old man and felt rather puzzled. He respectfully said, "Senior, the person you are talking about is..." The old man walked out from the thick fog and stared at Yuan. He pointed at Wang Lin and said, with dissatisfaction, "Little fellow, the fated person this old man talked about is you. Come here." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he said, "I have never met Senior before. How are we fated?" The old man examined Wang Lin a bit and smiled. "Have you forgotten already? Anyone who can escape from the old man's prison tunnel is fated with this old man." Wang Lin's expression immediately changed. He looked at the old man, and after pondering a bit, he slowly said, "So it was Senior who set it up. I just don't know why Senior did it." The old man revealed an impatient expression and stepped forward. Then his hand reached toward Wang Lin, and he said, "What is all this nonsense? If this old man says you're fated, then you are." Wang Lin's expression became gloomy, and he quickly retreated. He couldn't see through this old man's cultivation, so he couldn't do battle and could only run. The old man let out a mischievous smile, and his hand reached out. In an instant, the area within 5 kilometers was filled with a powerful force. This force was simply too strong, and it also contained an unimaginable amount of origin energy. One grasp caused Wang Lin's expression to become pale, and he found that he couldn't move at all. It was as if someone had used the stop spell on him. He could only watch as the old man's hand reached toward him. His eyes shined brightly, and as the old man's hand closed in, he bit his tongue. Rather than spitting it out, he swallowed the essence blood and activated the escape spell he learned from the old man in the demon spirit land. The blood had already formed an internal cycle inside his body. As this internal cycle moved, his body loosened and disappeared in a flash. He reappeared a distance away and escaped without looking back. The old man softly exclaimed. His eyes revealed a hint of interest, and he smiled. He is indeed worthy of being fated with his old man, if he knows such an incredible spell that damages oneself to escape. He then withdrew his hand and shot toward the void. That grab earlier only used 10% of his power. At this point, he was more serious and used 20% of his power with this palm. One palm caused the void to twist like it was about to be torn apart, and ripples appeared. Then the old man softly said, "Reverse." In the blink of an eye, the entire void flickered as if everything had changed. Wang Lin's eyes blurred, and his body quickly moved backward. This posture was exactly the same as when he ran. In almost an instant, when he regained his vision, he was actually standing 30 feet away from the old man. Cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. This kind of spell was already beyond his imagination. The old man looked at Wang Lin and smiled. "Why are you not running?" Wang Lin pondered a bit before clasping his hands and respectfully saying, "I don't know what Senior wants, but Junior's cultivation level isn't high enough to meet Senior's requirements." The old man's gaze fell on Wang Lin's bag, and he said, "No problem. You can't help me, but the thunder beast inside your bag can. Let this old man borrow it for a while, and then I'll return it to you." Wang Lin secretly let out a sigh. He didn't know how the old man knew what he had in his bag of holding. He slapped his bag of holding, and the thunder beast flew out. The moment the thunder beast appeared, before it could even let out a roar, it was grabbed by the old man and dragged away. The old man smiled. "Very good. It is actually a silver-horned thunder beast. Very good. Little fellow, this old man is not only taking this thunder beast. Every Thunder Celestial Temple Messenger's thunder beast will belong to this old man for a period of time." The thunder beast finally regained its senses and was shaking from terror. This was the first time the thunder beast had showed this kind of behavior. Upon seeing that the old man was about to leave, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and loudly said, "With Senior's cultivation, how could Senior just take a Junior's possession like this?" The old man stopped and turned around to look at Wang Lin. He smiled, and his eyes revealed admiration. "You want compensation? Interesting, but I can't just use your thunder beast in vain." He looked at Wang Lin and said, "Your cultivation is a mess. A thunder origin soul and a thunder body. What is this? Let this old man give you a helping hand." The old man's right hand reached out, and a large amount of dust gathered in his hand to form a ball of light. He then spat out a mouthful of energy into the ball of light and threw it without even looking. The ball of light shot directly toward Wang Lin. The ball of light was too fast for Wang Lin to dodge, and so it directly entered his chest. After doing all of this, the old man waved his sleeves and laughed. "You guys can't break through here, so let me give you all a ride." As he waved his sleeve, a powerful force appeared, taking Wang Lin, Li Yuan, and the woman named Gu before disappearing. "That iron sword is a bit familiar. Forget it. The matter at hand is more important, so I'm not going to think about it." The old man looked at the thunder beast in his hand. The more he looked, the more pleased he became, and he smiled. Yes, after this old man uses some spells, this thunder beast should be able to pull the chain. The thunder beast carefully looked at the old man. Its heart was beating wildly, but it didn't dare to make a sound. The old man's body flickered, and then he disappeared with the thunder beast. However, almost right after he reappeared, he looked at where Wang Lin disappeared to and muttered, "Just then how much energy did I put into it? It seems I put a little too much. That little guy should be all right. Regardless, if he doesn't die, then he really is fated with this old man." The old man stepped forward and disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin's group of 3 was sent through the fog by the old man, and they were currently whistling through the fog. This kind of speed couldn't be described anymore. It was simply too overwhelming. Chapter 747, Burning. In an instant, Wang Lin's vision blurred, and his body fell and landed on the ground. Li Yuan's expression was pale as he landed 100 feet from Wang Lin. As for the woman named Gu, her face had no trace of blood, and she immediately began to puke. The speed was so fast that her body was almost unable to bear it. The moment he landed, Wang Lin immediately felt a powerful pain coming from the ball of light in his chest. This pain was so intense that it almost completely drowned him. His body trembled. This feeling was like when a mortal swallowed a piece of burning coal. Imaginable heat was coming from inside his body, as if it was trying to burn his entire body to dust. Li Yuan adjusted his breath, and his eyes lit up before looking at Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin looked like he was in a lot of pain. It was as if a flame was burning inside his body. The woman named Ji Yi's eyes revealed a hint of viciousness as she stared at Wang Lin. She could tell that Wang Lin's current condition was not good. She gently touched her bag of holding, and a black dagger appeared in her hand. The moment the dagger appeared, countless ghosts appeared around it. This dagger was also an inheritance from her family, and was highly toxic. The toxin could corrode the flesh, and the ghost sealed inside was extremely harmful to one's origin soul. Li Yuan slightly frowned, but he didn't stop her. If this person was killed like this, then even if this person went to that place, he wouldn't be able to reach the final destination. The woman named Gu knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she gave up this chance, she might never have another. She clenched her teeth as she held the dagger and was about to step forth. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. They were no longer filled with thunder, but instead flames. He stared at the woman holding the dagger and said, in a hoarse voice, "The dagger is not bad. Are you going to gift it to me?" The woman named Gu was frightened and her eyes were filled with fear. She subconsciously took a few steps back and said, "Yes, yes." With that, she quickly threw the dagger on the ground. Wang Lin closed his eyes. When he reopened them, he regained his clarity. His right hand reached out, and the dagger flew into his hand. After taking a closer look, Wang Lin put it inside his bag of holding. The ball of light condensed by the old man had exploded in Wang Lin's body, placing him in a huge crisis. That feeling of his body burning still existed. However, what was surprising was that this burning had no harm to his cultivation and instead was very beneficial. As it burned, Wang Lin could even feel his cultivation slowly improving, and he became infinitely closer to breaking through the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. However, this process was painful enough to make him go crazy. Fortunately, Wang Lin's mental strength was as stable as a rock after 1,000 years of cultivation, so he simply endured the pain. On the surface, others couldn't see anything abnormal at all. Wang Lin's expression was neutral and his voice was no longer hoarse as he calmly asked, "Li Yuan, is the place you talked about on this fragment?" Li Yuan's eyes gave off an indiscernible flash as he bowed and respectfully said, "Senior, right now Junior is not sure. I need to go to the center of the fragment and observe for a while." Wang Lin glanced at Li Yuan and nodded. Li Yuan's body moved, and he flew forward. As for the woman named Gu, she was now extremely terrified of Wang Lin and followed closely after Li Yuan. However, she could still feel a pair of eyes filled with killing intent watching her from behind. Wang Lin casually followed behind them. The reason he didn't kill this woman was because she was a key for Li Yuan. Li Yuan was probably a big reason why she was able to come to the Thunder Celestial Realm. According to his previous speculation, if Li Yuan's purpose was just the Iron Sword and the restrictions, he could have easily taken it from the woman when they entered the Thunder Celestial Realm. There must have been karmic cause and karmic effect behind his actions. Wang Lin was calm. While he followed behind them, he was also enduring the pain inside his body. Right now he felt very complicated toward the old man. On one hand, he was grateful that this person had given him the opportunity. Although he was suffering from great pain, his cultivation level was slowly increasing. On the other hand, he hated the old man for taking the Thunder Beast and toying with him twice. After letting out a secret sigh, Wang Lin focused his mind and suppressed the pain. He could clearly feel that his body was undergoing some kind of change after the ball of light entered him. He felt as if the ball was trying to condense the thunder his body and form a true body of flesh and blood. Wang Lin didn't know how long this process would take. However, he had a feeling that the moment his body finished changing and the pain disappeared, he would break through the first step of cultivation. Wang Lin's cultivation had reached the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, and even his domain evolved to the Karma domain. However, he had no clue on how to make a breakthrough. At this moment, he took a deep breath and decided to not suppress the pain. Instead, he let the pain explode and thus increased the speed of his cultivation. If one looked from a distance, they would see a faint flame coming from Wang Lin's body, as if he was burning. If one was close, they would even hear the crackling sounds of his flesh burning. It was as if it was burning away impurities. As Li Yuan flew, he didn't turn around. but there was a flicker of restrictions between his eyebrows. With these restrictions, he could complete a lot of spells that normally required his divine sense. He clearly saw through the state of Wang Lin's body. After pondering a bit, he regained his focus. The higher Wang Lin's cultivation level, the smoother this trip would be. However, he couldn't let Wang Lin actually reach the Illusory Yin stage, or else there might be problems. Li Yuan thought, "It looks like I can't hesitate anymore." 1 month later at the center of the fragment, Li Yuan carefully looked around as if he was trying to match an image in his head. After a long time he nodded. "After looking at 2 fragments, I have determined the general location of the forbidden area. However, it is not here, but to the east." Li Yuan turned and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral as he calmly said, "Just lead the way." After the location was determined, their speed naturally picked up. Li Yuan no longer tried to stall for time and sped out. From the eastern edge of the fragment, they once more got on the thunder chain and headed into the void. The woman named Gu was helpless and could only follow. 3 months later, they had crossed 4 fragments. On this day, Li Yuan stared at the towering mountain ahead and revealed a trace of extremely well-hidden excitement. This is the place. Chapter 748, to raise a difficult question. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he looked at the mountain. The mountain was so tall that he wasn't able to see the peak. It was as if there was another universe past the peak. Bursts of silver, dragon-like thunder were coming from the clouds along the peak. There were also muffled echoes of roaring thunder. When Wang Lin looked at the mountain, he could feel an ancient aura. This was the mountain's soul. As the woman named Gu stared at the mountain, her eyes revealed a mysterious light. Her body trembled, and she subconsciously looked at Li Yuan. At this moment, he had his back toward her, and his back clearly entered her vision. After looking at the mountain and then at Li Yuan, that sense of familiarity suddenly came back and exploded. The woman named Ji's expression was filled with fear. This fear was several times stronger than when she looked at Wang Lin. She remembered. Just at this moment, Li Yuan turned around and meaningfully looked at the woman, causing her words to stop at the entrance of her mouth. She lowered her head and remained silent for a moment before she looked up once more. Her eyes were calm, as if she had understood everything. Li Yuan looked at the mountain and slowly said, "This mountain is nameless. There are many restrictions inside. The Thunder Celestial Realm has opened countless times, but you can see that not many have cracked the restrictions inside." The woman named Gu silently pondered and calmly looked at the mountain. She was extremely familiar and unfamiliar with this mountain at the same time. Wang Lin calmly said, "Let's go." Li Yuan nodded and walked in front. He stepped closer and closer to the mountain. The thunder was extremely loud at the base of the mountain, and one could clearly see flashes of thunder descending. Li Yuan's steps were firm as he stepped on the mountain. This mountain had no path. But since the Thunder Celestial Realm had opened countless times, a path naturally formed as people came and cracked the restrictions in the mountain. The woman named Gu followed behind Li Yuan and leaned slightly to the side. She bit her lip as she looked at Li Yuan and thought, "I should have already seen through this. That figure when compared to that thing in the family. So familiar. So it wasn't a legend." The woman revealed a bitter expression. She understood why this Li Yuan had appeared in the family. This was all because he had purposely contacted them. She also realized that if it wasn't for Li Yuan using some special method, the family wouldn't have let her come to the Thunder Celestial Realm. The family ancestor's complex gaze from when they left appeared in her head. Back then, she felt that it was strange, but now she understood. The family ancestor knew all of this. Otherwise, why would no family member come to the Thunder Celestial Realm for tens of thousands of years? It was as if the Thunder Celestial Realm was a forbidden area for their Gu family. And all of this changed due to the arrival of Li Yuan. She became the first family member in tens of thousands of years to enter the Thunder Celestial Realm. The only person to accompany her was this Li Yuan. So the Ancestor sent me to the Thunder Celestial Realm for atonement. This is why the Ancestor gave me the family inheritance treasure. The woman named Gu let out a pitiful smile. Li Yuan promised to bring back my sliver of soul probably because the sacrifice won't work if my soul isn't complete. At this moment the woman named Ji's mind was clear, as if she had seen through everything. It could even be said that the various matters before were all due to Li Yuan's scheme. Although there were few things Wang Lin wasn't clear about, it didn't stop him from seeing through this matter. A hint of killing intent flashed through his eyes. He would not show mercy to those who plotted against him, but right now he had other plan. The killing intent that came out from his body was like a sharp sword. Just at this moment, Li Yuan also stopped. He didn't turn around, but said, "Brother Su, I'm not as unbecoming as you think. Meeting you was part of my plan. But there was also fate. The way he called Wang Lin subconsciously changed. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he calmly asked, "What exactly is in the peak of this mountain?" Li Yuan silently pondered before he looked at the peak of the mountain that extended endlessly into the clouds. His eyes revealed a hint of melancholy, and he softly said, "My master is there." Wang Lin frowned. At this moment, Li Yuan turned around and looked at Wang Lin. The current him was very different from before entering the mountain. It was as if he had become a different person. He softly said, "Brother Su, with your cultivation level, you won't be able to leave this mountain without my permission." Wang Lin calmly said, "The 18 plum restriction, I know a thing or two." The moment he said this, Li Yuan was startled. This was not fake, he was indeed shocked. It was as if it was the first time he had seen Wang Lin. Li Yuan frowned and said, "Although not many people know of the 18 plum restriction, it is not as if no one knows it. It is not surprising that Brother Su knows." Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan and smiled. "So what you used is indeed the 18 plum restriction." His shadow flickered, and the Celestial Guard flew out. The moment the Celestial Guard appeared, its punch landed on the void behind them. When the punch landed, the entire peak shook and a vortex appeared. This vortex led outside. The Celestial Guard withdrew its fist and returned back into Wang Lin's shadow. Wang Lin didn't move. He calmly looked at Li Yuan and slowly said, "This place can't trap me." Li Yuan's expression immediately became gloomy. He looked at Wang Lin for a long time before slowly saying, "It seems I have underestimated you. However, even if you have this puppet." Wang Lin sneered, and his right hand pointed forward. The final strand of Ling Tianho's sword energy came out. After his cultivation level increased, his control of this sword energy had become very refined. The moment the sword energy appeared, a whistle echoed across the heavens and earth, and the entire peak trembled. The sword energy was so fast that in the blink of an eye, it stopped before Li Yuan's forehead. It was like a real sword was being pointed between Li Yuan's brow. "What if I add this?" Wang Lin's voice was cold. Li Yuan closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes and slowly said, "Since Brother Su is like this, I presume you think the reward isn't enough. Please clearly state what you want." Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. This Li Yuan was very intelligent, so he was able to understand what Wang Lin wanted. The reason Wang Lin was willing to take out Ling Tianho's sword energy was to force Li Yuan to say this. Chapter 749, The Hilt and the Tip of the Sword. "I want your 18 plum restriction method." Wang Lin's voice was quiet, but the meaning was shocking. Wang Lin knew that the 18 plum restriction was very famous back in ancient times, but it was kept very secret. Outsiders could never learn it. And as for disciples, depending on their status, they could only learn up to 9 plum restriction. Only the master could learn up to the full 18 plum restriction. Today, this restriction method was long lost, and many restriction masters felt that it was regrettable. The first time Wang Lin had heard of the 18 plum restriction was inside the cave in the demon spirit land. When he saw 18 restrictions appear the moment Li Yuan moved his hand, Wang Lin began to suspect it. What made him suspect even more was that when he received the jade with information on the hidden restriction, 18 statues appeared the moment he examined it. These 18 statues were very different from plum blossoms. At that time, Wang Lin was confused, but after pondering carefully, he saw through some clues. Although his voice was calm, he was only testing Li Yuan. If Li Yuan refused, then Wang Lin would no longer be interested. Whether Wang Lin wanted to attack or leave would only require a single thought from him. This was the main reason why Wang Lin had followed them the entire way. If it was only for the vague possibility of the origin tool, Wang Lin wouldn't have followed them until now. However, this Li Yuan was too mysterious. Wang Lin wasn't sure if this person was really only at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. This was why Wang Lin didn't act on the way here. Wang Lin only acted after they had arrived at the destination. Li Yuan pondered for a bit before smiling. "Only the 18 plum restriction? If Brother Su fancies it, then I'm happy to oblige." He slapped his bag and took out a piece of jade. The jade was placed between his eyebrows for a few moments before he threw it to Wang Lin. "That is he 13 plum restriction. I'll naturally give you the remaining 5 after we enter the mountain." Wang Lin caught the jade and scanned it. Although his expression looked neutral, his heart began pounding. There were no chants inside, only 13 large statues and a total of 13 plum blossoms. From beginning to end, the woman named Gu remained silent, as if nothing was related to her. She silently looked at the mountain before her and was in a trance. "Brother Su, the 18 plum restriction is not the only restriction I know. Do you know of the 4 great restrictions?" Li Yuan turned toward the mountain and started walking. It seemed like he wasn't afraid of Wang Lin leaving with the jade at all. After putting away the jade, Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he walked toward the peak. Rumors have it that when the world was born, the law of the world came to be. A long time ago, that law split into 9 parts, and one of them was a restriction. It was also called formation. Different names, but the same meaning. Heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow were the 4 grades of restrictions for a long time. Li Yuan didn't turn around as he casually walked toward the peak. The woman named Gu followed behind and was still in a trance. However, there is another grade above those 4, and we call it Void Grade. The Void Grade is split into the 4 great restrictions. This mountain has the annihilation restriction of the 4 Void Grade restrictions. No one has been able to reach the peak because this peak has no end. Li Yuan's voice slowly entered Wang Lin's ear. Brother Su must be puzzled on why I know all of this. Li Yuan stepped over a protruding rock, then his right hand formed a seal, and he pressed it down randomly in the void. This press caused the entire mountain to flash and shake violently. A rumble echoed across the mountain, and the entire mountain shrank by half. Although one still couldn't see the peak, it was obvious that the peak was a lot lower. So, what if you embark on the path to the peak? Without a way to crack the restriction, one can search the entire mountain and not even see through the clouds. Li Yuan turned around and looked at Wang Lin with a smile that was not a smile. Brother Su, do you have any questions? Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan and calmly said, You are very noisy. Li Yuan frowned and immediately smiled before turning around and continuing. However, he stopped talking and his eyes were filled with nostalgia, as if every plant on the mountain was extremely familiar to him. When they reached the middle of the mountain, Li Yuan's right hand formed more complicated seals this time, and he pressed it down on the void. The mountain rumbled again and shrank once more. Wang Lin's pupils shrank as he could vaguely see the peak. Just as Li Yuan was forming the seal, a voice faintly entered Wang Lin's ear. Senior, save me. This person is crazy. This voice came from the woman named Go, but before she finished speaking, Li Yuan coldly looked at her, causing her to stop. Go home. If you want to speak, just directly speak. There is no need to use divine sense. Li Yuan's eyes were cold and contained a hint of mockery. After entering the mountain, he was completely different from before. Gu Hong pondered a bit before clenching her teeth and taking a few steps back until she was next to Wang Lin. It was as if only by doing this would she feel safe. I know who you are, but you didn't come to my family by accident. You have a purpose. Gu Hong didn't want to die. Even if she already had an answer in her heart, she wanted to fight for that chance at life. Li Yuan smiled and nodded. That's correct. Gu Hong's face was pale, and she snapped. Why me? The person who took your master's thing was not me, but the Gu ancestors. Li Yuan's eyes became cold, and he smiled. Because you are a direct descendant of that thief. In the entire Gu family, you are his only direct descendant. Gu Hong's eyes revealed fear as she took out her bag of holding and screamed. I'll give you everything in here. There are the scroll, the iron sword, and the compass. Those are the only 3 things. I'll give you them all, so let me go? I'm begging you to let me go. Li Yuan accepted the bag of holding. His eyes were filled with a complex expression. Then he gently patted the bag, and 3 things flew out. First was the iron sword, then a simple compass, and finally an ancient scroll. Li Yuan picked up the scroll and opened it up with a shake. As he stared at the painting inside, his eyes filled up with melancholy. The painting on the screen was a mountain. This mountain was very tall with most of it in the clouds. At the base of the mountain, there was a flying sword heading toward the sky. There was a man standing on the hilt. This person was only a blurry shadow. There was also a figure standing on the tip of the sword. The back of this person was very similar to Li Yuan's. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He looked at Li Yuan and had a speculation in his heart. This painting was obviously from before the celestial realm collapsed. If that was the case, could this Li Yuan be a celestial? Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air, but he also felt like this wasn't true. Li Yuan let out a sigh as he put away the scroll. Then he put away the sword and compass as well before looking at Gu Hong and calmly saying, Let's go. He turned around and walked toward the top of the mountain. Gu Hong's face was pale, and she clenched her teeth. She didn't follow him up the mountain, but charged down the mountain at full speed. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, and he moved forward. As for Li Yuan, he didn't mind Gu Hong leaving. He continued to walk forward without turning back or stopping. Brother Su must have a lot of doubts, but please don't ask. When we reach the peak, I'll naturally tell you. Even I'm a bit fuzzy on the matter. Li Yuan's voice was a bit strange. Wang Lin didn't speak as he walked toward the peak with Li Yuan. Along the way, all of the restrictions were cracked with a wave of Li Yuan's hand. The restrictions he used got more and more complex, and they caused the mountain to shrink more and more. Every time the mountain shrank, the peak became closer. Eventually, The mountain shrank enough that the peak was in sight. There was a huge, stone statue on the top of the mountain. This was a sculpture of a middle-aged man, and beside him was a flying sword. There was a person standing at the tip of the sword. When he saw the stone statue, Yuan became excited and subconsciously sped up. He dashed forward and arrived next to the statue in the blink of an eye. Standing before the 100-foot-tall stone statue, his eyes were filled with sadness. Wang Lin also arrived at the top of the mountain and looked at the stone statue. There was a natural feeling coming from the stone statue, and it gave off a sense of majesty. It also gave off a hint of restriction. In particular, this statue's right hand formed a seemingly simple seal, but upon closer inspection, it was shockingly complex. When Wang Lin's gaze fell on it, his mind trembled. It was as if there was a mysterious power trying to pull out his soul. Countless whistles of swords entered his ears, and his vision became blurry. He looked around and saw countless celestials holding various weapons. They were charging into the sky to battle the heavens. These celestials gave off flashes of thunder. When they raised their hands, they released powerful bolts of thunder that charged into the sky. But the sky was completely empty. There were no enemies fighting these celestials, but there were celestials exploding one by one. This strange scene shocked Wang Lin's mind. At this moment, a celestial flew out from the pack. His sword was covered in purple thunder, and there was a person standing on the hilt. This person was the same person as the stone statue. There was also a person on the sword tip, but this person didn't resemble Yuan at all. When the sword charged out, all of the celestials scattered. It gave off a sword energy that caused Wang Lin's soul to tremble from just a glance and charged into the sky. During that instant, he seemed to hear a quiet cry in this silent illusion. As long as I'm alive, the soul won't die. The moment this voice came, the man standing on the hilt of the sword collapsed, leaving behind the servant standing at the tip of the sword. He was staring at the empty hilt. An extreme sense of sadness came from the servant's eyes. It was as if the master on the sword hilt was his sky. Now the sky had collapsed, and there was no one on the hilt. From then on, there was only him and the sword left in this world. There was only emptiness above the hilt of the sword. He looked up at the sky with the will to die. He stepped on the tip of the sword, and, following his master's footsteps, he charged into the sky. When the master dies, the servant follows. Chapter 750, Slave Imprint. The person standing at the tip of the sword charged into the sky. A soft wind blew by the person, causing his body to tremble. Then he suddenly collapsed and fell to the ground. The sword seemed to let out a cry of sorrow as it fell from the sky and stabbed into the top of the mountain. There was a ripple, and then a large chunk of the mountain fell off. A large amount of shattered rocks gathered around the sword, and in the blink of an eye, the sword turned into a stone statue. Beside it, a statue of its owner also appeared. The figure of the servant at the tip of the sword slowly formed as the shattered stones gathered. These stone statues were very rough-looking, but as time passed, they became more and more distinct, as if they were gaining spirit. The seal from the stone statue had occupied Wang Lin's mind. The seal emitted a powerful light in his eyes. It was as if the statue was coming to life, and the stone eyes had begun to show intelligence. Future generations with my bloodline, release the restriction and let me awaken. If you don't have enough power, then remember this for future generations. The moment that sentence appeared, the imprint that occupied Wang Lin's mind wanted to take root and brand itself onto Wang Lin. Luckily, the intense pain from Wang Lin's body stimulated his mind and shocked him out of it. He immediately retreated a few steps and closed his eyes to sober up. At the same time, the power burning his body filled his whole body and dispersed the imprint in his mind. The moment he became sober, Wang Lin opened his eyes, and they were filled with aghast. He took a deep breath and retreated several more steps. This stone statue was simply too strange, but thanks to his 1,000 years of cultivation, he was able to take some guesses. The seal from the statue was obviously a celestial spell, and it was some kind of inheritance. However, what it passed down wasn't power, but a slave imprint that lasted for generations. However, no spell in the world could escape the passage of time. This celestial spell might have been extremely powerful before, but as time passed, it became weaker and weaker. Even so, if Wang Lin's body wasn't burning, it would have been hard for him to fully awaken. However, what confused Wang Lin was that the collapse of the imprint wasn't because of the burning force. Although the burning force helped push it to collapse, the source of the collapse was the imprint itself. Yuan looked at the stone statue and softly said, "Did you feel it? Brother Su can rest assured that imprint will not enslave you and will dissipate, because it has already imprinted on someone. My ancestors came here a long time ago and broke the restriction with their methods to arrive at the top of the mountain. From then on, they became slaves to this celestial. The following generations of descendants of my ancestors also had the slave imprint. Li Yuan looked at the statue. It was as if he was muttering, but also speaking to Wang Lin at the same time. Li Yuan softly said, "The statue of the celestial can't be broken." He lifted his right hand and pressed down on the statue. The celestial spiritual energy in his body surged out and countless cracks appeared on the statue. The cracks climbed all over the statue like centipedes. In an instant, the stone statue collapsed into countless pieces. However, the moment it collapsed, those shattered pieces reformed once more, and it was back to normal in an instant. "Brother Su, you saw." Li Yuan turned around and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was serious as he nodded. Li Yuan let out a bitter sigh and slowly said, "A long time ago, my Li family was famous in the All-Heaven Star system as one of the 6 ancient cultivation families. The family cultivated the Tao of restriction. Every generation, there were people who broke through the first step of cultivation into the second step. The Li family from back then was at the zenith. However, after my family's ancestors entered this place, no one in the future generations was able to break through the first step of cultivation. The peak of the late stage of ascendant was the limit. It was as if the potential of the family members were slowly sucked away at birth. In addition, even our lifespans slowly disappeared. In the same cultivation realm, my Li family members' lifespan is only 30% of others. All of this is because of the slave imprint." Li Yuan suddenly turned around and stared at the statue with monstrous hatred in his eyes. The hatred was immediately replaced by melancholy, and Li Yuan's face began to struggle. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He stood on the side and silently pondered. Shortly after, it seemed as if Li Yuan's body had been standing under rain, as his clothes were completely soaked in sweat. It was as if he had suddenly become a lot older in an instant. His hand formed many brandings, and he placed them between his eyebrows. Each branding was formed by countless restrictions, and as they imprinted between his eyebrows, his eyes slowly regained clarity. Li Yuan let out a mouthful of foul air and bitterly said, "Brother Su, when I get too emotional, it becomes hard to control the slave imprint. Over the countless years it was because of this slave imprint that my Li family gradually declined. The clan members died one by one, and their cultivations we stuck at the first step. They slowly lost the glory of the past. Until tens of thousands of years ago, my Li family had an incomparable genius. He had talent far greater than all the ancestors. He had a terrifying comprehension of restrictions. If it was before my Li family was branded with the slave imprint, he would have become the strongest person in my Li family. Although this ancestor's cultivation was stuck at the peak of the late stage of ascendant, his control over restrictions made it so that not even second-step cultivators would carelessly provoke him. In order to break the slave imprint on my Li family, he used his limited lifespan and left the All-Heaven Star system. He traveled to visit experts on restrictions in hopes of finding a method to break the imprint. In the Alliance Star system, he traded his restrictions for a scroll from a powerful cultivator. In the Cloud Dust Star system under the Wind Celestial Realm, he traded the family's savings for a compass. Before his lifespan was about to end, he returned to the All-Heaven Star system and came back to the Li family. Half of the remaining Li family members voluntarily gave up their lives and used their souls to imitate the soul of the Celestial to refine an iron sword. He used the iron sword to gather the souls, then condensed them with the compass, and finally sealed them with the scroll. When that ancestor's lifespan was about to end, the Thunder Celestial Realm opened. He took the 3 treasures along with all of my Li family's hopes into the Thunder Celestial Realm. Unfortunately, there were no more news from the ancestor. From then on, my Li family fell into despair and declined even more. The family members died one by one. The slave imprint was like a curse that lasts reincarnation cycle after reincarnation cycle, and my Li family could never escape. To this day, including me, my Li family only has 3 people. Li Yuan's voice was filled with sorrow. He suddenly turned and gloomily said, "It wasn't until 1,000 years ago that my father saw the iron sword by chance at a remote cultivation planet. If that was all, it wouldn't have been much. After all, it had been too long, and we had no way to judge if it was something that belonged to our ancestor. But this iron sword was refined by half of the souls of my family. My father was able to see the anger and grievance of my family members at a glance." Li Yuan's right hand reached out, and after creating a flash of light, a vortex appeared. As the vortex rotated, Gohong appeared with a terrified expression. To her horror, her body was dragged out of the vortex and thrown to the foot of the statue. The family that owned the iron sword had the surname Go. Li Yuan's eyes became vicious and were filled with hatred. If it was in the old days, when my Li family was still strong, Destroying something like the Gu family would only take but a flick of my finger. However, now my Li family's cultivation is stuck at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, and even with the help of restrictions, we can't beat the Gu family, which has 2 second-step cultivators. Several years later, I went out in disguise and entered the Gu family. I found out about everything. Li Yuan bitterly looked up at the sky. The Gu family already knew of my identity since a long time ago. However, they said nothing about the past and sent me to the Thunder Celestial Realm along with Gahong and the 3 treasures. Even though they didn't say anything, I could have guessed what happened back then, given my intelligence. Li Yuan's eyes became vicious as he stared at Gahong and slowly said, "Today I came to complete the wishes of my ancestor. But before this, I need your blood to appease the tens of thousands of years of despair that my Li family ancestors have suffered." When Li Yuan said this, his right hand reached out and immediately grabbed Gahong. His hand held her forehead, and her eyes were filled with despair. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't speak. Wang Lin frowned and slowly said, "Fellow cultivator Li, the matter between your Li family and the Gu family have nothing to do with me. Why did you brother bringing me here?" Li Yuan turned around toward Wang Lin and calmly said, "I saw Brother Su's battle with that Illusory Yin cultivator through my restrictions. One of Brother Su's spells is very useful to me. Brother Su can relax. I will not ask you to help for nothing. After this matter is complete, I'll give you the complete 18-plum restriction along with my family's annihilation restriction as compensation. Now, I ask Brother Su to not be impatient, as I must first offer sacrifice to my family's souls." Li Yuan's eyes were filled with deep hatred as celestial spiritual energy surged out from his body and rushed into Guhong like a raging dragon. The woman revealed a bitter expression, but her eyes were extremely clear. She struggled to look back at the stone statue, and after taking one look, she suddenly understood something. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end she never got the chance. Her body exploded into a mist of blood and covered the stone statue. Her origin soul was absorbed by the statue and disappeared. Li Yuan silently pondered as he looked down at his hand with a confused expression. After a long time, he let out a sigh and said, with an ancient tone, "Ancestor, your family member, Li Yuan, will finish what you started." Chapter 751, Arrival of the Blood Ancestor. The wind blew by and dissipated all the blood mist. Wang Lin calmly watched all of this. This had nothing to do with him, so he naturally wouldn't have tried to help. Moreover, even if he wasn't here, Guhong's fate was sealed from the moment they stepped into the Thunder Celestial Realm. This Li Yuan's scheme runs deep. If what he said is true, then the way he endured being next to Guhong the whole way can be considered terrifying. Only after arriving at the mountain did he finally spill everything, and only because this mountain was filled with restrictions. It seems this restriction has a lot to do with his ancestors. However, I haven't confirmed if everything he said is true. Wang Lin calmly looked at Li Yuan. His calmness showed no sign of joy or anger, making it impossible to see through what he was thinking. However, Guhong's eyes were a bit strange. Why did she want to turn around to look at the stone statue before her death? Li Yuan took a deep breath before he turned to Wang Lin and calmly said, "Brother Su, my restrictions can't compare to my ancestors. What I need from Brother Su is the spell that allowed you to stop the Illusory Yin cultivator from escaping." Wang Lin's expression was normal, but his thoughts moved. From this, he would determine if Li Yuan had really witnessed his battle against the Illusory Yin cultivator and saw him use the stop spell. In my entire life, that was the first time I saw a spell like Brother Su's. That spell is very powerful and can be considered unsurpassable. All things freeze at that moment. With Brother Su's help, I'm confident I can break the stone statue completely and restore my Li family's freedom. I offer the annihilation restriction and the 18-plum restriction as compensation. Wang Lin calmly looked at Li Yuan. If this matter was as simple as what Li Yuan said, then it wouldn't be a problem lending a hand. Forgetting the annihilation restriction, just the complete 18-plum restriction would increase his power greatly. There were even parts of it that could be used to enhance his spells. As he pondered, Wang Lin looked at the stone statue. He only took a quick look while avoiding the handprint, and then quickly withdrew his gaze. He seemed to vaguely notice something. The appearance of the Celestial seemed somewhat similar to Guhong. "Brother Su, my cultivation can't match yours. Even with the restrictions, I can't match you, let alone that sword energy, so why do you still doubt me? Forget it. In order to show my sincerity, I'll give you the complete 18-plum restriction. After the seal is broken, I'll give Brother Su the annihilation restriction." Li Yuan's voice was filled with sincerity as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin showed no expression, but he nodded. Li Yuan took out a piece of jade without any hesitation. After imprinting on it, he threw it toward Wang Lin. What was inside were the remaining 5 statues. After looking at it, he put it inside his bag and slowly said, "I can help." Although he said this, Wang Lin became even more cautious. He felt like there was something wrong. Although Li Yuan seemed to have said everything, Wang Lin felt like Li Yuan was still shrouded in a layer of fog. Wang Lin coldly snorted in his heart. "I want to see what exactly this Li Yuan is planning." Li Yuan revealed a joyous expression. He then took a deep breath and slapped his bag of holding, causing the iron sword to fly out. While holding the iron sword in his right hand, his left hand gently stroked the iron sword. A stream of blood immediately flowed down from the sword's body, emitting a red, demonic glow. Li Yuan muttered to himself, but Wang Lin couldn't clearly hear what he said. Li Yuan kept muttering, and then a powerful resentment aura came from the iron sword. It was not a single strand of resentment, but many fused into one. A red flame burst forth from the iron sword. Inside the red flame, the strands of resentment turned into various human faces that constantly changed. There was a similar branding between the eyebrows of every single face. As the faces changed, this scene started to look extremely strange. Just at this moment, Li Yuan bit the tip of his tongue and spat blood into the red flame. The red flame absorbed the blood and suddenly grew. Bursts of ghostly wails started coming from inside the red flame, and they surrounded the area. The entire mountain was shrouded in these ghostly wails. Li Yuan's expression was lit up by this red flame, and it gave off a fierce feeling. He touched his bag of holding, and the compass flew out. The moment the compass appeared, Li Yuan threw it into the red flame. When the compass was thrown into the flame, its pointer was started spinning rapidly. Each turn caused a ripple to spread inside the red flame and diffuse outward. This allowed the red flame to quickly spread outward. In the blink of an eye, the red flame from the iron sword became dozens of feet tall. It was as if it wanted to fly into the sky and give off a constant red light. The red flame flickered violently, and then the compass inside shattered. The moment the compass shattered, the red flame became more intense. After that, it was the iron sword that collapsed. It turned into molten iron that was absorbed by the red flame, causing it to grow even more. The red flame was now more than 100 feet tall, and it pounced on the stone statue. The red flame suddenly surrounded the stone statue. Even the statue of the sword and the servant was surrounded in the red flame. The stone statue seemed to be refined when the resentment inside the red flame entered the stone statue. Cracks gradually appeared on the statue, and more appeared as if it was about to collapse. Li Yuan's eyes glowed as he slapped his bag of holding, and a jade bottle immediately appeared. He threw the jade bottle, and strands of white light flew out into the red flame. The strands of white light entered between the cracks of the statue. More and more cracks appeared on the statue, and the statue crackled endlessly. As the white light and resentment entered the statue, it was as if something inside it was awakening. Just at this moment, Li Yuan took a deep breath, and without any hesitation, he took out the last treasure from his bag of holding, the scroll. The scroll suddenly opened, and at the moment the painting appeared, the statue surrounded by the red flames suddenly trembled, and the feeling of something awakening became even stronger. Li Yuan shouted, "Brother Su, use the spell, and let me seal the remnants of the immortal soul inside the stone statue." Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he sneered. Not only did he not use the spell, he quickly retreated. He was almost able to see the true karmic cause and karmic effect behind this matter. Wang Lin's retreat caused Li Yuan's head to suddenly turn and look at Wang Lin. He revealed a fierce expression and shouted, "Fellow cultivator Su, if you don't act now, when will you?" At this moment, even more cracks appeared on the statue, and it even showed signs of collapsing. The feeling of something awakening became even stronger. A majority of the resentment inside the red flame had been absorbed, and all of the white light was also absorbed by the stone statue. This resentment and white light were like nutrients that gave the statue the power to break free. However, there was also a seal preventing the soul from escaping. The seal wanted the soul to collapse with it. Wang Lin retreated even faster and retreated 1,000 feet in an instant. Li Yuan's eyes became cold, and his cultivation exploded like crazy. Although his cultivation was still at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, there was a terrifying aura within him. His charge was like teleportation, allowing him to directly catch up to Wang Lin, and he shouted, "Fellow cultivator Su, why are you retreating?" Fellow cultivator Li's story is very beautiful, but I fear your purpose is not to break the Li family's seal, but to revive the celestial statue. As Wang Lin retreated, the shadow behind him flickered. The celestial guard stepped out and threw a punch at Li Yuan. There was a huge bang followed by this punch, and its momentum was shocking. Li Yuan sneered and revealed a hint of contempt. His hand formed a seal, and he waved it, causing a black line to appear. The black line expanded and formed a triangle. As the punch closed in, the triangle flashed and appeared before the Celestial Guard's fist. In an instant, the triangle expanded rapidly and made contact with the Celestial Guard's first. Then it spread across the Celestial Guard's fist like a flexible cord. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped itself tightly around the Celestial Guard. At this moment, the Celestial Guard was wrapped tightly by this triangle that gave off bursts of black light. No matter how hard the Celestial Guard struggled, it was useless. A mere low-grade Celestial Guard dares to act presumptuous before me. Li Yuan's laughter was shocking. However, Wang Lin's expression remained neutral, and he gently said, "You were indeed lying before." Li Yuan looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "I don't want to attack you. Now, obediently go back with me and use the stop spell you inherited from the Rain Celestial Realm. Once this matter is complete, I won't be cheap with your reward." Wang Lin faintly smiled and shook his head. "You even dared to kill the descendant of your master. How can I believe you?" After his remark, Wang Lin immediately retreated and rushed away from his place. Li Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He charged out and slowly said, "It seems I really underestimated you. But you can't run away from me." As Li Yuan spoke, he waved his hand, and a restriction flew out from between his eyebrows. The clouds in the sky suddenly opened, and in the distance, the space distorted, and then Wang Lin appeared. After being forced to appear, Wang Lin showed no signs of panic, as if he had already planned everything. At this moment in the center fragment of the Thunder Celestial Realm. This fragment was not big, so the landmass was naturally smaller. Thunder-like iron bars surrounded the edge of this fragment. There was a huge formation at the center of this fragment, and 4 elders were sitting there. Each one of the elders had white hair, but their bodies were gaining large amounts of origin energy. The formation suddenly flashed violently, but the 4 elders didn't budge at all, not even their eyelids twitched. A moment later, a shadow appeared inside the formation. This shadow became red, and soon, a powerful blood aura diffused across the aura. The 4 elders opened their eyes and revealed serious expressions. "Junior Wang Lin, this old man has arrived." The shadow condensed to form a middle-aged man wearing a red robe with red hair and red eyebrows. Blood Ancestor. Chapter 752, Karma. Li Yuan looked at Wang Lin and felt doubt in his heart. If this person had already understood the entire situation, why was he still so confident? There was something strange about this. After letting out a cold snort, Li Yuan didn't waste any time and stepped out. His right hand formed a seal. In a flash, a restriction suddenly appeared. This restriction was unpredictable and suddenly split into 18 restrictions. However, these 18 restrictions showed signs of collapse, as if they were extremely difficult to handle. However, this sign of collapse was extremely well hidden and difficult to notice. The 18 illusory statues suddenly took physical form due to the restrictions around Li Yuan. The 18 statues shot toward Wang Lin like 18 celestial gods. These 18 celestial statues gave off bursts of restriction light. In an instant, they surrounded Wang Lin. This is the real 18-plum restriction. Look closely. Li Yuan's eyes became cold, and his right hand pointed at the air. Wang Lin leisurely and casually said, "To kill the blood of your own master. Such a person is without shame and conscience." Li Yuan, when you sacrificed the blood of your master's descendant, did you not feel the sadness from your master's statue? Do you dare to turn around and look at the seal on your master's right hand? Don't try to break my faith. Everything I do is to revive my lord. It is not something a mere child like you can understand. Li Yuan's eyes were gloomy. Wang Lin had now confirmed his own guess. That Gu Hong was the descendant of the Celestial in the stone carving. Back then, Li Yuan's ancestor came with the ancestor of the Gu family. For some unknown reason, Li Yuan's ancestor died, and the treasures were taken by the Gu family ancestor. However, Wang Lin was still confused about something. However, at the moment Li Yuan recognized the Celestial Guard and named the stop spell, Wang Lin was suddenly enlightened and understood everything. "You don't even remember who you are? You are not Li Yuan." Wang Lin's voice was filled with mystery. As he spoke, the 18 celestial statues rushed toward him. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and a mountain stone appeared in his hand. The stone immediately grew until it was the size of a small mountain and gave off an ancient aura. Wang Lin's hand slapped the mountain, causing the mountain soul to appear and expand. Wang Lin stood inside the ring, his eyes shining brightly. Li Yuan is a descendant of the Li family. He spent his life trying to release his family from the slave imprint. However, you are doing the opposite. Not only are you not trying to release the slave imprint, you are using the soul of all those slave imprints as sacrifices to revive your master. The key to all of this is the blood of the descendant, to use the blood as an offering to awaken the dormant soul sealed inside. Who the hell are you? Li Yuan's eyes became cold. His hand formed a seal and pointed at Wang Lin. The 18 celestial statues trembled and turned into 18 plum blossoms that rotated rapidly around Wang Lin. It created a vortex with Wang Lin at the center. The vortex gave off a terrifying aura. Wang Lin's expression was calm, without any sign of hesitation. His hand formed a seal, and a restriction immediately appeared. This restriction flickered and divided into 18 as well, but 6 of them were still only illusions. With a flick, the 18 restrictions flew out toward the 18 plum blossoms, causing the 18 plum blossoms to pause. At the same time, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the celestial sword appeared in his hand. Holding the celestial sword, Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he slashed down. Heavenly chop. When the sword fell, the surroundings seemed to freeze, waiting for the sword to descend. Bang bang bang. Among the 18 plum blossoms, 3 of them immediately collapsed. Wang Lin took a step and walked out of the vortex formed by the 18 plum blossoms. You are the soul of the servant of the celestial. As the slave imprint was engraved into the Li family, they became slaves to the celestial and followed your commands. Not only are you not Li Yuan, even the Li ancestor from tens of thousands of years ago that collected the 3 treasures was not himself. It was you who merged together with the slave imprint and reincarnated into the Li family. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he stepped out and spoke with resolve in his voice. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as he coldly said, "That is why tens of thousands of years ago, when you first reincarnated, you were able to make the Gu family comply. Today, after tens of thousands of years in your second reincarnation, you are still able to make the Gu family comply. This is because you are driven by a sense of self-righteousness that you must revive your master even at the expense of the entire Gu family. You can cheat others, but you can't cheat me. As long as it is related to reincarnation cycle, there is nothing I can't see through." Li Yuan silently pondered. When he heard Wang Lin's words, the ripple caused a trace of resistance to suddenly appear in his heart. Li Yuan's face revealed a sign of struggle. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He had been waiting for this moment. At this moment, the mountain soul condensed into a ball of fog and was thrown at the stone statue. At the same time, Wang Lin pointed at the sky, and with a thought, the shadow of a whip appeared. The karma whip appeared with a series of snapping sounds. The moment it appeared, Wang Lin grabbed the whip, stepped forward, and mercilessly swung the whip. Bang! This whip was too fast. What it hit wasn't the flesh or the origin soul, but the karmic cause and effect. When the whip landed on the struggling Li Yuan's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he stared at the karma whip in Wang Lin's hand and slowly said, "You are very smart. Yes, what I want is the whip containing the power of the reincarnation cycle and karma domain. Without it, I'm only 70% confident, but with it, I'm 90% confident." With that, his right hand pointed at Wang Lin. The black line connected at both ends to form a circle and flew straight at Wang Lin. Wang Lin quickly retreated, but he didn't panic at all. A majority of his previous actions were all to confirm his final speculation. Once he confirmed the last speculation, he became 100% confident in leaving this place. He was finally able to confirm his speculation when he heard Li Yuan's answer about the karma whip. The black line closed in, and Wang Lin retreated even faster. Since you failed during your first reincarnation tens of thousands of years ago, then you still won't succeed during your second reincarnation. All of this is because your own master is unwilling. Shut up. This was the first time Li Yuan's emotions had fluctuated so violently, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He rushed out and waved his right hand, causing 3 more black lines to appear in his palm. The 3 lines formed 3 swords that shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a laugh, and a ray of white light shot out from his mouth. The light turned into a screen that contained the mountain and river screen, revealing its majesty. This was the first time Wang Lin had used this mountain and river screen. Even if Li Yuan had seen his battle against the Illusory Yin cultivator, it would be impossible for him to know he had this. The moment the mountain and river screen appeared, the mountain and river painting appeared around Wang Lin. The current Wang Lin was like someone inside the painting. The black lines immediately entered the mountain and river screen and became dots in the painting that slowly moved toward Wang Lin. Tens of thousands of years ago, you also came here with these 3 treasures like today, and also came with someone of the Gu family. The reason you didn't succeed back then was because even your master wasn't willing to awaken using such a method. As a servant to your master, are you really not wrong? Wang Lin's voice came out from the mountain and river. His voice carried the might of thunder and echoed across the world. This voice was so loud that the rumbling words echoed inside Li Yuan's ears. Li Yuan's body trembled, and the struggle appeared once more on his face. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. With a point of his finger, the karma whip appeared once more and whipped toward Li Yuan. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he shouted, "Look back at your master's statue. What is that under your master's eyes?" The karma whip pierced through space and landed on Li Yuan, causing his body to tremble. However, there seemed to be an invisible force that made him look back at his master's statue on the mountain peak. Chapter 753, there was no answer. The red flame was completely absorbed by the statue the moment Li Yuan turned around. More and more cracks appeared and rays of red light shot out from the crack. The red light carried the scent of blood. This scent was from Guhong. These red lights seemed to contain powerful aura and spread out toward the scroll. However, at this moment, there were also many cracks under the statue's eyes. When the red light came out from those cracks, there was an illusion. It was as if the celestial statue was crying two streams of blood. Was I wrong? Li Yuan stared at the stone statue as he muttered to himself, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. This Li Yuan was not dangerous. With only his peak late-stage ascendant cultivation, Wang Lin could easily win. However, there was a powerful aura coming from inside Li Yuan's body, and the source of this was the slave imprint. It was because of this aura that this person always gave off a mysterious aura. Wang Lin was very wary of that power. He first noticed it when Li Yuan was explaining everything under the stone statue. That moment where Li Yuan convulsed and was soaked in sweat had a very different meaning in Wang Lin's eyes. At that moment, Wang Lin only kept this in mind. It wasn't until Guhong's gaze at the stone statue before death that Wang Lin felt like a bolt of lightning had struck him and he suddenly gained enlightenment. The Gu family was the descendants of the Celestial. As for the Li family, perhaps they really were innocent. It was all because their ancestors had boldly entered this place and received the slave imprint that caused the entire family to decline. Generations of the family contributed their cultivation and lifespans to slowly allow this indestructible celestial soul to recover. The Li family may have really wanted to rebel, but it was obvious it had failed every time. It wasn't until the Li family ancestor from tens of thousands of years ago did the Li family had a chance. However, the slave imprint that had nourished its master for tens of thousands of years had gathered enough for the soul hidden inside it to awaken. This was how the talented Li family ancestor appeared. As a result, when the Li ancestor said that he was releasing the Li family from the slave imprint, he was, in fact, resurrecting his master. Wang Lin had really thought that the failure tens of thousands of years ago was due to some problem with the Gu family. However, it wasn't until he thought about why Li Yuan had defined him that he came to a different conclusion. Li Yuan's preparations were most likely very complete, and he couldn't have planned on meeting him before entering the celestial realm. When Wang Lin saw the stone statue and understood the karma between the Li and Gu family, he suddenly understood. It was because Li Yuan had seen the karma whip when he used in the battle against the Illusory Yin cultivator. This was why Li Yuan chose him. The karma whip affected karma. The failure tens of thousands of years ago was not because of the servant, the treasures, or the Gu family. It was because the Celestial was unwilling to be revived this way. The Celestial was unwilling to pay the price of the life of all his descendants to release the sealed soul. It can be imagined that Guhong's blood was not enough for the resurrection of a Celestial. It was likely that outside the Celestial realm, the Gu family was carrying out some kind of sacrifice with death as the price. The karmic cause was the resurrection of the Celestial statue. The karmic effect was the removal of the Celestial soul resistance. But how could the soul of a Celestial be so simple? If Wang Lin were to use the karma whip, he himself would have been dragged into it, and even he didn't know if he would survive. If Wang Lin hadn't appeared, Li Yuan would have still used other methods after the failure from the first time. However, even Li Yuan wasn't sure if these methods would succeed, which was why he said he was 70% confident and 90% if he had the karma whip. Wang Lin boldly speculated that this Li Yuan also had a karma-related treasure inside his bag. This would explain why, after failing tens of thousands of years ago, the Gu family used various methods to retain the three treasures. Instead of hiding them, they made the whole clan aware of the situation. Their goal was to wait for the second reincarnation of the slave imprint in the Li family. This was why everything had gone so smoothly when Li Yuan went to the Gu family. However, Wang Lin remembered the way Li Yuan treated Gu Hong along the way. After constantly watching their interaction, it was as if Li Yuan was constantly changing personalities. Adding on the change that happened to Li Yuan under the stone statue, Wang Lin confirmed his own speculation. Li Yuan's real soul hadn't died and still existed. To be more accurate, there was exactly one soul inside Li Yuan's body, but this soul had two different sides. One was the true Li Yuan, and the other was the remnant soul inside the slave imprint. The conflict between the two made it so Li Yuan couldn't use the full power of his family's restrictions. Every time Li Yuan used a restriction, it would show signs of collapse. The 18-plum restriction was like this, and the black lines formed by the annihilation restriction was also like this. After understanding all of this, Wang Lin stayed inside the mountain and river painting and silently stared at Li Yuan. He felt that this Li Yuan was somewhat pitiful. He was such a loyal servant that he was willing to do whatever it took in order for his master to revive. Just like the image he saw through the illusion from the statue. When the master died, the servant standing at the tip of the sword looked back with vacant and sad eyes. The master on the sword hilt was no longer there. It was as if he was the only one left in this world as stood on the sword tip. Countless years of waiting and 2 attempts at resurrection, but ultimately, he was still unable to escape. Li Yuan stared at the statue and knelt on the ground. Master, am I really wrong? More and more cracks appeared on the statue at this moment. As the cracks spread, the red light became even more intense. The red light under the statue's eyes gathered together as if they were real tears of blood. Why aren't you willing to wake up? I just want the sword hilt to no longer be empty. The master can always stand on the sword hilt, and I can stand on the sword tip to help you battle the heavens and earth. Li Yuan muttered to himself, and his eyes were filled with sorrow. Wang Lin stood within the mountain and river painting as he silently watched this. He had no life and death grudge with Li Yuan. He let out a sigh and put away the karma whip. It was because of extreme paranoia that he became lost. After the first failure tens of thousands of years ago, his belief was unstable. Now that he has failed a second time, his faith has collapsed. More and more cracks appeared on the statue. Even the stone sword with the servant on it was covered in cracks. Red light came from within the cracks and colored half the sky. The stone released even more red light until it slowly extended outward and was absorbed by the scroll. At the beginning, the scroll didn't absorb much red light. However, as the statue released more and more red light, the scroll began to absorb the red light from the statue even faster. In the end, the red lights seemed to link together and were rapidly pulled out from the statue. This scene caused the stunned Li Yuan to expose excitement in his eyes. Master! More and more red light appeared, but none of it leaked out, and it was all absorbed by the scroll. The red light from the statue gradually dimmed as if all of it were released by the statue. Finally, when the last ray of red light came out from the stone statue and into the scroll, the entire statue trembled. It was as if it had lost its soul and no longer had any intelligence. It now looked very ordinary. The scroll that had absorbed all the red light emitted a bright light. A flame appeared at the corner of the scroll and slowly grew larger. The scroll began to burn from the edge. It wasn't just one edge, but all the edges of the scroll began burning at once. Green smoke came out from the burning scroll and didn't dissipate. As Li Yuan looked at this scene, the excitement in his eyes became even more intense. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he carefully observed. The burning of the scroll slowly moved toward the center from the edges. The celestial on the sword hilt seemed to possess a soul at this moment and flickered inside the burning scroll. In the end, the flame covered the entire scroll, and soon the scroll became a pile of dust that was blown away by the wind. The green smoke formed by the burning scroll wasn't blown away by the wind, but floated in the air. It then vaguely took the shape of a person. This person's figure was extremely blurry and his appearance couldn't be clearly seen. However, Wang Lin clearly saw a sword formed by the green smoke under the person's feet, and this person was standing on the sword hilt. There was some smoke swaying near the sword hilt. It was difficult to see if it was the sword's tassel or just green smoke. The person standing on the sword hilt rose into the air and waved his hand gently, summoning Li Yuan. Li Yuan, who was standing on the ground, immediately trembled. A complex rune appeared on Li Yuan's forehead. This was the slave imprint. As the imprint flickered, the remnant soul inside the slave imprint flew out into the sky and landed on the tip of the sword. The green smoke charged into the sky and disappeared without a trace. All of this seemed like an illusion. The real and unreal seemed to not exist, and everything was but a dream. Wang Lin's expression was a bit confused as he looked at the statue that had lost its spirit. Then his gaze fell on the seal on its right hand, and he fell into a trance. It was still the same ancient celestial realm, still the celestial sword flying into the sky, and still the same two people on the sword. However, the difference this time was the sound that came from the celestial before he died. I'm dead, my soul extinguished. The statue collapsed into countless pieces of stone. It was now just a pile of debris. Did the celestial die back then, and all of this was a lonely dream formed by the remnant soul of the servant? Or was it really what Wang Lin had guessed before? There were some questions that Wang Lin wouldn't be able to get satisfactory explanations for. There was no answer. Just like how there was no way to tell if the green smoke was real or fake. Wang Lin thought that he knew everything, but when he saw the green smoke, everything felt fake. Perhaps only the servant's remnant soul was real, the only one that knew all the answers. From this day onward, there was an extra sword made of green smoke in the Thunder Celestial Realm. There was a figure that stood at the tip as if it would last for eternity. Where is this? A weak voice came from Li Yuan's mouth as he lied on the ground. He looked around until his gaze finally fell on Wang Lin. Chapter 754, Ancient God Leather Armor. There were many celestial caves scattered across the numerous fragments of the Thunder Celestial Realm along with the treasures of their previous masters. These places were also filled with countless restrictions. It was not simple to enter the dwellings of Celestials. Despite the fact that the Thunder Celestial Realm had opened countless times over the years, there were still places with restrictions not broken. These restrictions were often too powerful, and sometimes there were places that cultivators shouldn't touch. In an area filled with debris, Li Yuan squatted down, touched the earth, and said, "Brother Su, look here." This is a typical use of the fourth law of the 8 laws of celestial restrictions. What it focuses on is causing disorder in the surrounding celestial spiritual energy in order to hide from divine sense. If I'm not mistaken, once this restriction is broken, the cave of a celestial should be revealed here. Beside him, Wang Lin looked attentively and nodded. Brotherly means that the restriction here is primarily made of this soil? The fragment they were on wasn't very big. Looking at it from afar, the earth was black and the sky was dark. There wasn't any thunder here, but one could hear the muffled sounds of thunder. There wasn't anyone within tens of thousands of kilometers of these two. These two figures looked quite desolate here. Li Yuan nodded and smiled. I admire Brother Su's understanding of restrictions. In this past month, most of the times I said something, you were able to see the key points. Li Yuan grabbed a handful of dirt and put it inside his bag of holding. He then said, Brotherly should take some of this restriction dirt as well. Once we leave the Thunder Celestial Realm, the dirt may change after leaving the Celestial Realm environment. If that is really the case, then once we return to the Li family, it will be a good material for making the restriction compass. Many thanks, Brotherly. Wang Lin smiled slightly as he squatted down and grabbed a handful of dirt. Li Yuan was very emotional as he sincerely said, It should be me who is thanking you. If not for you, I would have already died. And let's not mention you freeing me from the slave imprint. He became sober 1 month ago. After the initial confusion, his memories slowly emerged inside his mind. In particular, the various acts he committed while under the control of the slave imprint made it difficult for him to calm down. After understanding everything, he was very grateful toward Wang Lin. He shared his study of restrictions without any hesitation with Wang Lin to express his gratitude. Once we return to the Li family, I'll take Brother Su to the Ancestral Inheritance Temple. Once there, I can pay respects to the ancestors and then teach you the annihilation restriction to repay our debt. As Li Yuan looked at Wang Lin, his eyes were crystal clear. Wang Lin backed up a few steps and clasped his hands at Li Yuan. Although Wang Lin didn't speak, his eyes showed the gravity of it all. The annihilation restriction was one of the 4 great restrictions, and over the last month, Li Yuan had explained a lot of it to him. This restriction was a lot like a spell, and although it wasn't a celestial spell, it was comparable to one. In order to learn this restriction, one must learn it at a place of inheritance. In this world, the Li family was the only place left. Unfortunately, the restriction here isn't complete. It must have been broken by someone many years ago, but the method they used to break it is extremely crude. Li Yuan looked at the earth and pondered a bit. He pointed between his eyebrows and a black line flew out. Then his hand immediately formed a seal, and he pressed the seal down on the earth along with his finger. Break. With one word, the earth seemed to shake. With Li Yuan's index finger as the center, the earth trembled, and suddenly the restrictions broken layer by layer. What appeared before Wang Lin was a celestial mountain and a beautiful pavilion. This mountain wasn't very tall, and there was also a magnificent palace on its side. However, the mountain was filled with holes, as if there had been countless celestial plants there that were taken away. The only plants remaining were some very ordinary-looking trees that swayed in the wind. The palace was also in ruin. It merely looked dignified. It is indeed as I suspected. Li Yuan bitterly smiled and looked back at Wang Lin. Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, Brother Li's restriction is really amazing. In the last month, you were able to see through restrictions right away. Although most of the time someone else had been there before, as time goes on, perhaps we will really find a complete celestial palace. Each of the 4 ancient restrictions will have powerful spells when cultivated to the peak. Whether it is the celestials, or the demons high above, or the mortal beasts below, they can all be sealed. The 18-plum restriction is something derived from the annihilation restriction. However, it was spread outside, and that's how the world outside found out about it. As Li Yuan spoke, he was filled with confidence. Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan and said, with how powerful the annihilation restriction is, there must be a lot of people seeking it in the all-heaven star system. Li Yuan wryly smiled and nodded. I don't want to lie to Brother Su. Over the countless years that the Li family suffered under the slave imprint, the annihilation restriction has been taught outside the family 7 times. Every time was because it was the last resort. But, Li Yuan looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, what they learned was indeed the annihilation restriction. The Li family didn't hide anything from them, and even let them comprehend it at the inheritance temple. However, without the restriction heart, it can't be considered the real annihilation restriction. The restriction heart is something only the head of each generation can inherit. After we leave the Thunder Celestial Realm, I'll go to the Ancestral Temple and permanently give you half of the restriction heart. Wang Lin was silent for a moment and then clasped his hands at Li Yuan once more. Li Yuan quickly waved his hand. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly exclaimed and stared at the palace on the mountain. Brother Su, look over there. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the palace. The dilapidated palace looked normal, but after staring at it for a long time, he seemed to have found some clues. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly said, the tree behind the palace. This whole time, only the left side has moved, while the right side didn't move at all. Li Yuan's eyes revealed shock, and he nodded. Although Brother Su hasn't learned the annihilation restriction, just your observation skills are enough to surpass many restriction masters. Wang Lin smiled and said, it looks like our luck is pretty good. Li Yuan laughed and flew toward the mountain with Wang Lin. They soon arrived next to the palace. Wang Lin immediately noticed a gloomy aura coming from the motionless half of the tree. This gloomy aura gave off a sense of danger. Wang Lin stopped and Li Yuan stopped almost at the exact same time. Under the tree, there were 2 white skeletons, and one of them was wearing leather armor. This armor was very rough and had some natural cracks. At the moment Wang Lin saw the armor, his eyes suddenly widened, revealing a rare look of disbelief. This is Chapter 755, Shocking Change. Ancient God Skin. Wang Lin's expression immediately darkened as he stared at the leather armor on the skeleton. He couldn't tell what feeling it was, but the moment he saw the armor, Wang Lin felt sorrow. He carefully looked again. This was indeed leather armor, made from the skin of an ancient god. Although he didn't know how many stars this ancient god had, when looking at the leather armor, he thought of his original body. Li Yuan whispered, does Brother Su know this thing? Wang Lin shook his head and calmly said, I don't know, but it looks similar to something a friend owned. Li Yuan didn't ask more, but looked at the tree next to the skeleton and began to deduce. A moment later, his hands formed a seal and pointed at the tree. The 18-plum restriction immediately appeared and charged at the tree. One by one, the plum restrictions landed, and then the space around the tree began to twist. Countless ripples appeared, and even the skeleton below the tree began to twist. Finally, a sound like a mirror shattering echoed, and everything before them suddenly collapsed. The tree was gone, and the skeleton was gone as well. The only thing that remained before Li Yuan and Wang Lin's eyes was a transfer array that gave off a soft light. Li Yuan looked at the transfer array and said, this is the 3rd law of the 8 laws of celestial restrictions. Its main purpose is mirages. The skeleton we saw wasn't really lying under the tree. Using the skeleton as bait to attract people and then kill them with this restriction. I can't begin to guess how many people have died over the years. Wang Lin nodded. He had also seen through this. If that skeleton was real, it would have been impossible for it to have remained intact for so long. This is a slaughter restriction. It looks like that leather armor is a very tempting celestial treasure. Li Yuan's eyes became cold. Wang Lin pondered a bit and slowly said, I just don't know if this restriction was left by the Celestials or a trap set by someone who came later. Li Yuan also silently pondered. He was also pondering this question. Then he slowly said, in any case, I can determine that this is the first time that this restriction has been broken. After all, I observed it for a long time, and it showed no trace of having been reorganized. The time the restriction has been around also matches this. Wang Lin's eyes were focused as he slowly said, "It could be that some changes happened to the restriction over the years. This allowed some light to leak out and showed us the inside of the restriction." Li Yuan pondered slightly and nodded. What Brother Su said contains some truth. There is 70% chance it is, as Brother Su said. Of course, there is also the chance that this was deliberately set by someone to kill and steal treasures. Wang Lin and Li Yuan were both astute people with extraordinary minds. The two only needed to discuss a bit to be able to calculate an answer infinitely close to the truth. Just at this moment, the transfer array that appeared after the restriction was broken began to show signs of instability. It was as if it had been hidden in the dark for so long that once it appeared, it began to conflict with the celestial spiritual energy in the surroundings. Countless small vortexes had appeared on the edge of the transfer array. This was a sign of collapse. Some illusions appeared form the vortexes. Although they were all fragments of images, one could see the wreckage of ancient buildings. Wang Lin and Li Yuan both noticed this at the same time, and both of their eyes narrowed. Li Yuan laughed. It looks like Brother Su's speculation is correct. Why don't the two of us go and check it out? Just as Wang Lin was about to speak, a powerful divine sense spread out. This divine sense was too powerful. It was as if the divine sense itself contained a spell. As it spread out, the clouds in the sky spread out as if didn't dare to provoke it, and allowed the divine sense to scan this fragment at will. Li Yuan's expression changed. At the moment the divine sense swept by, he felt like it was even difficult to breathe. It was as if this divine sense was corporeal and was pressing down on his body like Mount Tai. It also caused the celestial spiritual energy in his body to go out of control and forced him to cough out a mouthful of blood. The divine sense originally only swept by, but then it immediately came back and locked onto this location. Wang Lin was even more shocked. This divine sense gave him a familiar feeling. However, at this moment, he immediately moved without any hesitation and charged toward the transfer array. Li Yuan's face was pale, and he almost lost his wit as he followed closely behind Wang Lin. The two of them were originally not far away from the transfer array. At this moment, they moved very fast and got even closer to the array. However, the divine sense suddenly became crazy, and the area within 1,000 feet of them suddenly became red. Strands of red smoke suddenly came out and became something like ghosts. They let out a sharp wails and charged at Wang Lin. Restriction! Wang Lin shouted as he grabbed Li Yuan and charged toward the transfer array. Li Yuan's astuteness was not weaker than Wang Lin's, so he immediately understood Wang Lin. If both of them attacked, it would slow them down. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin focusing on speed, while Li Yuan focused on attack, was the best choice. While allowing Wang Lin to pull him, Li Yuan's hand moved rapidly and countless restrictions began to appear. The moment the restrictions appeared, they trembled and divided into 18. A large amount of restrictions appeared in almost an instant. A large amount of restrictions appeared and stopped the ghosts coming from the red smoke. Wang Lin didn't look back as he pulled Li Yuan to the edge of the transfer array. He was one step from entering the transfer array. Just at this moment, a cold snort came from the divine sense. Then a cold voice echoed in the area. Blood space, condense. The moment these three words appeared, a force immediately began to squeeze this 1,000 feet area. The space rapidly solidified as if was trying to freeze everything within this area. Wang Lin was only one step from the transfer array. However, after he raised his foot to take the step, it was as if an entire mountain was tied to his back, and his step slowed down. Even his body felt countless powerful treasures squeezing him as if they wanted to keep him in place. Not only Wang Lin, but Li Yuan also felt this. This power was simply too powerful. It was comparable to the heaven's might. It was as if an invisible hand has fallen from the sky and grabbed hold of this 1,000 feet area. Its 5 fingers slowly closed in as if it wanted to crush this area. Wang Lin's face was pale and cold sweat filled his forehead. He couldn't even lift his hand to take out a magical treasure. He could vaguely see a flash of red light charging toward this location from the distant void. A red figure was quickly condensing within the red light. A sense of hatred was coming from inside the red light. This was a hatred that carried over across 2 star systems. The killing intent within was unimaginable. Chapter 756, Trap. During the moment of life and death crisis, Wang Lin opened his third eye without any hesitation. At this moment, a fan-shaped red light opened, and he barely managed to turn his head. This red light didn't shine toward the void, but toward Li Yuan. The The force holding Li Yuan down immediately loosened when the red light shined on him. His face was pale, but he quickly raised his right hand and pressed it down between his eyebrows without any hesitation. A black line as thick as a baby's arm immediately flew out from between his eyebrows. It quickly turned into a rune before him, and Li Yuan shouted, "Annihilation Restriction Heart." In an instant, the restriction began to flash rapidly and expanded like crazy. At the moment the red shadow closed in, it collapsed. Boom! A loud sound suddenly echoed and set off a huge shockwave, causing the force holding down the area to become unstable. The restriction wasn't destroyed. It shattered into thousands of smaller black lines that formed various strange patterns that rapidly spread. These restrictions had a strange connection between them, and the wider they spread, the more pale Li Yuan became. It was obvious that using the real annihilation restriction was a big burden on his body. Seal. With one word, these restrictions immediately surrounded the area. They appeared near the red shadow and gathered toward it. The red shadow gave off a bright, red glow, creating a blood sea in the sky, and immediately charged out as the restrictions closed in on it. However, just at this moment, the restrictions all exploded, creating a thunderous echo. The entire fragment showed signs of instability, as if it was about to collapse. The moment the force holding them down loosened, Wang Lin grabbed Li Yuan and stepped into the transfer array that was about to collapse. The transfer array flashed, and Wang Lin and Li Yuan instantly disappeared. At the moment they vanished, Wang Lin's left hand mercilessly smashed down on the array, causing it to immediately dissipate. The surrounding area was completely silent. The blood-red figure slowly walked over. He stood before where the transfer array was and silently pondered. After a long time, he raised his right foot and mercilessly stomped the ground. A large crack appeared under his feet and spread out like a crazy dragon across the fragment. The crack split again and again until the entire fragment was covered in terrifying cracks. The power from a cultivator beyond the Nirvana Scryer stage is above the limit of the Thunder Celestial Realm. A storm spread across the fragment, and countless cracks appeared all over it. At this moment, even countless spatial rifts appeared in the sky. The earth collapsed. This fragment of the Thunder Celestial Realm collapsed under the stomp of this red shadow. Large amounts of earth collapsed and dissipated, causing a huge series of chain reactions. More and more spatial cracks that continued to devour everything appeared in the sky. The ground continued to break off into the void. Some were devoured by the spatial rifts and disappeared without a trace. Half an hour later, the sky was no longer sky, and the earth became nothing. One of the remaining fragments in the Thunder Celestial Realm had disappeared forever. This dramatic change terrified the few All-Heaven Star System cultivators on the fragment. They all tried like crazy to leave this fragment. The fear of death made them lose their wit. However, not many could escape the collapse of a fragment. The collapse of the fragment caused a vortex that looked like it was going to devour everything. Far away, one could see the thunder chains being sucked toward the center of the vortex. These chains were pulled until they were straight. Their movement immediately affected the connected fragments. A loud rumble echoed across the Thunder Celestial Realm, and then the entire Thunder Celestial Realm began to slowly move. However, the person who caused all of this didn't care about any of this. Even if the entire Thunder Celestial Realm collapsed, he wouldn't care. All he wanted was his daughter. Little brat Wang Lin, you won't be able to escape next time. The red figure turned and disappeared with a single step. This person was the Blood Ancestor. Ever since arriving at the Thunder Celestial Realm, he didn't seek any treasures and moved as fast as possible across various fragments. Every time he arrived at a fragment, he would scan it with his divine sense and then leave. The sky was dim, and there were sometimes flashes of restriction light coming from the sky. Looking up from the ground, the sky wasn't tall at all, and combined with the darkness, it gave off a powerful sense of oppression. On the ground, there were many small hills that craved a rugged valley. The surroundings were very quiet. Spatial cracks would occasionally appear in the sky and release cold, howling wind. This was the only sound here. An altar about 100 feet tall stood there with numerous steps leading to the top. The altar was damaged and had many cracks, including several that even extend to the top. At this moment, a flash of light appeared on the platform at the top of the altar, and two figures appeared. Wang Lin stepped out with an extremely gloomy expression. His mood was still affected by what had happened before. What happened before made him realize just how close death was. If it wasn't for him having the spell with the third eye, the situation would have been bad. Similarly, if Li Yuan's annihilation restriction wasn't there, even with the transfer array before him, he still wouldn't have been able to escape. Blood Ancestor, Wang Lin frowned. At this moment, Li Yuan also walked out from the transfer array. Blood was coming out of his mouth when he appeared. He immediately sat down and began to cultivate. While Wang Lin pondered, he sat down and protected Li Yuan. At the same time, his divine sense spread out and observed the area. Shortly after, he withdrew his divine sense and his express became even more gloomy. The spatial rifts in the sky could devour divine sense. Once his divine sense spread out, it could also attract those spatial rifts. Although it is like this, at least this place is safe. Wang Lin silently looked at the distant valley and began to ponder. The Blood Ancestor actually came to the All-Heaven star system. When he appeared, he didn't even give me a chance to speak and try to capture me. He was obviously ready to search my soul to find where Yao Shishua is. Wang Lin touched his bag of holding. If I hand over Yao Shishua, will the Blood Ancestor still come after me? Wang Lin pondered for a moment, and the Celestial Guard walked out to guard Li Yuan. Then he waved his hand and cut off his surroundings. After that, he slapped his bag of holding and a restriction ball flew out. It grew to the size of a person and opened up like a lotus. When the restriction ball opened, Yao Shishua's long hair covered her shoulders as she sat in the lotus position. The 100 years of imprisonment had made her rather fragile. At this moment, her eyelashes moved and she opened her eyes. When she saw Wang Lin, her eyes showed confusion for a moment, but it was immediately replaced with clarity. There was no joy or anger in her expression as she calmly looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, her mouth revealed a hint of mockery, and she said, "I can feel the remnant of Father's blood spell. I can also feel your fear." Wang Lin silently stared at Yao Shishua. "Do you want to let me go? Or do you want to beg me to ask my father to not kill you?" "Wang Lin, am I correct?" The mockery from Yao Shishua's mouth became even stronger. "I can let my father spare your life because I won't let you die so easily." The calmness disappeared from Yao Shishua's eyes and was replaced with a deep sense of hatred. Wang Lin frowned and said, "So you're saying that whether I let you go or not, my fate is the same?" Yao Shishua looked at Wang Lin and coldly said, "You won't dare to kill me because killing me is the same as freeing me. If you seal me somewhere, you will have to face my father's eternal pursuit. One day, my father will find you, and I'll escape." As Wang Lin stared at Yao Shishua, his eyes became cold. He quickly formed a few more restrictions that landed on Yao Shishua's body. The restriction ball shrank once more into a ball of light, and Wang Lin put it away inside his bag. He then stood up, looked up into the distance, and began to ponder. "Let you go, or not let you go, that does not depend on me, but on the Blood Ancestor." Wang Lin's eyes were fierce. Then, with a thought, he removed the surrounding restriction and looked at Li Yuan. A moment later, Li Yuan slowly opened his eyes and let out a mouth of foul air. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing fear, and asked, "Brother Su, who is that person?" Wang Lin let out a sigh. After retreating a few steps, he clasped his hands at Li Yuan and said, "I have burdened Brother Li on this matter. That person is called the Blood Ancestor. His cultivation is unfathomable, and I have some grievance with him. When you and I leave, you should go first before you get any more implicated." Li Yuan wryly smiled and said, "Brother Su, that person's cultivation is no ordinary second-step cultivation. My annihilation restriction is only at the 4th level, but even though I used it with the restriction heart, he was still able to escape. I fear this person's cultivation level is higher than the Nirvana Shatterer stage. He is at least at the Nirvana Cleanser stage. With this cultivation, it is a top-tier existence in the All-Heaven star system. How did you provoke such a person? Alas, if my annihilation restriction had reached the 7th level, then I might have been able to seal him." Wang Lin was calm as he slowly said, "Brother Li, let us find the exit first. We can talk once we leave." Li Yuan let out a sign. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Although that person's cultivation level is high, if we don't provoke him, it's not as if there aren't any ways to avoid him. Forget it. Let's do what you said and look for an exit first." After he spoke, he stood up and looked around. Wang Lin slowly said as he looked at the valley in the distance, "You can't spread out your divine sense, as there are spatial cracks that devour it." Li Yuan's eyes revealed a strange light. He jumped off the altar and grabbed a handful of dirt. After taking a closer look, he moved forward and jumped onto a tree. After breaking off a branch, he put it in his mouth and the strange light in his eyes became even stronger. "Brother Su, let me borrow your puppet." Li Yuan slowly flew into the air and spatial cracks immediately appeared in the air as if they wanted to devour him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. When he saw Li Yuan's actions, he felt that Li Yuan had just discovered something new. With a thought, the Celestial Guard immediately jumped up next to Li Yuan. If a crack was to appear, the Celestial Guard would immediately punch the void to create a vortex to diffuse the crack. Although the effect wasn't good, it still had some effect. As Li Yuan flew higher and higher, more spatial cracks appeared. The Celestial Guard was like a golden whirlwind that surrounded Li Yuan and gave off a constant streams of rumbles. As Li Yuan rose into the air, he looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with shock and a hint of disbelief. Just at this moment, a crack several times larger than normal appeared below him. The crack that suddenly appeared gave off a powerful suction force that tried to devour Li Yuan. Li Yuan's expression changed, and even more cracks appeared beside him. With so many cracks, not even the Celestial Guard was fast enough. They suddenly fell into a crisis. Wang Lin stepped forward and slapped his bag of holding, causing the mountain and river screen to appear. The mountain and river painting covered the sky and immediately absorbed most of the spatial cracks. Wang Lin took this opportunity to charge forth and drag Li Yuan back. At the moment the crack below Li Yuan attempted to devour them, the two and the Celestial Guard instantly returned back to the ground. The painting in the sky looked as if it was torn with many small openings and looked as if it was damaged. Wang Lin's expression was serious as he waved his right hand, and the painting in the sky disappeared. The screen returned to his hand, and he put it away inside his bag. "Brother Su, do you know what this place is?" Li Yuan's face revealed excitement, and his eyes were still filled with disbelief. He took a deep breath and excitedly said, "Brother Su, Celestials rarely used bags of holding. In general, they often opened up their own spaces. Once the Celestials die, these spaces do not collapse, but it is very difficult to open them once more." Wang Lin was startled, and his expression immediately changed. He asked, "Does brotherly mean to say that our current location is within a celestial storage space?" Li Yuan laughed. His eyes were filled even more excitement, and he nodded. "Yes, it must be that this place is quite old, and that the space became unstable, so cracks appeared. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for us to enter here. The dirt here was moved here from outside. Not even the mountain and tree belong here. They were all brought in from outside." Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light, and he slowly said, "Brotherly, if this place were to collapse, would everything inside shatter with it?" Li Yuan was startled, and he nodded. "Yes, this place is not a fragment like the outside. Once this place collapses, a powerful force will immediately cause everything inside to collapse as well, leaving nothing behind. However, Brother Bu can be at ease, because if there are no external interferences, then this place shouldn't collapse. Unless, could you?" As Li Yuan spoke, he suddenly thought of something and sucked in a breath of cold air. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he softly said, "If that is so, then perhaps I can set up a trap to deal with the Blood Ancestor." Chapter 757, Beast Bones. Li Yuan's eyes revealed admiration, and he was shocked by Wang Lin's bold idea. After all, the difference in cultivation levels was simply too big. If it was someone else, even Li Yuan himself, the first thing they would think of was to escape. Even if it meant escaping to the edge of the world or hiding in remote places for hundreds or even thousands of years. As long as they could escape that powerful cultivator, it would be worth it. He wouldn't even think about how to resist, because the difference was as big as heaven and earth. In Li Yuan's view, Wang Lin's view was close to madness, but at the same time ingenious. If planned correctly, it might really succeed. Thinking about this, Li Yuan's heart pounded. The stimulation caused by the temptation of killing a cultivator at least at the Nirvana cleanser stage made his blood flow increase and his heart pound. "Brother Su, we're all but trying to kill a god." As Li Yuan said, this was almost equal to trying to kill a god. Although the Blood Ancestor might not match a celestial general, he would have still been considered a powerhouse in the celestial realm before it was destroyed. None of the lower-level cultivators would dare to fight against him. Wang Lin licked his lip and said, "I still require Brother Li's help on this matter. After the event is over, I'll definitely reward Brother Li." Li Yuan pondered a bit. The excitement from before had made his throat dry. Now he looked at Wang Lin and said, "Brother Li doesn't need to thank me. What you saved was not just me, but generations of the Li family. Isn't it just killing a god? How could I not help with such an exciting thing?" Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he slowly said, "That Blood Ancestor is not that easy to kill, so this will require careful planning. Before we act, Brother Li can leave first." Li Yuan pondered and said, "This matter is easy, but Brother Su, before this, we should search this storage space so we don't leave any treasures behind. I'll also set up several restrictions at key point to cause the collapse." The two of them smiled at each other. They no longer wasted time talking and moved forward. The sky wasn't the only place where spatial cracks would appear, some would even appear on the ground. However, with how cautious the two of them were, they safely moved forward toward the valley ahead. The valley had mountains with many trees growing on them. As they walked by, Wang Lin stopped, looked at the mountain, and pondered. He placed his right hand against the mountain and quickly spread out and retrieved his divine sense. When Li Yuan flew up into the sky earlier, he saw 2 mountains and 3 valleys. Right now Wang Lin was looking at the mountain, and he felt an aura similar to the celestial mountain inside his bag. With an idea in mind, Wang Lin withdrew his right hand. Not long after, the first valley appeared before the 2 of them. The entrance of the valley was very large, about several dozen feet wide. At a glance there was nothing inside, but there was a thin layer or mist that gave off an illusory feeling. At the entrance of the valley, Wang Lin and Li Yuan stopped to carefully observe the valley. There is a simple restriction here. It won't be hard to crack it. Li Yuan's hand formed a seal, and several restrictions appeared. These restrictions emitted light as they went into the mist within the valley. A rustling sound echoed, and the mist quickly dissipated without a trace. Li Yuan smiled and was about to step forward. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he grabbed Li Yuan and said, "Brother Li, wait." Li Yuan was startled and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression didn't change as the celestial guard behind him charged out without any hesitation. However, the moment the celestial guard entered, the mist suddenly reappeared. The mist formed arrows and shot them toward the celestial guard. There was a series of loud explosions. Even with the celestial guard's powerful body, it was pushed back by the arrow. It wasn't until the celestial guard was pushed outside the valley that the mist settled down again. Li Yuan felt ashamed. He was not a reckless person, but he was just too self-confident in his restriction. He let out a wry smile and said, "The owner of this storage space was too insidious. This restriction was obviously set up to kill someone who is confident in their restrictions like me." Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and with a thought the celestial guard charged out once more. This time its body was glowing gold, and the moment it stepped into the valley, it threw a punch. The powerful punch created a huge vortex that immediately stirred up all the mist arrows flying at it. Wang Lin immediately stepped into the valley without hesitation, and Li Yuan immediately followed. After entering the valley, Li Yuan immediately created several restrictions that landed within the valley. Then Li Yuan began to deduce as he looked around the valley. Often he would deduce a location and lay down a restriction there. Wang Lin didn't look at Li Yuan. After he entered the valley, he waved his right hand. The thunder inside his origin soul rushed out and formed a ball of thunder in his hand. The ball of thunder charged out toward the vortex created by the celestial guard. With a bang, the ball of thunder entered the vortex and thunder immediately filled the vortex. The vortex seemed to have frozen in place and began absorbing all the mist around it. "Brother Su, I have marked the restriction eyes in the south and east corner. Once those collapse, the restriction in the valley will break." Li Yuan's arms spread out and restrictions appeared in each hand as he charged toward the cliff to the southeast. With a thought, Wang Lin commanded the celestial guard to charge south, toward where Li Yuan said the restriction eye was. Just before Li Yuan's restriction landed, the celestial guard's punch landed on the cliff. At the same time, thunder condensed in Wang Lin's right hand and shot out toward the restriction marked by Li Yuan to the east. The thunder accurately landed on the restriction eye before Li Yuan's restriction. 2 loud explosions echoed, and the restrictions placed by Li Yuan suddenly erupted at once. A huge whirlwind appeared within the valley and swept away all the mist. A moment later, the whirlwind disappeared and the valley returned to normal, revealing a scene that couldn't be seen before. A black short sword was stabbed into the ground, and around it were 8 ferocious beast skulls. A faint mist was coming from the 8 skulls and formed a circle around the short sword. Li Yuan looked at the short sword and slowly said, "Presumably this is the treasure stored in the first valley. Brother Su, do you want the short sword or the surrounding 8 beast skulls?" Wang Lin took a glance and could tell that this short sword was not normal. However, Li Yuan was of great help to him, and he didn't want to take something he liked. He laughed and said, "This short sword is probably not normal, and breaking this restriction was largely thanks to Brother Li. I merely helped a bit, so I'll take these 8 skulls." With that, Wang Lin waved his sleeves, and the 8 skulls immediately flew into his hands. He scanned them with his divine sense and was immediately startled. But on the surface, Wang Lin was calm as he put them away. Li Yuan smiled as he grabbed the short sword. He looked at Wang Lin and laughed. "Many thanks, Brother Su." Not far after traveling through the first valley, they saw the entrance to the second valley. The entrance was much smaller than the first valley's entrance. The closer they got to the second valley, the more frequent the cracks appeared, making them have to be extra careful while traveling. However, when they were 5 kilometers from the second valley, there was no road left. There were simply too many cracks in these last 5 kilometers. They quickly appeared all over the road, blocking off all paths and making it impossible to get through. Yuan frowned. If they were restrictions, he would have been able to break them, but these weren't restrictions at all. After pondering a bit, Yuan said, "Brother Su, this might be a bit troublesome. We can't teleport at all inside the storage space." Wang Lin looked at the valley entrance in the distance and slowly said, "Brotherly, wait here for a moment. I have a way to enter this place." Wang Lin took a deep breath and sat down in the lotus position. His 2 fingers quickly pointed at several locations on his body. Every time he pointed at a spot, his face would turn slightly redder. At the end, when Wang Lin pointed the 9th time, his face was fiery red. Wang Lin slowly stood up and inhaled. The fiery red on his face immediately disappeared. Just at this instant, he slapped his bag of holding and the mountain and river screen appeared. The painting immediately stretched more than 10,000 feet, and all the cracks disappeared as if they were patched. At the moment the mountain and river painting appeared, the Celestial Guard grabbed Wang Lin and mercilessly threw him forward. This throw used almost all of the Celestial Guard's strength, so Wang Lin's speed reached a terrifying level. In an instant, he charged out more than 2.5 kilometers. However, there were simply too many cracks. The moment the mountain and river painting appeared, countless tears appeared on the painting. These openings were like large mouths that wanted to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin was able to get this far due to borrowing the power of the Celestial Guard. Before that force was gone, Wang Lin released a blood glow and the spell he had saved in his body burst forth, causing him to shoot out at an unimaginable speed once more. His body flashed blood red and his speed increased. It then flashed again and he became even faster. In the blink of an eye, his body flashed blood red 9 times and his speed was as fast as teleportation. This escape spell that used the blood light was the fastest escape spell he had learned from the old man from the demon spirit land. However, this spell couldn't be used unless his cultivation was at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, or else his body would explode. In an instant, Wang Lin's figure appeared at the entrance of the second valley. His face was pale, and he almost fell over. He waved his right hand, and the mountain and river screen returned to his hand. Looking back, he could see Li Yuan's figure 5 kilometers away. Chapter 758, Relics of Celestials. Wang Lin looked at the entrance of the second valley, and from where he was standing it looked empty. He took a few steps forward and carefully looked around. Then his right hand formed a seal, and a restriction flew out. This restriction split into 14 parts in the air and shot into the valley. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he watched the restrictions enter and silently disappear as if they were eaten. There wasn't any ripple at all. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. After hesitating for a bit, his eyes were filled with resolve. His right hand began forming restrictions once more. However, this time he spent more time and formed dozens of restrictions. When they shot out, each of them split into 14. Those restrictions formed the shape of plum blossoms and flew toward the entrance. Wang Lin immediately followed them, and at the moment the restrictions entered the valley, his third eye opened. With the flash of red light, Wang Lin was able to see an invisible light screen at the entrance. The moment the plum blossoms touched the light screen, a devil shadow appeared and immediately swallowed them. With the help of the third eye, Wang Lin could clearly see the light screen and the devil shadow, which was formed by almost transparent specks of light. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he immediately backed up. With a thought, the plum blossoms also retreated with him. The devil shadow seemed to hesitate before chasing after the restrictions. At this moment, the light screen at the entrance became thin and the devil shadow extended. Wang Lin felt a sting from between his eyebrows. This was the sign that the third eye had reached its limit. He charged forward without any hesitation. He moved very fast and passed by the devil shadow in an instant, arriving directly before the thinning light screen. At the moment he touched the light screen, Wang Lin raised his finger and moved Ling Tianho's sword energy to his finger. He didn't release it, but kept it inside his finger and pressed down on the light screen. The light screen trembled and then spread out, forming a gap. Wang Lin directly charged in without any hesitation. All of this happened in a short period of time. The invisible devil shadow jerked back and let out a silent roar. Then all of the specks of light gathered on its body and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's scalp felt numb as a cold wind that seemed to come from the depths of hell blew towards him. His third eye couldn't be maintained for long and had already automatically closed. Now that he entered the valley, the scene was completely different from what he saw from the outside. The earth of the valley was brown and countless skeletons covered the earth. They were everywhere, at least tens of thousands. There were some strange bugs drilling inside some of the skeletons. It was as if they were gnawing on the bones, giving off waves of crunching sounds as they did so. There were 8 short swords stabbed into the ground at the center of the valley. The looks and auras of these short swords were exactly the same as the one before. It was clear that they belonged to the same set. At the center of the 8 short swords there was a huge skull of a beast. It had 4 ferocious bone spurs pointing out and gave off a grim aura. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to charge into the valley and reach for the beast's skull. At this moment, the 8 short swords immediately released sword energy and shot toward Wang Lin. Before Wang Lin were the rays of sword energy, and behind him was the devil shadow. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin didn't panic and his eyes were calm. As the sword energy closed in, his finger pointed forward. Stop spell. This spell didn't only stop people. Those short swords weren't ordinary objects, but the stop spell wasn't ordinary either. Although Wang Lin's he can't stop them for long due to his cultivation level, he could still stop them for a moment. The moment he stopped the short swords, Wang Lin charged directly at the beast bone. The invisible devil shadow immediately chased after Wang Lin. Although he couldn't see the devil shadow, he felt a cold aura surrounding him. He was waiting for this moment. Because he couldn't keep the third eye up and his divine sense couldn't find it, if he wanted to deal with it, the moment it tired to devour him was the perfect moment. Wang Lin didn't turn around, but the shadow of a whip flashed between his eyebrows. The karma whip appeared before him and lashed out, causing a muffled groan to come from the void. At the same time, Wang Lin immediately felt the cold aura around him scatter. He didn't stop, and everything moved as smooth as flowing water. His hand formed a seal and placed it on the beast bone before he picked it up and threw it into his bag. All of this was done in an instant. At this moment, the 8 short swords regained their freedom and whistled after Wang Lin. The valley wasn't large, and he couldn't fly too high. In such a narrow place, Wang Lin was in somewhat of a sorry state when dodging the short swords. The invisible devil shadow seemed to have intelligence and had concealed its cold aura. It often only revealed itself the moment it was about to devour Wang Lin, and Wang Lin was nearly swallowed. In addition, it had blocked the exit, preventing Wang Lin from leaving. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. The short swords behind him scattered and came at him from 8 different directions. The sword energy coming from them all contained celestial spiritual energy. They were intertwined together to form a sword formation filled with killing intent. If this was it, it wouldn't be such a problem. After spending some time, Wang Lin would be able to leave. However, at the moment he picked up the beast bone, green mist started coming out from the countless skeletons that covered the ground. The green mist formed various shadows that charged toward Wang Lin. In addition to the mist, those bugs that were guaning on the bones seemed to be stimulated by something and rushed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's scalp went numb. Right now it seemed like there was no escape, as the entire valley was sealed. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and became fierce. Nothing here was naturally formed. It was all brought in from the outside. That means the mountain has no foundation. Wang Lin moved to the side and avoided the short swords, green mist, and bugs as he closed in on the cliff of the mountain. He let out a roar, and his right hand contained all the celestial spiritual energy and thunder in his body as he smashed his hand down. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly echoed across the valley. Large pieces of the mountain fell and kicked out endless amounts of dust, while celestial spiritual energy spread out in all directions. Yuan, who was still 5 kilometers away, was completely stunned. He didn't know what was going on inside, but he could clearly feel the ground shake and saw countless pieces of the mountain falling off. The celestial guard next to Yuan was connected to Wang Lin. He stepped to the side and punched the mountain without any hesitation. There was another loud rumble. Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. He vaguely guessed Wang Lin's idea, and his heart started beating like crazy. He revealed a wry smile and thought that fellow cultivator Su's ideas were sometimes too shocking. If it was with only Wang Lin's strength, he could shake the mountain but not break it. However, the celestial guard was different. Its body was extremely strong, and after that punch, the mountain's trembling became more intense. In the valley, Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed the mountain and pulled it up. At the same time on the other side, the celestial guard was under more pressure. It buried its hands into the mountain and lifted the mountain up 10 feet. The loud rumble echoed across the valley, and even the entire storage space began to tremble. The celestial guard lifted the mountain and went under it. Its body released a golden glow, and it completely carried the mountain on its back. The violent vibrations affected the valley, causing the 8 short swords to pause. The green mist completely ignored Wang Lin and charged out under the mountain that was lifted up. Even the insects did the same. Popping sounds came from the celestial guard's body. It seemed to have gone crazy as it let out a growl and pushed the mountain up several dozen feet more. No matter how many spatial cracks appeared, they were crushed by the impact of the mountain. After lifting it up to a certain height, the celestial guard threw the mountain down. The earth shook, the storage space looked like it was about to collapse, and even more cracks appeared. The mountain fell from the sky and landed on the ground where all the cracks were, completely smashing them. Wang Lin used this opportunity to rush out from the valley. Even the invisible devil shadow disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where it had gone. Wang Lin grasped for air after rushing out of the valley and looked ahead. He could see that the third valley was also affected. At this moment, countless flashes of restriction light came from the third valley. It was apparent that many restrictions had collapsed due to the mountain. I fear the celestial that owned the storage space would have never thought that someone would shake the mountain to break the restrictions here. Wang Lin adjusted his body for a bit before he rushed toward the third valley. His goal was the ancient god leather armor. Since the first two valleys didn't have it, then it was very likely in the third valley. Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air, and the shock in his eyes gradually calmed down. He chased after Wang Lin with a wry smile. As for the celestial guard, it had used too much energy. It turned into a phantom and fused with Wang Lin's shadow to recover. Wang Lin and Yuan charged toward the third valley one after the other. They got closer and closer, and shortly after, they arrived before the third valley. This place was seriously damaged. The originally narrow entrance were pulled open. Countless restriction lights flashed non-stop. At a glance, Wang Lin was able to see a temple inside the valley. This temple wasn't large, but it was seriously damaged. The door was even gone. There were two skeletons inside, and one of them was wearing the ancient god leather armor. As for the other skeleton, it had nothing, but there was a flash of gold coming from its right hand that had pierced through the skull of the skeleton wearing the ancient god leather armor. The skull was filled with cracks. It was apparent it had been crushed by that grab. Although he didn't see the battle, he could imagine the fierce fight the two skeletons had just from looking at them. Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and the ancient god leather armor flew off the skeleton and into his hand. The moment he touched the leather armor, he immediately felt a bloody and sorrowful feeling. Upon closer inspection, the leather armor was very rough and gave off an ancient aura. Even now there was the residue of a powerful aura in it, as if it was telling everyone how powerful the owner was. Yuan walked forward and arrived next to the other skeleton. He stared at the golden fingers of the other skeleton. Then he took a deep breath, squatted down, and broke off the fingers one by one. When he raised his head, he glanced into the temple without a door, and his pupils immediately shrank. He shouted, "Brother Su, look!" Wang Lin raised his head, took a few steps forward, and looked into temple. Even with his mental fortitude, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He scanned the temple to determine if it was safe before he entered. Yuan was beside Wang Lin, and he also stepped into the temple. The temple was divided into two floors. The first floor had no place for worship and was completely empty. There were several murals hanging on the walls. There were a total of 9 murals. Looking at them one by one, Yuan's eyes were filled with a strange light. He muttered, "This? What kind of spell is this? How can there be such a large person? It is possible these stories and the pictures were made up." Those paintings clearly painted a huge giant with 8 stars on its forehead. He was surrounded by countless celestials armed with various treasures that attacked him like crazy. The celestials' bodies were really insignificant compared to the giant. The giant's eyes were filled with cold indifference, but the paint was so attentive that even the exhaustion within that cold gaze could be clearly felt. All 9 murals were like this. 8-star, ancient god. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked up at the second floor. He let out a sigh and walked up, leaving Yuan muttering to himself on the first floor. After all, not many people knew of the ancient gods. The second floor was rather simple. There was only a table with yellow parchment paper spread out and a few brushes next to it. It was easy to imagine that the master of this place liked painting. Not far away from the table was a censer, but there was only dust remaining inside it. Wang Lin arrived next to the table and saw a paper was being held down by a paperweight. This paperweight gave off waves of celestial spiritual energy, so it was obvious it wasn't ordinary. However, Wang Lin didn't look at the paperweight, but at the paper. The 16th year of the 27th era of the Celestial Realm. The first war between the Ancient Order and the Celestial Realm ended in victory. My magic treasure was broken and needs to be refined here. However, due to my exploits, I was rewarded a piece of its skin and made a suit of leather armor from it. The 19th year of the 27th year of the Celestial Realm. A shocking change occurred. The Celestial Emperor went crazy and died, pointing at the sky. I personally saw everything. That scene that shouldn't have existed when the Celestial Emperor died. Ever since I became a Celestial, I never feared, even when battling against the ancient god. However, at that moment, I became timid and scared. I saw what should have never been seen. As most of the Celestials battled, I escaped, and there was a pair of eyes following me. I had to paint what I saw. The handwriting became very sloppy at the end. It was easy to see how anxious the person writing this was. I drew it. But what is this? What did I paint? The note ended here. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. After pondering for a moment, he sat down before the table and picked up the brush. He wanted to feel exactly what happened when the Celestial drew this. Chapter 759, Precise and Ready. Wang Lin held the brush and slowly closed his eyes. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes and his hand began writing according to the text. He gradually found a trace of what the Celestial was feeling. His mind gradually became anxious as he wrote. This was a feeling of hesitation and confusion mixed together. This aura remained in this room even to this day. Finally, Wang Lin's right hand suddenly stopped in the air. He looked up outside through the window on the second floor. This Celestial had just finished the painting, but he became even more confused. After leaving these words, there was a change. Someone must have arrived. Wang Lin put down the brush and looked outside. He more or less figured out some clues. After looking at the paper, he waved his right hand, and the paper burst into flames. After burning it clean, Wang Lin put away the paperweight. When he walked down from the second floor, he saw Li Yuan taking down the paintings from the first floor and putting them inside his bag. Wang Lin hesitated a bit before saying, "Brother Li, you must be careful about where you store the paintings. You mustn't let outsiders see them, otherwise it will cause a great catastrophe." Li Yuan seemed to realize something and nodded. Li Yuan asked, "There should be more magical treasures or jades inside this storage space. Is Brother Su not going to look a bit longer?" Wang Lin shook his head. Brother Li can look for them. After seeing the contents of the paper, his heart was filled with the mysteries of why the celestial realm had collapsed. In particular, after seeing the second valley, Wang Lin felt that even if there were treasures remaining, there would be very few. This was because the most important treasure, the beast bone, was already taken by him. This beast bone was obviously the broken treasure mentioned in the note that was being refined. Okay, while I place down the collapse restrictions, I can also look around. I also need to find an exit out of here, and if there isn't one, it will take some time to connect one. Li Yuan clasped his hands at Wang Lin and looked up at the second floor. He didn't go up, but walked out the temple. Wang Lin sat down outside the temple. He took out the 9 beast bones and began to slowly study them. Time flew by, and 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. Li Yuan didn't have much harvest in this month, so after a while, he stopped looking. However, what was worth mentioning was the 8 short swords that attacked Wang Lin. Li Yuan used some unknown method and managed to control them. Wang Lin was very shocked about this, but when he considered Li Yuan's restrictions, he seemed to understand. In this 1 month of time, Li Yuan placed restrictions at all the collapse points he calculated inside the storage space. Li Yuan seemed to show even more interest in plotting against the blood ancestor than Wang Lin. Every time he thought about how his restrictions could possibly help kill a god, Li Yuan would become short of breath. Although he was very alert, he had one glaring weakness, and that was his blind self-confidence in his family's restrictions. In addition, he also considered what would happen if the blood ancestor didn't die, so he made his decision. He would only secretly help in this matter, but not participate. After the arrangement was finished, he decided he would separate from Wang Lin. After all, this matter was too big, even if he was indebted to Wang Lin. In truth, to help in secret was also his limit. It was already very difficult for him to even help at this point. On this day, Li Yuan returned to the temple with a serious expression. He looked at Wang Lin with a complex gaze and let out a heavy sigh. Then he waved his right hand, and a crystal restriction ball flew out and floated before Wang Lin. "Brother Su, I have placed 1,465 collapse points using the annihilation restriction. All you need to do is activate this restriction ball with your celestial spiritual energy, and this storage space will completely collapse." Wang Lin held the restriction ball and scanned it with his divine sense. After making sure there were no problems, he clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks." Li Yuan's expression darkened and he said with hesitation, "Brother Su, in fact, I have a method if you don't wish to be found by the blood ancestor. All you have to do is hide inside a cave and not leave until that blood ancestor has forgotten his hate." Wang Lin calmly smiled and said, "I'll remember Brother Li's kindness. If there is no way to fight against the blood ancestor, then I might really have to trouble Brother Li." Li Yuan silently pondered, and after a long time, he took out a jade. He handed the jade to Wang Lin and said, "Brother Su, this is a record of my Li family's annihilation restriction. Although I can't give you a piece of the restriction heart without being at the Ancestral Temple, studying it should help you. There are even several methods for hiding your aura. Wang Lin silently accepted it and nodded. Li Yuan let out a sigh as both his hands formed a seal and a transfer array appeared before him. This array was not stable. It seemed as if it could collapse at any moment. Brother Su, this transfer array can only be opened 3 times. You have to be careful. Li Yuan looked at Wang Lin again as he stepped into the transfer array. He didn't look back, but softly said, "If I didn't have any responsibilities tying me down, I would definitely stay and witness how my Li family's restriction plotted against the Nirvana Cleanser Cultivator. Brother Su, take care." Li Yuan sigh echoed. His figure disappeared within the flashing transfer array. Wang Lin raised his head, and his eyes became cold. He muttered to himself, "Blood Ancestor. Yao Shishua. Even though both of you have blood soul pills, I'm going to gamble this one time to see if you guys can completely revive under the power that can destroy everything from the collapsing space." Wang Lin had a bag of holding on him. This bag belonged to Yao Shishua, but he couldn't open it. He could only place restrictions on it to make the aura not spread out too far. In addition to this bag of holding, Wang Lin originally had a real blood soul pill, but it was used in his battle against the scattered devil. He knew that there was at least one other blood soul pill, but he couldn't open the bag. It's impossible for anyone to have many of these heaven-defying pills, even the blood ancestor. After many years of consumption, I fear that having even 1 or 2 is the limit for the blood ancestor. While he sneered, Wang Lin took out the restriction ball, holding Yao Shishua. He no longer had any interest in asking questions, so he threw the restriction ball. It immediately flew out and was buried deep inside the distant mountain. After doing all of this, Wang Lin took a step and entered the transfer array. There was a flash of light, and Wang Lin disappeared. "Blood Ancestor, since you aren't willing to let me go, then I will do as Li Yuan said. Try to kill a god." Chapter 760 finally arrived. When he walked out of the transfer array, what appeared before him after the light faded was a foreign land. The sky was still gloomy and was filled with thunder. At a glance, he wasn't able to see the edge of the land. Although it was unfamiliar, it still had a familiar aura. This place was still the Thunder Celestial Realm. Li Yuan is very talented. Wang Lin looked into the distance. He rarely admires people, but he admired Li Yuan's ability to use various restrictions. It required a lot of knowledge about restrictions to be able to build a transfer array to leave the storage space of a celestial. Wang Lin knew that it would be very difficult for him to do this. After withdrawing his gaze, Wang Lin raised his hand and waved at the transfer array behind him. The transfer array shrank into a fist-sized crystal and was put inside his bag. He looked around before turning into a ray of light and flying into the distance. After flying for several days, Wang Lin secretly noted the area. He carefully landed on a mountain, and after determining there were no abnormalities nearby, he went underground. After diving deep into the mountain, he hid the bag he couldn't open that he got from Yao Shishu. After setting a few more restrictions, Wang Lin carefully left. It would be too conspicuous for him to keep holding onto the bag, and it wouldn't help his plan. After hiding the bag, Wang Lin quickly moved underground until he was very far away and resurfaced on a plain. He looked back at the mountain in the distance before turning into a ray of light and flying off into the distance. He moved very fast and didn't stop anywhere on this fragment. Soon, he arrived at the chains on the edge of the fragment and quickly crossed it. After flying cautiously on the chain over the void, Wang Lin saw another fragment. He took a deep breath and went directly underground after reaching the new fragment. After finding a location, he began placing down restrictions. During this 1 month of flight, Wang Lin researched the restrictions on how to hide his aura that Li Yuan gave him. Wang Lin's research progressed extremely fast due to the threat of the Blood Ancestor closing in. He couldn't completely conceal himself from the Blood Ancestor. He could only make himself harder to detect. If it was under ordinary circumstances, he would eventually be found. But combined with Wang Lin's current plan, it might be possible for him to really stay hidden. Strands of restrictions appeared around him, forming a ball of restrictions, and he sat down inside. Just as the restriction ball was about to close, the Celestial Guard stepped out. Looking at the Celestial Guard, Wang Lin revealed a grim smile. He threw the transfer array crystal at the Celestial Guard and slowly closed his eyes. A portion of his divine sense split from his body and directly entered the Celestial Guard. This was one of the Celestial Guard spells. It allowed the divine sense of the person who refined it to enter and control it. After the portion of Origin Soul flew out, Wang Lin's eyes began to close. Right before his eyes closed, one last restriction flew out from his hand and completed the restriction ball. The ball rapidly shrank until it disappeared in a flash of light. The Celestial Guard opened its eyes, and its eyes became cold. It grabbed the transfer array crystal and swallowed it before quickly charging out from underground. After moving his body and getting over the discomfort of a few body, Wang Lin checked underground with his divine sense. He was unable to detect where his body was. If I didn't have the Celestial Guard, I wouldn't be able to deceive the Blood Ancestor. However, I'm taking the initiative, and once he becomes aware of the origin soul inside this body, he won't be able to avoid this attraction. Wang Lin lowered his head and looked at his body. He charged into the distance like a meteor with his divine sense spread out. He was like a bright light in the dark. If someone was looking for him, they would immediately be able to lock onto him. Wang Lin flew unbridled along the way. He had been suppressing his feelings since he came to the All-Heaven Star System. After all, he had escaped here, and those old monsters from the Alliance Star System could have chased him over at any time. The reality of it all made him cautious. However, since the Blood Ancestor had already arrived and how strong this body was, Wang Lin decided to let go of his caution. Although the Celestial Guard couldn't compare to his original body, it was far stronger than any cultivator and even some body-refining cultivators. As a result, Wang Lin naturally had an arrogant aura while he flew. Blood Ancestor, now I'm waiting for your arrival. Wang Lin's eyes were extremely cold. He was going to kill. His killing intent had reached the level of Illusory Yin because of his current body. Even if he encountered other cultivators, they would hesitate and avoid him. Wang Lin didn't even look for treasures as he quickly flew from fragment to fragment. Every time he arrived on a fragment, his divine sense would spread out like crazy. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 months passed. Wang Lin charged through everything. Naturally, because he had important things to do, he didn't look for trouble. However, if those without eyes came looking for trouble, he would not hold back. The powerful body and the spell from Wang Lin's divine sense caused his strength to reach its peak. In these 5 months, he had gained a little prestige among the cultivators here. In particular, the power of the body that could match magical treasures caused many ascendant cultivators to avoid him on sight. Even Illusory Yin cultivators would frown and avoid him as well. However, Wang Lin wasn't moving blindly. He moved around the fragments near the one where his body was. This limited his movement and had 2 advantages. The first was that he wasn't moving around randomly and therefore wouldn't end up accidentally missing the Blood Ancestor. Second, he was indirectly protecting his body. After all, if he went too far and his body was found by the Blood Ancestor, then he would be on the defensive side. He was searching for the Blood Ancestor, and at the same time the Blood Ancestor was searching for him. The two became closer and closer. The Blood Ancestor was wearing a red robe as he moved through the void. One step from him was like teleportation, and he moved across the chains extremely fast. His expression was calm, as if he wasn't angry at all. However, his eyes became redder every day. With his cultivation, even if the heavens collapsed, his mood wouldn't change, but his only daughter, Yao Shishua, was his only weakness. He was willing to fight against the heavens and kill everything in his path for his daughter. Even if he had to choose between his daughter and reaching the 3rd step, he might struggle and hesitate, but in the end he would choose his daughter. This was where he was completely different from the All-Seer and Ling Tianhou. If it was the All-Seer, he would give up everything and choose the 3rd step. For his own daughter, he was even willing to give up his own dignity, give up on the oath his dying father made him take, to never take half a step into the All-Heaven Star System. Father, when you made me make the oath, why did you leave behind an All-Heaven Stone? This question had existed in the Blood Ancestor's heart for a very long time. The Blood Ancestor calmly took a step and landed on the fragment. His divine sense spread out like a storm and covered the entire continent. However, at this moment, his originally calm face became cold. He slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes revealed killing intent strong enough to almost become corporeal. Wang Lin. His killing intent was so powerful that a mountain in front of him was affected by this killing intent and immediately collapsed. As the rocks and dust flew everywhere, the Blood Ancestor took a step and disappeared without a trace. At the moment before the Blood Ancestor stepped foot on the fragment, Wang Lin moved like a meteor on the chain on the other side of the fragment. Just as he was about to arrive and spread out his divine sense, the sky suddenly darkened and dark clouds began gathering in the sky. Even the fragment began trembling. All of the cultivators on this fragment immediately felt this tremble in their souls, no matter what cultivation level they were at. Even Illusory Yin and Corporeal Yang cultivators were no different. The difference in cultivation levels made it impossible for them to resist. It was as if the heavens' might was descending. Wang Lin immediately moved, and his eyes shined brightly as he stared into the distance. He revealed a cold smile. "You finally arrived." There was a thunderous roar, and the clouds split apart as if there was a giant pair of hands ripping them apart. Blood-red light appeared and covered the land. The powerful divine sense was like a storm that swept across the entire fragment. This divine sense was too powerful. The second step spell contained within the fragment actually almost caused the fragment to collapse. The red light coming from the clouds before Wang Lin was even more bright. It was as if at this moment the fragment was surrounded by red light. It was as if it had been thrown into a blood pool. The red light condensed 1,000 feet before Wang Lin. In almost an instant, the figure condensed, revealing a red-haired and red-eyebrowed middle-aged man in red robes. This man was so handsome that even Xin Feng, one, Zhu Kezi's disciple and Lu Mei's senior, felt somewhat lacking compared to him. This man had a unique aura around him. When he appeared, he calmly looked at Wang Lin and didn't say a word. However, Wang Lin could clearly see a red fire that could burn the world hidden inside those calm eyes. The Blood Ancestor didn't waste any time with Wang Lin. He raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. After he pointed, cracking sounds came from the sky as if it was being ripped open by that finger. That force charged straight for Wang Lin's forehead. Wang Lin stared at the Blood Ancestor. As the finger closed in, he slowly said, "If you kill me, even though Yao Shishua has the Blood Soul Pill, she will surely die." Chapter 761, Killing God. The Blood Ancestor coldly looked at Wang Lin. His finger didn't stop and continued to press down. The finger pressed down 3 inches from Wang Lin. A loud bang echoed the sky. Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew away like a broken kite. In the air, his body flipped a few times before he landed on the ground, causing the ground under him to crack. Wang Lin's body continued to back up. Every step he took would cause the ground to crack. After retreating 100 steps, he was finally able to stabilize his body. He was in an extremely sorry state, and blood was coming out from the corner of his mouth. There were countless cracks on the ground before him. It was like a sign of how powerful that finger was. The Blood Ancestor took 1 step and arrived 100 steps away from Wang Lin. He calmly said, "I'll only give you 3 sentences." More blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth, and many bones in his body were broken. The Celestial Guard's body was strong, and this was the first time it had been this seriously injured, but Wang Lin smiled. This smile was extremely gloomy. "I thought Blood Ancestor was really going to let that finger land regardless of Yao Shishua's death and destroy everything." Wang Lin wasn't afraid at all. Although the Blood Ancestor was strong, he was not as strong as the heavens. Wang Lin was a heaven-defying cultivator. If he dared to defy the heavens, what was a mere Blood Ancestor? If the Blood Ancestor's finger had landed, Wang Lin believed the Celestial Guard would without a doubt die, and his divine sense inside would immediately collapse as well. The Blood Ancestor's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked into sky and said, "You still have 2 sentences." He really wanted to kill Wang Lin directly and then soul search him for Yao Shishua's whereabouts. However, he couldn't help but be cautious. He knew that Wang Lin was extremely cunning, decisive, and ruthless. Otherwise, there was no way for Wang Lin to kick up such a storm in the demon spirit land. All those old monsters, including him, were played by this brat, and in the end they could only helplessly watch him disappear into the vortex. This person came with a clone, so he is naturally not afraid of me killing him. Once I really kill him, then his real body will immediately attack Shishua. The Blood Soul Pill is not without flaws. Wang Lin wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, tidied up his clothes, and slowly said, "Senior Blood Ancestor, Yao Shishua is safe. In these hundreds of years, Junior didn't even touch a strand of her hair. Junior can give her back and let you reunite with your daughter. However, Senior has to let Junior go and promise to not trouble Junior anymore in the future." The Blood Ancestor withdrew his gaze from the sky and looked at Wang Lin. His eyes revealed no anger, but he calmly said, "Okay. This old man swears on his Tao that if you hand over my daughter, I won't kill you." Wang Lin stared at the Blood Ancestor, and after a long time, he let out a sigh. He couldn't tell if the person was lying or not. After silently pondering for a moment, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a crystal. The crystal landed on the side and became a transfer array. This transfer array was not stable and showed signs of collapsing. Wang Lin slowly said, "Yao Shishua is inside this transfer array." He didn't play any more schemes with the Blood Ancestor. The Blood Ancestor had been cultivating for tens of thousands of years, so in terms of schemes, the Blood Ancestor could only be better than him, not worse. Trying to scheme against such a person was pointless, and after Wang Lin understood this, his hidden trap became an overt plot. After throwing out the transfer array, Wang Lin retreated rapidly toward the void near the fragment. He moved very fast. He clearly was using his full cultivation. Blood Ancestor, I gave you a chance. How this goes will depend not on me, but on you. If you believe me, then go in first to show your sincerity and that your promise is true. Then I will be sincere once as well. Since you believe me, I'll believe you. However, if you don't enter the array and come after me, that means you don't believe me and your promise is false. Then don't blame me for being ruthless and killing a god. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Unless he had to, he really didn't want to make the Blood Ancestor his enemy. If he hadn't been forced into a hopeless situation, he wouldn't have imprisoned Yao Shishue. He made Li Yuan make the transfer array only work 3 times to coordinate with his plan. The Blood Ancestor looked at the transfer array. With a scan of his divine sense, he immediately felt a trace of Yao Shishue's aura. Although he couldn't see where the transfer array went, he knew his daughter's aura well. This transfer array indeed led to Yao Shishue. He took a step forward and arrived before the transfer array. His hand reached out, and the transfer array collapsed into countless specks of light. Then the specks of light condensed back into a crystal in his right hand. Shortly after, he suddenly turned around and gloomily looked at the rapidly retreating Wang Lin. He muttered, "How can I let you leave after only a few words when you trapped my daughter for hundreds of years? I don't even believe in Tao. How can I not kill you?" The killing intent he had been withholding burst forth. He took a step and immediately chased after Wang Lin. As Wang Lin escaped along the thunder chain into the void, he felt the powerful killing intent coming from behind him. He let out a sigh and his eyes became cold. Blood Ancestor, since this is your choice, then don't blame me. It is not me being ruthless. You just won't let it go. As the Blood Ancestor chased after Wang Lin, his eyes were filled with killing intent. In a few steps, he closed in and raised his hand. He mercilessly pressed down, and the entire void paused. The thunder chain under Wang Lin's feet instantly collapsed and cracked down from the middle. At the same time, the void immediately became a blood sea that surrounded Wang Lin. Refine. With a roar, the surrounding blood sea seemed to boil, and then it rushed toward Wang Lin. The sea was so fast that it entered Wang Lin's body in an instant. It entered the celestial guard and surrounded Wang Lin's divine sense within. An indescribable pain immediately spread throughout his body. The divine sense inside the celestial guard felt extreme pain, as if it was being torn apart piece by piece. The strength of the celestial guard's body shined at this moment. It was able to resist the refining of the blood sea and cause the process to slow down. This wasn't finished yet. A ray of blood light shot out and disappeared into the void. It didn't really disappear, but used a strange celestial power to break through the void and close in on where Wang Lin's body was hiding. The Blood Ancestor's hatred had reached a pinnacle. He wanted to refine Wang Lin's clone and the divine sense inside it. He could even refine to death the original body that was hiding somewhere with his spell. The fragment Wang Lin's origin body was hiding in was immediately covered in red. The ground was like the blood sea and slowly gathered toward Wang Lin. The red light penetrated the earth and condensed into a red needle that charged toward Wang Lin. Once he was hit by that needle, Wang Lin's origin soul would collapse and immediately die. While hiding underground, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. He took out the restriction ball Li Yuan gave him, and without hesitation used his celestial spiritual energy to cause half of the restrictions inside the storage space to collapse. At the same time, he charged out from underground, and the needle chased closely after. Blood Ancestor, I don't know if your daughter's origin soul can stay safe when that space collapses. Wang Lin's origin soul let out a muffled groan and let out these last words before it collapsed. The Blood Ancestor's expression changed as he almost immediately felt the fluctuations of space collapsing coming from the crystal. He didn't have time to deal with Wang Lin or the half-refined puppet. He threw down the crystal and placed down a seal to stabilize it. The crystal immediately turned into a transfer array. This was the 3rd time it opened and the last time. When the transfer array opened, a destructive aura came out from inside. However, the Blood Ancestor was unable to think about it too much, and he gloomily stepped inside. The seal he placed played a big role in preventing the transfer array from collapsing after the Blood Ancestor used it to enter. The Blood Ancestor's figure disappeared. The moment he entered the storage space, his expression immediately changed greatly. With his knowledge, he immediately recognized this place as a storage space opened by a celestial. A chill appeared inside his heart. It had been countless years since he felt the threat of death. Even during the countless times he challenged the All-Seer, he never felt his scalp tingle like this. In the end, he was only a cultivator. Right now he could clearly feel his heart beat faster and faster. Over the years, he gained a detailed understanding of the celestial storage spaces. He knew that if this storage space collapsed, it would destroy everything inside in an instant. Even if he used the Blood Soul Pill, it still wasn't enough when facing this kind of destructive force. Only if he devoured all of the Blood Soul Pills at once could he rely on the mysterious power inside and resist the destruction of this storage space. Damn it! How did this Wang Lin find a storage space? Even someone like the All-Seer can only depend on luck to find a place like this. Wang Lin, you and I can't coexist. The Blood Ancestor almost broke his teeth. From the moment he entered, he could feel his daughter's aura. He charged straight for the valley and found the restriction ball, trapping Yao Shishue in almost an instant. He didn't even have time to undo the restriction and quickly put away the restriction sphere. Right now Wang Lin, who was being chased by the red needle spell from the Blood Ancestor, revealed a fierce expression. He had activated all of the restrictions inside the storage space to cause it to completely collapse. You want to kill me? Then I'll kill you here first. Wang Lin's finger pointed at 9 points of his body and moved even faster. The red needle behind him chased closely after. Holding Yao Shishue's restriction sphere, the Blood Ancestor moved like crazy. The calm he had before was completely gone. He now looked like a madman covered in a red glow. He charged like crazy toward the transfer array that he had solidified with his divine sense. The storage space around him began to collapse, and the two mountains were immediately torn down. A power that could destroy everything instantly filled the area, and it was as if that power wanted to drown him. Wang Lin, if I escape, I swear to kill you, even if I need to go to the heaven or hell. Chapter 762, Chance 1. The Blood Ancestor's voice was filled with killing intent, and it filled the storage space. The mountains were torn apart, and the valleys melted. More than 1,000 restrictions activated, causing the storage space to enter its final stage of collapse. At this moment, the Blood Ancestor's eyes were bloodshot, and he was almost crazy. His speed was unimaginable. He immediately arrived next to the reinforced transfer array. It was like the storage space was being burned by a black flame behind him. The flame was ferocious and wanted to devour the Blood Ancestor. Just as the Blood Ancestor was about to step into the transfer array and leave, the expression of Wang Lin, who was being chased by the red needle, instantly darkened. Although his divine sense inside the Celestial Guard was destroyed, the Celestial Guard wasn't completely refined by the Blood Sea yet. Through his connection he had with the Celestial Guard, Wang Lin was able to see the transfer array flash, and the Blood Ancestor's figure was quickly condensing. Wang Lin knew that he would without a doubt die without any chance for survival if the Blood Ancestor escaped. Under the moment of crisis, he let out a sigh and made a decisive decision. I wasn't able to complete my promise. I'll make it up to you in the future. Outside the transfer array, the eyes of the Celestial Guard, who was trapped inside the Blood Sea, shined brightly. The light was so bright that it covered his whole body and burst forth along with a destructive aura. It was as if a storm was setting off in the Celestial Guard's body, and rays of golden light were shooting out from its body like swords. The self-explosion of an Illusory Yin cultivator created a terrifying destructive force that allowed the Celestial Guard to charge out from the Blood Ancestor's spell. Although the Blood Ancestor's spell no longer had control of the Celestial Guard, it was still extraordinary. As it refined the Celestial Guard, it managed to reduce the power of the self-explosion by nearly 60%. The Celestial Guard charged out with 40% of the self-explosion power and arrived next to the transfer array. The moment the Blood Ancestor appeared, the Celestial Guard glowed like the sun. A powerful explosion erupted at this moment. Under the power of this destructive force, the transfer array immediately collapsed into specks of light and disappeared. Inside the storage space, half of the Blood Ancestor's body had entered the transfer array. He let out a roar and was forced out. He watched the transfer array rapidly dissipate. It was as if thousands of years were compressed into a single breath. At the moment of crisis, the Blood Ancestor's body emitted a strange light. He looked at the restriction ball Yao Shishue was in and crushed it without any hesitation. Under the destructive force of the storage space, even if Yao Shishue ate a Blood Soul Pill, it wouldn't be enough with just one. This was why the Blood Ancestor personally crushed the restriction sphere to let Yao Shishue revive. With the Blood Ancestor's understanding of the Blood Soul Pill, he knew that she had already taken a Blood Soul Pill. Behind him, the black flame came and the red light shined from the Blood Ancestor like crazy. He wanted to postpone the collapse and buy time so Yao Shishue wouldn't be affected during her resurrection process. The Blood Ancestor opened his arms, and his mid-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivation burst forth without reserve. Waves of blood light came out from his body and blocked the black flames that were devouring everything. His body was instantly covered, and the flames began burning him. Intense pain that he hadn't felt for tens of thousands of years filled his body. However, the Blood Ancestor didn't care. He focused all of his power into protecting the 30 feet before him to prevent Yao Shishue's divine sense from dissipating. Several breaths of time were like tens of thousands of years. Under the protection of her father suppressing the collapse, Yao Shishue's resurrection process wasn't affected by the collapse of the storage space. Red light filled the area where Yao Shishue hid her blood soul pill in the demon spirit land, and Yao Shishue's figure slowly appeared. After she appeared, she looked up at the sky. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and unforgettable killing intent. After seeing his own daughter's divine sense safely leave, the Blood Ancestor revealed a kind, fatherly smile. Then his own body was surrounded by the black flames. At this moment, he took out 3 blood soul pills. He didn't devour them, but crushed them all. There were only 13 blood soul pills left. Most of them were with Yao Shishue, and the Blood Ancestor only had 3. The blood soul pills scattered, and a blue liquid came out from inside them. The blue liquid and black flames canceled each other out. At this moment, the entire storage space collapsed, and everything inside disappeared. It didn't get thrown into nothingness, but completely collapsed without a trace. Wang Lin was moving extremely fast across the fragment he was hiding on. His body flashed blood red 9 times as he rapidly fled with the red needle, chasing closely after. However, at the next instant, the red needle stopped chasing him and collapsed layer by layer until it almost dissipated completely. Wang Lin felt relief and found that his clothes were soaked in sweat. A gentle breeze immediately made him feel cold. Before him, the red needle was already half transparent and slowly disappeared. However, just as it was about to completely disappear, it stopped dissipating, turned around, and flew off into the distance. Not dead. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with terror, and he charged out without thinking. His hand reached out, and he spat out origin energy that formed a prison that trapped the red needle. The red needle let out a sharp whistle as if it wanted to rush out. It kept crashing against the prison, and every impact would make Wang Lin's face a bit paler. His eyes became cold, and his celestial spiritual energy activated to strengthen the prison. He slowly pulled it toward him as he stared at the red needle, and his eyes were filled with determination. Seal! With a shout, the prison rapidly shrank until it was wrapped around the needle. Wang Lin grabbed the needle and landed on the ground. If it wasn't for the red needle losing almost all of its power, it would have been impossible for Wang Lin to seal it. However, right now the needle was at its weakest, and Wang Lin had used all the celestial spiritual energy inside his body to seal it. Even so, the seal was still unstable. The red needle seemed like it could charge out at any time. Wang Lin took a deep breath, and his expression became extremely gloomy. The Blood Ancestor is not dead. Even though he didn't die, he must be extremely weak. Otherwise, this needle wouldn't have weakened so much. Once the Blood Ancestor recovers, the first thing he will do is try to kill me. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he stared at the red needle. This needle was almost transparent and was giving off an aura of death. This needle must have been called by the Blood Ancestor to return. I can't miss this chance. I must risk it. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and threw the red needle. The needle flew away with Wang Lin following close behind while he adjusted the celestial spiritual energy inside his body. His seal was on the red needle, which made it very easy for him to attack. One person and one needle quickly moved across the Thunder celestial realm. Often they would disappear without a trace in a flash. Countless small drops of blood floated in the void in the Thunder celestial realm. There were flashes of blue light coming from these drops of blood, making them look very gorgeous. Every drop of blood contained a trace of the Blood Ancestor's origin soul and a large amount of origin energy. When the storage space collapsed, he used 3 blood soul pills and a secret spell of the Yao family to survive. When he came to the All-Heaven star system, the Blood Ancestor was too confident and didn't take a blood soul pill in advance. If he had done so, he would have appeared on the blood planet in the Alliance star system. These drops of blood weren't completely stationary in the void, but closely converged. Once all of them fused, he would awaken. This process slowly continued. 3 months later, the originally spread out drops of blood had gathered closely together. Some of them had even merged together. The Blood Ancestor's origin soul was gradually awakening. Once he awakens, his recovery rate will increase several-fold. This day, almost 60% of the blood drops had fused together. The Blood Ancestor's origin soul began to show signs of awakening. However, just at this moment, a ray of thunder came from the distance. This ray of thunder was a thunder beast with a chain around its neck. It had a bunch of paper talismans all over its body, so it looked like a mess. Someone had even managed to poke a small hole through its silver horn and put an iron hoop through it. The beast's eyes revealed a pitiful gaze. It was difficult to imagine how it managed to get through all this. Your appearance finally matches this old man's prestige. This is how a real thunder beast looks like. You should know that those golden-horned thunder beasts can only sigh when they look at you. You are the most unique thunder beast out there. Believe this old man. Yes, you are fated with this old man. On the thunder beast's back sat an old man. He was holding the chain fastened around the thunder beast's neck like it was a horse. Behind him, there were countless rays of thunder following him like meteors. Inside every ray of thunder was a thunder beast, and their eyes all revealed fear. This old man would sometimes raise his hand to mess with the iron hoop on the thunder beast's silver horn and then would reveal a look of admiration. This old man has so much fate with you that I almost don't want to return you to the little fellow. The thunder beast's body trembled. Right now it was completely terrified of this old man. In particular, the word fated was like a nightmare. It could never forget how the old man kept muttering about them being fated while placing strange things on its body. However, although it wasn't satisfied with many of these things, it felt that the iron hoop was very pleasing to look at. Yes, this is the place. Hee. Even a powerful Nirvana cleanser cultivator can end up like this. It's fate. The old man looked at the gathered drops of blood, and his eyes lit up. Chapter 763, Chance 2. This spell that merges the origin soul with blood belongs to old Yao's family. This is a spell only direct descents can use, and today one was caught by me. The old man rubbed his chin, and his eyes grew brighter and swept over the drops of blood. He is indeed worthy of someone fated with his old man to come up with such an unexpected method to deal with a Nirvana cleanser cultivator. I can't just stand by and watch. I should help him. The old man licked his lips and his hand reached out. All of the drops of blood were seized by him without any resistance. With a pinch, all of the drops of blood instantly fused. The blood ancestor's origin soul instantly fused and awakened. Many thanks, Senior. My Yao family will thank you. The blood ancestor's voice came from inside the blood. There was no joy or anger inside his voice. He was extremely calm. The old man messed with the iron hoop on the thunder beast's silver horn as he said, "Don't pretend. You're obviously filled with fear in your heart. You're worried that this old man has ill intentions and will directly refine you into a pill to even bring out the Yao family. Even if the Yao family's master, the blood god, comes, do you think this old man will be afraid?" The blood ancestor pondered a bit and then sent out a message. "No matter what, I have to thank Senior for his help." The old man said, "This old man is very reasonable. You see, I helped you reduce the time of your fusion. I didn't know that your Yao family's origin soul blood spell didn't allow your body to be fused back together by force. It seems that when I fused your body by force, your cultivation level dropped several realms, so you're now at the late stage of Nirvana Scryer. Because I didn't know any of this before, you can't blame me." The blood ancestor silently pondered and forcibly suppressed the wrath in his origin soul. His divine sense sent out a calm message. "No harm done. Since Senior didn't know, then this is my fate. If Senior has nothing else, please release your spell and let me leave." The old man chuckled as his eyes lit up, and he said, "Little boy from the Yao family, you are fated with me." The thunder beast under him trembled and looked at the blood ancestor with a trace of sympathy. However, even more so, it was happy someone else was suffering with it. The blood ancestor silently pondered. "Didn't you say that you were going to repay me? Then you can repay me now." The old man raised his right hand and pulled out the blood ancestor's origin soul from the pool of blood. He then abruptly ripped half of the origin soul, and then with a wave of his right hand pulled half of the pool of blood as well. Half an origin soul and half a blood body is enough to repay this old man's grace. The old man smiled as he pushed the remaining half of the origin soul back into the remaining pool of blood and blew a breath. The pool began to boil and immediately collapsed, turning into countless drops of blood. The blood ancestor wasn't even able to send out a single divine sense before he went back to sleep. Although this old man's big matter will definitely succeed, with half of this Yao family member's origin soul and blood body, it will increase my chances. Now isn't that always a good thing? The old man let out a mischievous smile. He didn't even look at the drops of blood and flew far away with the thunder beasts. In the void, Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he closely followed behind the red needle. The red needle suddenly flashed brightly and emitted a powerful aura. It then broke through Wang Lin's seal. This change caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow. However, the red needle suddenly dimmed again and became even weaker than before. It then headed straight toward the void ahead. Wang Lin frowned. He hesitated before following closely after. I must take this opportunity to kill the Blood Ancestor to prevent any problems in the future. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and chased after the red needle. Time slowly passed. Inside the void, Wang Lin had forgotten about the passage of time and had forgotten the burning pain, which was no longer as intense and was becoming weaker. He had forgotten all of this. The only thing that remained was the nearly collapsed red needle before him. The red needle gradually became faster and faster. Wang Lin was almost unable to keep up. However, at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. His eyes became cold, and he looked ahead. There were 10 balls of blood of different sizes that were near each other, as if they were going to fuse. The red needle rushed into one of the balls of blood. A blood aura suddenly filled the area as the ball of blood that the red needle entered began to move and devour the other balls of blood. Blood Ancestor. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent. He took out the mountain stone without any hesitation before extracting its soul and pressing it down toward the blood. The mountain soul surged forth and collapsed before the balls of blood, carrying a powerful force that caused the balls of blood to tremble. However, the mountain soul wasn't strong enough and the balls of blood quickly gathered. After throwing forth the mountain soul, Wang Lin took a step back, took out the celestial sword, and quickly swung it down. The heavenly chop shot out like lightning, and 2 balls of blood that were originally fusing were instantly separated by the heavenly chop. Wang Lin didn't stop. The powerful thunder inside his origin soul surged out, forming powerful bolts of thunder that shot toward the balls of blood. Under the powerful attacks, the balls of blood trembled violently. The Blood Ancestor's origin soul inside the balls of blood struggled to awaken. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and the power of thunder surged out of his origin soul like crazy. Right now he used the thunder inside his body without reserve on those balls of blood. At the same time, he raised the celestial sword and swung again. A ball of blood exploded with a bang. A miserable groan seemed to come from the void, and the rest of the balls of blood began to gather like crazy. The Blood Ancestor's origin soul was about to awaken. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with blood. He had a feeling that if those balls of blood gathered, he would never get a chance to kill the Blood Ancestor again. His right hand pointed at the blood, and he shouted, "Stop!" The stop spell instantly appeared, but the Blood Ancestor's origin soul inside the blood was too powerful. Wang Lin wasn't able to stop the Blood Ancestor due to his low cultivation level. The celestial spiritual energy inside his body surged like crazy, causing sharp pain from his meridians. His origin soul was also still injured, because he had no time to recover on the way here. Now, under this stress, he coughed out blood and shouted ferociously, "Stop for me." The balls of blood that were gathering only paused for a moment under Wang Lin's spell. At this instant, the Karma Whip appeared and mercilessly whipped the balls of blood. At the same time, the last strand of Ling Tianho's sword energy inside Wang Lin's body rushed out toward the balls of blood. The Karma Whip, Ling Tianho's sword energy, and the countless thunderbolts from Wang Lin's origin soul seemed to fuse into one. They rushed into the condensing balls of blood right before the Blood Ancestor's origin soul awakened. Collapse. At this moment, the balls of blood that were condensing collapsed into countless drops of blood, and the Blood Ancestor let out an unwilling roar. The blood split into 2 parts. One carried the Blood Ancestor's origin soul and escaped. The second part turned around and rushed toward Wang Lin. The drops of blood rushing toward Wang Lin suddenly surrounded him and entered his body through his pores. An intense pain filled with body, causing Wang Lin to cough out a mouthful of blood. The powerful impact caused him to be thrown into the void and disappear. The celestial sword was controlled by Su Ligua. He took the mountain soul and chased after Wang Lin. Although Su Ligua has rebellious, at this moment, he panicked. Instead of flying away to freedom, he followed Wang Lin straight into the void. Wang Lin entered a coma. The drops of blood that rushed into his body were filled with powerful origin energy. This origin energy was cultivated by the Blood Ancestor over countless years and was extremely precious. However, this origin energy was like a sword of death inside Wang Lin's body. But there was such a thing as luck in the world. When the old man asked Wang Lin for the Thunder Beast, he had inadvertently blew far too much energy into him. This energy would explode the moment the burning disappeared from Wang Lin's body. It was unknown whether Wang Lin could survive this, but he would most likely be unable to bear it, and his origin soul would collapse with his body. However, the Blood Ancestor was badly wounded right now. In order to escape and more so to kill Wang Lin, he had used half of his blood body to rush into Wang Lin. His intention was to kill, but he had inadvertently given Wang Lin an opportunity so great that it was just second to seeing the direction of the third step. Wang Lin's body crashed into a fragment that wasn't connected by any thunder chains and was just floating in the void. Not all the fragments in the Thunder Celestial Realm were interconnected. There were tiny fragments that floated in the void. Wang Lin's body was buried deep into the earth before he stopped. He was completely unconscious, but his body was rapidly changing. His body was filled with a large amount of origin energy that came from the drops of blood. Even his origin soul underwent a shocking change. After being surrounded by such rich origin energy, it began to absorb the origin energy. His cultivation was rapidly progressing toward the Illusory Yin stage. There shouldn't have been clouds over this small fragment, but at this moment, clouds began to appear. These clouds were exactly the same as the ones that appeared in the Demon Spirit Land when Wang Lin decided to defy the heavens. As for the Blood Ancestor, his origin soul had awakened because the blood balls had merged. However, his body hadn't taken form yet, so he was dark red. He had never felt so weak ever since he started cultivating. This kind of weakness made him feel a deep chill. His hatred for Wang Lin had reached a peak. He had never hated someone so much. Wang Lin was the first. Chapter 764, Chance 3. The collapse of the storage space made it so that he had to use the Origin Blood Fusion spell. Then he considered himself unlucky to have met that old man that took half of his origin soul along with half the origin energy that he had spent countless years cultivating. This caused his cultivation level to reduce greatly. But that would have been fine if not for the old man's last attack that caused him to revert back to the state of slumber, where he had to wait for the drops of blood to gather once more. In addition, the old man's attack contained a powerful force that acted like a prison. Just when his fusion reached the critical moment and he was about to awaken again, Wang Lin appeared. The Blood Ancestor had been met with countless setbacks, so in the end, he could only escape. At this moment, he was extremely weak and his origin soul was filled with a monstrous sense of anger. Wang Lin, you and I can't coexist. The Blood Ancestor let out a mad roar and charged into the void. He had lost all his reasoning. If anyone else had been through all this, they would also lose their reason. In particular, the restriction left by the mysterious old man also made him go crazy. He immediately turned and chased after where Wang Lin disappeared. I'd rather not heal my injuries and kill you instead. The fragment Wang Lin was on slowly floated through the void. Wang Lin's eyes were shut, and the celestial sword circled around him. Su Ligua floated beside him with a bitter face and muttered, I should have left, but I can't leave this fiend here. Alas, I, Su Ligua, am a loyal person and definitely can't do something like abandoning my master. I didn't run this time, so the fiend will value me more and give me more benefits in the future. Hee, your grandest Su is clever. Su Ligua's eyes turned and he made a decision. Besides, this fiend is only an avatar. His original body. Thinking about Wang Lin's original body, he shivered. If there was only one person that he feared from his heart, it was Wang Lin's original body. In the Alliance star system, there was an abandoned planet giving off thunder. Deep inside the planet, there was a naturally formed cave filled with thunder, and there was a person sitting cross-legged inside. His red hair was like blood, and his body gave off a chilling aura. There were 4 stars slowly rotating between his eyebrows. As he cultivated, strands of spiritual energy came from all directions and entered his body. He suddenly opened his eyes. Inside his calm gaze lied a trace of terrifying killing intent. Blood Ancestor, you forced my avatar into a coma. How can I let this matter go? He was Wang Lin's original body. The original body clenched his fists and slowly stood up. After silently pondering for a long time, he rushed out. There was a series of rumbles as the layers of earth above him shattered. A loud bang echoed as the original body charged out from underground on the east side of the planet. A large amount of dust scattered everywhere. After he charged out, he didn't stop. He rushed into space. Once he entered space, he spread out his arms and crisp, crackling sounds constantly came from his body. These sounds became more and more frequent and intense. The veins on his body bulged and a muffled, thunderous roar kept coming out from inside his body. His body gradually changed. His legs thickened and slowly extended, and even his arms did the same. His entire body slowly grew as if he was being inflated like a balloon. At this moment, his body enlarged like crazy. During this process, an even more heavy sound came from his body like a roar from ancient times. There were no pain on his face. There was only calmness and the anger in his eyes. His body grew larger and larger. Half an instant stick of time later, a giant more than 1,000 feet tall appeared. His body gave off a savage aura, and his skin was filled with coarse and subtle runes. The glow of the runes gave him an unimaginable sense of majesty. A low roar came out from his mouth. This roar seemed to come from ancient times and was filled with an aura that looked down upon the world. Everything within the range of the roar seemed to regain their memories of ancient times, and all retreated. Even the fierce beasts on nearby planets all immediately lied on the ground and began trembling after hearing this roar. This was a trembling that came from their soul. The ancient god was the god of space. During the age when the ancient gods roamed, all living being had to respect them. At this moment, countless years after the ancient gods disappeared, this roar seemed to declare that the ancient gods had reappeared. Only at this moment did Wang Lin have the majesty of an ancient god. He was an ancient god. From 4 stars and honored, an ancient god's body would groan like crazy. Before, Wang Lin had suppressed this, but at this moment, he stopped suppressing it and let his ancient god body appear for the first time. Only by showing his ancient god body could he be called a real ancient god and have the power of an ancient god. Blood Ancestor, you caused my avatar to go into a coma, so I'll destroy your blood planet. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. When he took a step, it was as if the entire star system trembled. He walked through space as if he was on the ground and rushed off into the distance. As he walked, he raised his giant right hand and pointed to the spot between his eyebrows. A large amount of spiritual energy gathered in high fingertip to form an imprint filled with an ancient aura. This imprint landed between his eyebrows and made the 4 stars disappear. This imprint was not something cultivators could use. It was something only ancient gods could use, and it hid the identity of the ancient gods. Unless a very powerful cultivators appeared, it would be impossible for others to see through his identity. Since the Alliance star system has the giant demon clan, no one will think that my 1,000-foot-tall body is an ancient god. His eyes became cold. Compared to an adult ancient god, his body was insignificant and weak, so no one would think was an ancient god if they saw him. He had no expression as he charged through the blood planet. In the past, he saw the star map that the All-Seer gave him, so he naturally knew where the blood planet was. As he moved through space, his eyes narrowed. He saw several broken stones of varying sizes floating through space. These stones were common in space. As he stepped forward, he didn't stop and grab toward a 100-foot-wide stone. As he let out a roar, the stone was attracted by a force created by spiritual energy, and he continued moving forward. After he left, 2 cultivators came out from a slightly smaller piece of stone. The 2 of them were trembling with fear as they stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin's original body disappearing into the distance. What is this? The 2 of them looked at each other. Their scalps tingled as they quickly escaped this place. Along the way, whenever Wang Lin encountered these stones, he would select those that were 100 feet large. He would grab them and use spiritual energy to drag them along. These were his weapons. In his memories, early-stage ancient gods didn't have many spells and liked using these as weapons. It seemed like these things were easy to use, and the more he had, the better. Wang Lin headed toward the blood planet with a trail of stones that looked like a river following him. He carried with him a grim killing intent as he came closer and closer. Kill. Chapter 765, Blood Planet. The blood planet was a planet filled with a blood-colored light. It was not located within planet Tianyun's sphere of influence, and was a bit far from it. In truth, none of the powerful cultivators who had the power to use an entire cultivation planet as their cave would choose to be too close to each other. Even those who were very good friends were the same. After all, they couldn't drop their guard against others. These old monsters that had cultivated for many years were especially aware of this. Similarly, a cultivator who was powerful enough to use an entire planet as their cave would naturally not need the protection of planet Tianyun. Thus, it was natural for them to choose a remote place for their cave. The most important part of choosing the location of their cave was for it to be outside the range of everyone else's divine sense range. Otherwise, your every move would perceived. The Blood Ancestor was a cultivator with secrets, so he was even more cautious when choosing his cave. On the map the All-Seer gave Wang Lin, the blood planet was extremely remote without any planet that housed powerful cultivators nearby. This was one of the reasons why Wang Lin's original body was attacking it. Wang Lin's original body headed toward the blood planet with a cold expression and a river of stones behind him. Space was simply too large. Wang Lin's original body seemed so insignificant in comparison. Along the way, he didn't pause at all. He charged nonstop toward the blood planet with cold killing intent and a river of stones. Several months flashed by. When he encountered other cultivators, all of them were startled and didn't act rashly. They didn't know anything about ancient gods. Even among the 4-star systems, only a few people even knew they existed, and even then, it was only from reading ancient records. What's more, Those ancient gods recorded were often adult ancient gods with 6 stars or more. Their bodies were even larger than cultivation planets, a unique trait of the ancient gods. A 4-star ancient god aura was not obvious. Among cultivators, unless they had personally seen the ancient gods, it would be impossible to associate him with the ancient gods that have been extinct for countless years. This was one of the reasons why Wang Lin decided to reveal his original body's true form. These various reasons were merely side objectives. The real reason came from Wang Lin's revolting personality. The avatar was seriously injured and forced into a coma. Even the unbreakable connection between the original body and the avatar was very weak at this moment, and it felt as if it could break at any moment. Once the connection was gone, it meant the avatar was dead. Powerful killing intent filled his heart. The avatar had been painstakingly cultivated for many years. In truth, there was no primary or secondary body to him. The original body was him, and the avatar was him as well. If the avatar died, then that meant he was killed once. If his original body chose to hide and wait until his cultivation level was higher to reappear, then he would no longer be Wang Lin. There were times that he had to do things, even when the consequences were unfavorable. The chance of being discovered as an ancient god is extremely low, but even if I was found out, so what? His eyes became colder, and he moved even faster. Although Wang Lin couldn't use a lot of the spells he had inherited from the memories of the ancient god, there were many life-saving spells that he could now use since he was almost a 4-star ancient god. The most effective spell among them was the spell the ancient gods used to protect their young, spirit transformation. To enter a planet not to absorb spiritual energy, but to surround oneself in spiritual energy and enter a dormant state. Unless one encounters another ancient god, no one else is able to detect it. This was the spell of an ancient god. It was many levels higher than the spells cultivators used. The only thing I need to worry about is Ta-san. However, with his 8-star ancient god body, he will be recognized by those powerful cultivators as soon as he appears. Even if he causes havoc in the Alliance star system, what does it have to do with me? I, Wang Lin, am not a saint. His eyes became even colder. There were many blood slaves on the blood planet. These people were controlled by the blood ancestor and had the blood ancestor's branding on their souls. If the blood ancestor lives, they live, and if the blood ancestor dies, they die. Most of these were people that he had forcibly kidnapped from nearby planets. He took away their freedom and forced them to work for him. He also collected gifted youths that he fed blood pills to and groomed them to be blood guardians that protected the blood planet. The blood ancestor was a very cold person. Only toward his daughter would he show a rare sign of kindness. It could be said that aside from the blood ancestor and his daughter, all other living things were their slaves. Their lives and deaths were controlled by but a thought. Zhin was sitting upon an altar outside the blood pavilion with anxiety on her face. She should occasionally look back at the blood pavilion. That place was a forbidden area. Not even she was allowed to enter. At this moment, several rays of blood light came from the distance and rapidly closed in. 4 elders appeared before Zhin. The 4 of them all gave off origin energy. Clearly, they were all powerful cultivators who had reached the second step. One of the old men lowered his head and said, "Mistress, another group of blood slaves died." Zhin bit her lower lip and silently pondered. Over the past few months, large amounts of blood slaves and blood guardians had inexplicably exploded and died. As of today, more than 70% had died. This matter filled Zhin with distress. The only explanation was that something had happened to the blood ancestor. One of the old men raised his head as he stared at Zhin and slowly asked, "Mistress, where exactly did Lord Blood Ancestor go?" Zhin's eyes became cold as she coldly said, "Impudent. Is this something you can ask?" This made Zhin even more anxious. Before, none of them would dare to say something like this, but at this moment, even Zhin wondered if the blood ancestor was dying. The old man sneered as he turned around and walked away. His mood was very bad, but there was also a trace of relief. His body also contained the blood ancestor's imprint, but right now it wasn't important. Ever since I was forcibly branded by the blood ancestor 6,000 years ago, I can't even take half a step out of the blood planet without the blood ancestor's order. Now the blood ancestor has obviously encountered misfortune. This old man. If I'm going to die, I'd rather die in my hometown than here. The old man's eyes were filled with sorrow, and he headed straight for space. The 3 elders all looked up at the sky and watched their companion disappear into the sky. After silently pondering, the 3 of them looked at each other. They no longer spoke and flew into the sky. Zhin's eyes became cold as she stood up and shouted, "You guys have guts. Are you all not afraid the blood ancestor will return?" However, before she finished speaking, One of the old men lowered his head. He looked at her coldly and said, "Noisy, you are only one of the blood ancestors' playthings. Do you really think you are the mistress? I and the other cultivators give you respect because of the blood ancestor. Without him, what are you worth? I have been on the blood planet for almost 10,000 years and have seen at least a dozen girls like you." After leaving behind this line, this person disappeared into the sky. Zhixin's body trembled, and she began to ponder. When the four red-robed old men flew into the sky, the remaining blood slaves that hadn't died all looked up and struggled. No one knew who was the first, but after that, almost all of the blood slaves flew away. Zhixin looked at all of this and revealed a decisive gaze. She appeared before the blood pavilion and remembered the seals that the blood ancestor had used to open it. She hesitated for a moment before clenching her teeth. Just at this moment, the entire sky suddenly darkened, and a powerful pressure instantly covered the entire blood planet. Zhixin was startled and looked up, but what she saw made her face pale. What is this? In space, the first four red-robed elders all looked at each other. They didn't need to speak and knew of the other's decision. They clasped their hands at each other and were about to separate when they suddenly looked into the distance. A river made of stones was whistling through space toward the blood planet. There was a giant more than 1,000 feet tall standing above the long river. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. The four red-robed old men's eyes narrowed, and they quickly looked at each other. They immediately flew away in four different directions, completely ignoring that giant that was coming over. Blood ancestor, even you can have a day like this. The same words appeared at almost the same time within the four old men's minds. Behind the four old men was a large amount of blood slaves. When they entered space, they were startled by the giant, but they all quickly left. None of them stayed to defend the blood planet, and they all revealed sneers. Some didn't even escape too far, but stayed near the blood planet. They wanted to personally watch the demise of the blood planet. With Wang Lin's wisdom, he was immediately able to realize what was happening with those blood slaves. He didn't stop them, but quickly charged toward the blood planet with a large amount of stones. When he was very close to the blood planet, he rose above the stone river. Each of his hands grabbed a 100 feet large stone, and he threw them toward the blood planet. A loud rumble echoed as the two stones smashed toward the blood planet like two meteors. The moment the stones got near the planet, a bloodlight screen appeared and caused the two stones to shatter. Wang Lin's eyes became even more cold. He waved his hand, and without pause threw one stone after another toward the blood planet. In the end, Wang Lin stretched open his arms and used his spiritual energy to pull the entire stone river toward the blood planet. Countless stones smashed down. Although the bloodlight screen was strong, without the control of the blood ancestor, it was limited. Facing Wang Lin's youth ancient god power, the bloodlight screen collapsed after half an instant stick of time. Large amounts of stones fell on the blood planet. Every time one landed, the entire planet would tremble, and a circular shockwave visible to the eye would immediately appear and spread in all directions. Zhixin's face was pale. The shaking of the ground and the destructive power caused her mind to tremble. She saw those large stones descend from the sky, and each one would cause the earth to tremble violently. She couldn't imagine what kind of power and spell could do something like this. Too terrifying. Zhixin clenched her teeth and fear surged through her body like a tidal wave. She looked at the blood pavilion before her as her hand formed seals imitating the blood ancestor. Throughout the years she had been on the blood planet, she secretly paid attention to the hand signs used every time the blood ancestor opened the pavilion and firmly remembered them in her heart. She would often secretly practice, but she didn't dare to set the blood pavilion as her goal. Now that the blood ancestor was dying, the blood planet was in a mess, and a foreign force was invading, she no longer had to worry. Her hands moved faster and faster until a red flash came from the blood pavilion. A vague, red passage appeared, and Zhixin's eyes were filled with excitement. Just at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened once more and a giant shadow was cast over her. Zhixin was startled and subconsciously looked up. This caused her to become completely stunned. In the sky, a 1,000-foot-tall giant was coming toward her through the void. Its icy gaze landed directly on Zhixin. Zhixin's body trembled. She could see that behind the giant were large stones crashing toward the earth. A deep sense of fear emerged inside her heart. She immediately lowered her head to look at the blood pavilion and charged toward the passage without any hesitation. However, just as she stepped in, a sharp and miserable scream came from her mouth. The red light from the tunnel landed on her, and her body decayed at a visible rate. Green smoke came from her body, and even her origin soul collapsed. In Wang Lin's gaze, The woman's body turned into green smoke and was absorbed into the blood-colored passage. Wang Lin coldly looked at the blood pavilion. He reached out and grabbed the blood pavilion along with the 100 feet of earth around it. At this moment, the stones from the sky continued to descend, and the entire blood planet was a wreck. Wang Lin held the blood pavilion in one hand, and his other hand formed a fist and pummeled the earth. Among the loud rumbles, the blood planet became even more unstable. Layers of ripples spread, and dust flew everywhere. A moment later, Wang Lin flew away from the blood planet and disappeared far into the distance. None of the blood slaves and blood guardians tried to stop any of this. In fact, most of them clasped their hands at where Wang Lin disappeared to. Shortly after Wang Lin left, their eyes were filled with confusion. It was as if invisible shackles had been released, and all of them dispersed to return to their homes that they had not seen in a long time. Chapter 766, Treasure Refined by the Heavens. The destruction of the blood planet didn't set off a large wave in the Alliance star system. Due to the fact that the blood planet was so remote, no one became aware of this matter until a long time had passed. Wang Lin's original body had left with the blood pavilion. As he flew through space, his body slowly shrank until he was the size of a normal cultivator once more. As for the blood pavilion, he sealed it and swallowed it. When it was inside him, it was surrounded by his spiritual energy. This blood pavilion was very strange, so Wang Lin decided to carefully study it. After finding a rank 6 cultivation planet, Wang Lin snuck in. He found a place deep within the planet and hid himself. The connection in his soul with his avatar became more stable. It is worth mentioning that although this trip had attracted the attention of some powerful cultivators, it was not linked to the ancient gods. After all, the ancient gods had disappeared far too long ago. In the All-Heaven star system, there was a fragment slowly drifting through the void of the Thunder celestial realm. At this moment, large amount of clouds that shouldn't appear were quickly condensing toward this fragment, and within them were hidden rumbles. Shortly after, a bolt of thunder came out from the clouds and landed on the fragment. The thunder quickly dispersed through the fragment, quickly found Wang Lin in a coma, and entered his body. Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled. Shortly after, countless thunderbolts gathered and descended on the ground. This caused the fragment to tremble again, and a large amount of rocks fell off the edge of the cliff. The blood ancestor was staring at the fragment from a distance. He could clearly feel half his blood body on that fragment, and the origin energy within was being rapidly absorbed. This feeling made him want to go mad. This was the first time he wanted to kill someone, but had inadvertently helped that person grow. However, he was afraid to move. He carefully looked at the clouds above the fragment. He could feel that the power inside them was slowly brewing and growing stronger. This is divine retribution. I didn't think that this person's cultivation could actually cause divine retribution. I presumed that the heaven's might that went into the demon spirit land back then was caused by him as well. The blood ancestor's eyes became cold. The stronger the divine retribution is, the better. If I charged in, I would just end up helping him instead. I'll simply wait here and watch him get killed by the divine retribution. That will be very satisfying as well. The blood ancestor sneered as he stared at the fragment, and hatred filled his eyes. The fragment stopped floating due to the restriction placed on it from the large amount of clouds gathering. A large amount of clouds gathered here, and another bolt of thunder landed on the fragment. The fragment trembled once more, and the edges shattered even more. This process lasted for a month, and more thunder descended. When the blood ancestor looked over, he couldn't even see the edge of the clouds anymore. He retreated because he didn't want to provoke the might of the divine retribution. There was delight along with hatred in his heart as he muttered, "The more the better. More clouds should gather and kill that Wang Lin. Only then can this old man's hatred be dispelled." More and more clouds gathered. Several days later, not only were the clouds above the fragment, the clouds were even around the fragment. The fragment was no longer visible, and all one could see were clouds. At this moment, it was as if the preparation for the divine retribution was complete, and divine retribution arrived. Countless thunderbolts appeared from the clouds and landed on the fragment. This thunder didn't only come from above, but from all the clouds that had surrounded the fragment. Loud, thunderous roars echoed across the void. The fragment continued to collapse under the thunder from the clouds. The thunder moved through the fragment and rushed to Wang Lin, who was in a coma. Wang Lin's body would tremble every time a bolt of thunder entered his body, and countless bolts of thunder had surged into his body. Su Ligua was terrified and could only hide inside the celestial sword. Even one bolt of this thunder was fatal to him. At this moment, inside Wang Lin's body, the power of the old man and the blood ancestor were negating each other. Normally, this process would take a long time, but the constant bolts of thunder entering his body were rapidly speeding up this process. The origin energy inside his body increased like crazy. Not only did the thunder from the divine retribution not damage his body, the benefits were unimaginable. However, he was unconscious. If he was awake, the benefits would be even greater with his guidance. Large amounts of thunder fell endlessly on the fragment. It was as if the fragment was inside a furnace made by the heavens and being refined by heavenly thunder. This kind of refining was extremely rare in the current cultivation world because not many materials could survive such a powerful bombardment from heavenly thunder. If there was, then it had to be the fragments of the Thunder Celestial Realm. This land was originally part of the Thunder Celestial Realm, and it had spent countless years surrounded by celestial thunder. Although it had collapsed, it was still part of the Thunder Celestial Realm. Although the edges of the fragment were breaking off under the endless bombardment of heavenly thunder, the center became even more sturdy due to the thunder moving through it. It could be said that as it was refined by the heavenly thunder, it became more and more like a magical treasure. This power contained within the fragment was unimaginable because its material wasn't something ordinary. It was a fragment of the celestial realm. If that was just the case, it wouldn't be too special, but it wasn't something that was refined by cultivators. It was refined by the heavens. The Blood Ancestor gradually realized this, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with greed. There weren't many treasures that could tempt someone at his cultivation level. However, when he realized that this fragment was turning into a magical treasure by chance, his heart suddenly began to pound. Gains and losses are determined by fate. This old man have lost too much this time. If this fragment is refined by the heavens, its power will be completely different. It might be able to display the true power of the celestial realm. This treasure was prepared for me. The Blood Ancestor's eyes revealed excitement. Thunder continued to descend, but at this moment, all of the thunder suddenly disappeared. A drastic change occurred inside the clouds, and a bolt of black thunder began to brew inside them. This bolt of black thunder was the real divine retribution. It quickly condensed and charged toward the fragment. At the same time, Wang Lin, who was in the depths of the fragment, opened his eyes. Chapter 767, Illusory Yin. The black thunder carried with it the might of the heavens and landed on the fragment. There was a loud explosion that echoed across the fragment, and a huge crack appeared. In the depths of the crack was Wang Lin, who had just opened his eyes. The thunder directly descended and smashed into Wang Lin at a crazy speed. Bang! Wang Lin's body trembled violently. The thunder rushed into his body and swept through his body like a storm. However, it was quickly affected by the blood and power from the mysterious old man. The three powers used Wang Lin's body as a battleground. The battle caused a loud roar, and in the end, it turned into a large amount of origin energy that surrounded him. His origin soul rapidly devoured the origin energy and quickly grew. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light. He had awakened. Especially when he was hit by this bolt of thunder, he had awakened completely. Divine retribution. Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. He still remembered the divine retribution from back in the demon spirit land. Now that he was facing it again, his eyes shined brightly. The moment he awakened, he noticed the chaos inside his body. Without the divine retribution, his body would have exploded first. This divine retribution came at the right time. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This was the first time he was glad at the arrival of the divine retribution. His right hand pressed against the ground, and he sprang into the air without any hesitation. The celestial sword beside him immediately screamed, "Master! Master, take me with you. I want to go back inside the bag of holding. This place is terrifying." As Wang Lin flew up, he waved his right hand. The celestial sword flew toward him and was put away inside his bag. The celestial mountain was put away as well. At the moment he charged out from the fragment, all of the clouds around the fragment began to boil. Under this violent movement, a divine retribution more intense than the one from the demon spirit land appeared. Under this heaven's might, Wang Lin felt like there was a giant hand pressing down upon him from the sky. Popping sounds came from inside his body. At the same time, for bolts of black thunder gathered from the above, below, right, and left of the fragment, and quickly descended. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He opened his arms, and didn't even try to dodge. The thunder from above descended and landed on his body. Shortly after, the thunder from the left and right sides quickly closed in. Finally, the thunder from under the fragment came. It had penetrated through the fragment and also landed on Wang Lin. The 4 rays of black thunder surged like crazy through Wang Lin's body. They collided with the blood body and the power from the mysterious old man once more. The collision this time was unprecedentedly intense. as if a real storm had broken inside Wang Lin's body. The three powers released large amounts of origin energy. This origin energy was too powerful. Under the impact, Wang Lin couldn't help but let out a loud roar. His aura increased like crazy. As his origin soul devoured the origin energy, it completed an important process of transitioning from the peak of the late stage of Ascendant to the Illusory Yin stage. What is an origin soul? If one's cultivation hasn't reached the Illusory Yin stage and goes through this important process, the so-called origin soul is, in fact, fake. A real origin soul can devour origin energy and gain new life from origin energy. The ancient cultivators cultivated qi. This qi was origin energy. Once this origin energy has been cultivated long enough, it will form the origin soul. The cultivators now had this step backwards. Only by reaching the second step could the cultivators nowadays catch up to the ancient cultivators. At this moment, powerful origin energy surged into his origin soul, causing Wang Lin's origin soul to change like crazy. His origin soul was taking the crucial step toward the next step. Peak of the late stage of Ascendant, broken through. At the moment of breakthrough, Wang Lin seemed to feel his own Tao. It was as if everything in the world had become crystal clear. A laughter came from his mouth. This laughter pierced through the clouds and continued to spread to the outside world. The Blood Ancestor was watching the clouds, hoping Wang Lin would be killed by the divine retribution. However, after hearing this laughter, his expression changed. Illusory Yin. The Blood Ancestor's expression became gloomy, and he muttered, "It seems that half my blood body contained enough origin energy for him to temporarily resist the divine retribution and reach the Illusory Yin stage. But just this is still." As he spoke, his expression changed once more, and he stared at the churning clouds before him. It's still climbing. Wang Lin had never felt as comfortable as now. All of the celestial spiritual energy inside his body was rapidly disappearing and was being replaced by the origin energy surging out from his origin soul. The clouds around him seemed to become angry, and the might of heaven inside transformed into thunder. Inside the clouds, 8 bolts of black thunder formed and fell on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin laughed like crazy as his origin soul charged out from his body. His origin soul was no longer human-shaped. It had taken the shape of the ancient thunder dragon. As the 8 bolts of black thunder descended, his ancient thunder dragon origin soul devoured them. He devoured 8 bolts of black thunder consecutively and returned back into his body before releasing them. The blood body and the old man's power exploded once more, and in exchange, he obtained even more origin energy. Wang Lin's cultivation level rose like crazy once more under the impact of the origin energy that was released. His Illusory Yin cultivation had stabilized and began pushing toward the peak of the Illusory Yin stage. The Illusory Yin and Corporeal Yang stages were the transition between the first and second step of cultivation. This was meant to be a perfect balance of Yin and Yang. The Illusory Yin stage was the change in the origin soul, while the Corporeal Yang stage was all the celestial spiritual energy dissipating and being replaced by origin energy. This process was called origin transformation. It was to change a cultivator into an existence like ancient cultivators. After the ancient cultivators disappeared and the celestial realm collapsed, very few people have broken through 2 realms when entering the Yin and Yang stage, but all those that did had amazing achievements afterward and stood at the peak of the second step. Even the All-Seer spent 300 years to pass through these 2 realms. Ling Tianho spent 800 years, and the Blood Ancestor spent almost 1,000 years. This had nothing to do with talent. The biggest reason was origin energy. At this moment, Wang Lin was constantly advancing toward that direction. The divine retribution was like nutrients, and the blood body and power from the old man were the origin energy fueling this process. The Blood Ancestor stared at the clouds before him, and the killing intent inside his eyes became even stronger. I came to kill him, but instead I gave him great fortune. I won't accept this. Above the fragment inside the clouds, Wang Lin raised his head. His eyes were clear and contained a hint of expectation. Thunderous roars came from the cloud as a 7-colored bolt of thunder quickly condensed. Chapter 768, Corporeal Yang. Counterattack. Wang Lin had never hoped for the divine retribution to descend like today. He looked at the 7-colored thunder condensing inside the clouds. From all the divine retribution he had experienced, this was the first time he had seen a 7-colored thunderbolt. 7-colored clouds quickly gathered, and they contained powerful heaven's might. Under the pressure, crackling sounds came from the fragment under Wang Lin. The edges of the fragment collapsed once more. Its size was rapidly changing, but the more it shrank, the more terrifying its durability became. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, and large amounts of origin energy surged through his body. Not only did his heart pound rapidly, but the vibration from his origin soul made the origin energy inside his body cycle even faster. A powerful feeling appeared inside Wang Lin's heart. He never had such control of this feeling before. Wang Lin raised his right hand and formed a fist. He was finally experiencing the feeling of coldly looking down on the world after gaining control of the power of the world. He could clearly feel his own cultivation breaking through the limit of the first step of cultivation. He had broken through the peak of the late stage of Ascendant and reached the Illusory Yin stage. Divine Retribution, be a bit more aggressive. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious as he looked at the sky. At this moment, the seven-colored thunderbolt rapidly condensed and released a ray of seven-colored light. It released a strange sound and then suddenly descended. That sound was like a demonic sound that could affect one's heart. Countless familiar figures appeared around Wang Lin, but his eyes were still calm. The seven-colored thunderbolt descended with a thunderous roar. It was as if it wanted to destroy everything in its path as it descended toward Wang Lin like crazy from the sky. In an instant, the thunder landed on his body. An earth-shattering roar echoed across the fragment and replaced everything. When the power of thunder entered his body, Wang Lin was immediately knocked into the ground. His body was pressed deep into the ground. The blood body and power from the old man rapidly disintegrated as they fought with the power of divine retribution. Come again. Wang Lin's body rushed into the air. Thunder traveled through his whole body and his hair moved without any wind. The current him was like a celestial demon. The might of the heavens can't be resisted. At this moment, all of the clouds around the fragment became enraged. The clouds churned and seven-colored thunderbolts fell like rain toward Wang Lin. Even the fragment was engulfed by this thunder shower. The thunderous roar was the only sound left. At this moment, it was as if Wang Lin was in thunder hell, as seven-colored thunder was everywhere. The fragment shattered even more until there were only about 10,000 feet left. It was as if Wang Lin was inside the heavens furnace as bolts of thunder continued to fall on him. Many cracks appeared all over Wang Lin's body and quickly spread. At the same time, the blood body that entered his body had completely collapsed and was releasing untold amounts of origin energy inside Wang Lin's origin soul. That powerful feeling once again appeared inside Wang Lin's body. He could clearly feel his cultivation beginning to climb once more. From stabilized Illusory Yin to the peak of the Illusory Yin stage, and it was still climbing. It was becoming infinitely close to the Corporeal Yang stage. Still missing a bit. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The blood ancestor's blood body had collapsed and no longer existed. However, there was still a lot of energy from the mysterious old man. Wang Lin had a feeling that if he didn't get rid of this, it would have great impact on his body. His eyes were filled with decisiveness. His cultivation path was filled with danger. Wealth can only be obtained if one takes risk. Right now there was only one path to take. Wang Lin charged into the air and shot toward the cloud in the sky like an arrow. This was Wang Lin's first time actively counterattacking. He wasn't passively suffering the divine retribution, but attacking it. He rushed directly into the cloud, opened his arms, and mercilessly inhaled. At this moment, a roar came from the clouds that came infinitely close to the roar of a beast. In an instant, all of the clouds gathered and all of the thunder within landed on Wang Lin like crazy. Wang Lin laughed like crazy as his origin soul spread out and covered his body to absorb the thunder. The energy left by the old man quickly moved through his origin soul, and under the endless bombardment of thunder, it released a large amount of origin energy. This was a chance, the greatest opportunity Wang Lin had since he started cultivating, other than, of course, the chance to see the third step. His cultivation level climbed like crazy without end as he devoured the clouds. At this moment, Wang Lin forgot about the clouds and the energy from the old man. He opened his mouth and devoured large mouthfuls of clouds. As he continued to absorb them, the clouds gradually shrank and were no longer dense. They became thin enough that even the blood ancestor was able to clearly see Wang Lin. The blood ancestor sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Wang Lin. Seeing that Wang Lin was actually swallowing the clouds, he could hardly believe his eyes and muttered, "Madman. This Wang Lin is a madman. No one would dare to take the initiative to divine retribution. I can't let him continue." The blood ancestor's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed forth. After being weakened so much, he was only at the peak of the Corporeal Yang stage, one step from the Nirvana Scryer stage. However, he was confident it was more than enough to kill Wang Lin. He turned into a blood shadow and headed straight toward Wang Lin within the clouds. At this moment inside the clouds, Wang Lin suddenly felt a sense of crisis coming toward him. His eyes turned cold, and immediately saw the blood shadow heading toward him through the clouds. Blood Ancestor. Wang Lin sneered as he retreated back into the clouds. The Blood Ancestor revealed a gloomy expression outside clouds and clenched his teeth before charging in. The moment he entered, he felt the power of the heaven's might. He didn't have an ancient Thunder Dragon origin soul like Wang Lin, and his cultivation was greatly weakened. When facing this divine retribution, he had a feeling of awe. However, no feeling right now could beat the urge of him wanting to kill Wang Lin. He let out a cold snort as he charged forward. A moment later, he saw Wang Lin get struck by countless bolts of thunder within the clouds. It was as if he had seen an illusion. The moment he saw Wang Lin, he felt like he didn't see a person but a thunder dragon. As Wang Lin stared at the incoming Blood Ancestor, he lifted his hand and chopped down. The heavenly chop immediately shot out, and the Blood Ancestor's right hand formed a seal, creating a blood shadow. The blood shadow charged out and collided with the heavenly chop before immediately collapsing. The Blood Ancestor frowned and sighed. If his cultivation level hadn't dropped, then the blood shadow would not collapse like it did. He was about to use another spell when he saw Wang Lin retreat into the clouds once more. Wang Lin also used heavenly chops without a care at the cost of origin energy. At this moment, Wang Lin had too much origin energy inside his body. The heavenly chops were like blades of law that shot through the clouds toward the Blood Ancestor. The Blood Ancestor let out a cold snort, and his hand formed a seal. There was a flash of bloodlight that created runes, and then they all collapsed in a flash. This actually made all the clouds around him back up 10 feet. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he hid inside the clouds and quickly retreated. At the same time, he devoured large amounts of clouds, causing countless bolts of thunder to enter his body. The energy from the old man was rapidly dissipating. The Blood Ancestor locked onto Wang Lin as he charged forth. 2 balls of blood formed in his hand, and then he charged straight at Wang Lin. He wanted to end this as quickly as possible. He had a feeling of crisis inside this clouds, and the longer it lasted, the more he feared a mishap would occur. If he wasn't inside the divine retribution clouds, then the Blood Ancestor's goal wouldn't be difficult to achieve, as his cultivation level was still higher. However, inside this divine retribution cloud, it would be very difficult to kill Wang Lin. Wang Lin's thunder origin soul was like a fish in water. The energy from the mysterious old man was negating all the thunder entering his body. And on top of all that, there was also the powerful surge of origin energy inside his body. All of this allowed him to do as he wished inside these clouds. Facing the Blood Ancestor's chase, Wang Lin moved through the clouds as he constantly absorbed thunder and devoured clouds. The clouds gradually grew smaller. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled. The energy from the old man had completely dissipated, so there was no more chaos inside his body, only origin energy. Under the impact of the powerful origin energy, Wang Lin's cultivation level increased like crazy. In an instant, he broke through the peak of the Illusory Yin stage and entered the Corporeal Yang stage. This didn't end here. As the origin energy was absorbed by his origin soul, and all the celestial spiritual energy disappeared from his body, his cultivation level increased once more. He went from just entering the Corporeal Yang stage to becoming stabilized in it. The change in Wang Lin's body caused the Blood Ancestor's expression to change greatly. He even felt his scalp tingle a bit. I can't let him continue. If I let him continue, he might even reach the early stage of Nirvana Scry. The Blood Ancestor's eyes were bloodshot. When he was watching the divine retribution, he had adjusted his body and had now formed flesh. An even more powerful feeling than before filled Wang Lin's body. His eyes lit up like a torch, and he felt like he had control over the world. He took a deep breath as the Blood Ancestor closed in. He then placed his finger between his eyebrows, allowing his origin soul to charge out. His body fell from the clouds, but was guided by a spell. After his body landed, it immediately sat down to cultivate. After charging out from his body, Wang Lin's origin soul turned into an ancient thunder dragon more than 1,000 feet long. He looked extremely shocking within the divine retribution clouds. Blood Ancestor, since you delivered yourself to me, then you might as well grant my wish. Chapter 769, Confidence. The ancient thunder dragon was born from thunder. It was currently flickering within the divine retribution clouds. Its thoughts were echoing in the area like thunder. The Blood Ancestor's eyes suddenly widened. At the moment Wang Lin's origin soul moved, all of the clouds whistled, and the might of the divine retribution spread. Shortly after, Wang Lin's ancient thunder dragon origin soul appeared from the clouds with countless bolts of thunder following closely after. "You're courting death." The Blood Ancestor's expression was gloomy as he quickly retreated. He threw the 2 balls of blood in his hand and shouted, "Blood explosion!" With a bang, the balls of blood exploded and a powerful force spread. Wang Lin's ancient Thunder Dragon origin soul immediately dissipated. However, the Blood Ancestor didn't relax at all and became even more cautious. Countless bolts of thunder formed where Wang Lin's origin soul disappeared. They rained down on the Blood Ancestor like crazy from all directions. "You want to obtain my blood body? You overestimate yourself." The Blood Ancestor's eyes narrowed as his hand formed a seal and blood light covered his body. The rain of thunder didn't rush into the blood light, but circled around it. The Blood Ancestor was startled. His expression changed when he realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. The divine retribution thunder that was chasing after Wang Lin now descended like crazy toward the Blood Ancestor. Wang Lin. The Blood Ancestor clenched his teeth as the blood light flashed brightly and immediately pushed Wang Lin's origin soul back. However, during this process, the divine retribution thunderbolts continued to fall. They went through Wang Lin's origin soul and directly landed on the Blood Ancestor. He quickly retreated and wanted to leave this divine retribution cloud. "Senior Blood Ancestor, your blood planet has been destroyed, and even your concubine, ZXN, has died after betraying you." Wang Lin's divine sense echoed, which caused the Blood Ancestor's expression to become even more gloomy. "Also, your blood pavilion is quite interesting." Wang Lin's voice came from the void. "You were here killing me, but I wonder if you know that when your daughter Yao goes back to the blood planet, she will be like a sheep walking into the tiger's jaws." Ever since Wang Lin first saw Blood Ancestor after waking up, he had not seen a trace of Yao Shishua. It was impossible to protect her from the collapse of the storage space. Wang Lin deduced that the most likely scenario was that Yao Shishua had already been resurrected with the help of the Blood Ancestor. Wang Lin's words were like an invisible divine retribution that landed in the Blood Ancestor's heart. His origin soul was also damaged from before, so under this unstable state, he was shocked. Yao Shishua was his weakness. Wang Lin. As the Blood Ancestor's mind trembled, the blood light around him began to flicker, showing signs of instability. A laughter echoed, and then the void where Wang Lin's origin soul was located immediately turned into countless bolts of thunder. The thunder charged toward the Blood Ancestor from all directions like crazy. They penetrated the blood-colored light and directly went into the Blood Ancestor's body. At this moment, the divine retribution descended like crazy, and there were even 7 colored thunderbolts mixed in. The Blood Ancestor's origin soul let out a mad roar and wanted to rush out. However, Wang Lin's origin soul was now inside his body, and it had started a life and death battle. The two of them battled with the Blood Ancestor's body as the battlefield. Originally, the Blood Ancestor's origin soul wasn't his weak. However, he had half of his origin soul taken by the mysterious old man. Then he encountered Wang Lin and was seriously injured again. But even after all this, his origin soul was still stronger than Wang Lin's. However, Wang Lin's origin soul was filled with origin energy, and he had just reached the Corporeal Yang stage. But the most important part was that Wang Lin wasn't trying to take over the Blood Ancestor's body. He was only focused on entangling the Blood Ancestor to prevent the Blood Ancestor from leaving the clouds. This allowed him to put up an even fight. The Blood Ancestor had to die. If this person didn't die, then the person who would die was him. Wang Lin understood this very well, and that was why he was willing to keep the Blood Ancestor within the clouds at all costs, to kill him using the power of the divine retribution. However, the divine retribution was about to dissipate, and it was not as strong as before. However, every bolt of thunder that fell on the Blood Ancestor made him shiver. Half of the divine retribution's tyrannical force would damage him, and the other half would be absorbed by Wang Lin. The rumbling thunder continued to descend, and the clouds quickly dissipated. A devastating power began to form inside the dissipating clouds. As the last bolt of thunder formed, it immediately sucked in all the remaining clouds and descended with a bang. This was the last wrath from the heavens, and this attack was going to kill. The crisis of death immediately filled the Blood Ancestor. He was being entangled by Wang Lin's origin soul and couldn't run at all. He made a ruthless decision as he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Blood seal. The blood quickly formed a huge seal that fell on his body like a net. The moment the net fell, there was a flash of red light from between the Blood Ancestor's eyebrows. His origin soul charged out, and in a flash appeared outside the clouds. "Wang Lin, I give up this blood body. You won't be able to escape with the seal, so withstand the divine retribution yourself." He was filled with unimaginable hatred as he rushed out, but he didn't look back as he quickly felt. This time he was in an extremely miserable state. He was missing more than half of his origin soul and had lost his body. If he didn't escape now with his broken origin soul, and if Wang Lin didn't die, the consequences would be unimaginable. He even felt regret. If he had agreed to Wang Lin's promise, he could have saved Yao Shishue and not be in such a sorry state. However, right now it was too late. Wang Lin's origin soul was locked inside the blood ancestor's body by the blood seal, but he didn't want to escape. His origin soul became active as the divine retribution landed. The thunderous rumbling quickly spread across the area. The blood seal was broken and the blood ancestor's body was in pieces. Wang Lin's origin soul was forced out. Then he turned into an ancient thunder dragon and roared at the sky. The cloud completely dissipated and the divine retribution disappeared. Wang Lin's origin soul took the blood ancestor's body back to the fragment. This fragment was now only about 1,000 feet wide. It no longer looked like a fragment. It was more like a large stamp. When his origin energy returned to his body, his eyes opened and a powerful aura swelled within his body. He took a deep breath and put away the blood body. At the same time, he looked down at the stamp below him. His eyes lit up and he hit the ground with his hand. The fragment immediately trembled. Then it began to shrink until it was the size of a grain of sand and was devoured by Wang Lin. He then flew off into the void while laughing. At this moment, Wang Lin was at the Corporeal Yang stage. Although he was not at the peak, he was not far off. His body was filled with origin energy, but most of it hadn't been absorbed. Once he absorbs it, he will immediately be at the peak of the Corporeal Yang stage and be infinitely closer to becoming a real second-step cultivator. Aside from a limited few people, no one else was a match for Wang Lin in the Thunder Celestial Realm. The current him, with his spells and magical treasures, like this Celestial Realm fragment and the Beast Tones, even though he might not be able to win when he encounters someone who has just entered the second step, he would be qualified to fight. The pressure from escaping from the Alliance Star System to the All-Heaven Star System disappeared completely. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, and he quickly went toward where the blood ancestor ran off to. Exterminate the root to leave no trouble in the future. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His corporeal yang cultivation activated, and his speed was several times faster than before. He was like a meteor charging through the void. A powerful sense of self-confidence appeared on his heart. This kind of confidence didn't have much to do with his cultivation. This was a confidence from someone who was a heaven-defying cultivator. It turns out that even powerful cultivators like the Blood Ancestor, the All-Seer, Ling Tianho, and other are not invincible. Wang Lin's gaze was firm, and he revealed a sneer. Even the All-Seer could not have imagined that his disciple from a semi-wasted planet would have forced the Blood Ancestor into such a state due to a series of opportunities. However, someone has probably been helping me. Otherwise, the Blood Ancestor wouldn't have been as weak as he was when I found him. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This doubt still existed in his heart. At this moment on a fragment in front of Wang Lin, Yuan was escaping with a pale expression. His right arm was gone and blood was seeping out of it. There were many sword wounds on his body, the most shocking one being the one on his stomach. Even his origin soul was injured and showing signs of collapse. If not for his family's spells, he would have already died. A death aura filled Yuan's body. He revealed a bitter smile and an unwilling expression. He wanted to fight back, but the other party had an ancient mirror that broke restrictions. He had also helped Wang Lin and had used his heart restriction, and it still hadn't recovered. Unless he could create some distance, he couldn't hide himself in a short period of time. Only a family that have inheritances from the celestial realm can have an ancient mirror that can break restrictions. If my family was still powerful, these people would be mere clowns, but now, alas, Brother Su, I won't be able to complete my promise of giving you the restriction heart. This is not my wish. Cousin, this person sure has a lot of treasures, and they are very powerful. I very much like this celestial sword. Behind Yuan were 3 people casually chasing him. Among the 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was very beautiful, and her eyes contained an alluring charm. She was currently holding one of the celestial swords that Yuan got from the celestial storage space. The 2 males were 1 young and 1 old. The younger one smiled as he looked at her and calmly said, "This person still has 8 more. Since junior sister Xiao likes them, once I take them and ask where he got them, I'll gift them all to you." This person's cultivation was also at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, but the old man's was not simple. If Wang Lin was here, he would immediately be able to tell that this old man was at the peak of the Illusory Yin stage. Chapter 770, Yao Family 1. In the void, Wang Lin's speed became faster and faster as he got more and more familiar with his corporeal yang cultivation. The origin energy inside his body was dense, and as it cycled inside his body, he felt slight discomfort. Every step he took would contain origin energy, making him feel like he was breaking through space. This was far too different from before. At this moment, Wang Lin was a bit uncoordinated and his body was trembling slightly. He even vaguely felt that he had become one with the world. As long as he put his mind to it, he would be able to achieve it. This feeling became stronger and stronger until an impulse appeared in his heart. In the end, this impulse became even stronger. He looked at the void and felt as if he was really going to merge with the world. It was as if the void in the world was his body, but this feeling was somewhat absurd. Wang Lin's calm and intellectual mind told him that it was impossible, but the feeling from his body and origin soul felt so real. His eyes lit up, and after silently pondering for a moment, Wang Lin let go of his reason. He closed his eyes and used the feeling from his origin soul to take a step. When he took this step, the void suddenly trembled. It was as if the void was a pool of water, and Wang Lin's step had caused countless ripples to spread across this pool. At the same time, Wang Lin's origin energy began to cycle. It diffused around his body and began to fuse with the world, forming a mysterious connection. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's body disappeared. There was a spell that was faster than instant movement at the nascent soul stage, one that was beyond teleportation at the ascendant stage, and there was the technique of using countless greater teleportations at once. However, this spell was even faster. This spell was called Spatial Bending. This was a spell that ancient cultivators could only use once they formed their origin souls. In the current cultivation world, only those at the Nirvana Scryer stage could use this origin spell. Not every second step cultivator could comprehend this spell. This had nothing to do with talent, but with one's comprehension of origin energy. The Blood Ancestor was rapidly fleeing countless kilometers from where Wang Lin disappeared. His cultivation level had been reduced to Corporeal Yang stage, so he couldn't use many spells. At the moment, his origin soul was also damaged, making him even weaker. Wang Lin, once I recover, I swear I'll kill you. The Blood Ancestor moved extremely fast, and was like a shadow as he flew through the void. After a long time, he finally relaxed and muttered, "That brat Wang Lin should be unable to catch up to me now. I'm find a place and use the secret method to recover my cultivation back to the Nirvana Scryer stage as soon as possible." After pondering for a while, the Blood Ancestor made up his mind. However, at this moment, his expression changed greatly, and he began to escape again without any hesitation. There was a ripple behind him, and Wang Lin's figure walked out. When Wang Lin's right foot landed, his eyes opened. In the distance, the Blood Ancestor had almost lost his wits and was completely shocked. Spatial bending. This person hasn't reached the Nirvana Scryer stage yet. How could he use a spell that only second-step cultivators can use? No way. The Blood Ancestor quickly escaped and felt bitterness in his heart. It is often said that those who can step across the Yin and Yang stage in one go will often be at the peak of second step. Could this be true? The Blood Ancestor was aghast at this. Even before his cultivation level had dropped, he had only managed to touch the edge of this spell that couldn't be learned and only comprehended. As far as he knew, not even Ling Tianho fully understood this spell. To people like them, this spell was something infinitely close to a spell of the third step. The first time the Blood Ancestor felt a trace of fear toward Wang Lin, this fear came from what he personally saw. He personally witnessed the changes that happened to Wang Lin. He witnessed Wang Lin go from a peak late-stage ascendant cultivator to Wang Lin's current stage. This little brat must be lucky. Yes, he must be lucky to be able to use spatial bending. The Blood Ancestor felt extremely bitter. He didn't even turn his head as he quickly fled. At the moment Wang Lin opened his eyes, they revealed clarity. He was still a bit confused on what had just happened. To him, it felt like he had just lifted his right foot and then landed. However, during this process, it was as if he had stepped into the passage of time and everything had passed by him. When his foot landed, he was here, and before him was the Blood Ancestor he was chasing. My divine sense was not even locked onto him. I only had the intent of killing him, and yet I mysterious crossed an immeasurable distance to reach here. Wang Lin didn't chase the Blood Ancestor's disappearing figure. He silently pondered the feeling he had before. Compared to chasing the Blood Ancestor, Wang Lin knew that comprehending this was more precious. Time seemed to pass extremely slowly, but it also felt like it began to move really fast. After half an incense stick of time passed, Wang Lin's eyes revealed enlightenment. He looked down at the void as he lifted his right root and took a step forward. With one step, the ripple appeared once more, but his body was still there. The feeling of his body becoming one with the world didn't appear. Wang Lin frowned. He looked at the direction where the Blood Ancestor ran to and began chasing. Chasing after the Blood Ancestor was only one reason, but at this moment, it was more important for Wang Lin to get that feeling of fusing with the world. When Wang Lin thought about what happened before, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. If I can master that kind of spell, won't that mean that I will be invisible and formless? Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he moved forward. As time passed, he moved faster and faster until he was like a ray of light that flashed by. That feeling of integrating with the world once again appeared in Wang Lin's heart. He suppressed his excitement and began comprehending it. However, this kind of feeling was extremely ethereal and couldn't be fully mastered. When the feeling started disappearing, Wang Lin let out a sigh. The Blood Ancestor appeared in his mind, and with one step, he disappeared. The escaping Blood Ancestor felt an uneasiness in his heart. This feeling wasn't this strong even when he faced the Yao family ancestor. Just at this moment, his expression changed greatly, and he retreated without even thinking. However, at this instant, the shadow of a whip came from the void and mercilessly lashed toward him. The Blood Ancestor's hands formed a seal to create a ray of blood light that collided with the whip. Then he quickly retreated. Ripples appeared behind the whip, and then Wang Lin walked out from within. The Blood Ancestor's heart trembled greatly. The scene before him had shaken his worldview. After seeing Wang Lin use spatial bending twice in a row, he was no longer able to lie to himself that it was only a fluke. After Wang Lin appeared, he charged forward and his finger pointed at the sky. An underworld river suddenly appeared, and it was filled with sharp, resentful wails that echoed across the void. This underworld river was different from before. The current underworld river was filled with origin energy. It was obvious that as Wang Lin grew stronger, even this spells would fundamentally change. Wang Lin coldly stared at the Blood Ancestor and softly said, "Origin Energy Underworld River." In an instant, the underworld river trembled and began to extend indefinitely, as if it was going to replace the world. It encompassed everything, including Wang Lin and the Blood Ancestor. The boundless origin energy filled the world, and the countless resentful souls began to gather before they all charged at the Blood Ancestor from all directions. The Blood Ancestor's expression was extremely gloomy. Right now he was only an origin soul and was extreme weak. This underworld river made him even weaker, but the Blood Ancestor was still the Blood Ancestor. Even now, it would be difficult for Wang Lin to kill him. Despite being surrounded by the underworld river, his face showed a flash of power. Both of his hands formed seals, and his body released a blinding, red light. A powerful pressure spread out from his body. Blood transformation. The Blood Ancestor's origin soul changed, and in an instant turned into giant blood claws that shot straight toward Wang Lin. With one swipe, 5 cracks charged toward Wang Lin like roaring dragons. At the moment the cracks closed, and Wang Lin raised his right hand. Origin energy filled his body, and he slapped the cracks, causing an explosion. Wang Lin backed out of the underworld river and shouted, "Underworld river, soul condense." The countless resentful spirits condensed, and origin energy filled them, making them even more fierce. Countless resentful spirits took the form of Yao Shishue before they charged toward the Blood Ancestor. The Blood Ancestor let out a cry as he turned around and swiped behind as if he wanted to tear this underworld river apart. As for those souls that looked like Yao Shishue, even though he knew that they were fake, he was unwilling to attack. Thanks to the power of the claws, he was able to rip open a gap in the underworld river and charge out. But countless souls in the form of Yao Shishue blocked him. The Blood Ancestor let out a sad cry. His face was filled with resolve, and he swiped the blood claws. Countless Yao Zixus collapsed while letting out very sad and real cries that fell in the Blood Ancestor's ears. This caused his already injured mind to tremble. The underworld river began to collapse under the Blood Ancestor's attack, and the gap grew larger. Finally, the Blood Ancestor charged out with an unspeakable amount of hatred. "Wang Lin, you and I can't coexist." After rushing out, although the Blood Ancestor was fierce, his heart felt exhausted. Yao Shishue's sorrowful screams constantly echoed in his mind, as if they would never dissipate. At the moment he charged out, Wang Lin arrived before him with the soul flag in hand. Black clouds came out from the soul flag, and immediately surrounded the Blood Ancestor as he rushed out. The Karma Whip entered the black cloud, and whipping sounds continuously echo. Wang Lin shouted, "Gather!" All of the black clouds contracted like crazy, but the Blood Ancestor was still resisting inside. Even now he was still the proud Blood Ancestor. Chapter 771, Yao Family, 2. As he resisted the black cloud, he continued to be knocked back as it contracted. This cycle continued until the black clouds showed signs of collapse. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he opened his mouth to spit out origin energy. This origin energy entered the black cloud and suddenly made it feel like it was filled with endless power, causing it to contract like crazy. However, at this moment, the resistance coming from the Blood Ancestor also grew endlessly. Sounds of explosions came from inside, and the black cloud actually began to collapse. The Blood Ancestor's muffled roar came through and sounded like roaring thunder in Wang Lin's ears. The Blood Ancestor's roar came out. "You brat, Wang Lin, are not qualified to seal this, old man." The dense, black clouds collapsed again. They were now very thin and were about to disappear. Once the black clouds disappeared, it meant that the 1 billion soul flag was destroyed. Wang Lin shouted, "3 primary souls appear." Inside the cloud, the 3 primary souls, including the Qilin and 4th soul, immediately condensed and began their attack on the Blood Ancestor. Through the clouds, Wang Lin could see the Qilin turn into black smoke and surround the Blood Ancestor. The Qilin's head took shape and bit down on the Blood Ancestor's neck. The 4th soul was constantly flying in and out of the Blood Ancestor. Every time it penetrated the Blood Ancestor's origin soul, it would leave with a large amount of origin energy. There was still that human figure that the last primary soul formed. It turned into black gas that surrounded the Blood Ancestor, making his movements slow. The Blood Ancestor's face revealed a fierce expression, and red light flashed from his body while he chanted a complex chant. The red light shined like crazy from his body and gradually filled the black clouds until they looked purple. A roar came out from the Blood Ancestor's mouth. Blood soul collapse. The red light around his body was almost demonic, and his origin soul suddenly released unimaginable power. The Qilin immediately let out a miserable groan, and the impact of the force caused it to dissipate rapidly. Terrified of this, it immediately let go and backed up. The primary soul around the Blood Ancestor collapsed and quickly retreated. Even the 4th soul that penetrated the Blood Ancestor's origin soul was caught by the Blood Ancestor. With a merciless pinch, cracks appeared on it before it dissipated and retreated. Little brat Wang Lin. The Blood Ancestor's eyes were bloodshot as his hand ripped open the black clouds before him. From beginning to end, Wang Lin's eyes were calm. When the Blood Ancestor was about to step out, he opened his mouth and spat out a ray of yellow light. There was a grain of sand inside the yellow light. The moment the sand appeared, a powerful pressure immediately shrouded the area. In an instant, this grain of sand immediately grew until it was more than 1,000 feet wide. It was like a mountain, but it looked more like a stamp. This object had used a celestial fragment as material and was refined in a furnace formed by the heavens with divine retribution. The moment it appeared, it pressed down on the Blood Ancestor with enormous amount of celestial spiritual energy. Crackling sounds immediately came from inside the Blood Ancestor's body, and the blood light around him weakened. The step he was taking to step out was forced back. The stamp formed by the 1,000-foot fragment descended from the sky. The Blood Ancestor charged out, but after a series of rumbles, he was pressed down under the stamp. When the stamp rose up, the Blood Ancestor looked weaker, but he was still fierce, and red light flashed brightly around him. At this moment, the Karma Whip suddenly appeared and lashed toward him. With a bang, the Blood Ancestor's origin soul became more unstable. Just as he was about to retaliate, the stamp smashed down. The Blood Ancestor's origin soul was about to collapse. He let out a miserable smile, and his eyes were filled with madness. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's voice came. "Blood Ancestor, I will not kill you, and will give you a chance to see Yao Shishui again. If you explode, you will never see Yao Shishui again." Wang Lin's voice was cold. The Blood Ancestor silently pondered, and the madness in his eyes slowly disappeared. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his hand formed a seal, and he shouted, "Collect." The surrounding black cloud immediately surrounded the Blood Ancestor. The Karma Whip also appeared and wrapped around the Blood Ancestor. The damaged 3 primary souls also appeared and began to devour like crazy. The stamp floated above. Although it didn't press down again, the pressure was still there. This pressure caused the black cloud to contract even more rapidly. It contracted to a ball in almost an instant before turning back into a 30-foot-long flag in Wang Lin's hand. The 100-feet-wide flag spread out, and there was a radical change. Before, it was just a black flag with nothing on it, but now there was an image. The Blood Ancestor's figure was lifelike with the Karma Whip around him like a lock and the 3 primary souls fiercely surrounding him. The Blood Ancestor's expression revealed indignation and unwillingness. Just like this, The image on the flag took form. Looking at the 1 billion soul flag, Wang Lin was silent. He didn't feel pride in defeating the Blood Ancestor, and his heart felt melancholy. He had struggled a lot to defeat the Blood Ancestor, and was not nearly as calm he seemed on the outside. This fight was filled with life and death moments, and a moment of carelessness would have meant death. This battle was no less dangerous than his escape from the Moongazer Serpent. In fact, it was even a bit more dangerous. After all, the Moongazer Serpent's intelligence was very limited. There is no great hatred between the two of us. If you had just taken Yao Shishiwe with you, you wouldn't have ended up like this, Wang Lin sighed. Unless it was the last resort and he was crazy, he won't have forced the Blood Ancestor down like this. He was helpless on his matter because if he wanted to live, he had to resist. If he wanted to continue to exist, he had to kill the Blood Ancestor that swore to destroy him. Yao Shishiwe was the Blood Ancestor's weakness. In order to seal the Blood Ancestor, Wang Lin had to use this. In the face of survival, there was no such thing as despicable. Wang Lin looked at the soul flag and said, Blood Ancestor, I respect your fatherly love. I also have a son. If someone were to act against my child, I can understand your anger. However, did you give me a chance to explain? I didn't touch your daughter once while I had her captured. If it wasn't for your daughter plotting against me, why would I dare to provoke the Blood Ancestor? He knew that the Blood Ancestor could hear. Could it be that your daughter, Yao Shishiwe, is allowed plot against me, but I'm not allowed to retaliate? You love your daughter, so you don't think about right or wrong and don't think about the cause. Although this is love, it is spoiled love. I gave you a chance, but Senior Blood Ancestor held the idea of killing me. In my eyes, your actions are no different from Yao Shishiwe's. I understood the job of a father 1,000 years ago, but you still don't understand it even today. Wang Lin looked up at the distance and put the flag away. He didn't bother considering if the Blood Ancestor understood. He only needed to have a clear conscience, and this was enough. He raised his right hand and pressed against the celestial fragment. There was a flash of yellow light as it shrank to the size of a grain of sand before Wang Lin swallowed it. He patted his clothes as if he wanted to sweep away all the gloominess from the past several days. Then his body turned into a ray of light, and he flew far away. I'll make myself as strong as possible in the Thunder Celestial Realm. My spells are still very lacking. Before, my cultivation level wasn't high enough to be eligible for celestial spells. However, with my current cultivation, I am strong enough to participate in the battles for celestial caves. My goal is a celestial spell. Wan, don't worry, I will definitely go to planet Donglin. Whenever there is a trace of hope for you to awaken, I, Wang Lin, will do everything I can to fight for it. Wang Lin placed his right hand between his eyebrows. His increase in cultivation made him even more confident in reviving Li Yuan. Aside from escaping from those old monsters, the other reason he had come to the All-Heaven Star System was to revive Li Yuan. Wang Lin was constantly thinking of Li Yuan as he stepped through the void. His goal was the fragment before him. From this moment on, there was one more powerful person to fight over treasures in the Thunder Celestial Realm, Wang Lin. On the fragment before Wang Lin, Li Yuan's escape was reaching its end. His body was like a lamp without oil. If it wasn't for the people behind him taunting him, he would have already died. What made him even more humiliated was that the man behind him was using him as target practice for various spells. The elder beside the youth gave off a ruthless aura. He would sometimes give pointers to the youth, and every time he did, Li Yuan would suffer even more. Only 3 of the 8 flying swords remained. The rest were lost when he used spells with them. The old man had casually caught them, wiped the divine sense off them, and threw them at the youth. Shortly after, the youth would gift them to the woman beside him. A feeling of indignation brewed inside Li Yuan's heart. The woman's crisp laughter and whiny voice made it even worse for him. Along the Hiwei, he had suffered even more injuries. He had no time to heal himself, and his right arm was beginning to rot. There were white insects moving inside his flesh. These weren't maggots. They were poisonous insects released by the youth behind him. Li Yuan felt that these white insects were inside his body, even inside his origin soul. It was as if his body had become a breeding ground for these insects. Li Yuan's speed became slower and slower. His whole body felt tired and death aura filled his body. His face was no longer pale, but a sickly red. Behind Li Yuan, the old man withdrew his gaze and calmly said, "Young master, this person is out of energy." Chapter 772, Yao Family, 3. The youth faintly smiled and said, "He's going to die soon, but this person is pretty good to have lasted 13 days. The cultivators before him only lasted 8 days. Ugly uncle, catch me an Illusory Yin cultivator next time, so I can play for a while longer. That way, my Octo Soul worms can mature faster." The old man's expression remained neutral as he said, "Okay." It was a very simple word, but it was filled with confidence. Beside the youth, the pretty girl blinked and smiled. "Cousin, how many more swords does that person have?" The youth laughed and wrapped his hand around the woman's waist. "Forget it. These 9 swords are all yours. Not to mention these 9 swords. There is nothing in the Thunder Celestial Realm I can't obtain if I want it. Once we find the source of these swords from this person's origin soul, we can take a trip there." The woman smiled and revealed a charming gaze. Her voice was alluring as she said, "Cousin is someone from the Yao family, so you can naturally do it." The youth revealed pride. The Yao family was a name even the Thunder Celestial Temple had to respect. As a member of the Yao family, it was as he said. As long as he saw it, there was nothing he couldn't obtain. At this moment inside the void, Wang Lin saw the fragment before him. His body flickered and appeared above the fragment. "I wonder where Brother Li is." Wang Lin's divine sense subconsciously spread out, but his expression immediately became gloomy. Killing intent as powerful as when he faced the blood ancestor exploded once more. There wasn't much focus in Li Yuan's eyes. It was about to dissipate. "About to die, whatever, then I'll just die. It will be a relief. It's just that I won't be able to teach Brother Su the restriction heart." Li Yuan let out a bitter smile. He already couldn't see anything around him. There were several white insects moving inside his pupils. The strange thing was that Li Yuan felt no pain. "Even if I die, as someone of the Li family, I have to die with dignity." Li Yuan's eyes focused once more and revealed firm determination. He turned around and looked at the 3 people casually chasing him. There was strong hatred inside Li Yuan's eyes. "I have no hatred against the 3 of you. If you wanted my magical treasures, you could have just taken them, but you toyed with me like this. When I die, I'll turn into a vengeful ghost to vent this hatred." Li Yuan slapped his bag of holding, and the remaining 3 swords flew out, giving off fierce sword energy. With a point of his finger, the 3 swords flew toward the youth. "Impudent." The youth sneered as his right hand reached out, and a blood hand immediately appeared before him. With one grasp, he caught all 3 flying swords. Li Yuan's expression was fierce. The moment the youth caught the flying swords, his right hand formed a seal and pressed between his eyebrows. A ray of black light as thick as an arm came out between his eyebrows. The black light immediately divided into countless more lines, and as his hands formed seals, they formed restrictions. The moment these restrictions appeared, they divided into 18. In an instant, these restrictions surrounded Li Yuan. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood that landed on the restrictions. However, there were many white insects inside the blood. It was very shocking. After absorbing his blood, these restrictions swiftly flew toward the youth. These restrictions were very fast and rapidly approached the youth. At this moment, the youth had barely managed to grab hold of those 3 swords with his spell. When he saw the restrictions fall from the sky, the youth didn't panic. He let out a cold snort, and his eyes were filled with contempt. The old man beside him took a step forward and raised his right hand. Dense origin energy immediately surrounded the area. "Break." The old man only said one word. In an instant, the restrictions were surrounded by origin energy and then collapsed. However, after they exploded, they didn't disappear, they turned back into black lines. The black lines condensed together before flying straight for the old man, carrying a destructive aura. The old man slapped his bag of holding, causing an ancient mirror to appear, and he pointed it toward the black line. There was a flash. It was as if the entire world had darkened and all the light had condensed around the ancient mirror. The black line immediately collapsed. Li Yuan's body trembled, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body was filled with death aura. He muttered, "It isn't that my Li family's restriction is lacking. It's because I used too much of my restriction heart helping Brother Su. After that, I had no time to recover it. How else could this broken mirror be able to stop the restrictions? However, Brother Su has helped my family greatly, so I don't regret it. If I die, then I'll die." Li Yuan let out a miserable smile. At this moment, the old man stepped forward and threw a kick without even looking at Li Yuan. There was a crackling sound as Li Yuan coughed out more blood and his body landed on the ground. His eyes were dim. That kick had scattered the remaining celestial spiritual energy inside his body, making it so he couldn't retaliate anymore. "Junior Master, this person is no longer dangerous. You can attack now." The old man stepped back and his expression was cold. He didn't feel shame at all from attacking an ascended junior as an Illusory Yin cultivator. The youth had just barely managed to get a hold of the 3 flying swords, and it was only because Li Yuan's connection with the 3 swords was lost. He caught the swords and directly gave them to the woman beside him. The youth stepped forth with a sneer and said, Let me see exactly where you found these celestial swords. The youth raised his right hand and pressed down on Li Yuan. Hurry up, cousin. The woman smiled as she watched all of this. Her eyes were filled with an alluring charm as she played with the celestial sword in her hand. As for the old man, his expression was as calm as usual. Just at this moment, just as that youth named Yao's hand pressed down on Li Yuan, a ripple suddenly appeared beside him. The originally calm old man's expression suddenly changed at this moment. He charged forward and immediately shouted, "Young master, retreat." The youth was startled. In an instant, an unimaginable killing intent came out from inside the ripple. This killing intent was so powerful that it caused the entire world to turn cold. There was even ice falling from the sky. The youth's expression turned deathly pale. Before he even had time to search Li Yuan's soul, he immediately retreated. However, at this moment, a figure walked out from the ripple. The moment the figure appeared, the killing intent reached its peak. Thundering rumbles suddenly echoed in the sky. The moment the youth retreated, the figure from the ripple stepped forth and pointed at the youth's chest. A wave of cracking sounds echoed and the youth coughed out a mouthful of blood. All of the bones inside his body were broken and he was thrown away. The figure closed in once more and the finger landed between the youth's eyebrows. Rich origin energy entered the youth's body and caused all the celestial spiritual energy inside his body to collapse in an instant. Cracking sounds echoed and the youth's expression became pale. In his eyes, that finger had replaced the world and became the controller of his life. His body was thrown into the air and flew away in an arc. Cracking sound still came from his body in the air, and he coughed out mouthfuls of blood that turned into blood mist. The origin energy in his body surged like crazy. It first destroyed his celestial spiritual energy, then it destroyed his cultivation base, and finally forced all the blood in his body out from his pores. The current him was like a person made of blood in the air. His body gave off a dense blood mist. The origin energy inside his body didn't stop and continued to rage inside his body. All of the muscles in his body were destroyed inch by inch and all of his internal organs were instantly crushed. This still didn't end. The origin energy was too strong, to the point that it was impossible to measure. After destroying the internal origins, the origin energy rushed to his head. His skull collapsed along with his brain. At this instant, the youth named Yao's flesh completely collapsed. When he was only halfway up the air, his entire body collapsed, disintegrated, and dissipated. His origin soul was filled with confusion and unimaginable fear. He even had the impulse to cry. At the moment his body collapsed and his origin soul appeared, the origin energy exploded. This origin energy tore the origin soul apart and completely destroyed it. However, the origin soul didn't dissipate. The origin energy rapidly condensed the origin soul into a fist-sized ball of light. The ball instantly returned to Wang Lin's hand, and he pressed it between Li Yuan's eyebrows to help Li Yuan nourish his dissipating origin soul. "Who gave you the qualifications to hurt my friend?" Extremely cold words slowly came out of Wang Lin's mouth. All of this happened in an instant. It was fast beyond imagination. The old man had just moved forward, and before he could get close, everything had already ended. Cold sweat appeared on the old man's forehead. His calmness was gone, and his indifference had already collapsed. His calmness and indifference had completely disintegrated. His eyes were filled with horror and even a trace of fear. He wasn't able to clearly see the other person at all earlier. In particular, the rich origin energy that appeared with the ripple made him suck in a breath of cold air. What frightened him even more was the aura that came from inside the ripple. The aura of the youth that came out was actually perfectly merged with the world. Too terrifying. I know all the corporeal Yang cultivators, but who is he? His face was pale and sweat dripped down his forehead. The killing intent from the other person was so intense that it caused his mind to tremble. He subconsciously stepped back a few steps, and even had the impulse to immediately escape. Not far away, the woman was completely stunned. The scene before her caused her brain to become temporarily blank. Su, brother Su, on the ground. Li Yuan's eyes were filled with excitement as he struggled to speak. Help me. Kill them. Chapter 773, 13 Days. Li Yuan's voice was filled with piercing hatred. If this hatred could become corporeal, it would immediately erupt to vent the anger he had suffered in the recent days. Wang Lin nodded and his gaze went over the Illusory Yin old man and landed on the dumbfounded woman. She was holding Li Yuan's celestial swords. He didn't even waste time talking to them and took a step. This step moved him over several hundred feet, and he appeared before the woman. The woman had just recovered from the shock. She personally saw the Yao youth's body collapse from just one finger from this person. The cracking sounds from the Yao youth's body still echoed in her ears. With one finger, he had caused his origin soul to collapse. The Yao youth's origin soul was captured and had its consciousness wiped away until it was only a blob of origin energy. This scene completely destroyed her mind, making her cower in terror. When she saw Wang Lin moving toward her, she immediately panicked. Filled with terror, she let out a hysterical scream. In her eyes, Wang Lin was no longer a person, but a demon, a terrifying, soul-devouring demon. She almost subconsciously retreated. There wasn't even the slightest thought of resisting. The only thing in her brain was escape, escape, escape. Ever since she was little, she had never been this terrified. Not only did it destroy her mind, it also left a deep rift in her Dao heart. Even if she was lucky enough to escape, her cultivation level would drop greatly, with almost no chance of increasing again. Wang Lin's expression was cold, and his gaze was chilling as he closed in. In his eyes, the woman's speed was too slow. At this moment, the Illusory Yin old man's eyes lit up. He didn't try to save her, he quickly retreated. As one finger pressed down between her eyebrows, her pupils shrank and her fear reached its peak. Origin energy rushed into her body. She wasn't thrown back and instead trembled and was frozen in place. Popping sounds came from inside her body. She was very familiar with this sound. It was exactly the same as the ones that came from the youth's body earlier. Her origin soul formed a ball of light and flew out from between her eyebrows. Wang Lin grabbed it with his right hand and threw it at Li Yuan. The origin energy nourished his origin soul and caused his injuries to recover slightly. The woman's body collapsed and disappeared completely. Until the moment she died, she still didn't understand why the person that they were chasing didn't inform them that he had a friend like this in the Thunder Celestial realm. As her body dissipated, all of the flying swords and bags of holding fell down on the ground. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the figure of the rapidly escaping old man before revealing a sneer. He took a step forward and suddenly disappeared as he fused with the world. The Illusory Yin old man's mind was completely shaken by the sudden appearance of Wang Lin. He didn't have any chance at victory, so he quickly fled. However, at this moment, a ripple appeared before him. Powerful origin energy came out from inside and caused him to stop. Wang Lin's figure walked out from inside. "You're next." Wang Lin's eyes became cold. The moment he appeared, he raised his right hand and a bolt of purple thunder appeared. The surrounded area was surrounded by purple mist after the purple thunderbolt appeared. Lightning moved through the mist and quickly gathered on the bolt of purple thunder. The bolt of thunder was as thick as an arm and quickly shot toward the old man. The old man's expression changed greatly as he quickly retreated. His hand quickly formed seals and immediately released a red flame. This flame was extremely hot and quickly spread around him, forming a flame shield. The bolt of thunder descended and landed on the flame shield. There were crackling sounds as the flame shield immediately collapsed and the bolt of thunder landed on the old man's body. He coughed out a large mouth of blood and his face turned pale. As he quickly retreated, he was almost out of his wit. His scalp tingled as he felt panic set in and the aghast in his heart was reaching its limit. The old man retreated and quickly said, "Senior, let me speak." Wang Lin's expression was cold as he moved forward and coldly said, "How long did you chase after my friend? Speak." The old man retreated and quickly said, 13 days. "Senior, this matter was all because of the young master from the Yao family. I tried to persuade him, but our statuses are different, so I was unable to stop him." The old man was extremely terrified of this person. A corporeal young cultivator was not someone he could resist, even though he was only one step away from the corporeal yang stage himself. 13 days. Wang Lin's eyes filled with killing intent, and in the blink of an eye, he overtook the old man. His two fingers formed a sword and pointed at the old man's left arm. The old man's expression changed. Just as he was about to dodge, Wang Lin said one word. "Stop." This word was like the voice of the devil as it landed in the old man's ears. He immediately felt an unimaginable amount of origin energy surround him. At this instant, he couldn't move his body an inch. Even his origin soul felt like it was in water and became cloud. This is the first day. Wang Lin's finger landed on the old man's left arm, and with a burst of origin energy, the old man's left arm exploded with a bang. The powerful origin energy exploded once more, causing the arm to shatter completely. The old man revealed a struggling expression. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't even move his body an inch. The second day, Wang Lin's finger landed once more, this time on the old man's left leg. The origin energy rushed in, and more than half of the old man's left leg was blown off. The old man's veins bulged, and he revealed a ferocious gaze. However, Behind that ferocious gaze, he was filled with fear. His terror of Wang Lin had filled his mind. This is the third day. Wang Lin lifted his foot and directly stepped on the old man's right leg. The leg immediately collapsed with a bang. Of the old man's 4 limbs, 3 of them had already collapsed. The old man let out a miserable groan. The severe pain almost drowned him. The simulation of the pain allowed his origin soul to move a bit. Origin energy immediately cycled through his body, and he showed signs of recovering. As Wang Lin withdrew his foot, his finger pointed at the old man's right arm. Origin energy rushed in, and the only surviving limb immediately disintegrated. This is the 4th day. This didn't end. The stop spell was dissipating, and the old man was about to regain his movement. Just as origin energy filled his body and he was about to retreat, Wang Lin's cold voice came once more. Stop! The old man let out a sad cry. The other party's voice was the sound that would end his life faster and make him fall into the abyss. If he knew it would have turned out like this, he wouldn't have touched a hair on Li Yuan's head. At his moment, his mind was in a trance, and he vaguely recalled the words that this person said the moment he appeared. Who gave you the qualification to hurt my friend? These words echoed in his mind like rumbling thunder. After the old man's body was stopped for the 2nd time, Wang Lin stood in front of the old man. Wang Lin's finger quickly moved and pointed at the old man's body, causing blood to come out from the corner of the old man's mouth. The 5th day, the 6th day, the 7th day. At the end, the old man's chest was a bloody mess. All of his bones were broken and blood mist gushed out of his chest. His body had lost all vitality. This is the last day. Wang Lin's hand turned into a palm and pressed down on the old man's forehead with a ruthless expression. A crisp crackling resounded as the old man's body completely collapsed and dissipated into a blood mist. His origin soul charged out. As he trembled in the air, he shouted, "The Yao family won't let you off." Wang Lin's eyes were cold, and he had a thought. He slapped his bag of holding, and the 1 billion soul flag appeared. With a shake, the flag opened up, revealing the blood ancestor's unwilling image. Wang Lin calmly asked, "Do you recognize him?" The old man's origin soul was startled. After taking a careful look, his eyes immediately bulged and revealed horror. Although he didn't recognize who it was, this person was 70% similar to the Yao family ancestor. Without waiting for the old man to speak, Wang Lin already knew the answer from the old man's expression. He stepped forth as his origin energy surrounded the area and immediately locked the old man's origin soul. His hand reached out. The old man's origin soul couldn't escape at all and was immediately pulled back. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he used the soul search spell on the old man. The powerful origin energy made it impossible for the old man to struggle. A moment later, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he wiped the old man's consciousness from the origin soul, turning it into a ball of origin energy. Wang Lin's body landed next to Li Yuan. He held the ball of origin energy and pressed it between Li Yuan's eyebrows. "Brotherly, I'll give you an opportunity. Whether you can reach the Illusory Yin stage or not will depend on you." Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he pressed his hand against Li Yuan's chest. "Gather!" With a roar, the small, white insects were immediately pulled out of Li Yuan's body. These insects were hideous and gave off a fishy smell. Wang Lin's expression was calm. With one pinch, all of these small insects collapsed one by one. Chapter 774, Withered Dao Pair. Li Yuan had already reached the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. The reason he hadn't reached the Illusory Yin stage yet was because his body lacked origin energy. Wang Lin had just nourished him with 3 origin souls. In particular, one was the origin soul of an Illusory Yin cultivator, which was filled with origin energy. Thanks to this, the chance of Li Yuan making a breakthrough had increased greatly. After placing some restrictions around Li Yuan, Wang Lin sat beside him and began to ponder. The blood ancestor is indeed someone from the Yao family. It turns out the Yao family is very powerful, especially the Yao family's blood god. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. I haven't been lacking powerful enemies ever since I started cultivating, so adding a blood god isn't much. Wang Lin knew that even if he had known about the blood god beforehand, he simply couldn't just leave Li Yuan to die. Moreover, since he had already offended the blood ancestor, he made a decision. As long as I master that spell to merge with the world, even if Tuasin comes, I will be able to escape. However, some of the memories inside that old man are interesting. They might be useful to me. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a decisive gaze. He sat down and began refining the origin energy inside his body. When I absorb all the origin energy in my body, I will be extremely close to the real second step, the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment before waving his hand. The 3 bags and several flying swords flew to him. These 3 bags of holding belonged to those 3. Wang Lin's eyes first fell on the swords that he and Li Yuan had found inside the storage space. After scanning them with his divine sense, Wang Lin's thoughts stirred. These 9 swords immediately flew into the air and stabbed into the ground. 8 of them formed a circle, while the last one was in the middle. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the 9 beast bones immediately flew out. The largest beast bone landed at the center of the circle, while remaining 8 surrounded the 8 swords forming the circle. They were arranged exactly how Wang Lin had found them. He carefully looked at the 9 beast bones. Wang Lin had checked them before, and there seemed to be some sort of branding that prevented his divine sense from imprinting and controlling them. Back then, he suspected that this beast bone treasure might require some special way of activation. After he placed the beast bones back with the swords, he immediately noticed the difference. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and went into the 8 small beast bones. The moment his divine sense touched them, the 8 bones immediately shook and a suction force came from them. Wang Lin's divine sense immediately felt this suction. His eyes lit up and his origin energy went into his divine sense. Following the suction, his divine sense split into 8 parts and went into the 8 bones. That suction seemed to have no end and continued to suck at his divine sense as if it wanted to devour his entire origin soul. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin pulled back his divine sense from the beast bones. Then his hands formed seals, and he laid countless seals in the surroundings. Then his origin energy spread out and surrounded everything within 10,000 feet of him. A white mist filled with his origin energy appeared. If an outsider passed by and saw this mist, they wouldn't do anything reckless, because this mist was filled with pressure from origin energy. Even Illusory Yin and Corporeal Yang cultivators would be extremely cautious. This meant that there was a second-step cultivator inside this mist that didn't want to be disturbed. If someone attempted to enter, they would be attacked by the origin energy inside the mist. After forming the origin energy mist, Wang Lin pondered for a bit before he opened his mouth and allowed the fragment stamp into the mist. Only then did he feel relaxed and sat down. His ancient thunder dragon origin soul charged out and rushed toward the 8 beast bones. The moment his origin soul closed in, suction force came out from the 8 beast bones. Wang Lin's origin soul split into 8 parts again and entered each beast bone. After absorbing all of Wang Lin's origin soul, the 8 beast bones released a demonic glow. The demonic light became more and more bright, until 8 rays of blue light shot out from the beast bones toward the sword in the middle. This blue light also contained his origin soul. His origin soul underwent a change he didn't understand and was sent into the flying sword. The sword trembled and released a burst of sword hymns. Wang Lin's origin soul fused back into one and immediately felt powerful sword energy charging toward his origin soul. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and the origin energy inside his body spread out like a storm, dissipating all the sword energy. However, the next moment, more sword energy appeared as if it would never end. Something is wrong. This is a restriction matrix. Wang Lin's eyes began to deduce the restriction and he simply sat down. He created an origin energy shield to block the sword energy and completely ignored it. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had seen through this restriction. With a thought, countless restrictions appeared around him and spread out in all directions. At this moment, the sword surrounded by the 8 beast bones flew out. It flew above the beast bones surrounded by the 8 swords. The sword pointed down and sword energy immediately shot out. This sword energy divided into 8 rays of sword energy, which went into each of the 8 flying swords. Wang Lin's origin soul was once more divided into 8 and entered the 8 celestial swords. The experience from before appeared once more, but this time there was even more sword energy. Wang Lin's origin soul was divided into 8, and every single piece experienced the same thing. 3 days later, all 8 swords shot out sword energy toward the largest beast bone in the center. Wang Lin's origin soul came out with the sword energy and entered the beast bone with 4 spikes. His origin soul fused into one inside the beast bone, and at the same time left his imprint inside the beast bone. A kind of enlightenment appeared inside Wang Lin's soul. He had incomparable understanding of this beast bone, as if it was part of his body. After a long time, Wang Lin's origin soul flew out from the beast bone and back into his body. Wang Lin opened his eyes and revealed a look of shock and excitement. It is indeed worthy of being a celestial treasure. Without this specific method, there is no way to leave your imprint on it. Once you successfully leave your imprint, you immediately gain the knowledge to use it. Wang Lin stood up, waved his hand, and the large beast bone immediately flew toward him. This object is called the Withered Dao Pair. It is extremely powerful and can be considered a true magical treasure. Unfortunately, it was damaged in the hands of its previous master in a battle against an ancient god. Adding on the fact that the previous master died, even now it still hasn't been fully repaired. However, its power is still amazing, and it can be considered one of my most powerful treasures. Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and the beast bone seemed to gain life. It rushed toward Wang Lin and disappeared in his hand. A moment later, a beast bone tattoo appeared on the back of Wang Lin's right hand. It was very lifelike. He didn't withdraw the origin mist and looked at Li Yuan. Most of Li Yuan's injuries had healed, and his origin soul was absorbing the origin energy to make the final breakthrough. Wang Lin wasn't sure if Li Yuan would succeed or not. While waiting for Li Yuan to awaken, Wang Lin opened the bags of the 3 people he killed. The woman's bag had some stuff inside, but nothing that caught Wang Lin's attention. After taking out the celestial jades, Wang Lin put it aside. As for young Master Yao's bag of holding, there was some stuff inside as well. After looking through it, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and landed on one item. It was a paper talisman. Compared to this, the other things meant nothing. This was the second talisman like his he had found since coming to the All-Heaven Star system. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the other talisman appeared in his hand. The 2 talismans were similar in size, but the symbols drawn on them were different. What exactly is this? Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and scanned the 2 talismans. His eyes narrowed as he noticed faint origin energy fluctuations coming from them. He wouldn't have been able to notice it with his previous cultivation level. Interesting. Could this item be a treasure as well? Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment before putting the talismans away. He had a feeling they weren't ordinary. When he picked up the last bag of holding, his eyes lit up and he muttered. The old man's mind was messy, but his objective in the Thunder Celestial Realm was very clear. He was going to take the young master of the Yao family to the collection pavilion to get a celestial spell. Wang Lin learned from the old man's memories that there was a fragment that was sealed by the combined forces of the 4 families of the All-Heaven Star system with inheritances from the celestial realm. On this sealed fragment, there was a collection pavilion. The pavilion stored celestial spells, and they were still well preserved. However, this collection pavilion was created by the previous Thunder Celestial Realm Celestial Emperor and his subordinates. The pavilion had its own rules, and whether one could get a celestial spell depended on luck. The 4 great families with celestial realm inheritances couldn't break these rules. They could only seal the fragment and then open it each time to let their family members try their luck. For a very long time, this collection pavilion has been a place exclusive to the 4 great families, and no outsiders were allowed. The Yao family hadn't only sent 1 team to the Thunder Celestial Realm, but 10 groups. Collection Pavilion. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Just at this moment, Li Yuan's breathing became rough, and he slowly opened his eyes. He looked ahead and sighed. Thank you, Brother Su, but it looks like I'm not fated to reach the Illusory Yin stage. My origin soul couldn't withstand that much origin energy. Li Yuan lowered his head and looked at his broken arm. After he said that, he became silent. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and all the origin mist withdrew. He carefully looked at Li Yuan and smiled. Brotherly, you shouldn't underestimate yourself. The origin energy inside your body is nourishing your origin soul. Once you absorb all that origin energy, you will reach the Illusory Yin stage. That day may come fast or slow, but it will certainly happen. Li Yuan's eyes glowed, and he nodded. He stood up and bowed toward Wang Lin. Brother Su, I owe you a lot. I will remember this in my heart and won't forget it. Li Yuan wasn't one to speak much, but this came from his heart. He only felt gratitude toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin faintly smiled as his right hand grabbed the only bag he hadn't searched. He scanned it with his divine sense and threw it at Li Yuan. At the same time, the 9 swords flew into the air and landed next to Li Yuan, returning them to their owner. Also, keep that bag of holding. I believe the things inside will be useful to you. Li Yuan nodded and put away the swords. He picked up the bag and scanned it with his divine sense before he took something out. It was the ancient mirror. This is a restriction-breaking ancient mirror. There aren't many of these left, and they can break a majority of restrictions. As he spoke, he threw it toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin accepted it with a smile and put it inside his bag of holding. Li Yuan hesitated and asked, I can't see through Brother Su's cultivation anymore. It is obvious you improved greatly compared to before. Was the Blood Ancestor destroyed by the storage space? The danger of the Blood Ancestor has been resolved. Although he isn't dead, there isn't much difference. Wang Lin said it calmly. But when Li Yuan heard this, he was startled and meaningfully looked at Wang Lin. With his wisdom, he could tell from Wang Lin's words that Wang Lin's rapid increase in cultivation level had something to do with the blood ancestor. Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan and smiled. Brotherly, I'm going to search the Thunder Celestial Realm and search for all the celestial spells. Are you willing to help me break restrictions? With his current power, aside from a few select individuals, not many in the Thunder Celestial Realm were his match. If Li Yuan was around, Wang Lin could easily protect Li Yuan. Not to mention if Li Yuan had enough time to use his restrictions, he wouldn't even need Wang Lin's protection. Wang Lin had his own plans for inviting Li Yuan. Li Yuan obviously knew a lot more about the Thunder Celestial Realm than him. Also, Wang Lin couldn't compare to Li Yuan in terms of restrictions, so it would be a lot easier to search for celestial spells with Li Yuan. Li Yuan's eyes revealed joy as he smiled and said, "Since this is Brother Su's wish, I'll do my best to help you. As long as I have enough time, I'm certain I can break all restrictions here. For example, Brother Su, there once was a celestial ruin here." Li Yuan pointed ahead at a plain. The ground was filled with weeds and dead grass, and the wind blowing across the plain created rustling sounds. No matter how one looked at it, it was extremely ordinary. Li Yuan's single arm formed seals. His body was now filled with origin energy, so some restrictions that he couldn't use before due to the suppression of the slave imprint could be used now. The sky darkened, and the plain before them looked like a painting with its cover taken off. When Li Yuan's restrictions fell, the plain shattered, exposing the ruins of a city. A broken, stone tablet stood before the ruins, and there were 3 ancient words on it. Celestial Welcoming Palace. Celestial spells can't be used with just the formula. By using my Li family's Annihilation Restriction Heart, I can use traces of celestial spells to reverse engineer them. This method injures the user's body, so my Li family doesn't casually use it. However, if Brother Su needs help, then I'll definitely help. Chapter 775, Dark Hole. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he looked at the broken tablet. He jumped forward and arrived before the tablet. Li Yuan followed closely after and carefully looked at tablet before looking at the ruins. He then smiled. Brother Su, if I'm not wrong, this celestial welcoming palace was once a trade spot for celestials. Wang Lin nodded and calmly walked toward the ruins. Along the way, he could see many wreckages of various buildings. This palace was very big. It was almost the size of a mortal city. The ruins were extremely quiet, with only the occasional wind that would blow through the broken buildings. The sound created by the wind sounded like someone was sobbing. Small vortexes would form when the wind blew by, gently blowing away the dust. It could be seen from the wreckage that there were many pavilions along the road, but right now they were heavily damaged. There were even remnants of restriction fluctuations coming from them. After carefully searching the ruins, Wang Lin found nothing surprising. It was clear that people had already been here during the countless times the Thunder Celestial Realm had been open. The largest shop in these trade palaces are always to the east. Li Yuan's eyes lit up and looked east. The wreckage on the east side of the palace was even more severe. It was impossible to see the appearance of a shop anymore, as there was only one wall left. Li Yuan walked very fast, and quickly arrived next to the ruined building in the east. He squatted down, picked up some of the rubble, and carefully examined it as if he was calculating. When Wang Lin calmly arrived, his divine sense spread out and found nothing. Shortly after, Li Yuan's eyes narrowed. Then he pointed at a spot and said, Brother Su, attack this spot with spell. Wang Lin didn't waste time. He raised his hand and purple thunder shot out like a wild dragon toward the spot Li Yuan pointed at. The purple thunder landed with a bang and the earth trembled, causing the rubble to move. A pattern without any fluctuations appeared on the ground. This seemed to be a formation that was carved into the ground. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. Li Yuan took a few steps forward and arrived next to the formation. After looking at it, he smiled. Brother Su, as far as I know, even the shops of Celestials had hidden rooms. It seems this shop was not an exception. Wang Lin nodded and said, I believe the formation that manages this hidden room has been active for so long that all of the celestial spiritual energy has disappeared. This is why there were no fluctuations coming from it at all. Li Yuan squatted down and wiped away a large amount of dust. After calculating a bit, he nodded. That's correct. From the looks of this dust, it seems like no one has come here for a long time. It is as Brother Su said, this formation has lost all of its celestial spiritual energy and became a dead formation. He then explained, a dead formation is like this. Once the celestial spiritual energy is lost, it can't be opened anymore. However, I have a way of restoring it. Brother Su, I need some time, so please wait a moment. With that, Li Yuan knelt down, bit his left finger, took a deep breath, and pressed his finger against the formation. Origin energy came from his left hand. Blood also came out from the wound and entered the formation before it slowly spread. Wang Lin calmly stood on the side and felt melancholy in his heart as he looked at the wreckage. The Thunder Celestial Realm must have been very prosperous. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to form a trade shop of this size. There were many shops inside this palace. Standing here, Wang Lin could imagine that countless years ago, Celestials arrived on celestial treasures and celestial beasts and traded for their respective needs here like mortals. The Celestials from back then could have never imagined the Celestial Realm would collapse. While silently pondering, Wang Lin let out a sigh. He remembered the huge handprint he saw in the Rain Celestial Realm. That handprint spell that could shatter the earth. Unfortunately, Li Yuan is unable to go to the Rain Celestial Realm. I wonder if he is able to reverse engineer that celestial spell. As time slowly passed, Li Yuan's face gradually became paler. The blood from his left finger gradually spread across the formation. The formation was injected with energy, and then a subtle ripple appeared. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, then he pointed to the spot between his eyebrows, and a black line came out and landed on the formation. His hands quickly moved, and were about to continue releasing restrictions. However, just at the moment the black line touched the formation, a beam of light shot into the sky. The beam appeared almost instantaneously and could be clearly seen from far away. Li Yuan was startled. Before he sent out the restrictions in his hand, they dissipated. How could this be? This is the first time the celestial formation was opened. It's the first opening. As Li Yuan stared at the beam of light, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Wang Lin turned slightly as he glanced at the beam of light. It appeared too abruptly without any warning, so there was no time to stop it. From Li Yuan's expression, it seemed like he was surprised as well. Wang Lin calmly said, "Brotherly." Li Yuan took a deep breath. The beam of light dimmed and was going to disappear soon. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, and he immediately noticed something. Suppressed celestial spiritual energy seemed to have burst out from the beam of light. Li Yuan stared at the fading beam and said, "If the celestial formation was opened properly, this wouldn't have happened. However, this is the first time it has been opened, and the spirit of the formation needs to be released before it can be opened." The first time? Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. That is correct. This should be the first time this formation has been opened without the proper method. Once this beam is gone, we can go in and see what's inside. Li Yuan stared at the formation and licked his lips. Wang Lin nodded and his expression suddenly changed as he looked into the distance. He saw two rays of sword light coming from the distance, and they gave off powerful celestial spiritual energy fluctuations. They had obviously seen the beam of light and wanted to see what had happened. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, and his right hand reached toward the ground. Large amounts of bricks flew up and then exploded into dust. Then Wang Lin scattered the dust in all directions. In almost an instant, the dust formed a ring with a radius of 10,000 feet. It isolated the area within from the outside. Wang Lin's eyes landed on the fading light beam, and he calmly said, "Those who enter will die." Although his voice was soft, when it fell in those two's ears, it was like roaring thunder. Those two were at the mid-stage of Ascendant, so their minds were shaken from the voice. Even the sword lights under their feet became unstable. The two of them stopped outside the ring and didn't dare to take half a step inside. The two of them looked at each with pale expressions before quickly putting away their swords. One of them respectfully said, "The two of us are juniors from the Yao family of the Western Domain. We will obey Senior's command and won't take a step inside." The beam began to dissipate faster and faster. Li Yuan's eyes lit up as he stepped forward and came closer to the formation, waiting for the beam to completely dissipate. Even the two cultivators outside widened their eyes and looked carefully. They had never seen such a scene, but after pondering a bit, they guessed that a treasure had appeared here. Although they didn't dare to go steal it, they couldn't let go of this opportunity to broaden their horizons. It was because the discharge from spirit of the formation was too great that all the cultivators on this fragment saw it. The moment every cultivator saw this light, the first thought they had was that a treasure had appeared. Almost all of the cultivators gathered toward this beam of light with that in mind. Those two from the Zhao family were already close, so they were the first to arrive. Shortly after, several rays of light came from all directions. They all had varying cultivation levels, but none of them were at the Illusory Yin stage. Most of them were at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. When these people arrived, they immediately saw the ring made of dust. They stopped and didn't dare to move in closer. However, their gazes immediately fell on the dissipating beam of light, and their eyes revealed greed. However, When they saw Wang Lin, their expressions immediately changed. They could feel origin energy from Wang Lin's body, causing them all to retreat. None of them dared to come within 10,000 feet. Wang Lin didn't pay those people any attention. Even Li Yuan didn't pay too much attention. A moment later, the beam of light disappeared. At the moment the beam of light disappeared, a dark hole appeared on the surface of the formation. Waves of celestial spiritual energy came out from inside. Even the people 10,000 feet away could clearly feel it. Rays of greedy gazes instantly gathered on the dark hole. A subtle aura immediately appeared from all the cultivators 10,000 feet away. If Wang Lin wasn't there, they would have immediately rushed in. The temptation from that dark hole was very great for cultivators. All of this was because of the unknown. No one knew what was inside, but because of this, that subtle feeling became even stronger. Just at this instant, a ray of sword energy carrying origin energy came from the horizon. It headed straight toward the light, as if that ring didn't exist. The eyes of the cultivators 10,000 feet away all revealed a mysterious light. The origin energy from that sword energy meant that another cultivator at the second step had arrived. As the origin energy spread, a yellow figure quickly closed in while standing on a ray of sword energy. Chapter 776, 10,000 feet, Forbidden Area, Trespassers will die. There was a person standing on the sword energy. He was wearing a large, yellow robe that blew in the wind and looked quite elegant. At this level of cultivation, someone's outer appearance no longer reflected their age. He looked about 30 years old and had an ordinary face. However, his narrow eyes revealed a flash of coldness. Rich origin energy came from inside his body. It was obvious he had reached the peak of the Illusory Yin stage. As he closed in, the people before him immediately scattered and didn't dare to obstruct him. He was coming closer and closer to the 10,000 feet area. It wasn't that he didn't see the ring of dust or didn't know the meaning, but his speed didn't slow down at all as he charged into the 10,000 feet area. The origin energy from him charging and caused the dust to be blown backwards. These scenes caused all the surrounding cultivators to pay attention. As far as they knew, Wang Lin was a powerful cultivator and that yellow-robed young man was also a powerful cultivator. These two would definitely fight because of the dark hole on the celestial formation. This kind of battle was not common. There were even cultivators holding on to the idea of the two of them seriously injuring each other so they could gain the benefits. Li Yuan's expression changed slightly. While he was anxious, Wang Lin's calm voice entered his ears. "Brotherly, go down first." Li Yuan didn't speak and directly went into the dark hole. The moment he entered, the yellow-robed young man closed in. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he raised his right hand and waved at the void. A bolt of purple thunder instantly appeared. The moment the purple thunder appeared, a purple mist appeared around it. The bolt of purple thunder shot toward the young man in yellow robes along with the purple mist. The young man's pupils immediately shrank. It wasn't that he didn't see Wang Lin, but because his status in his family was special and his family members were close behind him, he didn't pay much attention to Wang Lin. He let out a laugh as his hand formed a claw and 5 strands of black gas appeared and shot toward the thunder. The 5 strands of black gas immediately surrounded the thunder. "Devour!" As the yellow-robed young man shouted, the 5 black gas strands immediately turned into 5 black dragons and devoured the thunder. In the blink of an eye, the thunder was devoured and returned to the young man's side. As the 5 black dragons circled the young man, they immediately began to grow. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 500 feet long dragons. As a result, the young man's aura suddenly increased. The yellow-robed young man slowly said, "Fellow cultivators' attack is pretty good. Please wait a moment for I, Tang Yin, wish to explore the hole the celestial left behind." How about it? It was already extremely difficult for the young man to say something like this. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin's cultivation level was higher than his and could be compared to his brother's, who was at the Corporeal Yang stage, he wouldn't have said this. The moment he said that, the expressions of the cultivators nearby changed. One of them exclaimed, "Tang family, could it be the Southern Domain's Tang family?" At this moment, all of the cultivators seemed to realize something. Wang Lin coldly looked at the person and calmly said, "You're not qualified." Tang Yin was startled. He had thought about how the other party would refuse and how his expression would change after hearing he was from the Tang family. However, he could have never imagined that this person would be so arrogant. His expression turned gloomy and he laughed. "If that's the case, then I won't disturb you." With that, he began to retreat and thought, "This person's cultivation level is higher than mine. I'll back off now and wait for my brother to come. It won't be too late to act then." Although his Tang family wasn't one that had an inheritance from the celestial realm, it was still not small. Many of them had come to the Thunder Celestial Realm this time, and rather than separating, they stuck together. He was only here to scout the situation. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, and he took a step forward. With one step, the surrounding 10,000 feet area was filled with rich origin energy. His speed wasn't fast, but he calmly walked toward Tang Yinyun step by step. Tang Yinyun's expression became grim, and he immediately backed up. At this moment, Wang Lin opened his mouth and calmly said, "My thunder is not something you're qualified to devour." At the moment he spoke, the black dragons next to Tang Yinyun immediately let out painful roars. Thunder filled their bodies and explosions came from inside them. In an instant, one of the black dragons exploded. Following that were 4 more explosions as the remaining 4 black dragons also exploded. Under the impact of the powerful force, Tang Yinyun's expression changed greatly. Both of his hands formed a seal and a black dragon mark appeared between his eyebrows. Then a strand of black gas came out from his body and surrounded him. Only by doing this was he able to protect himself from the impact. As he sucked in a breath of cold air and cold sweat came from his forehead, anger swelled up in his heart. He felt like he hadn't shown any hostility, and it was unlikely for the other party to have detected his thoughts. However, before he had time to ask, Wang Lin's eyes became cold. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and the beast bone tattoo on the back of his hand began to move. It moved along Wang Lin's finger and shot out. In an instant, a giant beast bone tattoo appeared before Wang Lin, and its 4 horns gave off a cold aura. The moment it appeared, it shot toward Tang Yinyun. Tang Yinyun retreated with a gloomy expression, and the black dragon flashed once more between his eyebrows, and black mist appeared. This time, even more origin energy came out, and then the entire black mark flew out from between his eyebrows. It turned into a black dragon before it opened its mouth and mercilessly attempted to devour the beast's bone. This black dragon was about 1,000 feet large and gave off a natural pressure the moment it appeared. It was covered in numerous dragon scales that had runes painted on them. It was as if was trying to devour the world, and endless origin energy fluctuations came from the black dragon. Origin dragon, devour! After Yang Yinyun shouted, he retreated without stopping. However, just as the black dragon attempted to devour, 2 ghostly flames appeared in the 2 eye sockets of the beast bone. The moment they appeared, it was as if the beast bone was alive, and an evil aura suddenly appeared. This evil aura was too strong, but it only appeared for an instant before disappearing without a trace. All of this happened too quickly. The moment the evil aura dissipated, the black dragon's eyes suddenly opened wide, as if it was filled with terror. Its huge body froze, and a gray color began to spread from its tail. In almost an instant, its entire body was gray. This gray was the color of stone. This black dragon formed by a spell became a stone statue in an instant. Even the origin energy around it was turned into stone. The black dragon fell from the sky and smashed into the ground with a bang. This scene seemed to cause everything to stop. All of the surrounded people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and were dumbfounded. What kind of treasure is this? Tang Yinyun stared at the fragments of the stone statue with eyes filled with terror. The hearts of the cultivators 10,000 feet away pounded like crazy as they couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. Fear swept through their hearts like a storm. The 10,000 feet area was like a primal beast that made them not dare to even take half a step inside. All these first-step cultivators couldn't help but take a step back. It was as if the distance of 10,000 feet wasn't far enough, and they were afraid they would be affected. Those cultivators with thoughts of benefiting when the 2 seriously injured themselves were covered in cold sweat and gave up on the idea. In particular, the Yao family brothers secretly felt glad they didn't enter, because if they had, they would have died. These 10,000 feet were no longer mere distance, but a forbidden zone of death. At this moment, these cultivators clearly remembered Wang Lin's appearance. Wang Lin was now deeply rooted in their minds. Wang Lin took a step forward and raised his right hand. He immediately withdrew the beast bone, and it turned back into a tattoo on the back of his right hand. His speed didn't reduce as he took one step and appeared before Tang Yinyun. His 2 fingers were filled with origin energy, and he was about to press them down. Tang Yinyun's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with aghast. He attempted to escape without any hesitation, but Wang Lin let out a cold snort. The dense origin energy immediately squeezed and made all types of instant movement impossible. This spell was something Wang Lin had invented. By using the pressure of origin energy, he could make all instant movement spells useless. His fingers landed directly between Tang Yinyun's eyebrows. At this moment, several rays of light came from the distance, and a roar came from inside one of the rays of light. "Kill him, and you will be buried with him." Wang Lin slightly frowned as his finger landed, and origin energy rushed into Tang Yinyun's body, causing it to immediately collapse. It was turned into a mist of blood, and even his origin soul collapsed. Any trespasser within 10,000 feet will die. Wang Lin turned around and walked into the dark hole. The 10,000 feet area was his forbidden area. As long as he was here, no one could enter. The Wang Lin of now was qualified to say such words. At this moment, Li Yuan's exclamation came from inside the dark hole before his figure quickly shot out from inside. After he appeared, he looked at the shattered black dragon statue before he looked at Wang Lin and sent a divine sense message. Brother Su, I have collected all the treasures inside. I also found a secret passage, but I don't know where it goes. The rays of light in the sky landed, revealing 4 figures. There were males and females among them. One of them was very handsome, but his lips were a bit thin and his eyes were gloomy. If Shinggong who was here, he would immediately recognize him as Tang Yanfeng, the one who mocked Shinggong who at the gate to the celestial realm. 10,000 feet forbidden area? Who do you think you are? One of the middle-aged men next to Tang Yanfeng sneered and stepped into the 10,000 feet forbidden area. One of the youths behind him, who had an arrogant expression, also stepped into the 10,000 feet area. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. Chapter 777, My name is Su Mu. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he retreated a few steps back into the dark hole. His left hand formed a seal and then pointed between his eyebrows. Black lines immediately flew out, turned into restrictions, and landed around him. His cultivation level wasn't high enough to directly help, but give him enough time to place restrictions, and he could ensure no one outside could get in within a short period of time. As a result, he was able to open a path of retreat for Wang Lin. Wang Lin's gaze wasn't the same as the one he looked at Shinggong who with when he saw a hint of the 3rd step. However, his gaze was filled with confidence because of his cultivation level, sealing the blood ancestor, and killing 2 Illusory Yin cultivators. This was a gaze that seemed to contain everything. The middle-aged man sneered. When Wang Lin looked over, not only did he not stop, he took another step. This step crossed dozens of feet, and he headed directly for Wang Lin. What a joke. There is actually someone in the Thunder Celestial Realm who dares to threaten people with a 10,000 feet forbidden area. However, just as he spoke, he suddenly stopped because he saw Wang Lin's gaze. This gaze was filled with a cold calmness. It was as if this gaze was looking at a dead person. However, it was very different for the middle-aged man. His body suddenly stopped. It was as if everything around him had suddenly disappeared, and this gaze was the only thing left. There was no killing intent inside that gaze, only calmness. However, that calmness caused the middle-aged man's mind to tremble. All of the origin energy inside his body activated like crazy, as if that was the only way to counter the sense of crisis coming from that gaze. Cold sweat came from his forehead. The moment that gaze landed on him, he immediately felt like he was completely seen through. It was as if he was naked. This kind of feeling was extremely strong. In the end, he felt as if his skin had disappeared and his internal organs and origin soul were exposed before this gaze. In addition, as this feeling got stronger and stronger, he felt as if his origin soul was undergoing a radical change. It was as if his soul was being wiped from his origin soul, and it was now just a mass of origin energy. He never had this kind of feeling ever since he became a cultivator. It was as if his body and origin soul were disappearing layer by layer. In the end, he even had the illusion that he couldn't even feel his own existence. A mouthful of blood came up his chest, his face was filled with a sickly red, and he immediately coughed out a large mouthful of blood. This caused his eyes to regain clarity, but there was fear within those eyes. Only a short period of time had passed from when Wang Lin looked over and when the middle-aged man coughed out blood. It happened so fast that no one saw what had really happened. At the moment the middle-aged man coughed out blood, Wang Lin moved. He calmly took a silently step, but the middle-aged man's expression immediately changed, and he began retreating without any hesitation. He didn't know why, but he felt like Wang Lin's step had landed on his origin soul. This kind of feeling shook his mind greatly. He dared to step forward before, because they had 4 people and Tang Yanfeng was there, so he wasn't afraid. However, right now he felt like he was facing a powerful corporeal yang cultivator by himself. It was as if he would without a doubt die if he didn't retreat. Wang Lin's expression was calm. After he took 1 step, he lifted his feet and took 10 more steps toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression paled. He felt like every one of those steps were like thunder, and his mind was about to collapse. His retreat was almost not within his control. He was subconsciously retreating nonstop. He could even feel his heartbeat become faster and more intense each time Wang Lin's foot landed. He felt like his heart was already filled with cracks. After 10 steps, Wang Lin paused, raised his foot, and landed as he coldly looked at the middle-aged man. When that step landed, the middle-aged man coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and he quickly retreated as if he had gone crazy. He didn't even realize that he had already retreated past the 10,000 feet forbidden area set by Wang Lin. When Wang Lin's last step landed, his heartbeat had reached its limit. Thump thump, thump thump, bang. His heart collapsed. The origin energy inside his body went out of control inside his body and directly tore apart his origin soul. The surroundings were completely silent. Tang Yanfeng's eyes became extremely cautious. Ever since he started cultivating, extremely few people at his level had made him cautious. Not only was he cautious, but he was very shocked. Even though it would be easy for him to kill the middle-aged man, to do so with just a glacé and 10 steps was difficult. This spell made him suck in a breath of cold air. With his insight, he had naturally seen that the middle-aged man's death had to do with origin energy. The other party's control of origin energy was ingenious. He had used the surrounding origin energy to squeeze in, create pressure, and eventually crush the heart of the middle-aged man. The woman beside him also had a gloomy expression. The 10,000 feet forbidden area was right before her, but she didn't dare to step forward. It was as if this 10,000 feet forbidden area was a real land of death. Wang Lin's gaze withdrew from the middle-aged man and switched to the youth that had come into the forbidden area right after the middle-aged man. The youth's expression became pale. He was even weaker than the middle-aged man. He had just entered the Illusory Yin stage, and his cultivation hadn't stabilized yet. When he saw Wang Lin's gaze, he retreated out of the 10,000 feet area without any hesitation and said, "Senior, please don't blame me. Junior knows he did wrong. From now on, Junior won't even take half a step into the area. If I violate the promise, then punish me like the man before." As he spoke, he raised left hand, and his origin energy activated. His pinky immediately exploded into a mist of blood. Wang Lin looked at the youth and withdrew his gaze. The youth let out a breath of relief, and his heart pounded like crazy. Compared to his pinky, his life was more important. The excitement he had from entering the Illusory Yin stage had all disappeared. In his heart, he reminded himself that he had to be cautious in the future. Wang Lin didn't look at the rest of the people outside the 10,000 feet area. He turned around and walked toward the dark hole Yuan was in. Just at this moment, Tang Yanfeng suddenly said, "Fellow cultivator, please leave your name." "Sumu." Wang Lin's voice came from inside the dark hole. Then light came from the formation and completely sealed the entrance. "Sumu? I'll remember this name." Tang Yanfeng wanted to attack, but in the end he endured because he still didn't feel confident in winning. Chapter 778, Upheaval of Order. Sumu. All of the surrounding cultivators remembered this name as well. It was something they wouldn't forget in their life. Su. The woman beside Tang Yanfeng frowned, and her expression became gloomy. Tang Yanfeng's face was expressionless as he stared at the sealed dark hole and slowly said, "You also thought of it." The woman nodded and said, "Although there are many families named Su in the All-Heaven star system, most are unknown. For a corporeal young cultivator to appear, and one this strong, it has to be the Su family from planet Donglin. Though the descendants of planet Donglin haven't appeared in a very long time. Could this person be?" The woman's pupils shrank, and she didn't continue speaking. Tang Yanfeng silently pondered. After a moment, he calmly said, "He is very strong. Even if he isn't a descendant of planet Donglin, his strength isn't far away from it. Our Tang family should avoid provoking him." "Then what about the 2 dead family members?" The woman looked at Tang Yanfeng. "If they died, they're dead." Tang Yanfeng's expression was cold as he turned around and left. He even gave up on the dark hole under the formation. The woman nodded and followed after. As for the young man who had just entered the Illusory Yin stage, he quickly followed as well. He congratulated himself on making the right decision earlier. Someone who can even make the young master feel dread is not someone I can provoke. Sumu. After Tang Yanfeng's group left, the surrounding cultivators began to hesitate. Although Wang Lin had entered the dark hole, none of them dared to enter the 10,000 feet area. Even though the source of the dust was gone, it was as if this area had really become a land of death. After a long time, these people retreated one by one. In the end, none of them dared to take the risk. After all, the scene from before had already frightened them greatly. The name Su Mu slowly spread among their friends as these people left. Only the formation on the ground gave off a faint light. After a long time, that light gradually dimmed until there wasn't any reaction left, and it became a dead formation. When Li Yuan placed this formation, he calculated how to prevent outsiders from entering. His first choice was naturally using the dead formation. The dark hole under the formation wasn't big, but deep within it lied a passage. Although it was dark, a cultivator could clearly see everything. Li Yuan was in front, and Wang Lin was following behind as the two walked down the tunnel. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said while he walked, "Brother Su, I can confirm that we are the first ones to enter this place after the celestial realm's collapse. Look at the celestial spiritual energy fluctuations coming from the walls. If other people been here and the tunnel had been open for a long time, all of this celestial spiritual energy would be gone." Wang Lin didn't speak, but his divine sense spread out toward the front. However, he didn't spread it out too far, because this was, after all, the remains of a celestial, so he needed to be cautious. Otherwise, he might easily cause a restriction to activate an attack. Li Yuan's voice was filled with doubt as he quickly said, "Brother Su, in the dark hole from before, I found 3 treasures, but there is something unusual about them. I'll take them out later, and we can analyze them." "Good." As Wang Lin spoke, his divine sense slowly spread ahead of them. This tunnel had no branching paths, just one road that went down. This tunnel seemed to have no end. The two of them had walked for more than half an hour without any end in sight. Li Yuan couldn't help but feel surprised. How deep is this place? Could this place be an overlapping fragment? With those doubts in mind, Li Yuan moved even faster. Wang Lin followed closely after and gradually frowned harder. As they continued to move forward, a strange feeling appeared inside his heart. This was a feeling of someone pressing their finger between his eyebrows and causing an unknown pain to appear there. The deeper they went into the tunnel, the stronger this feeling became. After half an incense stick of time, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He grabbed Li Yuan and immediately stopped. Li Yuan was startled as he turned around and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin asked, "Does Brotherly have a strange feeling?" Li Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't have any feeling." "What does Brother Su mean?" Wang Lin pondered for a bit before he looked at Li Yuan. His gaze fell between Li Yuan's eyebrows, and he suddenly said, "Brotherly, disperse the restriction heart between your eyebrows." Li Yuan nodded. The source of his restriction heart was between his brows. The restriction heart slowly dissipated, and the moment it disappeared, Li Yuan immediately became pale. His eyes became fierce and were completely bloodshot. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and the restriction heart reappeared. Only then was he able to calm down. His eyes were filled with aghast as he said, "I felt it." Wang Lin's eyes shined and slowly said, "It looks like it isn't only me who has this feeling." With that, he lifted his right index finger, and the origin energy in his body surged, and he began to draw. Curved lines began to form as Wang Lin's index finger moved. These lines released a silver glow as Wang Lin continued to form the symbol. However, the line at the bottom remained broken, as if the symbol wasn't complete. Wang Lin asked, "Does Brotherly recognize this symbol? It's a bit familiar." Li Yuan stared at the rune and began to ponder. After a long time, he sat down and began carefully searching through all the symbols he had studied and seen. Half an incense stick of time later, Li Yuan frowned and said, "There are 4 symbols that are similar. However, this symbol is obviously not complete, so it is impossible to judge which of the 4 it is. Brother Su, where did you obtain this symbol?" Wang Lin didn't answer, but his divine sense continued to carefully spread. After a long time, he raised his right hand and continued drawing the symbol from the broken ends on the bottom. Li Yuan stared at the symbol and became more serious. In the end, he was filled with shock as he recognized this symbol. Wang Lin slowly said, "Brother Su, this symbol is formed by the tunnel we are in. I spread out my divine sense along the way and was able to draw it. Brother Su means that someone made the tunnel in the shape of this symbol." Li Yuan stood up. His cultivation level wasn't high enough to spread his divine sense to cover the tunnel, but he didn't doubt Wang Lin's words at all. "Brother Su, this is a restriction rune among celestial restrictions. However, this is an extremely rare rune that can't be used by itself. Only when combined with other restrictions will it have any effect." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he asked, "What effect?" Li Yuan shook his head and said, "Unless we reach the end of the tunnel and see how the rune is drawn, it's impossible to determine what restriction this is." Wang Lin silently pondered for a while as he looked at the passage before him and said, "Since that is the case, let's go down and see." As he spoke, he led the way. As Li Yuan followed behind, his left hand continued to form seals, and he continued to deduce the restriction. Their speed this time wasn't fast, but they didn't stop. As they moved forward, the feeling from between Wang Lin's eyebrows became even stronger. This made him look very gloomy. After half an hour, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His divine sense had found the end. When his divine sense clearly saw the end, Wang Lin took a deep breath and immediately rushed out. There was a turn before them, and he immediately stopped after the turn. Li Yuan followed closely behind him. At this moment, he saw the end with his divine sense and began to ponder. The end of this passage was a vortex as tall as a person. It gave off a five-colored glow, and as it rotated, the surroundings were shrouded in this five-colored light. Li Yuan stared at the vortex as his left hand continued to move. He suddenly stopped and said, "Brother Su, I have figured it out. The composition of this rune only has one use, and that is healing. And if I'm not wrong, this shouldn't be the only place with runes like. There should be 9 in total, and these 9 runes form a giant healing formation. This can be considered a grand undertaking in the Thunder Celestial Realm." As Li Yuan said this, his eyes lit up, and he looked at Wang Lin. There was one thing he didn't say, but he believed Wang Lin would be able to understand. Wang Lin calmly said, "Healing formation. Brotherly means that at the center of the formation, someone has been healed by this formation over the countless years." What Brother Su said is correct. Only this answer can explain everything, although I can't tell if there is really someone using it to heal. If there is someone, then it must be. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light, and he slowly said, "A celestial. Although this vortex leads to the formation's center, it is sealed from the inside. However, I'm confident in opening it." Li Yuan stared at the vortex and revealed a strange light in his eyes. He slowly stepped forward and lifted his left hand. Wang Lin frowned. Li Yuan wasn't someone who was reckless, so how could he be so thoughtless? Wang Lin stepped forward next to Li Yuan and seized him. Li Yuan turned around and looked at Wang Lin. That strange light appeared inside his eyes again, and he slowly said, "Brother Su, didn't you want celestial spells? What's a better source for celestial spells than a celestial? Perhaps that celestial is really weak right now, and we can go in and capture that person." A restriction formed in his left hand, and he pushed it forward. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he directly crushed the restriction. Origin energy surged from his right hand into Li Yuan, causing him to directly pass out. After doing all of this, Wang Lin turned around and looked at the vortex. He pondered for a moment before grabbing Li Yuan and slowly retreating. Just after he retreated less than 30 feet, the vortex suddenly stopped rotating. A gloomy aura came out, and an eyeball appeared at the center of the vortex. At the same time, a strange voice echoed inside Wang Lin's mind. "Do you want to learn celestial spells?" Chapter 779, G Realm Reappears. Wang Lin stopped. He silently stared at the eye that appeared inside the vortex. "Let your friend release that celestial restriction, and I'll teach you a celestial spell." Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment and slowly asked, "Who are you?" The voice didn't answer Wang Lin's question. Instead, it slowly said, "Do you want to learn or not?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he grabbed Li Yuan and quickly retreated. It wasn't that Wang Lin wasn't moved by the offer of the voice in his mind, but he was a cautious person. Things like this were never as simple as they appeared. Moreover, even if he really learned the celestial spell, given Wang Lin's personality, he wouldn't make the same mistake after the ordeal with the celestial slaughter art. "Only celestial spells I find myself can be learned. I'll never learn those that others give me." Wang Lin's eyes were filled with determination. Origin energy filled his body as he quickly left with Li Yuan while watching the eye. Not long after Wang Lin left, the vortex began to rotate once more. The eye at the center gloomily gazed at where Wang Lin retreated and slowly shrank back. "I don't like cautious people." A ray of red lightning shot out from the eye. In the end, the eye disappeared back into the vortex, and everything returned to normal. Only the red lightning still remained. It chased after Wang Lin inside the tunnel. Wang Lin moved extremely fast as he returned to the dark hole with Li Yuan in hand. He pointed at Li Yuan's chest several times before Li Yuan opened his eyes. At first, Li Yuan's eyes were filled with confusion, but soon it was replaced with clarity. "Many thanks, Brother Su. I was attracted by the strange force inside the vortex." Li Yuan pondered for a bit and realized why he had acted so abnormally. "This place is too strange. It is best we leave now." Wang Lin looked at the passage behind him and frowned. Li Yuan nodded and didn't inquire more. His left hand formed a seal and placed a restriction on the exit. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's expression changed and both of his hands formed a seal. Thunder surged out from his origin soul and condensed in his hand. Wang Lin pushed his hand forward and he used the thunder to completely block the tunnel. At this moment, there was a flash of red lightning and all of the thunder disintegrated. The red lightning charged directly at Wang Lin, causing his expression to change greatly. There was a very familiar feeling coming from inside the red lightning. This feeling came from his soul and caused his pupils to contract. "This is G Realm." He retreated without thinking, and as he retreated, he merged with the surroundings. The red lightning charged directly into Wang Lin's body. At the same time, the formation at the entrance opened. Wang Lin grabbed Li Yuan and directly flew out. There wasn't even time to close the entrance as they disappeared into the void. Wang Lin and Li Yuan appeared more than 30,000 kilometers away on the same fragment. Wang Lin's body trembled and his face turned pale. He then opened his mouth to spit out a grain of sand. The sand immediately grew and a giant stamp appeared above them, giving off waves of pressure. Wang Lin immediately sat down in the lotus position and raised his right hand. The beast bone appeared. It started circling around Wang Lin and gave off a demonic glow. "Brotherly, protect me." After Wang Lin finished speaking, he immediately closed his eyes. His hands formed a seal each and he placed them on his knees. Origin energy surged like crazy into his divine sense. Li Yuan's expression was serious as he slapped his bag of holding and immediately took out the 9 celestial swords. After scattering them, he looked at Wang Lin. Although he didn't know what had happened to Wang Lin, he had never seen Wang Lin so serious after reuniting with him. Li Yuan pondered, "What kind of spell is that red light?" The red lightning raged inside Wang Lin's origin soul, and it was filled with killing intent. However, before it could explode, it was immediately surrounded by layer after layer of Wang Lin's dense origin energy. This prevented the red lightning from being able to display its full power. However, this was the G realm, and it was simply too powerful. Although it was surrounded by origin energy, the origin energy was rapidly disintegrating from the inside. It was obvious that the origin energy would soon become ineffective. It was because Wang Lin was extremely familiar with the G realm that he didn't panic and continued to layer more origin energy over it. Because of his prior experience with the G realm, his origin soul was not completely defenseless against the G realm. After all, he used to be an owner of the G realm. As a result, this red lighting didn't immediately erase his origin soul and gave him a chance to resist. If it was someone else, even if their cultivation level was higher than Wang Lin's, they would without a doubt die. It was fortunate that there was a large amount of origin energy inside Wang Lin's body that he hadn't absorbed, so he wasn't lacking in origin energy. With great perseverance, he constantly wrapped more origin energy around the red lightning until it matched the speed at which the origin energy was disintegrating. While Wang Lin was confronting the G realm, at the dark hole tens of thousands of kilometers away, one of the cultivators carefully approached the dark hole with hesitation. This was one of the cultivators that was watching Wang Lin. He didn't leave, but wandered around the area. He hoped that maybe, after Sumu left, he could find a treasure Sumu didn't fancy but could be of use to him. He saw Wang Lin and Li Yuan charge out from far away. After hesitating for a long time, he slowly closed in. He stared at the hole and then clenched his teeth before carefully entering the dark hole. Several hours later, he came to the end of the tunnel. When he saw the vortex, he was startled. The next moment, his eyes were filled with a mysterious light, and he slowly approached the vortex. Just at this moment, the eye appeared once more at the center of the vortex. "Come closer, come. Come." The eerie voice echoed inside the mind of the cultivator. As he closed in, he completely lost himself. After a long time, a muffled sound came from inside the tunnel. The cultivator exploded his origin soul next to the vortex. None of his flesh and blood scattered. It was all absorbed by the vortex. All traces of him disappeared without a trace. The vortex showed signs of collapse after absorbing the flesh and blood and suffering the explosion. Cracks appeared on the seal in the vortex, and after a long time, more and more cracks appeared before it completely collapsed. A red light shot out from the vortex and immediately covered the entire tunnel. The tunnel immediately shrank to a rune countless times smaller and was inhaled into the vortex. Then the vortex slowly disappeared. Of the 9 great seals, 5 of them have been broken over the years. With my strength now, I can finally activate the remaining 4 to lure people in to break them. There was a hint of joy in that eerie voice as it slowly dissipated. At the same time, among the countless fragments across the Thunder Celestial Realm, powerful celestial spiritual energy fluctuations came from 4 fragments. These fluctuations gradually caused cultivators to gather toward those spots. However, there were seals blocking the entrances. Unless there was a restriction grandmaster like Li Yuan, it would take some time to open them. When Wang Lin opened his eyes, his body was soaked with sweat. His expression was pale as he sucked in a breath of air and pressed his right hand on the ground. At this moment, he needed but a thought to force that red lightning outside his body. But his eyes lit up and he withdrew his right hand. If I simply expelled the G realm, it would be such a pity. It's better to keep it with me, because perhaps it can save my life at a key moment. Wang Lin pondered a bit and looked at his origin soul. The trace of G realm would cause him to lose a lot of origin energy to keep it under control. But compared to the origin energy, the value of this G realm was too great. Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat as he silently pondered for a bit and made a decision. He stood up and withdrew his treasure. Just at this moment, he felt a tremble from the ground. This tremble came from the tunnel tens of thousands of kilometers away. Li Yuan saw that Wang Lin had recovered, but before he could ask any questions, he also felt the tremble. The two of them didn't speak and immediately flew away. Brother Su, inside that tunnel. While flying, Li Yuan looked back. Wang Lin said, "Don't mention that anymore. It is better to leave this place as soon as possible." He moved even faster until he and Li Yuan arrived at the edge of the fragment and charged into the void. In the void, Wang Lin looked ahead and said, "Brotherly, I'm going to a place called the Collection Pavilion. If there are any restrictions there, I hope Brotherly can help." Comparing to looking for celestial palaces to explore, it was better to go to the Collection Pavilion from the Yao family members' memories. There were definitely celestial spells there. Li Yuan nodded and said, "I'll do my best to help." He didn't know why, but after what happened in the tunnel, he had a lingering sense of fear, as if something big was about to happen. This feeling was very vague, but it was like a thorn had stabbed into his heart and wouldn't go away. Wang Lin calmly said, "Many thanks." Thinking about where the pavilion was, Wang Lin turned around. Origin energy spread out and wrapped around Li Yuan. Wang Lin took Li Yuan and flew through the void. Wang Lin thought deep inside his heart. From the old man's memories, the fragment housing the pavilion is sealed by the 4 great families. If someone is not from the 4 great families, they can't enter. I hope Li Yuan can break the seal. With Wang Lin's origin energy, the two of them turned into a ray of light and flashed through the void. They didn't go to any other fragments, but closed in on the fragment at the center of Celestial Realm. Chapter 780, Zhan Konglie. G Realm. What kind of person is sealed inside that 5-colored vortex? How could that person have the G Realm? While flying through the void, Wang Lin was unable to calm down. Although he looked calm, there were huge waves setting off in his heart. The peak of the G Realm is the nascent soul stage. The person I met was someone from the planet 5 Elements. That person had the G Realm and said it was a gift from a dead friend. In addition to him, this is the second time I encountered the G Realm. Wang Lin began to ponder as he passed by many fragments through the void toward the center of the Celestial Realm. Could it be? Is there really a way to make the G Realm evolve? Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat, and his mouth even dried up. That few hundreds years of having the G Realm allowed him to have a profound understand of that incredible power. G, Dao, sure, Wang Lin began to ponder. He knew too little, so he wasn't able to analyze it all. He let out a sigh and no longer thought about this and focused his mind on the Collection Pavilion. Flying through the void should have been a very boring affair. After all, the void was very large and most of the cultivators spent most of their time on the fragments. They only passed through it when going from one fragment to another. However, over the half-month Wang Lin and Li Yuan were moving through the void. They saw many rays of light near and far. At first Wang Lin didn't pay too much attention, but after 1 month of moving forward, they gradually saw even more cultivators. Most of these cultivators were at the ascendant stage, and occasionally there would be an Illusory Yin cultivator. They were either by themselves, in groups of 2 or 3, or together with their family members as they quickly passed by. This phenomenon attracted Wang Lin and Li Yuan's attention. The cultivators all had various expressions, but the slight excitement in their eyes was strikingly similar. These cultivators moving around also saw Wang Lin and Li Yuan. When some of them recognized that Wang Lin's cultivation level was beyond ascendant, their eyes showed vigilance, and they all went around them, not wanting to cause trouble. "Brother Su, something is wrong. Could some big event have happened?" Li Yuan began to ponder. He had seen too many cultivators along the way. This was a very unusual event in the void. Moreover, as the two continued to head toward the center, they saw even more cultivators. It was as if all the cultivators in the Thunder Celestial Realm were gathering on one fragment. "They're not heading to the same location." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly said, "It is 4 directions. What exactly happened?" Li Yuan frowned as he looked at the cultivators flying by. Wang Lin pondered a bit. He didn't say any more, but took Li Yuan and flew even faster. Just at this moment, more than 10 rays of sword energy flew by in the distant void. Rich origin energy came from these rays of sword energy, causing all of the surrounding cultivators to not dare block their path. The 10 rays of sword energy gave off a dominating pressure as they swept across the area. Even the families with a high number of cultivators immediately backed away when they saw those 10 rays of sword energy. There's no need to mention the solo cultivators. The moment they saw the rays of sword energy, they immediately stopped and didn't dare to get in their way. In an instant, almost all of the cultivators before Wang Lin looked at the 10 rays of sword energy and then rapidly made way. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he silently looked at the more than 10 rays of sword energy. These rays of sword energy didn't stop and directly flew off into the void. However, just as they were about to disappear, one of them suddenly turned and flew toward Wang Lin. At the same time, all of the sword energy rays stopped, turning into various male and female cultivators. All of them had cultivation levels beyond Ascendant. Most of them were at the Illusory Yin stage, and only a few were at the Corporeal Yang stage. After revealing their figures, they all looked at the ray of sword energy flying toward Wang Lin, and their eyes were filled with doubt. Not only them, but the surrounding cultivators all looked at the ray of sword energy and followed its movements. Li Yuan's expression changed slightly as he raised his left hand and prepared a restriction. Only Wang Lin's expression was still extremely calm as he slightly nodded toward the ray of sword energy flying over. The ray of sword energy stopped 200 feet from Wang Lin. The light dissipated and revealed a person about 30 years old. His face was white without any facial hair and was slightly handsome. However, his pair of phoenix eyes made everything uncoordinated because they gave off a feminine feeling. He was wearing a golden-purple robe and stood upright. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin, and his attitude was extremely respectful as he said, "Junior Zhan Konglie greets Senior." The moment he spoke, everyone who heard it was startled, and all of their gazes fell on Wang Lin. At this moment, although there weren't many cultivators here, it wasn't any better than tens of thousands of people watching. The gathering of all those gazes didn't cause Wang Lin's expression to change at all. He was still as calm as water. Zhan Konglie was very famous, so some of the cultivators around naturally recognized him, even those that didn't feel the powerful origin energy coming from him. Then, after hearing his words, they immediately recognized him as Zhan Konglie from the Southern Domain. Whose is this person? His cultivation level seems similar to Zhan Konglie's. How could he be called Senior by the famous Zhan Konglie of the Southern Domain? I heard Zhan Konglie has already become a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. To be called Senior by him. Could this person be an elder from the Thunder Celestial Temple? Various thoughts appeared in the surrounding cultivators' hearts. In particular, those more than 10 people who were with Zhan Konglie all looked at Wang Lin with an incredible gazes. They were each the most talented people in their families, and when Zhan Konglie suddenly changed directions, he didn't say anything to them. Now that they heard Zhan Konglie refer to him as Senior, it made them all curious. It has to be said that Zhan Konglie had one of the highest cultivation levels among them. They also knew that he was an extremely arrogant person. This wasn't an arrogance shown only on the outside. It came from deep within him. Even the elders in his family were often not given respect. It was extremely rare for him to be willingly respectful and call someone Senior. Zhan Konglie was extremely respectful, and this came from the bottom of his heart and was completely honest. When he saw Wang Lin, he naturally saw Wang Lin's corporeal yang cultivation and felt melancholy. He is indeed worthy of being a Senior. Back then when he suppressed his cultivation to the ascendant stage, I could not see him hiding his cultivation level at all. Now he has suppressed his cultivation level to the corporeal yang stage, and I still can't see him hiding his cultivation at all. The respect in Zhan Konglie's eyes became even stronger. After he left back then, he was very melancholy and was extremely envious of Shingonghu. After he returned home, he was hesitant and wondered if he should have done the same as Shingonghu and seized that golden opportunity. With this thought in mind, when he heard that Shingonghu was punished by his family and abandoned by the Thunder Celestial Temple, he felt extremely complex. If he hadn't experienced the matter before, he would have laughed out loud and gloated over Shingonghu. However, after experiencing the matter at the Thunder Lake, he agreed with Shingonghu and even felt sadness. In his heart, he even admired Shingonghu. Li Yuan stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin, and his mind turned blank. He knew of the name Zhan Konglie. Among the younger generation, Zhan Konglie, Shingonghu, and Tan Yinfeng were considered the 3 geniuses of the Southern Domain. They were all geniuses that had reached the corporeal yang stage in a short period of time. However, our Zhan Konglie had just called Su Mu Senior, and this made Li Yuan's mind go blank. Wang Lin frowned at Zhan Konglie and asked, "Where are you going in such haste?" When Zhan Konglie saw Wang Lin frown, his heart trembled. He became even more respectful and quickly said, "For fragments of the Thunder Celestial Temple gave off powerful celestial spiritual energy fluctuations. However, the locations are sealed by restrictions that can't be opened within a short period of time. However, It is obvious that once the restrictions are broken, great treasures will appear. After Junior found out about this, I decided to go over there to check it out. Wang Lin looked at his surroundings. It was obvious that the surrounding cultivators had all found out about this through various methods. That was why this had happened. Protected by restrictions, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and after a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand. Since that is the case, I hope you have some harvest. Zhan Konglie hesitated and respectfully said, Junior isn't confident. I don't know if Senior has time. Also, Junior and Brother Shingang who have agreed to meet on the left fragment to join forces to take the treasure. Wang Lin frowned harder and said, I have other important matters. If I have time, I'll go and see. Zhan Konglie immediately nodded and revealed a look of excitement. Aside from Wang Lin, only a limited few from his family and the Thunder Celestial Temple could made him show such an expression. Zhan Konglie thought, since Senior said this, then I'm confident in obtaining the treasure this time. He respectfully said his farewells before he returned to the group of cultivators and flew ahead. His fellow cultivators all looked at him with doubt and followed him. It wasn't until they were far away that one of the women in white couldn't help but softly ask, Big Brother Zhan, who was that person? Zhan Konglie faintly smiled. His eyes were still filled with respect as he said, that was a powerful senior. To be able to meet him was my good luck. Chapter 781, Qualification. Under the gazes of countless cultivators, Wang Lin flew away in the void with Li Yuan following closely after. The two gradually disappeared into the void. Along the way, Li Yuan wanted to ask many times, but he endured and didn't mention anything about Zhan Konglie. Given Li Yuan's wisdom, he knew that he shouldn't ask about everything. Everyone has their own secrets. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, months went by. As they got closer to the center, they saw more and more people. Finally, on this day, they arrived at the center of the Thunder Celestial Realm. After arriving here, they couldn't see any more cultivators. This place was completely dark, and they couldn't see anyone. Standing in the void, Wang Lin carefully looked around. In the Yao family members' memories, the sealed fragment containing the collection pavilion was right here. Wang Lin asked, Brotherly, do you see anything abnormal about this place? Li Yuan began to move his hand the moment Wang Lin stopped. He looked at the place, and after a moment, his eyes became serious. He nodded and said, There are ripples of a restriction here. Although it is faint, I can feel it with my restriction heart. This is similar to a celestial restriction, but somewhat different. As he spoke, he pressed down his left hand. A restriction immediately flew out and split into 18 into the void. At this moment, an illusory outline appeared in a flash and then disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. At the moment that outline appeared, he vaguely saw a half-transparent fragment suddenly appear in the void. There was a towering pavilion on the fragment. However, because it had disappeared right away, it was impossible to get a better view. Li Yuan said, Brother Su, I need some time. Whenever he was breaking restrictions, there would be an aura of self-confidence around him. After he finished speaking, he sat down in the void. His left hand continued to form seals, releasing restrictions that combined together. Sometimes he would press his finger between his eyebrows and black lines would fly out. The black lines would wrap around the extremely complex restrictions and fly into the void. In those instances, the shadow of that fragment would suddenly reappear and then disappear the next instant. This happened too fast to rush in during the gap. Wang Lin wasn't anxious. Instead, he focused on the fragment whenever it appeared. As Li Yuan placed down more restrictions, the fragment gradually appeared more and more frequently. Wang Lin slowly got a better picture of this fragment. The huge pavilion at the center of the fragment was like 4 long thorns. They resembled 2 pairs of bull horns going into the sky. There were 4 people sitting at the top of the 4 horns. They were completely motionless and didn't even pay any attention when Wang Lin looked over. Wang Lin's pupil shrank, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Li Yuan said, Brother Su, if you want to completely break this restriction, it will take several months. If we simply want to send you in, then with your speed combined with my restrictions, there is an 80% chance of success. Wang Lin took a step forward and arrived at the edge of the fragment. He slowly said, Then send me in. Brotherly, hide yourself well, because it is dangerous here. Don't get implicated by me, and when I obtain the celestial spell, we will leave. Li Yuan didn't waste any time. His hand pointed between his eyebrows and several black lines flew out. They intersected to form a brand. Then he created countless restrictions that entered the brand, and it gave off waves of black light. Li Yuan's eyes lit up as he pointed forward and shouted, Restriction Heart, burst. When the restriction brand landed in the void, the fragment immediately appeared. This time it flickered constantly. It disappeared, reappeared, then disappeared again. This rapid cycle made everything very colorful. As for that brand, it still gave off a black light. As the fragment continued to change, it began to spread and formed a circular passage. However, this passage wasn't stable and seemed like it could collapse at any moment. Enter. At the moment Li Yuan shouted, Wang Lin rushed out like a bolt of lightning and charged into the circular passage. Just as he entered the passage, it collapsed. Then the fragment disappeared into the void along with Wang Lin. I hope Brother Su has a good harvest. Li Yuan pondered for a moment before his left hand formed a seal and a restriction appeared. His body gradually became hidden and not the slightest bit of his aura leaked out. The surrounding void returned to being peaceful. Wang Lin's body appeared on the fragment like lightning. The moment he appeared, his divine sense spread out. Behind him was not the void but a screen of restrictions. It was precisely these restrictions that separated this place from the rest of the celestial realm and made it a forbidden ground for the four great families. The moment his divine sense spread out, he locked onto the pavilion at the center. At this moment, one of the four people on the pavilion opened his eyes. He coldly looked into the distance and then disappeared. Wang Lin moved extremely fast and charged directly at the pavilion. There was a ripple of origin energy before him, and then a person walked out. He was middle-aged and wore a black robe. His face was cold, and as soon as he appeared, his hand formed a seal, and he pressed down. I have been watching you for a long time. Trespassing on forbidden grounds, die. His right hand flickered, and a powerful impact rushed over. Wang Lin immediately retreated and waved his right hand. The collision of their origin energy caused a loud rumble that spread across the fragment. The black-robed man's eyes were cold. He had long since noticed that Wang Lin's cultivation level was the same as his corporeal yang. At this moment, he stepped forward while his right hand formed a seal, and he muttered something. A powerful force suddenly descended from the sky. Shortly after, a ray of celestial thunder suddenly appeared in the sky and descended toward Wang Lin. This is the Thunder Celestial Realm, and the collection Pavilion belongs to the Celestial Realm. Why can your four great families come, but I can't? Wang Lin let out a cold snort and charged out. The celestial thunder was descending from the sky, but Wang Lin didn't dodge at all. His origin soul came out and devoured the celestial thunder. Thunder immediately covered his body, making him look very shocking. The black-robed man was startled, and his expression became gloomy. He obviously didn't think Wang Lin could directly devour celestial thunder. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he opened his mouth and spat out a grain of sand. This grain of sand immediately grew into the fragment stamp. It gave off a powerful pressure as it pressed down on the black-robed man. Because you're not qualified. While the black-robed man sneered, he raised his hand and formed a seal. However, his expression changed immediately as his spell had no effect on the descending fragment stamp. The fragment stamp suddenly smashed down with astonishing momentum. The pressure it gave actually made it so the black-robed man couldn't dodge. At this instant, the fragment smashed down. The black-robed man's eyes revealed shock as he bit the tip of his tongue and spit out a large amount of blood. His body gave off a blood-colored glow, and just as the fragment stamp smashed down, he charged out of the pressure. He reappeared 1,000 feet away. Just as he reappeared, his face became pale. He revealed a vicious gaze before turning around and leaving without a word. Wang Lin raised his right hand to grab the stamp and gave chase. The two of them charged toward the pavilion at the center one after the other. The black-robed man flew next to the pavilion and quickly shouted, "Still not going to act?" The other three people on the pavilion opened their eyes. In a flash, they appeared next to the black-robed man and coldly looked at the incoming Wang Lin. The remaining three people were at the Corporeal Yang stage. Right now 4 Corporeal Yang cultivators were standing there, and their powerful auras were locked on to Wang Lin. A thick, killing intent spread out. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he slowly said, "The collection pavilion doesn't belong to your 4 families. Let me pass, and we don't have to fight. If not, even if I lose, half of you will die." One of them coldly said, "Unless you're at the Nirvana Scryer stage, outsiders are not qualified to enter the pavilion." They had naturally seen Wang Lin's cultivation level, and that scene just now shocked them greatly. However, with the 4 of them together, they weren't worried about Wang Lin. At this moment, the black-robed man's aura stabilized. He let out a cold snort before he stepped out and slapped his bag of holding. A red flying sword immediately flew out, and with a point of his finger, it flew toward Wang Lin. The remaining 3 also rushed out. One of them formed a seal that created a gust of wind, and suddenly a tornado appeared. The remaining 2 looked at each other, and then they each formed a seal. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he immediately retreated. Then he raised his right hand, and the fragment stamp mercilessly smashed down. Two of the cultivators used a spell and formed a yin and yang pattern. The pattern rotated, gave off a mysterious energy, and charged toward Wang Lin. The two that made the yin and yang pattern immediately flew into the air. With a point of their fingers, the yin and yang pattern confronted the fragment. The two of them also activated more spells, preventing the fragment from descending. As for the other two people, they moved toward Wang Lin like lightning, with spells and magical treasures in hand. They were filled with killing intent. As Wang Lin retreated, every step caused a large amount of ripples, as if his body was merging with the world. After retreating many steps, he suddenly stopped and took a step forward. With this step, Wang Lin's body disappeared without a trace, and when he reappeared, he was behind the black-robed man. The black-robed man was shocked. He suddenly turned around, and the red sword flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he pointed forward and shouted, "Stop!" In an instant, that black-robed man and the flying sword all froze. Wang Lin ignored the flying sword and stepped forth without any hesitation. He arrived before the black-robed man, pointed between the black-robed man's eyebrows, and origin energy surged out. The black-robed man's body immediately collapsed, and his origin soul flew out. He panicked and was about to flee when the karma whip suddenly appeared. The whip lashed at the origin soul, causing the black-robed man to let out a miserable groan, and a large amount of origin energy was released. Just at this moment, the other person rushed over with the huge tornado. It was obvious he wanted to obstruct Wang Lin's actions. Wang Lin didn't even look at the person as the beast tattoo on the back of his right hand moved and materialized. It charged ferociously at the cultivator with the tornado. At the same time, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the 1 billion soul flag came out. It turned into a large, black mist and attempted to swallow the black-robed man. The black-robed man was about to resist, but then he saw the blood ancestor's ferocious origin, soul flickering inside the flag. The familiar face shocked him and caused him to lose focus. The consequence was him being surrounded by the black fog. All of this was done neat and clean. After collecting the black-robed man's origin soul, Wang Lin waved his sleeves and the black mist surrounded the area. He stared at the remaining three and grimly said, "I want to enter the collection pavilion." The minds of the two that were resisting against the fragment stamp trembled. Before they had time to speak, they heard another cry. They saw the cultivator who used the tornado quickly retreat. The beast bone gave off a ghostly light as it released an unimaginably monstrous and evil aura that filled the world. At this moment, this evil aura was very powerful and had already reached its peak. Even though Wang Lin was its owner, he still felt shocked by it. That evil aura was simply too strong. If Wang Lin was like this, there was no need to talk about the other three people. The moment the evil aura appeared, it disappeared without a trace. However, the tornado spell used by that cultivator turned into a stone statue. When the beast bones gaze landed on him, the cultivator's expression turned pale and he immediately retreated. However, just at this moment, that rich, evil aura appeared once more. The cultivator's eyes filled with panic and his right hand immediately turned gray. The gray spread like crazy, and at the moment of crisis, he didn't hesitate to lift his left hand and directly cut off his right hand. Disregarding the blood spraying everywhere, he retreated to more than 10,000 feet away and immediately sat down in the lotus position. Even though he had cut of his own arm, the gray didn't disappear and instead spread from his left hand. His eyes were filled with despair and he clenched his teeth. At the moment the gray had almost completely covered his whole body, his origin soul flew out, abandoning his body. At the moment his origin soul flew out, his entire body turned a stone statue without a hint of vitality. In the air, the only thing that remained was his weakened origin soul. The surroundings were completely quiet. "I'm going to ask you am I qualified?" Wang Lin's gaze fell on the two cultivators that were resisting the stamp, and his voice was ice cold. Chapter 782, The Qualification of a Rank 9 Celestial Lord. The cultivations families had classifications that outsiders didn't know about. Like in the Alliance star system, a rank 7 cultivation planet was the peak existence on the surface. Rank 8 cultivation planets were very rare, so much so that the entire Alliance star system only had 3. As for the most mysterious rank 9 cultivation planet, there was only one in the entire Alliance star system. The cultivation families in the All-Heaven star system had similar classifications, but they focused more on history. Only long-lasting cultivation families could become an eternal existence in the All-Heaven star system. In the All-Heaven star system, The most common were the cultivation families on the main cultivation planets of the 4 different domains. There was not much difference in their strength, and 3 or 4 cultivation families existed on each planet. For example, the Tang family and the Zhan family were both at the peak of their planets. Above these cultivation families were the 4 great families with inheritances from the celestial realm. They were the most powerful force in the all-heaven star system on the surface. Tracing back to their roots, the ancestors of these 4 great families were all celestials in the Thunder celestial realm before its collapse, so their statuses were not ordinary. Likewise, there were 2 more families above these 4 great families. They usually kept very low profiles, but they were the true powers in the all-heaven star system. They had even older inheritances than the 4 families. These families existed in ancient times before the collapse of the celestial realm and had survived the collapse of the celestial realm. These families had inheritances from the ancient cultivation world, and there were 6 such families in the all-heaven star system. The mysterious Xiang family on planet Donglin and Li Yuan's family were among the 6. However, after countless years, many of the families with inheritances from the ancient cultivation world had declined. The Li family was one example, and in addition to them, there were 3 more. Right now, only 2 of these families remained. Just like how the Alliance system had a rank 9 cultivation planet, the All-Heaven Star system also had a family that had survived even longer than that. This was a family that had been around since the primordial times. The primordial cultivation family was the true powerhouse of the All-Heaven Star system, and it was extremely mysterious. To exist from the primordial times until today, that kind of power was terrifying. That meant that this family had experienced the evolution of cultivation from ancient times, experienced the collapse of the celestial realm, and experienced the creation of the Thunder Celestial Temple. They had experienced all the changes in the All-Heaven Star system. It was very likely that this family that had been around since the primordial era knew the secret of the ancient celestial realm. Just the spells that they held were enough to stand over the All-Heaven Star system. Aside from the rank 8 and 9 cultivation planets in the Alliance Star system, Wang Lin already knew all of this. While he was coming here, Li Yuan had told him everything about the cultivation families. This was why Wang Lin was so calm when facing the 4 great families that had inheritances from the celestial realm. The 2 old men holding up the fragment stamp above the pavilion silently pondered for a moment. One of them WRLY smiled and said, "For fellow cultivator to have such powerful spells and treasures, you can't be a nobody. Please leave behind your name." Wang Lin calmly said, "Su Mu." The old man's eyes narrowed and he said, "Even though Brother Su hasn't reached the Nirvana Scryer stage, we are unable to stop you. You have the qualifications to enter the collection pavilion." Just as he finished speaking, the old man beside him looked at Wang Lin and suddenly asked, "Does fellow cultivator Su have any relation with the Su family on planet Donglin?" Wang Lin calmly looked at the person who spoke. That old man hesitated before his eyes lit up, and he said, "If fellow cultivator isn't someone from the Su family, then as a representative of the Qin family, I invite fellow cultivator to become a non-family elder." Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he revealed a faint smile. "That isn't impossible, but my current goal is to enter the collection pavilion, so I hope you 3 fellow cultivators allow me to." Wang Lin glanced at the origin soul that had lost its flesh. That cultivator who had lost his body let out a sigh and felt complicated. When he heard Wang Lin's words, he knew that Wang Lin was very knowledgeable about the collection pavilion. Only after the collection pavilion was opened could one enter, and it required at least 2 people from the 4 great families to open. What happened next was simple. The 3 of them worked together to open the collection pavilion. The 4 corners slowly trembled, and the 4 horns slowly touched each other. A ray of gentle light suddenly appeared, and an oval door made of light appeared where the 4 horns touched. "Fellow cultivator Su, my Chun family has entered the collection pavilion hundreds of times. Although obtaining a celestial spell depends on luck and what everyone sees is different, it isn't completely random. The longer you last, the more precious the celestial spell you obtain at the end will be." Wang Lin nodded slightly. From the Yao family members' memories, he knew that the 4 great families didn't have the power to set up a trap inside the collection pavilion. Moreover, everything that appeared was exactly the same as the Yao family members' memories. Wang Lin no longer hesitated. He withdrew his magical treasures and appeared before the door. He then took a deep breath and stepped inside. After Wang Lin went in, the old man who had lost his body sighed and said, "If we had known he was so powerful, we wouldn't have attacked and would have just let him go inside. With his cultivation, the highest he will go is the 4th floor like us. The 4th floor is our limit, but his spells and magical treasures are fierce. We have the same cultivation levels, but it was obvious that he was holding back." I fear that if it wasn't for the fact that he knew that he needed us to open the collection pavilion, he wouldn't have just killed one person in that battle. The old man who lost his body wryly smiled. Indeed, I could tell that he wanted to kill two people. Just at this moment, the surrounding mist suddenly began to move. It was very fast, and the waves of mist gathered before Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a person. This person was made of mist. His clothes were unclear, but his face could be clearly seen. His appearance was ordinary, but he had an aura vastly different from a cultivator. After he appeared, he calmly looked at Wang Lin. He then raised his right hand with his palm facing outward and remained motionless. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He knew from the Yao family members' memories that although the process was not the same for everyone, there was one similarity at the start. That was the test of one's cultivation level. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin stepped forward and arrived before the person. He raised his right hand and pressed it against the other's palm. In an instant, a mysterious force entered Wang Lin's body. It cycled once through his body before leaving, and a low voice suddenly echoed. Rank 8 Greater Celestial. You can enter the 4th floor of the collection pavilion to test your luck for a celestial spell. As Wang Lin retracted his right hand, his eyes lit up, and he muttered, Rank 8 Greater Celestial. I wonder how the cultivation among celestials are divided. I haven't reached the peak of the Corporeal Yang stage yet. I wonder what rank celestial I will be when I reach the peak of the Corporeal Yang stage. At this moment, the person made of mist slowly dissipated. Wang Lin knew that once it completely dissipated, he would be teleported to the 4th floor, and everything after would depend on his luck. However, no matter how good his luck was, he could only obtain a celestial spell from the 4th floor. While he didn't know how many floors the collection pavilion had, it was obvious that the higher the floor, the better quality the celestial spell. At the highest floor, even the most common celestial spell would be a top-tier existence in the lower floors. However, the cultivation level test couldn't be faked. It all depended on one's own strength, and that in itself was a type of luck. Only those with powerful cultivation could obtain precious celestial spells. If one's cultivation level wasn't high enough, then there was no need to talk about it. Seeing that the person made of mist was about to completely disappear, Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he suddenly had a bold idea. The moment this idea appeared, his heart started pounding, and even his mouth became dry. After hesitating for a bit, he clenched his teeth, and a pagoda appeared in his hand. His eyes gave off a mysterious light as his left hand hit the pagoda. The white-robed woman immediately appeared before Wang Lin. Wang Lin retreated a few steps, and his hand formed a seal. He used his origin energy to control the woman, to raise her right hand, and touch the slowly dissipating palm of the man made of mist. In an instant, the man made of mist showed signs of collapse. His entire body trembled, and after a long time, a low voice echoed. Rank 9 Celestial Lord. You can go to the 9th floor of the collection pavilion to check for celestial spells. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with excitement as he tightly tightened his fist and immediately withdrew the woman back into the pagoda, then back into his bag. His heart was pounding. It was very rare for him to have such violent mood swings. There is a great difference between obtaining a celestial spell through luck and being able to choose a celestial spell. Chapter 783, The Celestial Emperor's Spell. The figure disappeared, and the mist turned into steps before Wang Lin. The steps led upwards with no end in sight. Wang Lin took a deep breath and revealed a decisive gaze. As he walked up the steps one by one, the steps behind him slowly disappeared. At this moment, the 3 old men outside the pavilion were talking to each other. A bright light suddenly came from the collection pavilion and became more and more dazzling. The old man from the Chun family's eyes fell on the light, and he calmly said, Fellow cultivator Su's chance is about to start. I just don't know what kind of celestial spell he can obtain on the 4th floor. That cultivator named Lu who had lost her body nodded and said, Cultivation has some relation with luck. Although it is not great, at certain times, it has desirable effects. I'm guessing that he will be able to obtain a pretty good celestial spell inside. The final cultivator, named Song, didn't speak. He stared at the pavilion as his eyes lit up, and he said, in a low voice, Something is wrong. The other 2 were startled as they looked at the collection pavilion, and their expressions immediately changed. On the top of the collection pavilion, after the first ray of light, more rays of light shot out into the sky, creating ripples that spread out. From the ground, this scene looked extremely grand. 5 rays of light. That person has actually entered the 5th floor. The cultivator named Lu that had lost her body looked at the 5 rays of light and revealed a look of disbelief. It looks like we have underestimated fellow cultivator Su. He is absolutely at the peak of the Corporeal Yang stage, and maybe even half a step into the Nirvana Scryer stage. He barely reached the standard for entering the 5th floor. The cultivator named Su's eyes lit up. The cultivator named Chun slowly said, if he was at the Nirvana Scryer stage, it would be impossible to enter the Thunder Celestial Realm, unless... Before he finished speaking, more light appeared from the collection pavilion. This time it was 2 rays of light, and they lined up with the other 5 rays of light. 7 extremely magnificent rays of light shot into the sky. This sight caused the 3 of them to become completely dumbfounded. The old man named Song stared at the sky as he muttered to himself with aghast in his eyes. Impossible. 7 rays of light means the 7th floor. Impossible. As the cultivator named Lu stared at the 7 rays of light, her mind was completely blank. As for the cultivator named Chun, his reaction was even stronger. His eyes were filled with extreme shock as he muttered to himself. What cultivation level is needed to enter the 7th floor? That Sumu can't have that kind of cultivation. Could it be? Does he really have that kind of luck to enter the 7th floor without needing to pass the test to enter it? Just as the 3 of them were feeling dumbfounded, 2 more rays of light shot. Now there were 9 rays of light going into the sky. To the 3 of them, this was like thunder rumbling in their ears. The 3 of them couldn't say a word as they stared blankly at the sky. If it was 5 rays of light, they could understand it because Sumu might have hidden his cultivation level. Although it would be a surprise, they could reluctantly accept it. However, after 7 rays of light appeared, while they were shocked, they refused to believe that Sumu was hiding his cultivation level. The 9th ray of light could only be explained by great luck, as there was no other alternative. The impact the 9 rays of light brought to them was too great. It has to be said that when the ancestors of their respective families came when the celestial realm opened, they only managed to enter the 8th floor. No one could enter the 9th floor. After Wang Lin had walked for a while, he finally reached the end of the steps. The step below him shined brightly, and a pavilion appeared before him. This pavilion wasn't big, and it had more than 10 wooden frames on each side. Each frame had a celestial jade that gave off a gentle glow. On the wall directly before him hung a painting. There was a tree in the painting, and half of the tree had yellow leaves. There was a boy under the tree that seemed to be cultivating. On the upper left corner of the painting there was a line written in ink. Call the wind, summon the rain, magic arsenal, lands collapse, mountains crumble, dark moon, clear skies. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment while staring at the painting. He wasn't able to find anything interesting about the painting, but he found that line very interesting. Call the wind, summon the rain should be 2 spells. Magic arsenal should also be a spell. As for the second half, the first part, lands collapse, mountains crumble should be the same. But what is the meaning of dark moon, clear skies? Wang Lin couldn't see through the meaning behind it. So he withdrew his gaze and began to observe the room. This room was very simple. It didn't even have a table. However, on the ground was a stone mat that had sunken in. It was apparent that someone had cultivated on this mat a lot to cause this. Wang Lin took a few steps forward and carefully looked at the mat. It looked very ordinary without anything special about it. But when he tried to touch it, to his surprise, his hand went through the mat. Wang Lin frowned slightly, and then looked at the wooden frames around him. After a moment, his expression became gloomy. The joy from before disappeared completely. Even though there were celestial jades inside these wooden frames, like the mat, they were all illusory and simply didn't exist. As he observed, he let out a wry smile. He found that he could only see the things here, but not touch them. It was as if everything was only an illusion. If I'd known this, I would have gone to the 4th floor. At least it wouldn't be like this. Wang Lin frowned as his gaze swept the room before his eyes fell on the painting right before him. After pondering a while, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he sat down in the ground. He stared at the painting and became silent. The 9th layer, which is where a celestial lord would come, can't be that simple. Perhaps this scene is only illusory in my eyes, and a celestial lord can easily see everything. If that is the case, then this painting here is a bit strange. Wang Lin carefully looked at the painting. Time slowly passed, and Wang Lin gradually calmed down. He was unwilling to obtain nothing on the 9th floor. After analyzing the situation, he believed this painting was the key. He simply let go of all thoughts and became absorbed in the painting to see some clues within it. He gradually became calm, and his mind became immersed in the painting. As time passed, Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes. Even when he closed his eyes, that painting still appeared in his mind. It was as if he had entered the painting. After a long time, he opened his eyes and muttered, "Something is wrong. There is a faint barrier preventing me from truly entering the painting." After pondering a while, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and his gaze fell on the boy under the tree. He clearly remembered the boy was just cultivating without making any seals with his hands. However, at this moment the boy's hand made a seal. This discovery caused Wang Lin's mind to tremble, and he began to carefully observe the painting. Time passed once more. In the blink of an eye, 7 days went by. The key thing Wang Lin found was that every 2 to 3 hours, the boy's hand would change. However, this change was very subtle, and unless he was paying attention, it was difficult to notice. During these 7 days of time, Wang Lin memorized all the seals the boy made. On the 8th day, he sat down and began forming the seals. Right when the seals appeared, the entire pavilion began to shake. Wang Lin immediately stopped and carefully looked around before he continued to make the seals. Just like before, when the seals appeared, the entire pavilion shook as if it was shrinking. This discovery shocked Wang Lin greatly. His hand moved even faster, but after a few shakes, the pavilion stopped shaking. Baffled, Wang Lin looked at the painting and his hand moved even faster. He felt like his body was dissipating and his mind was drifting into the painting. When he made the last seal, he felt a boom in his head and his body fell on the ground. His origin soul felt a vibration and he became dizzy. When his vision became clear, his mind trembled as he stared at his surroundings. The surroundings were filled with void, and behind him stood a large tree. Half of the tree was yellow, and when a breeze blew by, the swaying of the leaves created rustling sounds. Wang Lin lowered his head and found that he was wearing a Taoist robe. He had entered the painting and had become that boy. This scene was simply too strange. Wang Lin stood up and looked at the sky. In the upper right corner of the sky were black ink marks. These ink marks were the words he saw from the outside. Call the wind, summon the rain, magic arsenal, lands collapse, mountains crumble, dark moon, clear skies. As Wang Lin looked at that line, it immediately turned into drops of ink and fell down like rain on the surrounding ground. The void around him suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a lot of noise. Various illusory figures appeared in the void. He couldn't see their faces clearly, but as soon as they appeared, they all sat down. Eventually, Wang Lin was surrounded by people. Bursts of quiet conversations came from all directions, but while Wang Lin could hear them, he could never clearly hear what was being said. A moment later, all of the noise disappeared as a figure walked out. This person's figure was also vague, but when he appeared, a pressure surrounded the area. He floated in the air and sat down. He seemed to be smiling as a clear voice came out. Today, Master Carefree will paint the opening of the collection pavilion. Celestial Lord Runbai invited me to watch, so I simply invited you, my fellow celestial friends, to listen to me preach Tao while the painting is being done. This is the Tao I know. As that person spoke, he raised his right hand and a roaring wind appeared. This wind became black and covered the sky. As it swept across the sky, it turned into 9 black dragons. The roars of the dragons and their powerful auras caused the sky to change color. As the black wind swept the area, the 9 black dragons spat out chilling winds. That unimaginable power made people feel like their life was like a candle. If they were hit by this wind, they would immediately die. It was as if any living thing in the world would die upon being hit by that wind. The power contained within that wind was beyond Wang Lin's imagination. This is Call the Wind. To put it simply, Call the Wind is like this. It can extinguish the fire of all living things. Wang Lin's mind shook greatly as an unimaginable pain appeared as if it wanted to tear him apart. His origin soul immediately collapsed and the fragments scattered. Just at this moment, a gentle force came from the void and warped around Wang Lin's origin soul. A clear voice laughed. The Celestial Emperor's spell is extraordinary. This spell named Call the Wind. This lord will write it down on Master Carefree's painting. This painting will be stored in the 9th floor of the collection pavilion. As for whether someone can comprehend this spell, it will depend on their luck. When this voice appeared, Wang Lin's origin soul seemed to turn into ink and was used to write 3 words. Call the Wind. At the same time, a powerful force came from those 3 words. Wang Lin's origin soul reformed and flew out. His vision became blurry as he flew out of the painting and landed back in his body, which had fallen on the ground. Wang Lin's body trembled as he opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with horror, and those words still echoed in his ears. This is luck. Wang Lin took a deep breath and then stared at the painting. Everything that had happened felt extremely real. Celestial Emperor, Celestial Lord, and Master Carefree, who painted the painting. As Wang Lin stared at the painting, he finally realized that the painting before him was drawn by the same person who made the paintings he saw in the storage space. After silently pondering for a long time, Wang Lin stood up. He didn't even look at the celestial jade on the side before leaving. Compared to everything he had obtained, everything else on the 9th floor became bleak. When he walked out from the 9th floor, stairs appeared below Wang Lin's feet. His eyes were still in a trance, as if he still hadn't recovered from the scene in the painting. Wang Lin muttered as he walked down the stairs. Celestial spell, call the wind. When he reached the bottom, he took a step and disappeared without a trace. After all the time that had passed, the three people outside the pavilion had recovered from the shock. It was just that they still couldn't believe it in their hearts. Jealousy gradually entered their minds. In the end, it became so powerful that it almost replaced their logic. After all, they couldn't even guess what kind of spell was in the 9th floor, but the more they couldn't guess, the stronger the desire to obtain it became. At this moment, the door of the collection pavilion lit up and Wang Lin walked out. He was still in a daze as he walked past the three of them and into the distance. The three immediately noticed that something was wrong with Wang Lin's current state. They looked each other in the eyes and saw the ruthlessness and decisiveness in each other's eyes. Sorry, fellow cultivator Su, but compared to referring you to the family, I want the celestial spell from the 9th floor more, especially because of your current state. If you were sober, I might have hesitated, but given the trance-like state you're in, this is a chance given to me by the heavens. The old man named Qin's eyes revealed killing intent. The three of them stopped hesitating and rushed out. They took out their most powerful treasures and launched their most powerful spells toward Wang Lin. Chapter 784, Collection Pavilion. Silver needles appeared before the cultivator named Chun. Each needle gave off a blue glow as his hand formed a seal and a huge, illusory figure appeared around him. The figure was filled with celestial spiritual energy. It pointed toward Wang Lin, and the needles shot out toward Wang Lin's back. The cultivator named Song had a yin and yang pattern in his hand, and as he threw it out, there was lightning moving through it. It was filled with powerful origin energy as it shot toward Wang Lin. He followed behind the pattern, and his right hand formed a strange seal and a long, dark thread of silk appeared. The moment this strand of silk came out, it gave off a powerful pressure and a large amount of green mist. Finally, it was the female cultivator that had lost her body. She opened her mouth and spat out a small, crystal fan. She grabbed it, threw it, and then spat out origin energy. The origin energy immediately turned into 6 dragons that surrounded Wang Lin to prevent him from escaping. The eyes of these 3 were bloodshot. They all held the idea that they must kill Wang Lin to obtain the celestial spell from the 9th floor. They were very fast, and their spells and magical treasures were rapidly approaching Wang Lin. In an instant, they had already closed in. Wang Lin was still in a trance. His mind was still thinking about the magical scene he had witnessed with the wind. As the 3 of them closed in, Wang Lin subconsciously pointed his finger at them and muttered, calling the wind. The moment he said it, a black wind came out of Wang Lin's hand. This wind immediately grew and surrounded the area. As the cold wind blew, the sky darkened as if it was retreating. The entire fragment began to tremble, and a powerful aura filled the world. All of this was because of the black wind. Because of this celestial spell. It was as if the earth had memories of this spell, as if the sky had been beaten by this spell before. The moment the black wind appeared, the spell of the celestial emperor that had been gone for countless years had reappeared. The moment the wind appeared, it charged toward the 3 people behind Wang Lin without any hesitation. The moment the silver needles from the cultivator named Chun touched the black wind, they exploded without any resistance. The figure that was pointing toward Wang Lin disintegrated as if it was a flame blown away by the wind. This is the celestial spell from the 9th floor. The cultivator named Chin's eyes revealed fear and his scalp was numb. In his mind, the black wind was going to wipe out his life. He couldn't raise any will to resist it. It was as if he was facing heaven's might. He quickly turned around to escape without any hesitation and teleported. However, even with teleportation, it wasn't enough. As the wind blew, his body trembled and he reappeared from teleporting. His eyes dimmed and his body collapsed. His origin was like a fire that was extinguished by the black wind. All of this happened in an instant. Aside from the cultivator named Chun, the cultivator named Song suffered a similar fate. The yin and yang pattern immediately collapsed along with his body. Terrified, he quickly abandoned his body and quickly escaped. As for the cultivator named Lu, the fan in her hand immediately collapsed the moment it touched the black wind. She was already in her origin soul form. Also terrified, she quickly retreated. At this moment, the black wind suddenly disappeared as if it had never appeared. Wang Lin's eyes were no longer in a trance and revealed clarity. So this is the celestial spell called the wind. He took a deep breath and his face became pale as he took a step forward. The 1 billion soul flag came out from his bag and the black mist spread, chasing after the cultivator named Lu. As for himself, his eyes became cold and he spat out a grain of sand. It turned into a stamp that chased after the cultivator named Song. It instantly caught up and mercilessly smashed down. The cultivator named Song let out a scream, and his origin soul released a lot of origin energy. His eyes were filled with fear as he tried to continue to escape, but the Karma Whip appeared and dragged him to Wang Lin. Fellow cultivator Su, please have mercy. I know I was wrong. Not paying any attention to the cultivator named Song, Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he pinched his finger. The cultivator named Song's origin soul immediately collapsed and turned into origin energy that was devoured by Wang Lin. The powerful origin energy cycled through Wang Lin's body, and his face was no longer pale. He took a deep breath and immediately caught up to the cultivator named Lu, who was trapped by the soul flag. His hand reached out, and the Karma Whip lashed out many times inside the black mist. Finally, he shook the soul flag, and it captured the origin soul. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he pulled out the origin soul of the cultivator named Lu out of the soul flag. If you kill me, the Lu family will never let you go. The cultivator named Lu screamed, but suddenly stopped as Wang Lin pinched the origin soul and devoured it. His face was a bit ruddy but was still pale. Without hesitation, he reached into the soul flag and took out the origin soul of the first person he killed here. After crushing it into origin energy, he devoured it. After devouring the 3 origin souls, Wang Lin immediately sat down to cultivate. After a long time, his face gradually returned to normal, but there were still traces of paleness. Wang Lin opened his eyes and let out a mouthful of foul air. The air he spat out was actually black and was extremely shocking. What a strong celestial spell. I only gained a bit of understanding, and when I used it, I actually couldn't control it. The consumption of origin energy was so strong that it almost sucked all the origin energy around the G realm. If I hadn't recovered it quick enough, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like a celestial spell. It can even be called a devil spell. In addition, this spell uses too much origin energy. In order to use it, I need to have the origin souls of several Yin and Yang cultivators prepared. Wang Lin stood up and took the bags of holding of the people he had killed. He looked at the collection pavilion and muttered, "Unfortunately, this pavilion can't be taken away. Otherwise, the 4 great families would have already taken it by force out of the celestial realm. But I'm not willing to just leave it here. If I can take it away." As he pondered, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought of the words he heard inside the painting. Master Carefree will draw a painting for the first opening of the collection pavilion. Wang Lin's eyes became brighter as he remembered the hand seals of the boy under the tree. When I used the seals before, I felt the pavilion tremble. Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat. He immediately moved and arrived next to the collection pavilion. He took a deep breath and his hands formed the seals he learned from the boy. In an instant, the collection pavilion began to glow. Before Wang Lin's eyes, the pavilion became smaller and smaller until it turned into a size that could fit inside one's palm and flew into Wang Lin's hand. Holding the collection pavilion in his hand, even with Wang Lin's mental strength, he let out a laugh. This laughter was filled with joy. Chapter 785, Resurrection. Since I've made enemies of the 4 great enemies, I must be more vicious. As Wang Lin moved, he began covering the fragment with various devious restrictions. He used all of his abilities, using the fragment as the foundation to place restriction after restriction. This process lasted nearly 10 years, and eventually Wang Lin reached the edge of the fragment and left from where he entered. The restriction here prevented others from entering, but not from leaving. Half a month later, Wang Lin and Li Yuan quickly moved through the void. Li Yuan's left hand was very sore, and the origin energy in his body was very thin. He looked at Wang Lin and wryly smiled. "Brother Su, I placed more than 10,000 restrictions near the edge of the fragment. When combined, the restrictions are very powerful. If the 4 great families don't send their powerhouses, they will be difficult to break." Half a month ago, when Wang Lin came out, Li Yuan immediately appeared. Under Wang Lin's request, Li Yuan completely sealed the fragment. However, he didn't use his family's restriction but various other restrictions. "Brotherly, I have finished my matters at the celestial realm. It is best we quickly leave." Wang Lin touched his bag and took out a thunder furnace. He had killed a lot of people, so it was easy for him to take one out. Li Yuan, who was not expecting to leave right now, asked, "Brother isn't going to check out the fragment with the celestial spiritual energy fluctuations?" Wang Lin shook his head. He looked into the void and said, "I'm not going." He remembered the 5-colored vortex in the passage, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Moreover, he had obtained the collection pavilion, and the excitement still hadn't disappeared. After taking such a treasure, the only thing in his mind was to leave as soon as possible. After all, this pavilion was extremely important to the four great families, whether it was their reputation or the actual value of the pavilion. Once they find out it's gone, they will immediately begin a massive hunt for Wang Yaolin. The fragment has already been sealed, so the chances of people finding out what happened there are low. He didn't tell Li Yuan he obtained the collection pavilion. After all, this matter was simply too important. Given Wang Lin's caution, unless he was fully confident, he wouldn't tell anyone. Li Yuan pondered a bit and then nodded. That's fine. One must be at a certain location to leave the Thunder Celestial Realm. Only at the Celestial Gate can we use the Thunder Furnace to return. Wang Lin nodded. He had heard this before from Xingong. The two of them made up their minds and moved through the void. The Celestial Gate was to the far west, and it was very far from where Wang Lin currently was. While the two of them flew through the void, a shocking change occurred in the Thunder Celestial Realm. Large amounts of cultivators had gathered on the four fragments where the huge celestial spiritual energy fluctuations occurred. Almost all of the cultivators in the Thunder Celestial Realm had found out about the celestial spiritual energy fluctuations one way or another, and as soon as they found out, they quickly made their way to one of the fragments. Due to the fluctuations of the celestial spiritual energy, ancient restrictions appeared on the four fragments. Some were between mountains, and some were inside large ruins. The celestial spiritual energy was coming from inside the restrictions. As more people gathered, there were naturally restrictions masters among them. After the more powerful cultivators reached an agreement, the various restriction masters began breaking the restrictions. The four fragments with celestial spiritual energy fluctuations appeared one each at the east, south, west, and north sides of the celestial realm. At this moment on the western fragment, Xingong calmly looked at the plain before him. There was a 10,000 feet wide ancient restriction that gave off rich, celestial spiritual energy on the plains. A large amount of cultivators had gathered outside the restrictions. These cultivators were mostly in groups of 3 to 5. There were some restrictions masters attempting to break the restriction. Xingong frowned. He clearly remembered that he had come here a few months ago, and there was no restriction. Why had such a large restriction appeared in such a short period of time? As he pondered, a sense of crisis appeared in his heart, but he didn't know why. At this moment, a ray of light came from the distance followed by more than 10 rays of sword energy that shot toward this location like lightning. When they rays of sword energy landed, the person at the front of these cultivators was Zhan Konglie. He immediately saw Xingong by himself. He arrived before Xingong in one step before clasping his hands and smiling. Brother Xingong came so early. Xingong frowned slightly and calmly said, "It is you who arrived late." Zhan Konglie faintly smiled as he stood next to Xingong. His gaze fell on the restriction in the distance as he asked, "Does Brother Xingong know who I met on the way?" "I don't know." Xingong's expression was neutral, and he didn't have any interest in Zhan Konglie's words. He only looked at the plain and pondered. Zhan Konglie already knew of Xingong's temper. He said, "It was Senior." Xingong's eyes lit up as he turned toward Zhan Konglie and asked, "Really?" Zhan Konglie smiled. 100% true. Senior said that he would come here if he finds the time. Xingong's eyes had a flash of joy. Zhan Konglie looked much more pleasing to his eyes now. He smiled and said, "According to my lord's strange personality, he should have some interest in this place." Zhan Konglie stared at the plain before him and nodded. I presume Brother Xingong also noticed. The appearance of the formation here is too strange. Before he finished speaking, the formation before him flashed violently. Waves of formation fluctuations spread, and many cultivators exclaimed. After that, many cultivators skilled in restrictions flew out, sending out restrictions to speed up the process of breaking it. There were many powerful cultivators around the formations. They were mostly from different families and were all scattered. They had a very tacit understanding about breaking the formation, and they didn't fight amongst themselves. Among the four fragments that had the formations, as people continued to try to break them, the northern fragment was the first to break the formation. A curved passage appeared before the eyes of the cultivators on the northern fragment. The tunnel was very long, and after the first cultivator charged in, all the remaining cultivators also entered. Several hours later, the miserable screams of the first cultivator to enter echoed inside the tunnel. At the same time, a ray of red light appeared inside the tunnel. In a flash, the entire tunnel collapsed and dissipated. This strange scene immediately shocked most of the cultivators inside, and they began to escape. However, under the red light, they all died miserable deaths one by one. Only a small number of cultivators survived through this huge occurrence. At this time, the formation on the eastern fragment was opened, and a large amount of cultivators rushed in. The same thing occurred here. When the first cultivators saw the 5-colored vortex, he self-destructed, and the entire tunnel was filled with red light. This wasn't over yet. The tragedy occurred once more on the southern fragment. In an instant, the entire Thunder Celestial Realm was bloodbath. At this moment, the formation on the western fragment, where Shingon Hu and Zhan Konglie were, began to fluctuate violently. As it fluctuated more and more, even more cultivators began launching restrictions to break it. A moment later, the fluctuations exploded into countless shock waves, and the formation broke. A dark hole appeared on the ground, and dense celestial spiritual energy formed a beam of light that shot into the sky. Some cultivators were unable to resist the temptation and charged in regardless of the celestial spiritual energy burning their bodies. After a few people took the lead, the other cultivators immediately rushed in as well. Shingon, who didn't move, and Zhan Konglie didn't move either. They both looked at each and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. This formation was broken too easily. Aside from the two of them, several other cultivators didn't move. Most of these people had broken through the peak of the late stage of Ascendant and were at the Illusory Yin stage. After a long time, as more and more cultivators entered the tunnel, there was a muffled explosion. Miserable screams constantly came from inside the tunnel before the entire tunnel collapsed. All of the cultivators inside disintegrated together with the tunnel. Shingon Hu and company's expressions changed greatly. They immediately flew into the air, and their eyes were filled with shock. All four formations on the four fragments were broken, and their tunnels had collapsed. At this moment, an unimaginable amount of celestial spiritual energy suddenly exploded within the Thunder Celestial Realm and began to spread. At the same time, 9 fragments in the Thunder Celestial Realm shook violently, and 9 different formations appeared above them. These formations were engraved deeply in the earth and emitted a powerful red light. This sudden and drastic change caused the cultivators in the Thunder Celestial Realm to be filled with confusion and fear. One of the 9 fragments collapsed. It wasn't that there was power beyond Nirvana Scryer being used, but a power beyond Nirvana Scryer had erupted from within. The fragment disintegrated layer by layer as the terrifying aura shot from the center of the fragment. Some of the escaping cultivators immediately discovered that the terrifying aura was coming from a severed arm. This severed arm was obviously sealed here countless years ago. Now that the 9 seals had been opened, the arm had regained its freedom. It flew directly toward the center of the Thunder Celestial Realm. At the moment the severed arm appeared, 7 of the 8 remaining fragments collapsed. In the end, 2 severed arms, 2 severed legs, a skull with a left eye, and a torso divided into 3 parts all flew toward the center of the Thunder Celestial Realm. The skull carried a smile as it flew through the void. Every time it saw a cultivator, it would immediately devour the cultivator, causing their body to collapse. After devouring an origin soul, the left eye would glow even brighter. The speed of these body parts was very fast, far faster than cultivators. It was almost as if they were teleporting and were leaving afterimages in the void. Wang Lin and Li Yuan were charging toward the west as they flew through the void. An extremely gloomy aura immediately spread out. This aura was very strong and was spreading out like an invisible mist. Li Yuan's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to spread out his divine sense to check, a ray of red light suddenly appeared in the distance. This red light was very strong and powerful. Li Yuan took a deep breath. He could clearly see a severed arm inside that red light. Chapter 786, No One Can Leave. Wang Lin grabbed Li Yuan and immediately dragged him backwards. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at the red light in the void. The severed arm inside the red light was covered in blood, and the 5 fingers were skinny. However, when people saw it, they would feel a chill inside their heart. In particular, those sharp fingernails looked like they could rip the void open. At the moment Wang Lin looked at the severed arm, the arm seemed to notice Wang Lin and turned toward him. It was still a distance away when it swiped in the void. There was a loud rumble, and 5 spatial cracks shot out toward Wang Lin. It was as if 5 cracks had suddenly appeared on a piece of white paper. If they touched Wang Lin, his body and origin soul would be ripped apart. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly shrank, and he immediately retreated. His right hand formed a seal, and a bolt of purple thunder shot out from his origin soul toward the severed arm. The severed arm didn't even dodge and directly grabbed the purple thunder. The arm squeezed, causing the purple thunder to immediately collapse into origin energy, which it then absorbed. This scene caused Wang Lin to frown. He let out a cold snort as he opened his mouth and spat out a grain of sand that turned into the fragment stamp. The fragment stamp immediately smashed toward the severed arm. The fragment stamp descended with a bang, but at the moment it descended, there was a sudden red flash from the arm. The arm was able to dodge the stamp. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he continued to retreat. At this moment, the arm closed in and reached out. 5 cracks appeared instantly before Wang Lin, wanting to tear his body into pieces. The bloodlust from the severed arm began to spread, and it seemed to contain a powerful poison. Wang Lin immediately felt his flesh being invaded by this aura and felt a burning sensation. He retreated once more, and he was very shocked. This severed arm that had suddenly appeared was too strange. This was the most dangerous battle Wang Lin had fought since reaching the Corporeal Yang stage. Those 5 spatial cracks released a cold wind that caused Wang Lin's origin soul to freeze when it blew on his body. Seeing the 5 spatial cracks rapidly approaching, Wang Lin opened his third eye without any hesitation. A flash of red light opened up like a fan and immediately enveloped the 5 spatial cracks. In Wang Lin's eyes, the spatial cracks seemed to return to their original forms and rapidly dissipated. In the end, only 5 drops of dark red blood remained. After an instant, Wang Lin pointed forward and shouted, "Stop!" At the same time, the beast bone tattoo on the back of his right hand appeared, as if surrounding Wang Lin's right hand. A flash of ghostly light came from the beast bone tattoo, and then the evil aura came out. This evil aura was monstrous, and the ghostly light flashed once more. Gray immediately appeared in the 5 drops of dark red blood, as if they had mixed with gray mist. They looked very beautiful. In an instant, 3 of the drops of blood turned into stone, and the other 2 drops quickly retreated back into the arm. The severed arm immediately turned around, stopped chasing Wang Lin, and quickly left. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he looked at the 3 drops of blood that had turned into stone. He grabbed them and immediately put them into his bag of holding. Then he took out the celestial sword and quickly chased after the severed arm with a cold gaze. This severed arm was simply too strange. At the moment he saw it, he couldn't help but think of the eyeball from inside the 5-colored vortex. In Wang Lin's eyes, they seemed to be from the same source. That arm is very strong. It is equivalent to the power of a peak Corporeal Yang cultivator and is infinitely close to a Nirvana Scryer cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he chased after the arm and mercilessly chopped down with the celestial sword. The heavenly chop caused a ray of sword energy to shoot out. When it fell, it was as if it was cutting open the laws of the world, causing the void to shake violently. A long spatial crack suddenly appeared and headed straight for the severed arm. The severed arm suddenly stopped mid-flight, began to form a seal, and pressed it toward the spatial crack. This immediately caused a loud bang, and everything within 1,000 feet of the severed arm seemed to begin to collapse. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. With a point of his finger, the fragment stamp flew out once more. This time it was too fast, and immediately smashed down on the severed arm. The severed arm immediately trembled. It glowed red as if it was injured, and began to escape even faster. Just at this moment, a team of 7 or 8 cultivators from a cultivation family was passing by, and their faces were filled with shock. Their cultivation levels weren't high. They were all around the mid and late stages of Ascendant. They were quickly flying toward here, as if there was a powerful enemy chasing them. That severed arm immediately turned around toward that cultivation family. It was so fast that it got near the cultivation family in the blink of an eye and began tearing them apart. The severed arm crushed the cultivators' origin souls and absorbed their origin energy. After several breaths of time, all of the cultivators in this cultivation family were killed, and their origin souls were absorbed by the severed arm. The red light from the severed arm became even stronger. Not only had the injuries on the arm healed, it looked even more powerful than before. When Wang Lin saw this as he closed in, his expression became even more gloomy. He saw in the distance another ray of red light quickly closing in. This time it was a severed leg inside the red light. Wang Lin immediately turned and left without any hesitation. The severed arm seemed to hesitate, but it decided to not pursue Wang Lin. It flew together with the severed leg and disappeared into the void. Even after it left, the strong scent of blood lingered in the area. The entire Thunder Celestial realm was extremely chaotic. The 8 severed limbs each had the power of a peak Corporeal Yang cultivator. Not only did spells have no effect on them, but one would be killed and have their origin soul crushed for origin energy if they came across it. Only magical treasures had some effect, but it wasn't much. Adding on the powerful poison in the bloodlight, it allowed these severed limbs to rampage across the celestial realm. They didn't stop, but traveled quickly through the void. It didn't take long before 8 rays of red light reached the center of the celestial realm. When they combined together, a primal roar suddenly echoed across the celestial realm. The severed limb fused together to form a complete body. This person had a head of white hair, His face was filled with hideous scars, and his body was damaged all over. His right eye was missing, leaving only his left one, which held a cold gaze. Celestial Lord Qing Shui, no matter how strong your seal was, it couldn't beat the passage of time. You wouldn't dare to kill me. If you wanted to kill me, why did you place a healing formation outside the sealing formation? However, I have to thank you because if you had not sealed formation, I fear I wouldn't have survived through the collapse of the celestial realm. Qing Shui, since I didn't die, you naturally aren't dead either. Unless you can find another sealing vortex left behind by the ancient celestial realm, you will not seal me again. The white-haired person had a ferocious expression as he laughed wildly and charged into the void. He was simply too fast, and because he knew the Thunder Celestial Realm very well, he immediately appeared above a fragment. This fragment was the one where Wang Lin and Li Yuan opened the seal and went into the passage inside the dark hole. Flying above the fragment, the man pressed his hand down and the entire fragment immediately collapsed. This was where the ninth seal was located. As the fragment collapsed, a monstrous flame shot out from within. There was a flash of red light, and then an eye flew out. The person grabbed the eye and placed it inside his right eye socket. The G realm was sealed into the right eye, but too much of it was consumed back in the Celestial Realm War. It will be very difficult to replenish it, but it is not impossible. However, I have just escaped, so my cultivation is only at 10%. I must restore my celestial origin energy as soon as possible. There was a flash of red from the man's eyes, and he revealed a grim sneer. It seems a lot of junior cultivators have developed over the years. Very good. Although devouring them all won't completely restore my cultivation, I will be able to recover enough. However, before I begin to devour them, I must close the celestial gate to make sure they can't escape. As he grinned, his body disappeared within the void. Wang Lin grabbed Li Yuan and headed straight toward the gate on the west side of the celestial realm. They were silent the entire way. Wang Lin looked ahead gloomy. He had a premonition that the Thunder Celestial Realm was going to become extremely chaotic. We must get out of here as soon as possible. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and they began to move even faster. Along the way, they saw many cultivators, and their goals were all the same. The Celestial Gate. It was obvious that many of them had the same idea as Wang Lin. Rays of light moved like meteors westwards. None of them had the leisure to talk to each other, and they were all moving as fast as they could. They gradually grew closer to the Celestial Gate. Soon, they could see the giant bolt of red thunder that descended from the sky. At this moment, the various cultivators began to teleport as they wanted to leave even faster. But just as this moment, a red mist charged over like a powerful wave and a hoarse voice echoed between the heavens and earth. No one can leave. A person walked out from the red mist. He had white hair, and his whole body was like a bag of bones. His eyes were red, and as he stepped forward, his hand reached out, causing an unimaginable powerful force to suddenly fill the area. Several ascendant cultivators were filled with terror, and their bodies immediately collapsed into a mist of blood and flesh. All of this was inhaled by this person. Even their origin souls couldn't escape and were devoured as well. Why do the Qi cultivators nowadays have so little origin energy? After turning this origin energy into celestial origin energy, there is almost nothing left. The white-haired man frowned, and he charged toward the celestial gate. Chapter 787, Master, please act. 1. This scene caused all the cultivators' expressions to change greatly. The moment the white-haired man appeared, he caused more than 10 cultivators to die. He also directly devoured their flesh and origin souls. This shocking scene caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Upon seeing this strange man charging toward the celestial gate, no one dared to step forward to stop him. Just at this moment, one person among the several cultivators near the celestial gate flew out. He was middle-aged and was wearing a golden robe. His eyes were like lightning, and he was at the Illusory Yin stage. He slapped his bag of holding, and 13 flying swords flew out. With a point of his finger, the swords shot toward the strange, white-haired man. Fellow cultivators, please act and stop this person from reaching the gate, or else none of us will be able to leave. Behind the middle-aged man, several cultivators clenched their teeth. They all took out their treasures and charged out. The strange, white-haired man let out a creepy laughter, and in a flash his body seemed to merge with the world, disappearing without a trace. When he reappeared, he was next to the celestial gate, which was the giant bolt of red thunder that descended from the sky. The moment he appeared, his right hand formed a seal and hit the red thunder. There was a loud rumble that echoed across the heavens and earth. Thunder Celestial Gate, close. The hoarse voice was like a chilly wind that entered the ears of the cultivators around him. That giant bolt of red thunder began shrinking rapidly. Just at this moment, the surrounding cultivators began to react. They all took out various treasures and charged toward the strange man. Among them were less than 10 Illusory Yin cultivators. They were the primary force of this attack, and they were charging straight toward the strange man. The Thunder Celestial Realm will close and all of you will be my food. The strange, white-haired man's eyes revealed a cold gaze. Without even looking at the attacks coming toward him, he disappeared and then reappeared behind a late-stage Ascendant cultivator. His speed was beyond imagination. The Ascendant cultivator was an old man. His expression changed greatly, and his eyes were filled with fear. However, before he had time to turn around, the strange, white-haired man's hand directly penetrated the old man's chest. He seized the old man's origin soul and directly crushed it. The old man was able to hear his chest shatter and his origin soul collapse. His vision blacked out, and his life was lost. It was unknown who started it, but all the surrounding cultivators gave up sieging the white-haired man. Instead, they dispersed and charged toward the disappearing celestial gate from all directions. The white-haired man let out a grim smile as he devoured a few more cultivators. Then his hand formed a seal, and he shouted, "Celestial spell, clones." In an instant, the white-haired man split into two and then again from 2 to 4. This continued, and in an instant there were 32 of him. The 32 clones charged out and immediately merged with the world. When they reappeared, they were within 10,000 feet of the celestial gate. At the same moment, miserable screams filled the air. All of the cultivators that were within 10,000 feet had their bodies destroyed by the clones and their origin souls devoured. Their resistance had no real effect on the clones. They often died before they could even act. However, even more cultivators rushed in toward the celestial gate. After all, the celestial gate was the only path to survival. Interesting. I want to see how many among you junior Qi cultivators can actually escape. The white-haired man laughed as his body disappeared and reappeared behind an Illusory Yin cultivator. That Illusory Yin cultivator's eyes became cold, and he exploded his origin soul without hesitation. His origin soul and body turned into origin energy and collapsed. Even though he couldn't escape death, he still had a choice. The choice to die with dignity. This was self-destruction. Under the loud rumble, the white-haired man frowned. He didn't retreat, and instead inhaled in all the surrounding origin energy into his mouth. This is a Qi cultivator with guts. It was a massacre, and as the celestial gate was about to disappear, this slaughter reached its peak. Most of the cultivators were rushing in like crazy in order to escape. After all, the celestial gate was the only hope. However, with that white-haired man's 32 clones covering the 10,000 feet area, only Illusory Yin cultivators could get within 1,000 feet of the gate. Everyone else would die before even getting within 1,000 feet. As for the Illusory Yin cultivators that rushed within 1,000 feet, they all suffered the same fate. They all died as soon as the white-haired man's origin body appeared. Bursts of creepy laughter came from the white-haired man. As he continued to slaughter and devour, his originally skinny body gradually expanded slightly. It was as if something was moving inside his body, and this made him look even more terrifying. The aura his body gave off became even stronger. Almost every time he devoured a cultivator, his aura became a bit stronger. The red light from his eyes became even stronger. The scent of blood immediately diffused, and the eyes of the surrounding cultivators were filled with despair. The celestial gate was just about to dissipate completely. It didn't seem like it would take long before it disappeared completely. Once that bolt of red thunder disappeared, the Thunder Celestial Realm would be completely sealed. Just at this moment, more than 10 rays of sword energy flew in from the distance. These rays of sword energy were filled with origin energy and created a sharp roar as they rushed over. At the front, Zhan Konglie's eyes were cold, and behind him were more than 10 cultivators at the Illusory Yin stage. They were all charging toward the white-haired man. At the same time, several more rays of light came from another direction. The one in front was Tang Yanfeng. He had a gloomy expression and had people behind him as well. In addition to the people of his family, there were also cultivators from other families that he was good friends with. However, they were all only at the Illusory Yin stage. These two groups were extremely fast as they charged toward the white-haired man. Before they even arrived, origin energy and magical treasures were sent out first. The people led by Tang Yanfeng and Zhan Konglie launched their attacks without any hesitation. The white-haired man's eyes revealed a red glow, and he grinned. He completely ignored the spells and magical treasures heading toward him and charged out. He appeared inside Tang Yanfeng's group and immediately grabbed a person. That cultivator revealed a decisive gaze before his body immediately exploded, causing a large ripple to spread. The white-haired man let out a cold snort and was about to inhale when a fierce sword energy filled with thunder came from afar. This sword energy rich in thunder came from Qinggonghu. Deadly entanglement. After Tang Yinfeng shouted, the cultivators in his group immediately used all their strength to trap the white-haired man. At the same time, Zhan Konglie charged out with a copper furnace. He was filled with killing intent as he charged toward the white-haired man. Tang Yinfeng also gave up his personal grudge with Qinggonghu. He waved his sleeves, and a white mist immediately appeared. His eyes lit up, and he charged in. Qinggonghu and Zhan Konglie charged in without any hesitation. 3 powerful corporeal yang cultivators began their attack on the white-haired man at the same time. The surrounding 10+ Illusory Yin cultivators didn't retreat. They all began using their magical treasures and started a siege. Although there were few corporeal yang cultivators, Qinggonghu's people weren't the only ones. There were 2 more corporeal yang cultivators that didn't hesitate to rush into the white mist and use their powerful origin energy spells. With someone taking lead, the surrounding cultivators' spirits were lifted, and they were about to join the siege when the 32 clones of the white-haired man began to slaughter the surrounding cultivators. There were also cultivators among them that wanted to preserve their own lives and take this opportunity to rush at the disappearing celestial gate. There were many people who had similar ideas, but they were all killed by the white-haired man's clone when they got within 10,000 feet of the gate. Even though this was happening, there were still cultivators trying to rush toward the celestial gate. As more cultivators arrived, this situation reached its peak. Chapter 788, Master, please act. 2. Wang Lin had already grabbed Li Yuan and retreated the moment the white-haired man appeared. They retreated more than 500 meters away. As they heard the constant screams of dying cultivators, Wang Lin's expression became extremely gloomy. Wang Lin saw Qinggonghu and company's appearance, and this made him hesitate. However, he looked at Li Yuan and didn't act. Beside him, Li Yuan's face was extremely pale. Brother Su, I fear we won't be able to leave. Wang Lin silently pondered. This white-haired man was too strong. He secretly compared him to the blood ancestor, and judging from this person's cultivation, he was even stronger than the blood ancestor. This was not even the key point. Every time the white-haired man devoured a cultivator, his cultivation would increase. Thus, Wang Lin was able to figure out how high this person's cultivation level could reach. Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan and suddenly asked, Brotherly, do you believe in me? Li Yuan was startled and nodded. Does Brother Su have a method of leaving? I naturally believe in Brother Su. Wang Lin hesitated before slowly saying, I indeed have a spell, but I have not fully mastered it yet. If I take a person with me, while I'll come to no harm, the person I bring will likely suffer. If you agree, I can try it. Li Yuan silently pondered. He knew exactly how powerful the white-haired man was, and he knew he was no match. Even with Su Mu here, when facing the white-haired man, Su Mu might not even be able to protect himself, much less protect him. Li Yuan had a feeling that if he stayed here, he would without a doubt die. This feeling was very strong, and at this moment it completely engulfed his mind. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, revealing decisiveness, and he said, Brother Su, please use the spell. I'm willing to gamble. Wang Lin nodded. He became acquainted with Li Yuan in the Thunder Celestial Realm, and they had been through much together. Although they couldn't be considered best friends, they had been through trials and tribulations. If it wasn't for Li Yuan, Wang Lin believed that he would have died under the blood ancestor's pursuit. In this regard, Li Yuan had saved his life. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin slowly backed up and opened his heart. As he recalled the feeling of merging with the world, ripples would appear with every step he took. After stepping back more than 10 steps, that feeling of merging with the world still hadn't appeared. Seeing that the celestial gate was ready to disappear at any moment and hearing the screams of the dying cultivators, Wang Lin suppressed his anxiety and calmed his heart. He wasn't thinking about anything and did his best to calm himself down. In the end, as Wang Lin backed up, his eyes revealed a calm gaze. At this moment, he began merging with the world and gradually became closer and closer to becoming one with the world. After an unknown amount of time, the original feeling of merging with the world and being inseparable from it appeared once more in Wang Lin's heart. At this moment, he had the illusion that he had become the world. His eyes narrowed and were as calm as water. Wang Lin no longer backed up, but walked forward one step at a time. He was extremely calm. Ripples appeared under his feet once more and slowly spread out. Wang Lin grabbed the dumbfounded Li Yuan as his body gradually disappeared into the void. Li Yuan felt a powerful force coming from Wang Lin, as if he was wrapped up by a sword. His vision became blurry and he couldn't see things clearly anymore. It was as if his entire being was being dragged through time and had extended infinitely. After grabbing Li Yuan's arm, Wang Lin's eyes were still as calm as water. As he stepped forward, he and Li Yuan disappeared as they truly entered the void. At this moment, the white-haired man that was being attacked by 5 powerful Corporeal Yang cultivators, more than 10 Illusory Yin cultivators, and large number of Ascendant cultivators let out a loud laugh. As he laughed like crazy, his hand formed seals, and he muttered some words. A layer of red light immediately appeared inside Mist. All of the origin spells and magical treasures had no effect on the light screen. They weren't able to break it. Shingongu's flying sword collided with the light screen. The flying sword immediately shattered inch by inch. The backlash caused Shingongu to cough out blood and immediately retreat. Not only him, but Zhan Konglie, Tang Feng, and the other 2 Corporeal Yang cultivators all coughed out blood and were knocked back. As for the Illusory Yin cultivators, their origin souls shook and their bodies were thrown back. The white-haired man inside the light screen revealed a bloodthirsty grin and said, with a hoarse voice, "Yes, now there is some combatability. However, compared to the Celestial Army, you juniors are too weak, too weak, too weak. You're not even qualified to make me use my G realm." As he spoke, he opened his arms and the light screen around him suddenly expanded. It moved very fast and pushed away the white mist surrounding him. The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but retreat. There were few that were too slow that touched the light screen. The moment they touched the light screen, they let out screams and their bodies withered and became mummified. Even their origin souls collapsed, and the origin energy was absorbed by the light screen. From the outside, various cultivators charged out from the white mist in terror, as if they were afraid they were too slow. As the white-haired man laughed, his figure flickered and he appeared behind an Illusory Yin cultivator that was falling behind. He crushed the cultivator's body and was about to devour the cultivator's origin soul when he suddenly turned around. For the first time, his eyes revealed shock and seriousness. Tao merged with the world. At the moment he turned around, the cultivator who lost his body exploded his origin soul. However, the white-haired man couldn't be bothered and also merged with the world. Ripples appeared under his feet, and his body immediately disappeared. Not even many people in the celestial realm from back then were able to achieve Tao merged with the world. However, this person hasn't fully mastered it. The white-haired old man appeared 1,000 feet away from the celestial gate, and his eyes revealed a strange light. His right hand mercilessly grasped toward the void. "Come out for me." 5 huge spatial cracks suddenly appeared in the world. These cracks were large, and with a sharp, whistling sound, it seemed to rip open 5 rifts in the world. A power clearly different from celestial spiritual energy and origin energy erupted from the white-haired man and entered the cracks. At this moment, all of the cultivators had the illusion that the entire world was violently shaking. Shingongu's face was pale, and beside him, Zhan Konglie was the same. Tang Yinfeng clenched his fists. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the fear hidden deep within each other's eyes. A soft, muffled groan came out from the void before the old man. Following that, Wang Lin's figure appeared 500 feet from the celestial gate. Wang Lin was holding Li Yuan, whose orifices were bleeding and his eyes were filled with confusion. At the moment he appeared, Li Yuan coughed out a large amount of blood. It was obvious he couldn't bear Wang Lin's spell. The moment Wang Lin appeared, he didn't hesitate at all. Almost at the moment he appeared, he mercilessly threw Li Yuan forward. A powerful surge of origin energy surrounded Li Yuan, causing him to fly like lightning toward the dissipating celestial gate that was only the size of a fist. That white-haired old man sneered as he took a step forward and immediately disappeared. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and his origin energy surged out without any hesitation to form a vortex. The might of thunder came out from his origin soul and countless bolts of thunder entered the vortex. "Explode!" Wang Lin shouted without any hesitation the moment the old man disappeared. A loud rumble suddenly exploded inside the void. This sound was so shocking that it caused all of the surrounding cultivators to suck in breaths of cold air. Shingongu's eyes narrowed as he stared at Wang Lin and revealed a look of joy. Not only him, but Zhan Konglie was the same. "It's him." Tang Yinfeng frowned. He recognized Wang Lin as Su Mu, who he had no confidence in winning against. At the same time, the origin vortex in front of Wang Lin collapsed was the same time the white-haired man appeared before Wang Lin. The vortex immediately collapsed, and the white-haired man's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he laughed. He mercilessly inhaled, and all the origin energy from the collapse of the vortex was inhaled into his mouth. Wang Lin quickly retreated and caught up to Li Yuan. He pushed Li Yuan and shouted, "Li Yuan, quickly, activate the Thunder Furnace." His voice was like thunder that rushed into Li Yuan's brain. Still confused, Li Yuan subconsciously took out the Thunder Furnace. The moment he took it out, it was when his body touched the dissipating celestial gate that was only the size of a fist. A ray of light came from the furnace and wrapped around Li Yuan before he disappeared. At the same time, Wang Lin also took out the Thunder Furnace and was about to leave as well. At this moment, the white-haired man's eyes lit up and he softly said, "Gate, close." After that was said, the celestial gate that had shrunk to the size of a fist immediately collapsed and disappeared. As Wang Lin held the Thunder Furnace, his eyes became cold. He didn't even look back and immediately teleported toward the void. The old man laughed and chased after Wang Lin. "I remember now. You are that cautious Qi cultivator." The white-haired man was too fast, so he caught up to Wang Lin in one step. His large hand viciously grasped toward Wang Lin's back. "I don't like cautious people. Even the G realm wasn't able to kill you. I want to see how you will escape this time." The white-haired man's eyes glowed red, and there was a harsh whistling sound along with his grasp. In an instant, all of Wang Lin's paths of retreat were sealed. Shinggong, who suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with expectation. "My lord, please act." Zhan Konglie was extremely alert and thought, "This strange man is too strong. I just don't know if Senior is stronger." As for Tang Yanfeng, he sneered as he stared at Wang Lin and thought at the bottom of his heart, "Although this person is strong, even with the 5 of us and many Illusory Yin cultivators, we were no match for the strange man. He is at the same cultivation level as me and will without a doubt die. I want to see how he is killed. That will save me some trouble in the future." Chapter 789, Acting. At this moment, Wang Lin was in the limelight. Not only were Shinggong Hu, Zhan Konglie, Tang Yanfeng, and the 2 remaining Corporeal Yang cultivators looking at him, all of the cultivators from the various families all had their eyes on Wang Lin. All of this was because Wang Lin had appeared within 500 feet of the Celestial Gate and, most importantly, had sent Li Yuan outside. Li Yun became the first and only cultivator to successfully leave the Thunder Celestial Realm. All of this caused Wang Lin to become the focus of all the cultivators in an instant. Wang Lin's expression turned gloomy when he noticed that all of his paths of retreat had been blocked by the white-haired man. This seal wasn't visible to the eye, but his divine sense felt like there were sharp blades in all directions. No matter where he went, it would be like running into a sharp blade. Even teleportation couldn't be used. He was completely trapped here. The white-haired man grinned, and his right hand formed a claw that moved like lightning. He suddenly appeared behind Wang Lin and reached toward his heart. 5 spatial rifts whistled through the void toward Wang Lin. All of the hair on Wang Lin's body stood up. Feeling the crisis, he didn't hesitate to raise his finger and quickly shout, "Wind." In an instant, a black wind appeared on Wang Lin's right hand. A moment later, it grew and diffused as if it had replaced everything in the world. After the black wind appeared, it immediately swept the area. Wang Lin was inside the black wind as he suddenly turned around. His eyes were black and his hair was flowing in the wind. Right now he didn't look like a celestial, but rather a devil. His gaze was like a sword that landed on the incoming white-haired man. Just at this moment, the black wind formed a black dragon before Wang Lin. This dragon was illusory and seemed unstable, but after it formed, it immediately charged toward the white-haired man and spat out a gust of wind. This wind could extinguish the fire of all life. The white-haired man was startled. His eyes revealed a strange light as he stared at Wang Lin inside the black wind and slowly said, "This is called the wind." "Yes, it's called the wind. What is your relationship with Celestial Emperor by Fan?" Wang Lin didn't reply. His hand formed a seal, and the origin energy in his body surged like crazy. Then the black wind charged toward the white-haired man. The 5 spatial cracks trembled and immediately slowed down when the black wind blew by. At the same time, the black wind from the black dragon's mouth charged toward the white-haired man. For the first time, the white-haired man's eyes revealed seriousness as he stared at the black dragon formed from the black wind. Both of his hands formed a seal, and he shouted, "Lands collapse." A sharp, tearing sound immediately echoed, and a large crack appeared before the white-haired man and charged toward Wang Lin. This crack was very deep and spread out. It was like a dragon rushing out from the void. It charged like crazy toward Wang Lin and collided with the black dragon formed from the black wind. The loud rumble echoed across the world. All of the black wind around Wang Lin surged out and created a powerful impact with the crack. Wang Lin's body quickly retreated like a kite with a broken line. At this moment, the white-haired man took a step forward and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes revealed decisiveness as his right hand pointed toward the void without any hesitation. A bolt of red light directly shot out from his hand toward the void. The black wind dissipated, and the huge crack seemed to be caught by a large hand and could no longer move forward. Soon after, the crack collapsed and disintegrated. That white-haired man continued to pursue, but his eyes immediately narrowed as he stared at the red lightning that was thrown out by Wang Lin. His body flickered, and in the blink of an eye he caught up to the red lightning. He grabbed it and pressed it against his red eye. He was too fast. After he collected the red lightning, he took a step and merged with the world. When he reappeared, he was behind Wang Lin, who was rapidly retreating. At the moment he appeared, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a grain of sand. The sand immediately became a large fragment stamp, and under Wang Lin's control, it smashed toward the white-haired man. The white-haired man's eyes lit up, and his right hand reached toward the descending fragment stamp. There was a loud bang, and then the fragment stamp couldn't descend anymore. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and pressed forward. The beast bone tattoo immediately turned into the giant beast bone with 4 torns. There was a ghostly flash as the evil aura shot toward the white-haired man. Master Carefree's withered Dao pair. The white-haired man's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. The beast bone's eyes released a ghostly flash, and the evil aura caused gray to appear on the white-haired man's feet and quickly spread. The white-haired man let out a grim smile, and then he mercilessly took a step forward. There was a bang inside his body, and then the gray parts on the outside immediately collapsed. You're a very interesting Qi cultivator. The white-haired man's eyes were filled with bloodlust. With one step, he rushed toward Wang Lin, leaving behind an afterimage. Wang Lin immediately changed directions and retreated. At the same time, he slapped his bag of holding, and the celestial sword appeared in his hand. He mercilessly slashed the sword down behind him. The heavenly chop immediately appeared, and in an instant it looked as if the void had disappeared, leaving only the sword energy. Behind the void seemed to be forced open as the white-haired old man appeared, but his expression changed once more. This is the sword technique of the Rain Celestial Realm's celestial sword. The white-haired man frowned. His right hand reached out, and the heavenly chop immediately collapsed. Wang Lin's expression was extremely gloomy. At the moment the heavenly chop collapsed, he retreated once more. The white-haired man let out a sneer, and then took a step, allowing him to arrive behind Wang Lin, and his hand clawed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent as he slapped his bag of holding, and half of the blood body appeared in his hand. He immediately inhaled a large amount of origin energy into his body. The origin energy came out from the pores in his body, and he didn't hesitate to create another vortex. Explode. As he shouted, the vortex before Wang Lin exploded, creating a powerful impact. The white-haired man's right hand paused slightly. Taking this chance, Wang Lin quickly retreated. His right hand clutched half of the blood body, and his left hand formed a seal. His eyes were filled with a hint of madness. This white-haired man was strong. None of Wang Lin's spells and magical treasures had any effect. His left finger pointed at the sky, and he shouted, "Wind." The large amount of origin energy he absorbed from his right hand went through his body and out through the seal in his left hand. A black wind more powerful than last time appeared before Wang Lin. Still not enough. As Wang Lin continued to retreat inside the black wind, his right hand sucked more origin energy. The blood body immediately shrank as half of the origin energy was sucked away by Wang Lin like crazy, regardless of whether his body could handle it. The black wind around him suddenly grew by several times. At this moment, it seemed like the world was filled with black wind. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, "Call the wind." His voice came out from the black wind, and it was like the roar from the wind. The black wind suddenly changed and turned into 2 black dragons. The 2 black dragons were extremely ferocious. They surrounded the white-haired man and opened their mouths to spit out large amounts of cold wind. The white-haired old man's body was blown away by the cold wind and trembled. However, his eyes were immediately filled with killing intent. Just at this moment, Wang Lin screamed in his heart, "Not enough! Absorb more!" The half of the blood body in Wang Lin's hand immediately shrank. At the same time, sounds of explosions came from inside his body. Apparently, his body couldn't withstand such a large amount of origin energy operating at once. Bursts of black wind came out from Wang Lin's pores and gathered like crazy. In an instant, another black dragon formed from the black wind. The 3 black dragons immediately trapped the white-haired man and released blasts of cold wind. No matter how the white-haired man dodged, the 3 black dragons surrounded him. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. Taking advantage of the black dragons surrounding the white-haired man, Wang Lin caused the blood body in his hand to be on the verge of collapse before throwing it at the white-haired man. At the moment the blood body closed in, Wang Lin shouted, "Explode!" A flash of red light came from the blood body, and then the origin energy Wang Lin had injected into it collapsed. This caused a series of chain reactions, and the blood body exploded. This was an unimaginable force. Under the blast from the 3 black dragons and the blood body explosion, the entire void began to shake. Even space itself began to collapse. Wang Lin quickly retreated and put away all his treasures. Ripples appeared under his feet as he forced himself to calm down so he could merge with the world. His battle with the white-haired man didn't last long, but it was extremely fierce and difficult to imagine. In particular, those last 3 black dragons and the explosion of the blood body caused the battle to reach a peak. The surrounding cultivators continued to retreat as they watched Wang Lin battle. Their hearts were shaken greatly, and Wang Lin's figure was engraved deep in their minds and wouldn't dissipate in their entire lives. Shinggong, whose eyes were filled with extreme excitement. As he stared at the retreating Wang Lin, the respect he had for Wang Lin climbed once more. Zhan Konglie was the same as he carefully watched the battle. As for Tang Yinfeng, his expression changed greatly and sucked in a breath of cold air. His gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with terror. That black wind had far exceeded his imagination. It was lucky that I didn't attack back then. Otherwise, with that black wind, Tang Yinfeng's expression was extremely gloomy, and he didn't continue thinking. This person is too strong. It is impossible for him to die, so I must quickly retreat. More ripples appeared under Wang Lin's feet. At this instant, his body merged with the world, and as he took another step back, his body slowly dissipated. However, just at this moment, he felt as if someone had pushed him and interrupted him when he was merging with the world. His body stopped dissipating and immediately condensed. "Little fellow faded with me. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I can't come here right now, so let me borrow your body." An old voice immediately appeared inside Wang Lin's mind. At the same time, a power only he could feel came from the void behind him through some unknown method. It immediately cut off Wang Lin's origin soul's connection with his body. Under this power, Wang Lin's origin soul was immediately compressed, and another powerful origin soul started forming. In the blink of an eye, another origin soul was formed. This origin soul's appearance was exactly the same as the mysterious old man who had borrowed the Thunder Beast. The old man's origin soul moved and completely took control of Wang Lin's body. At this instant, Wang Lin changed completely, and a powerful pressure came from his body. Wang Lin watched from the outside as his body stepped forward and moved. It was as if the old man was getting used to his body. At this moment, where the void collapsed after the impact passed, a completely black statue was revealed. Waves of cracking sounds came from the statue, and a crack appeared between its eyebrows. More and more cracks appeared until a pair of hands came out from the gap and mercilessly tore the crack open. A black-haired middle-aged man walked out. There were no scars on his body, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. By Fan's celestial spell, Qing Shuang's celestial sword, Master Carefree's treasure, and the body of someone that is a match for a celestial lord. Ever since I awakened, you are the most powerful Qi cultivator I have encountered. You are qualified to say your name. This person's appearance was similar to the white-haired man, but it was as if he had become a lot younger. As the middle-aged man spoke, his right hand hit the statue, and the statue immediately melted, forming a black spear that he held in his hand. What's with all this nonsense? Isn't it just a celestial? You're just a celestial general, and not to mention your current cultivation level is only celestial lord. Wang Lin watched his body speak this with an old-fashioned tone. However, he had a vague feeling that these words seemed to be lacking in confidence. As his body spoke, his body moved forward and his right hand pressed down. The entire void moved and white gas began to rapidly gather. Soon, it turned into a white ball the size of a fist and charged toward the middle-aged man. To be able to gather the force from the heavens and earth, who are you? The middle-aged man became serious and his spear drew an arc. Countless red lights appeared out of thin air and gathered in that arc. The arc condensed and shot out toward the ball of light. Chapter 790, Fire, Blaze, Flame. The balls of light and the arc collided. They both immediately dissipated and made no sound, but countless cracks began to spread from the center of the Colosseum. It spread far too fast, and even affected a few cultivators who couldn't dodge quickly enough. The moment the cracks touched their bodies, their entire bodies trembled and then disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin's body's eyes shrank an indiscernible amount as he stepped forward and directly merged with the world without any resistance. However, he didn't disappear and instead pointed at the sky with a seal he had made with his right hand and shouted, "Celestial burning flame." In an instant, a red flame silently appeared and spread across the sky. This flame appeared out of nowhere and contained a terrifying aura. The moment the flame appeared, it covered most of the sky. The surrounding cultivators immediately retreated as they were afraid to get caught inside. This flame was too powerful. It was as if it would refine the world. Even a tiny spark was enough to cause the surrounding cultivators to be filled with aghast. Powerful origin energy spread, causing Wang Lin's figure to flicker inside the flame. However, no one dared to not look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body raised his right hand and pressed it down. Then he shouted, "Blaze." The surroundings immediately collapsed, and the flame covering the sky began to become more dense. It was as if oil had been dumped into the flame and caused it to erupt. The surrounding flames rushed toward the middle-aged man at the center. During this process, it was as if the flame had turned into countless fire dragons that carried with them a powerful heat wave as they attempted to devour the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes became serious and cold. He let go of the spear in his hand, and the spear immediately shattered. The shattered spear orbited around him. At the same time, he pressed his right index finger on his right hand, and red light from his eyes immediately began to intensify. I didn't think there would be people who had reached such a level of cultivation among the junior Qi cultivators. Not simple. As he spoke, his right eye flashed red and a ray of red lightning immediately shot out. The moment this lightning appeared, a monstrous, cold aura spread out, and it shot toward Wang Lin. Under this cold aura, as the red lightning moved forward, the flame before it seemed to extinguish, leaving behind a long trail as it rushed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body's eyes became serious. His hands formed a seal, and he pointed with his finger as he shouted, "Flame." Explosions suddenly echoed as the flames surrounding the middle-aged man suddenly rose into the air and formed a fireball. At the center of the fireball was the middle-aged man. The moment the fireball formed, it immediately began to shrink as if it wanted to burn everything inside. It burned not only all tangible things, but also the intangible. Large amounts of space began to collapse, as if nothing could escape this flame. Only the G realm flashed out of the fireball and headed straight for Wang Lin. In the instant the fireball contracted, the G realm charged out and landed on Wang Lin's body. A destructive aura immediately exploded inside his body. Wang Lin could clearly see the old man's origin soul immediately collapse under the G realm. However, it immediately reformed and then collapsed again. In a short period of time, the old man's origin soul experienced countless collapses and reforms. Every time this happened, his origin soul would become a bit weaker. These several breaths of time felt like an eternity to Wang Lin. He began to focus his origin soul, and at the moment the old man's origin soul collapsed, he acted without hesitation. Wang Lin had to help. Otherwise, once the old man's origin soul couldn't resist anymore or was unable to resist and decided to leave, Wang Lin wasn't confident he could resist the G realm himself. After all, the G realm from before came from within the seal. Although it was very strong, it was also extremely weak, as if it had no solid foundation. However, the situation now was very different as this G realm was very powerful. At the moment Wang Lin's origin soul acted, he immediately felt the terrifying power of the G realm. His origin soul trembled as origin energy spread out. The origin energy wrapped around the G realm and was broken through layer after layer like a sharp knife piercing through paper. Fortunately, the old man's origin soul had a moment to recover with Wang Lin's help. At the moment the G realm was about to pierce Wang Lin's origin soul, the old man swallowed it and continued to use his origin energy to seal the G realm. All of this felt extremely slow to Wang Lin, but in reality, it happened in a short period of time. None of the surrounding cultivators saw through this. Dangerous. This is indeed worthy of Celestial Lord Qing Shui. The G realm is indeed shocking, and this old man didn't plan this in vain. Unfortunately, I couldn't come in my own body and almost caused my plan to fail. I didn't think that Celestial Lord Qing Shui would still have such strength after being sealed for so many years. The old man's tired voice came from inside Wang Lin's mind. At this moment, the fireball rapidly shrank until it was only 10 feet wide, and then it collapsed. This caused all the power condensed inside to explode several-fold stronger. For an instant, it was as if everything in the world was enveloped in the light from the flame. One could see the light from the flame coloring the sky even if they were far away. This light spread everywhere, and Wang Lin's figure inside this light was filled with majesty. The excitement in Shangong, whose eyes had reached a peak. He looked at Wang Lin's figure and shouted, "This is my lord's real strength. My prediction earlier wasn't wrong." Zhan Konglie stood in the void. Although the flame was far away, he could still feel the heat. He was every excitement as he looked at the flame. The idea of doing the same thing as Shingang, who appeared in his heart once more. Senior's cultivation is unfathomable. It is obvious that he was suppressing his cultivation at Corporeal Yang stage before, and now it has risen countless fold. Also, his present strength mustn't be the limit. As for Tang Yanfeng, his expression was no longer gloomy, but deathly pale. When he saw Wang Lin's battle with the white-haired man, he was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Wang Lin to control so many spells, but as shocked as he was able to reluctantly accept this fact in his heart. However, when he saw the flame, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The shock in his mind collapsed and was replaced with terror and aghast. Tang Yanfeng muttered to himself, "Who the hell is he?" Shingang, who sneered as he looked at the Tang Yanfeng and calmly said, "Fellow cultivator Tang, do you still remember when you ridiculed me outside the Celestial Gate? You see, the person before you is the reason why I was willing to be punished by my family and isolated by the people of the Thunder Celestial Temple." Tang Yanfeng was dumbfounded as he stared at the figure inside the flame, and he couldn't say anything for a long time. Just at this moment, a low voice echoed, "To not die to the G realm, you are very strong." A statue appeared inside the flames. When it shattered, a young man walked out. This young man was extremely handsome, but his expression contained a hint of evil. Chapter 791, Objective. Every time a crisis happened for the white-haired man, he would form a statue. When he broke free, his appearance would change, and he would become a lot younger. From the old man at the start, he turned into a middle-aged man, and now was a youth. This bizarre scene caused all of the surrounding cultivators to feel creeped out. Wang Lin's body revealed a serious expression as it stared at the young man. When this person appeared, his right hand touched the broken statue. The statue immediately melted, turned back into the spear, and went to the young man's hand. This youth looked at Wang Lin with a gloomy smile. His body flickered and merged with the world, disappearing without a trace. In the next instant, the youth appeared next to an Illusory Yin cultivator far away. The Illusory Yin cultivator's expression changed greatly, and he quickly retreated. Not only him, but all of the surrounding cultivators retreated. The smile on the youth's face became even more grim as he thrust out his spear. A ripple appeared in the void, and not far away, the Illusory Yin cultivator's body was forced out. His face was pale, and he was going to continue to flee, but then his body immediately trembled. His body exploded with a bang, and his flesh and blood were sucked into the youth's mouth along with his origin soul. Even the skin and bones, the blood and flesh, nothing remained. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The youth's body flickered once more, and his movement was unpredictable as he moved through the surrounding cultivators. Every time he appeared, a cultivator would die. The mysterious old man controlling Wang Lin let out a cold snort and charged out like lightning. His right hand formed a seal as he pointed toward the sky and shouted, "Gather!" Rays of purple light appeared from the void and gathered in Wang Lin's right hand. In the blink of an eye, a ball of purple light formed. Rich, purple light came from the ball, and there was thin mist inside it, making extremely gorgeous. "Scatter!" A hoarse shout came from the Wang Lin's mouth as the purple ball of light immediately collapsed. A shockwave began to surge out in all directions. This shockwave contained origin energy. When it spread out, all of the surrounding cultivators felt a powerful impact hitting their bodies. This force was so strong that all of the cultivators rapidly retreated. Even Shingang Hu, Zhan Konglie, and company were the same. In almost an instant, an opening of 5 kilometers appeared, leaving only Wang Lin and the youth. That youth licked his lips and a hint of red appeared on his face. Although his time was short, he had devoured more than 20 cultivators. His eyes lit up. Instead of continuing his battle with Wang, he charged toward the other cultivators. Wang Lin clearly heard the old man inside him curse. His body charged out and shouted, "The Grand Celestial Lord Qing Shui is willing to devour juniors just to recover his cultivation? If you are really capable, come and fight with this old man so you don't disgrace yourself anymore." The youth was startled as he turned around. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he slowly said, "I'm not Qing Shui." "Bullshit, you are Qing Shui. Qing Shui. Qing Shui." The old man's voice continued to come out from Wang Lin. The killing intent in the youth's eyes became stronger as he let out a cold snort. He turned around and continued to chase after the escaping cultivators. The old man inside Wang Lin sighed. The heir of the country of clear water can't even remember his own name. It is really sad. However, The youth was unmoved as he disappeared and continued to devour cultivators. Wang Lin could clearly see the disgust on the old man's origin soul, and he disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was next to an ascendant cultivator far away. If you're going to devour, then I'm going to drive them away. Wang Lin's body moved. Under the ascendant cultivator's fearful gaze, Wang Lin's body kicked that cultivator. A powerful force appeared around the cultivator's body. The cultivator actually merged with the world and disappeared in an instant. Wang Lin didn't stop. After he kicked away that cultivator, he appeared next to another and sent out a kick. Just like this, Wang Lin and the youth gave up on their battle and moved at their top speeds. One was devouring while the other was driving people away. They were competing with their speed. As Shingang, who escaped, he began to teleport. However, his teleportation was immediately interrupted and he was forced out of the void. At the same time, the evil youth appeared beside him and the youth's hand reached toward his head. Shingang, whose face was filled with viciousness. He was an arrogant person, and his hand quickly formed a seal and a bolt of thunder appeared in his hand. This thunder was dark red. The moment it appeared, it caused ripples to appear in the void as if countless strands of thunder were gathering from all directions. Shingang, who only had one strand of this thunder, and it was the peak of his cultivation. He was only able to obtain this after obtaining enlightenment from Wang Lin. He had spent years searching for the origin of thunder and had continued to refine it inside his body all this time. After several years, he was able to form only one bolt. This thunder was also not complete, which was why he didn't use it in the battle before. This thunder was the greatest secret in his heart. It was because of this thunder that he believed in Wang Lin. In his mind, Wang Lin's guidance was very accurate. He was confident that as long as he refined this thunder for a long time, one day he would be able to find the origin of thunder. However, at this moment of life and death, he had no time to think about anything else and decided to use this thunder. Even the evil youth was surprised when he saw this thunder. However, the cold grin didn't weaken at all as his hand directly reached out. Shingang, who let out a roar as the thunder shot out from his hand. The moment the thunder shot out, it gave off a red glow. The youth let out a cold snort and directly caught this bolt of thunder before crushing it with his hand. Shingang, who took this chance and retreated without any hesitation. At this moment, Wang Lin saw Shingang, who from a distance. Although he couldn't control his body, he could communicate with the mysterious old man. Save him. Wang Lin's origin soul sent out a message. The old man's origin soul let out a snort, but didn't refuse. After kicking away the cultivator next to him, he merged with the world and reappeared next to Shingang, who. His right hand formed a seal and collided with the incoming evil youth. A loud rumble echoed. Then the evil youth retreated a few steps, and Wang Lin retreated as well. However, as he retreated, he sent a kick at the excited Shingang, who. Shingang, who was filled with excitement as his body flew through the air, merged with the world, and disappeared. The evil youth coldly looked at Wang Lin, and with a flicker of his body began to divide. He continued to split, and in the blink of an eye, the 32 clones that were destroyed in the battle earlier reappeared. After the clones appeared, they immediately dispersed, and each moved extremely fast toward the escaping cultivators. Wang Lin clearly felt the old man's origin soul tremble and let out a roar. He controlled Wang Lin's body and flew into the sky with his arms open. Origin energy began to spread out like crazy into the world, and soon it was as if it had replaced the world. It was as if at this moment, Wang Lin was the world. His eyes revealed a strange light as he muttered, "Celestial spell, disappear." In an instant, origin energy formed around all the escaping cultivators. The voice came out from Wang Lin's body once more. "Celestial spell, scatter." In an instant, all of the cultivators were surrounded by origin energy and forced to merge with the world. It was as if there was a pair of giant invisible hands fiddling with the world. If someone looked from above, they would clearly see the cultivators disappear one by one. In almost the blink of an eye, almost no cultivators remained. Only the youth and his 32 clones remained. Wang Lin obviously felt that the old man's origin soul was very weak and could dissipate at any time. It was like an oil lamp that was running out of oil. Damn it, this time this old man is operating at a loss. The youth's eyes revealed a red glow and he stepped toward Wang Lin. "Since you're seeking death, then I'll fulfill your wish." The youth closed in and threw the spear in his hand. The spear immediately shot forth as a ray of black light toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's scalp felt numb, and the old man's origin soul barely controlled his body to escape. The evil youth followed closely after and closed in. The mysterious old man controlling Wang Lin's body merged with the world and disappeared in a flash. However, The evil youth behind him also merged with the world and chased after the old man. The two of them were too fast. In almost an instant, they crossed countless fragments. The evil youth gradually revealed a sneer and slowly said, "From the moment you appeared, I knew your purpose was to lead me to your real body. Whatever, I'll go with you and devour you. It will be better at helping me recover than the countless cultivators here." Chapter 792, the place closest to the ancient celestial realm. Wang Lin seemed to realize something. When the mysterious old man's origin soul controlled his body to cast spells, the old man only used a small amount of origin energy. The rest was obtained from the world. This kind of spell was very similar to the spell that could extract the souls from everything. It was somewhat similar, but much more profound. However, this spell was far beyond Wang Lin's cultivation level. Although he had some comprehension, there was a thin layer he couldn't break through. As the old man controlled his body to quickly move, Wang Lin didn't have time to think about the spells. He was clearly aware that the mysterious old man's origin soul inside his body was rapidly dissipating. In the time it took for just half an incense stick to burn, more than half of the old man's origin soul had dissipated. He was clearly using his origin soul as the price for moving faster. Wang Lin already couldn't clearly feel how fast it was. When his body merged with the world, it felt like time stretched endlessly around him. He was no longer stepping on the void, but on time. This was completely an illusion, but Wang Lin couldn't find another way to explain this kind of speed. This was also because Wang Lin had already grasped the concept of spatial bending, a spell that belonged to second-step cultivators. Although he couldn't integrate with the world like the old man, who could do it as if he was breathing, with enough time to prepare, Wang Lin could still use it. If he was a cultivator at the corporeal yang stage that he hadn't grasped spatial bending, then when the old man sped up like this, his origin soul wouldn't be able to withstand it. On the light side, he would be seriously injured, and in the slightly more serious side, his origin soul would collapse. Even though Wang Lin had a grasp of spatial bending, he felt like his origin soul couldn't withstand traveling in this state for such a long period of time. Under the old man's control, his body never stepped out from being merged with the world. It was as if every part of his body, including his origin soul, were divided into countless grains, and these grains were part of the world. Being merged with the world meant that one could reach all locations in an instant, but there were limitations to this spell. Otherwise, the old man would simply appear where his body was instead of rushing like this. To Wang Lin, this half an incense stick of time felt like a century. During this century, he suffered through a powerful storm that wanted to shred him into pieces. He had to struggle to not be torn apart by the storm. This state was extremely painful, but it contained unimaginable benefit for Wang Lin. As his origin soul struggled in the storm, his feeling of integrating with the world became more and more profound. In the end, it was deeply engraved into his heart and would linger there forever. If other cultivators knew of Wang Lin's current state, a group of them would be very excited. For second-step cultivators, aside from origin energy, another key point was comprehending laws, controlling laws, and manipulating laws, but this was all too vague to explain. Thus, merging with the world became a path to explore the laws. By closely integrating with the world, one be able to explore the laws of the world better. At this moment, the mysterious old man was unintentionally helping Wang Lin. It was like a giant pair of hands was holding Wang Lin's origin soul and was forcing him to merge with the world. While it was painful, the benefits were real. His origin soul became more and more closely merged with the world. It was as if he was originally part of the world. At the same time, Wang Lin's domain also began to merge with the world. His karma domain began testing itself with the world's Tao of karma. On top of his origin soul, his body also obtained benefits. After going through the cleansing from before, his origin energy had fully merged with his body. Under the control of the old man, he was in the state of merging with the world for an extended period of time. His body, like his origin soul, became integrated with the world. These were still not the key points. The key point was that in the process of merging with the world, his body had to dissipate. This was like his physical body had collapsed, but he wasn't dead. Only in his state could he reform his body elsewhere. Being in this process for a long period of time meant that his body had naturally obtained the power of the world's origin energy. It was as if every muscle in his body and every drop of blood were infused with the world's origin energy. Of course, none of this was done intentionally by the mysterious old man. If Wang Lin didn't meet this series of conditions, then the moment old man reappeared and left Wang Lin's body, Wang Lin's origin soul would have collapsed and died. Wang Lin and the evil youth rushed through the world. After a little while, Wang Lin's figure appeared on a fragment in the northern end of the Thunder Celestial Realm. At the moment his body appeared, the old man's origin soul dissipated completely and disappeared from his body. Wang Lin regained control of his body in almost an instant. A sense of long-lost familiarity appeared in his heart. After gaining control of his body, Wang Lin controlled the origin energy in his body to come out from his pores without any hesitation. The origin energy formed a vortex and then suddenly exploded. He borrowed the power of the vortex collapse to quickly retreat. At the moment he charged out, the evil youth appeared. His hand was impacted by the explosion before it grasped at the empty space where Wang Lin was. After Wang Lin charged out, he flew into the distance with no hesitation. At the same time, he took out the celestial sword and threw out 8 heavenly chops around his body. There were several cracking sounds, and then a large amount of cracks appeared around Wang Lin. An invisible force that was going to imprison him was torn apart by Wang Lin's heavenly chop. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he moved even faster and rushed out. He had already suffered before from behind surrounded, and right now he wouldn't suffer from the same thing again. The evil youth's eyes became cold as he looked at the surrounding fragments and frowned. This place was the imperial capital of the Thunder Celestial Realm. It was the core of the Thunder Celestial Realm and the place closest to the ancient Celestial Realm before the Celestial Realm collapsed. Rumor had it that when the ancient Celestial Realm still existed, this was where the ancient Celestials would descend. What exactly is the purpose of that person who also has the power of a Celestial Lord? Chapter 793, Master Flamespark. After pondering for a bit, he glanced at Wang Lin's figure in the distance and raised his right hand. He pointed at Wang Lin, and a ball of red light immediately appeared. Countless thin lines appeared and quickly condensed inside the ball of light. Then the ball of light released a bright red glow and shot directly toward Wang Lin. All the hair on Wang Lin's body stood up, and he inwardly cursed. If not for the mysterious old man, he would have already escaped. Now the blood body was gone, he could no longer escape. Feeling the sense of crisis, Wang Lin clenched of his teeth. He knew escaping was not possible, so he turned around and spat out the fragment stamp to block before him. When the ball of red light touched the fragment stamp, the entire fragment stamp began trembling violently. However, it didn't collapse, but a powerful force came from inside it and landed on Wang Lin's body. His face immediately became pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood as he retreated from this powerful force. The crisis didn't end. The powerful force passed through the fragment, and wave after wave of the force landed on Wang Lin's body. He coughed out blood 3 consecutive times, but his face revealed a fierce expression. It is not that easy to kill me. Wang Lin held the fragment stamp with one hand as he slapped his bag of holding with the other, and a screen appeared. The screen immediately trembled the moment it appeared, and the mountain and river painting suddenly filled the world. It was as if the entire world became a mountain and river painting. A powerful force came from the mountain and river painting. As Wang Lin's body stood above the mountain and river painting, he felt force that was coming at him dissipate. Then the powerful force from the mountain and river painting went into the fragment stamp and canceled out the force inside. Mountain and river painting. The evil youth's eyes narrowed, but a moment later, he sneered. It a rubbish copy. He raised his right hand and mercilessly swiped it. There was a crisp tearing sound, and then the heavens and earth immediately became twisted. Wang Lin's body was forced out from the mountain and river painting. His face turned extremely pale, and he immediately retreated when he reappeared. Back then, I borrowed the mountain and river painting to study for 1,000 years. Even if you had the real painting, with your merely upper celestial cultivation, I could still break it. As the evil youth sneered, he took a step forward and was about to give chase. However, he immediately stopped, and his eyes coldly looked at the earth below him. He saw the fragment they were on begin to shake violently. It wasn't just one part of the fragment, but the entire fragment. The shaking was intense, and in almost an instant, countless mountains collapsed. It was as if there was a giant hand grinding away all the protrusions on the fragment. In an instant, the fragment lifted into the air. It was so fast that it closed in on the evil youth in an instant. His eyes narrowed, and then he immediately flew upwards. As for Wang Lin, he withdrew his treasures and quickly retreated. His eyes were calm, and he didn't look at the fragment. Instead, as he retreated, he attempted to merge with the world. Roars of countless thunder beasts suddenly came from the distance. As the fragment rose into the air, the chains connecting the edge of the fragment began shaking violently. There was a thunder beast above each chain, and they continued to roar as they rose into the air. This fragment rose due to the effort of the countless thunder beasts. At this moment, The fragment Wang Lin and the evil youth were on wasn't the only fragment shaking. In total, 49 fragments, nearly 40% of the Thunder Celestial Realm, began to shake and rose into the air. The fragments formed a very large formation, and the fragment Wang Lin and the evil youth were on was the center. It was an incomparably huge formation in the shape of a plum blossom. All 49 fragments were connected by chains, and every chain was being pulled by a thunder beast that was roaring, pulling, and rising into the air. As a result, it was as if the sound of the fragments being pulled was the only sound left in the celestial realm. Not only were the 49 fragments shaking from the pull of the countless thunder beasts, but they were rotating. The remaining 48 fragments were slowly rotating around the fragment in the center. At first they were slow, but they gradually became faster and faster. The chains connecting the fragments at the edge of the formation to the other fragments had long collapsed and could no longer stop the rotation. Its speed gradually matched the speed of a cultivator flying. As it rotated, a vortex appeared. This vortex was simply too big. All of the mountains on the 49 fragments collapsed. The violent vibrations caused the entire Thunder Celestial Realm to change. In particular, the vortex caused by the rotation of the 49 fragments created a huge hole that contained an unimaginable suction force. Under this suction and vibration, the entire Thunder Celestial Realm trembled and began to truly collapse. This wasn't the collapse of one fragment or the collapse of an area of space. This was the second time such a large-scale collapse had occurred since the first time the Thunder Celestial Realm collapsed into countless fragments. Terrifying cracks appeared in the sky, and cold wind came out from the cracks. Countless cracks continued to expand, as if it was the end of the world. The cultivators in the Thunder Celestial Realm were filled with unspeakable terror. Even the evil youth was completely stunned. He didn't expect the person who led him here to have such a big move planned. Using the fragments of the Thunder Celestial Realm to make a formation. From the looks of it, I fear it is not something as simple as a formation. Could this person want to refine the Thunder Celestial Realm into a magical treasure? The evil youth sucked in a breath of cold air. Even with his mental strength, he couldn't help but think, madman, in his mind. Wang Lin was dumbfounded. All he could hear was the cracking of space collapsing and the loud rumbles echoing across the entire Thunder Celestial Realm. It was as if countless fragments were colliding with each other, so he immediately slowed down. His surroundings were filled with cracks that swallowed all of the destructive force. This caused his mind to shake and his scalp to tingle. An arrogant laughter echoed through the celestial realm. At the same time, the mysterious old man appeared and excitedly said, "I have entered the celestial realm hundreds of times and planned this for tens of thousands of years. In this world, who else has the courage this old man has? To refine the celestial realm and scheme against the illustrious celestial Lord Qing Shui. Haha, who else dares? This old man will use half of the Thunder Celestial Realm as a treasure. Who else will be my match in the All-Heaven Star system? Using this, I can open the spatial barrier, and from then on, my All-Heaven Star system will no longer need the All-Heaven Stone to freely enter the Alliance Star system." Master Zhong Shun, when I was forced to leave, I said that one day I would take the millions of cultivators in the All-Heaven Star system and crush the Cultivation Alliance. Chapter 794, Celestial Lord Qing Shui. The vortex created by the rotation of the 49 fragments caused the Thunder Celestial Realm to collapse. The suction from the huge vortex echoed across the entire Thunder Celestial Realm. The large-scale collapse continued and became even more intense. The cracks in the sky appeared more and more often. It was as if there was a sword cutting open the sky and extending the cracks. If one were too close, not only would they be shocked by the scene, they would also be devoured by the cracks. At this moment, Master Flamespark's eyes revealed a strange light. He was floating in the air and his arms were stretched out. The fragment under him began to slowly rotate too. This old man's Thunder Celestial formation will be complete today. As Master Flamespark laughed, his hand formed a seal, and origin energy surged out into the fragment below him. The origin energy spread out as if there was no end to it. Wang Lin's mind trembled violently. His expression was gloomy as he silently stared at Master Flamespark in the distance. As for the evil youth, his eyes lit up, and he said, "Refining the celestial realm as a magical treasure is indeed very interesting. However, if this is all you do, it won't have a treasure soul, so what use is there?" In the sky, Master Flamespark laughed, and said, "Who said there is no treasure soul? Treasure soul, appear." As he spoke, he spat out a ray of gray light. There was a palm-sized ancient mirror inside the gray light. It immediately grew several times its original size, and became an oval mirror the size of a person. The surface of the mirror twisted and an origin soul flew out. The moment the origin soul appeared, dense origin energy spread out. The origin soul of an Illusory Yin cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The evil youth looked at the origin soul and slowly said, "Rank 4 Upper Celestial." He wasn't in a rush to act, as he wanted to see how this so-called Master Flamespark was going to refine the Thunder Celestial realm. Moreover, with his cultivation, he could tell that the Master Flamespark in the sky wasn't the origin body but an avatar. The eyes of the origin soul of the Illusory Yin cultivator were filled with confusion. After it appeared, Master Flamespark shouted, "The 49th soul, go." After he said that, the origin soul's eyes shined brightly as if he had ignited his origin soul. He clasped his hands at Master Flamespark before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Using some method unknown to Wang Lin, he arrived at the 49th fragment at the edge and his origin soul merged with the fragment. The 49th fragment suddenly seemed to come alive, and it was filled with spirit. This didn't end. Before Wang Lin's eyes, ripples appeared on the ancient mirror one after the other. As Master Flamespark shouted, these origin souls of Illusory Yin cultivators disappeared into the various fragments. Soon, 28 of the 49 rapidly spinning fragments contained a treasure soul. Treasure soul, appear once more. Master Flamespark's eyes were filled with excitement as the surface of the ancient mirror twisted violently once more and another origin soul flew out. The origin energy from this origin soul was obviously stronger than the last 28. Wang Lin gasped as he recognized this as the origin soul of an Corporeal Yang cultivator. The evil youth's expression was still neutral as he calmly said, "Rank 9 Upper Celestial, not bad." Following that Corporeal Yang origin soul, 13 more flew out and disappeared into the fragments. Among the 49 fragments, 42 of them suddenly changed. Not only did they become filled with spirit, but the power of the formation climbed endlessly. Once more, Master Flamespark laughed like crazy. He had prepared for tens of thousands of years for this day. The ancient mirror trembled once more, and after more than 10 breaths of time, an origin soul flew out. This origin soul was very old and looked dispirited, but the moment he appeared, origin energy more dense than the previous 42 origin souls spread out. This is, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly shrank. The origin energy was very powerful and terrifying. It was a match for the Yao Family Ancestor. This must be the origin soul of a Nirvana Scryer cultivator. The evil youth's eyes narrowed as he licked his lips and slowly said, "Rank 3 Sky Celestial." After the origin soul appeared, he looked up at the sky. His eyes were in a daze, seeming to be recalling the past. However, with a shout from Master Flamespark, the origin soul shivered and its eyes were filled with fear. It merged with a fragment and disappeared. A powerful pressure suddenly erupted from the 7th fragment, and the entire power of the formation increased once more. This didn't end. A pair of large hands came out as if they wanted to tear the mirror apart. Then an origin soul walked out from the mirror. This was the origin soul of a middle-aged man. His face was filled with an evil aura, and as he appeared, he immediately let out a roar. The evil aura was monstrous, and it turned into a red storm. Wang Lin's body involuntarily retreated, and his eyes were filled with shock. He could no longer calculate the strength of this origin soul. He just had a feeling that this person was weaker than the blood ancestor. Rank 9 Sky Celestial. The evil youth's eyes were filled with greed, but he didn't rush up to steal it. Master Flamespark looked at the middle-aged man. There was a trace of regret in his eyes as he slowly said, "This was the 4th person fated with this old man. Unfortunately, 6th soul, go." The middle-aged man, filled with killing intent, jerked his head and stared at Master Flamespark. After silently pondering for a moment, he rushed out and merged with the fragment. A powerful, evil aura erupted from the 6th fragment and spread across the entire formation. When the evil aura enveloped the formation's power increased greatly. Before the aftershock of the evil aura dissipated, a crackling sound came from the mirror. A crack suddenly appeared on the mirror, and as the ripple distorted, another origin soul walked out. This origin soul was an old man, and the moment he appeared, the sky suddenly changed. It was as if the cracks that had appeared because of the collapse had stopped. There was no origin energy coming from him, but the appearance of this old man made Wang Lin back up. The pressure this old man gave off was shocking. Rank 2 Celestial King. The evil youth's eyes lit up. This old man's origin soul wasn't confused. He was completely sober. Finally, his gaze fell on Master Flamespark, and he nodded slightly. Then an ancient voice echoed, "Remember your promise." After that, The old man's origin soul entered a fragment and disappeared. Then a powerful aura broke out from the fifth fragment. More cracking sounds came out, and the cracks on the ancient mirror became even longer as another origin soul stepped out. This origin soul was completely red, and a deep sense of hatred burst out from this origin soul. Blood Ancestor. Wang Lin's expression changed greatly, and he immediately backed away. However, a moment later, he noticed an issue. Although this origin soul belonged to the Blood Ancestor, his eyes were bleak, without any spirit. Soon after, the Blood Ancestor's origin soul silently entered the fragment and disappeared. However, at the moment before he disappeared, he raised his head and looked at Wang Lin. The fourth soul entered its position. Rank 6 Celestial King. The evil youth's eyes lit up. Then he revealed a grim smile and slowly said, "Interesting. I just don't know if there are any Celestial Lords." The Master Flamespark in the air said with pride, "There are." The cracks on the ancient mirror became even larger, but this time it wasn't only one. Many cracks appeared. It looked like this ancient mirror was about to break. There was a flash of light, and two origin souls stepped out at the same time. An unimaginable amount of origin energy that almost became solid filled the world. These two origin souls weren't complete. They were a bit dim, and there was a seal flashing between their eyebrows. The moment the two origin souls appeared, the evil youth's expression changed. He stared at the two origin souls and slowly said, "Rank 1 Celestial Lords." Wang Lin's expression was pale, and his eyes were serious. He could feel an aura as powerful as the all-seers from these two origin souls. Master Flamespark's eyes contained a hint of caution as both his hands formed a seal, and he shouted, "Third and second souls, get into position." The two origin souls coldly looked at Master Flamespark before slowly merging with their respective fragments and disappearing. At the moment they disappeared, the ancient mirror trembled and crackling sounds came from it before it suddenly collapsed into countless fragments. As the mirror collapsed, the origin soul of a middle-aged man stepped out. This middle-aged man looked very ordinary. There weren't even any origin energy fluctuations from his body. However, the moment he appeared, a killing intent that could tear the world apart burst out from his body. This killing intent merged with the world and seemed to become part of the world. Wang Lin immediately coughed out large amount of blood and then activated all the origin energy inside his body. He quickly retreated, but the killing intent was still there. His eyes were filled with aghast, and his face was pale. The Reign Celestial Realms rank 6 Celestial Lord, the Slaughter Celestial Lord. The evil youth's expression changed as he stared at the middle-aged man. His eyes became cold. The middle-aged man was extremely calm. After he appeared, he looked at Master Flamespark. Master Flamespark pointed at the fragment below him and shouted, "First soul, into position." The middle-aged man silently pondered for a while before he moved into the fragment and disappeared. A monstrous killing intent burst forth from the first fragment at the center. This killing intent immediately enveloped all the fragments in the formation. Master Flamespark was filled with excited as he shouted, "Celestial formation, gather." The original 49 origin souls he prepared didn't include the Blood Ancestor. However, after he obtained the Blood Ancestor's origin soul, he changed his mind and made a replacement. As Master Flamespark spoke, the Thunder Celestial Realm changed greatly. The 49 fragments that now possessed a treasure soul immediately shrank until each one was about the size of a palm and circled around Master Flamespark. A divine sense came out of each fragment, and they all floated into Master Flamespark's body. When all 49 divine senses went into his body, he becomes solid. In order to refine the Thunder Celestial Realm, Master Flamespark divided his origin soul into 49 parts and infused them into the fragments. Only by doing this could he fully manipulate the fragments. Now that his origin soul had come back together, his origin body appeared. He currently had 49 fragments circling him. A powerful aura was emitting from the 49 fragments, and it made Master Flamespark look like he was filled with endless majesty. Very interesting. The evil youth looked at Master Flamespark and slowly said, "This celestial formation treasure is very strong, but it still lacks a bit of fierceness. I presume this is why you lured me here." Master Flamespark stared at the evil youth and said, "Celestial Lord Qing Shui, I want your G realm." The evil youth frowned and plainly said, "I'm not Qing Shui. This old man has been to the celestial realm hundreds of times and has accessed all of its secrets I could find. In the Thunder Celestial Realm, there was a person known as Qing Shui. This person's cultivation was extremely powerful, and he also had the legendary G realm. He was also the heir to the country of Clear Water. After ascending to the Celestial Realm, he came to the Thunder Celestial Realm and became a Celestial Lord. However, during the early days of the collapse of the Thunder Celestial Realm, he suddenly underwent a great change for unknown reasons. He was different from the past and became a demon that slaughtered all. A large group of Celestials attacked him, but due to his G realm, a mass slaughter occurred. Finally, the Celestial Emperor, by Feng, acted and gained victory. However, the Emperor couldn't bear to kill him. During this dilemma, he seemed to suddenly regain his senses, and everything that had happened was like a dream. When he became sober, he realized that he had slaughtered countless Celestials. Among the people he killed were his friends, disciples, descendants, and, most importantly, his Tao partner that had accompanied him for tens of thousands of years. All of this caused him massive amounts of grief and indignation. Personally slaughtering his relatives and his Tao partner caused him to suddenly recover his sanity. At the moment he was about to lose his sanity, he struggled to raise his sword to destroy his origin's soul and body. In order to prevent the G realm from resurrecting him, he used his magical treasure, the Sealing Vortex, and sealed his origin's soul and body in 9 parts. Celestial Emperor Bai Fan felt sorrow and placed down a healing formation over the seals. He hoped he would regain his sanity one day. The reason Celestial Emperor Bai Fan did this was because this Qing Shui was his only disciple and was also the person that was most likely to become the next Celestial Emperor of the Thunder Celestial Realm. After Master Flamespark finished speaking, he immediately slapped his bag of holding and a Celestial Jade appeared. This Celestial Jade was very old and had apparently existed for a very long time. This is the Celestial Jade Celestial Emperor Bai Fan left about his disciple, Celestial Lord Qing Shui. You'll understand when you see. A Celestial Jade was thrown at the evil youth. The youth caught the Celestial Jade. After silently pondering for a while, his eyes were filled with confusion. Chapter 795, Agreement. While confused, a blood-red light appeared and erupted from his eyes. It immediately covered his body. Then he squeezed the Celestial Jade and swallowed it. He stared at Master Flamespark with a ferocious face. When Master Flamespark realized that something was off, his right hand quickly moved, and the 49 fragments immediately appeared before him. At this moment, Qing Shui let out an extremely loud roar that was filled with the might of the heavens. It echoed like a bolt of thunder. Large amounts of cracks appeared before Qing Shui. The cracks were torn apart and surged straight toward Master Flamespark. At the same time, endless cold wind came out from the torn space. The wind created a storm that was like the wrath of heavens, and it rushed toward Master Flamespark. Master Flamespark's expression became gloomy. He let out cold snort, and then the 49 fragments immediately rotated to form a vortex. A powerful suction force came from the vortex, and whether it was the cracks or the cold wind, all of it was sucked into the vortex. Master Flamespark shouted, "Qing Shui, this old man showed you the Celestial Jade to help you remember. I had no ill intent." Wang Lin was very far away, but he almost immediately retreated. His hand quickly formed seals to place down restrictions, and he barely escaped. His face was extremely pale as he started at the distance. "I'm going to kill you." Qing Shui charged out with a fierce expression. He was too fast, and as he charged out, his hand reached out, breaking the void. He appeared behind Master Flamespark. His eyes were bloodshot and he mercilessly clawed at Master Flamespark. The 49 fragments in front of Master Flamespark suddenly appeared behind him and collided with Qing Shui's right hand. There was a loud bang. Even with how powerful Qing Shui was, he was forced back 1,000 feet. His eyes became even more red, and he entered a strange state. He then let out another roar and rushed out again. Master Flamespark frowned. He didn't think that the evil youth would enter such a state after seeing the Celestial Jade, so he was unprepared. When he saw the state the other was in, his heart sank. Could it be that the state he's in right now is like he was after he underwent the change and was filled with demonic thoughts? Master Flamespark was secretly angry. When Qing Shui rushed in again, both of Master Flamespark's hands formed a seal. The 49 fragments suddenly scattered and released a golden glow. The gold lights intersected and formed a formation. Celestial Formation, Law Transfer. As Master Flamespark shouted, the golden formation flew off the 49 fragment and shot into the air. It immediately surrounded the incoming Qing Shui. As Qing Shu roared, his body was imprisoned in place. At this moment, Master Flamespark's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Celestial Killing Thorn." In an instant, the golden formation began to rotate and golden thorns appeared and stabbed into Qing Shui. These golden thorns contained a destructive aura. Wang Lin was extremely far, but he could still feel it. As countless golden spikes pierced his body, The ferociousness on Qing Shui's face intensified. I originally forgot the past, but you made me remember. There was a trace of sadness in Qing Shui's red eyes. This sadness was so strong that not even tens of thousands of years could dilute it at all. Call the wind. Qing Shui raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. As Wang Lin's eyes suddenly widened, he saw a black wind gather around Qing Shui. It suddenly formed a tornado that expanded outwards. The golden formation suddenly collapsed, and the black wind formed 8 black dragons that swept across the sky. Their huge bodies merged with the void, exposing only their heads. The dragons opened their mouths and blew cold wind toward Master Flamespark. When the cold wind blasted forth, it was as if the world no longer existed and everything was in ruins. Master Flamespark's expression became more gloomy, and he quickly retreated. His right hand formed a seal, and he shouted, "Celestial formation, assemble origin." Large amounts of origin energy came from the 49 fragments to form 49 rays of light that shot out toward the incoming cold wind. Countless explosions echoed in the world. Wang Lin continued to retreat, but blood was coming out of his orifices. Every explosion shook his mind, but his eyes were extremely bright as he stared intently at the battle. Call the wind. This is the power of Call the Wind. After 49 explosions, Master Flamespark retreated a few steps. His expression was slightly pale. Operating this formation was a big burden on him. Originally, battling someone like Qing Shui shouldn't be this hard, but the difficult part was that Qing Shui's spells were simply too powerful. This is definitely not an ordinary celestial spell. When Master Flamespark controlled Wang Lin's body, he didn't see Wang Lin use it. This was his first time seeing it, and he was shocked greatly. Rumor has it that when the Celestial Realm collapsed, Celestial Emperor Bai Fan had a bizarre death. As Bai Fan's disciple, don't you want to find the reason and avenge him? Master Flamespark frowned. Unless it was the last resort, he didn't want to battle Celestial Lord Qing Shui. This would be a great discrepancy from his original plan. Qing Shui's eyes filled with killing intent, and he charged forward. At the same time, both of his hands formed a seal and touched his chest. His seal immediately changed as he pointed at the sky and shouted, "Summon the rain." In an instant, drops of crystal-like raindrops appeared within 5,000 kilometers of the area. These raindrops were red like blood. After covering the 10,000 feet with red light, Qing Shui's hand formed a seal. Then he pointed forward and shouted, "Summon the rain, ice seal." Bursts of cracking sounds could be heard as all the water droplets became ice crystals. The ice rapidly expanded, and in almost an instant, they connected to each other. They spread like crazy and charged toward Master Flamespark the center. Celestial Lord's shocking change caused him to lose his sanity and slaughter countless Celestials. Does Celestial Lord hold no doubt in your heart about what happened? As Master Flamespark shouted, the 49 fragments rotated around him and created a giant vortex. The fragments enlarged several-fold in an instant and were still growing. From what I found, at the same time you went insane, there were other people who suffered the same fate in the other 3 celestial realms as well. Perhaps the answer can be found in the Cultivation Alliance under the Rain Celestial Realm. Even if the answer can't be found, I promise that I'll do my best to help you go to the Wind and Lightning Celestial Realm to find the reason. The 49 fragments around Master Flamespark rotated like crazy, forming a large vortex. The vortex spread and began resisting the ice coming from all directions. Master Flamespark became angry and shouted, "I'm not afraid of you. I just don't want to fight you. The reason you were able to break the seal was due to me helping you in secret. Otherwise, how could you have succeeded? Qing Shui, don't force me to fight." Qing Shui suppressed the killing intent in his eyes as he looked at Master Flamespark and said, "Give me a reason to gift you the G Realm." Chapter 796, Senior Apprentice Brother? Master Flamespark's expression was serious as he said, "If Celestial Lord wants to restore your cultivation, you will require a lot of origin energy. Rather than devouring cultivators here in the All-Heaven Star System, come with me to the Alliance Star System, where there are a lot of powerful cultivators. I believe it won't take long for Celestial Lord to be restored back to your peak." Qing Shui calmly said, "This reason is not enough. After you were sealed, the Celestial Realm encountered a disaster that caused it to collapse. Do you not want to know what happened? Rumor has it that the Cultivation Alliance has a living Celestial. If you come with me, you will know everything." Qing Shui silently pondered. After a long time, he slowly said, "Still not enough. When I was young, I was an elder in the Cultivation Alliance. In the Cultivation Alliance, there is a scroll. Rumor has it that this scroll fell from the sky after the Celestial Realm collapsed, and it contains a trace of the ancient Celestial Realm. When I left, No one had been able to open the scroll. However, rumor has it that the scroll contains the real reason the celestial realm collapsed. All of this must have something to do with your sudden change. After all, it was just too much of a coincidence. Less than 100 years after your slaughter, the celestial realm collapsed. If you say there is no connection, I don't believe it. Qing Shui, we are not enemies. If you still disagree with these reasons, then say no more and let us battle. I'll not hold back and use the full power of this magical treasure. There was a flash of killing intent in Master Flamespark's eyes. The 49 fragments suddenly stopped spinning, but a terrifying aura came out from within them. Qing Shui coldly looked at Master Flamespark and a cold aura slowly spread out. Master Flamespark's heart sank, and he let out a sigh. He had really tried. For tens of thousands of years, he looked through the records of the celestial realm to find the causes and effects of many events. Eventually, he set his sights on refining the celestial realm and obtaining the G realm to help him. Unfortunately, he didn't expect the result to be like this. Qing Shui calmly said, "If you are lying, I'll detonate the G realm." His right eye glowed bright red, and a ray of red light immediately shot out. The moment the lightning closed in, all the ice around Master Flamespark disappeared. The lightning shot directly toward one of the fragments in front of Master Flamespark. Shortly after, rays of G realm lightning shot out from Qing Shui's right eye and landed on each fragment. The entire celestial formation treasure gave off a cold aura and flashes of red lightning. The entire treasure gave off the aura of the G realm. Celestial Lord can rest assured, this old man is not lying. Master Flamespark laughed as his right hand formed a seal and pressed forward. The 49 fragments rotated in the sky, forming a huge, black vortex. Celestial Lord, come with me to meet my friends in the Allhaven star system. Then we can open the passage to the Alliance star system. As Master Flamespark spoke, he was about to step into the vortex. Qing Shui didn't hesitate and also stepped forth. Just at this moment, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and shouted in the distance, "Since Senior has finished refining the celestial formation, I hope Senior can return my Thunder Beast." Master Flamespark paused for a moment before turning toward Wang Lin and smiling. "I still have to use your Thunder Beast for a while. After opening the passage and we enter the Alliance star system, I'll return it to you. You are someone fated with this old man. If you can leave the Thunder Celestial Realm with your own strength and reach the Thunder Celestial Temple within 1 year with my token, then I'll give you another opportunity. I'll take you with me to the Alliance star system." As he spoke, he slapped his bag of holding, and a 3-inch golden purple horn immediately flew out toward Wang Lin. Master Flamespark turned around and entered the vortex. Qing Shui did the same, but right before he entered, he looked toward Wang Lin with a mysterious light in his eyes. After sending out a divine sense message, he disappeared into the vortex. In almost an instant, the vortex dissipated and Wang Lin was left alone in the void. "I can feel a familiar aura from you. You have learned Call the Wind, and can be considered my master's successor. Learn it well as one of my master's 6 great spells. Don't let it go to waste in your hands." After catching the golden purple horn, Wang Lin silently pondered after he heard Qing Shui's message. After a long time, Wang Lin took a look at the golden purple horn before putting it away and flying away. The Thunder Celestial Realm was now suddenly missing 49 fragments. Although the vortex was gone, the collapse from before didn't stop. Instead, it became even more intense. The wind echoed across the Thunder Celestial Realm like ghostly wails. After entering one's ears, it would cause one to feel a chill in their heart. As Wang Lin flew, he wasn't able to merge with the world at all. He could only carefully avoid the spatial cracks as he flew aimlessly in the Thunder Celestial Realm. The Celestial Gate is closed, so how do I even leave this place? Also, that Celestial Lord Qing Shui, could he have noticed that I once had the G realm? Wang Lin's figure flickered as he avoided a spatial rift, and then it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. His eyes lit up as he remembered something Shingongu told him when introducing the Thunder Celestial Realm to him years ago. I must find Shingongu right now. Wang Lin closed his eyes and searched for Shingongu using the Dao Soul left with him. After a moment, he charged toward a direction. Shingongu was quickly flying through the Celestial Realm. Although the Celestial Gate was destroyed, he knew another method of leaving this place. That was the only transfer array placed here by the Thunder Celestial Temple. This was the reason why messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple could enter this place without going through the Celestial Gate. However, although the transfer array that belonged to the Thunder Celestial Realm could allow people to leave, there were great limitations. First, each transfer couldn't take a lot of people. Second, only messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple could use it, as others weren't allowed to enter. Anyone who entered would be killed immediately. This was a rule that was strictly followed ever since the transfer array was placed by the Thunder Celestial Temple. Even if someone accidentally entered, they would often be immediately killed. The might of the Thunder Celestial Temple couldn't be disregarded. Right now there were cracks in his relationship with the Thunder Celestial Temple, so that was why he didn't come here earlier and chose the Celestial Gate. However, the Celestial Gate had closed, and the Celestial Realm was going through a widespread collapse. Not only did this slow Shingon down, it forced him to go toward the Thunder Celestial Temple's transfer array. I wonder where my lord is, Shingon silently pondered. He still firmly believed that his lord wouldn't lose. Chapter 797, Rush Out, 1. Zhan Konglie was also flying through the void. As a newly admitted member of the Thunder Celestial Temple, he naturally knew where the transfer array was. He was flying quickly toward the transfer array. When he was with Shingon, he considered going to the transfer array as well. However, considering Shingon's status, he didn't mention this and went with Shingon to the Celestial Gate. The battle outside the Celestial Gate made him very excited. Although the Celestial Realm was unstable, his heart was firm. He, like Shingon, believed that Wang Lin wouldn't lose. I don't know where Shingon is right now. I believe he must be like me, heading toward the Thunder Celestial Temple's transfer array. Zhan Konglie's body flickered, and he dodged a spatial rift that suddenly appeared. In truth, after heading to the battle outside the Celestial Gate, he immediately found that there were no other Thunder Celestial Temple messengers there beside him and Shingon. It was then that he realized that all of the messengers of the Thunder. As a result, his speed was much faster than before. Wang Lin only had to pay attention to the cracks larger than 1,000 feet. He could completely ignore the other ones. The fragment moved very quickly through the Celestial Realm. After half an hour, Wang Lin relaxed a bit. But just at this moment, he looked ahead and his expression changed. He saw a dim ray of red light flying across the distance. There was a beautiful woman inside that ray of light. However, her face was pale and her eyes were filled with panic as she constantly dodged spatial rifts and was almost swallowed by them several times. The fragment Wang Lin was riding on was very eye-catching in the void, so the woman immediately saw Wang Lin's fragment. Her face was filled with joy, and she was about to head over when a 100-foot-long spatial rift suddenly opened before her. Her face immediately went pale as she tried to dodge. However, she was too late, and her eyes became filled with despair. Wang Lin was calm as he withdrew his gaze. Given his personality, he wouldn't save someone for no reason. His fragment flew straight ahead, without stopping. The woman was filled with despair as she struggled to get out of the crack, and urgently shouted, "Senior, please save me. Zhan Konglie is my senior brother." Wang Lin frowned. He had seen this woman before. When Zhan Konglie passed by with more than 10 people, she was among that group of people. When they met, she had just reached the Illusory Yin stage. However, now her cultivation had fallen, and she was almost out of origin energy. She could probably only use ascendant cultivation right now. The fragment under Wang Lin suddenly turned and headed straight for the woman. In almost an instant, the fragment slammed into the 100-feet spatial crack. The moment the crack collapsed, the woman jumped out and landed on the fragment. Her face was pale, and her eyes were still filled with shock. She looked at Wang Lin with a grateful gaze and whispered, "Thank you, Senior, for saving me." Wang Lin frowned as he looked at the woman and calmly asked, "Do you have celestial jades?" The woman was startled and quickly nodded. Wang Lin was calm and slowly said, 10,000 celestial jades for saving your life. In addition, 10,000 celestial jades for every hour you stay here. The fragment under him rushed into the distance. The woman signed. Chapter 798, Rush Out, 2. Even though there was one extra person on the fragment, its speed wasn't affected. It rampaged into the distance just like before. The woman had recovered from her confusion. As she watched the fragment smash into the spatial rifts, she sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of treasure is this? It is too terrifying. The woman personally saw almost all the cracks close under the impact of the fragment. No matter how powerful the force inside the crack was, it had no effect on the fragment. Just at this moment, her eyes narrowed. Off in the distance to her right, there were 3 rays of light flying through the void. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Their expressions were gloomy, and their eyes were filled with anxiety. Shi Zifeng, the woman on the fragment, quickly stood up. The 3 people in the distance immediately noticed her, and their eyes were filled with joy. They rushed toward the fragment with no hesitation. Wang Lin's expression was neutral. He didn't slow down at all, and continued at the same speed. The 3 people seemed to be unable to catch up. The woman named Shi Zifeng quickly shouted, "Zhan Yun, please wait." The woman named Zhan quickly said to Wang Lin, "Senior, please stop." Junior's good friends want to hop on. Wang Lin opened his eyes and revealed impatience. He ignored her. The woman named Zhan stomped her feet and slapped her bag of holding, making a strand of red silk fly out. The red silk immediately extended and flew toward the three people chasing them. The woman named Shi Zifeng quickly graped the red silk and immediately pulled herself closer. The two men did the same, and finally the three of them caught up and landed on the fragment. The three of them let out a breath of relief and immediately noticed Wang Lin in the distance. One male looked at Zhan Yuan and asked, "This fellow cultivator is?" Without waiting for Zhan Yuan to speak, these people didn't sit together. Other than those acquainted with each other, the others all sat by themselves as they looked into the void with complex feelings in their hearts. Some of them immediately recognized Wang Lin and immediately relaxed. In their minds, with Wang Lin here, they would be safe. As the fragment flew through the void, more people gradually arrived on the fragment. In the end, there were more than 50 people on fragment. Wang Lin frowned as he looked at the void past them and saw that there were several dozen rays of light following closely after them. The cultivators in those rays of light couldn't catch up to the fragment and didn't know anyone on the fragment. Without the help from someone on the fragment, they couldn't catch up to the fragment by themselves. However, by following the fragment, they were much safer. The spatial rifts showed signs of closing after the fragment passed by them, so it was much better compared to before. More and more cultivators began to gather, forming a long trail behind fragment. It was like a long tail that followed closely after the fragment. In their view, this was the only path to survival. Naturally, there were some powerful cultivators that didn't need help from the people on the fragment to reach the fragment. However, once they landed on the fragment, no matter what cultivation level they were at, they would hesitate before handing over the celestial jades in exchange for a place on the fragment. A big reason for this was due to the fame Wang Lin had gained in the battle outside the celestial gate. Even corporeal young cultivators would respectfully call him senior after seeing Wang Lin. After touching the bags of holding with celestial jades, Wang Lin let out a sigh and ignored these people. He could feel that Shingang, who was not far away. Just at this moment, a large piece of land suddenly appeared in front of them. This piece of land was about 10,000 feet wide, and the edge of the land kept collapsing. A large amount of earth would fall off every time it collided with the spatial rift. There were 3 people standing behind the piece of land, and all of them were at the corporeal yang stage. Behind them were nearly 100 cultivators who all looked greedily at the 1,000-foot fragment Wang Lin was on. Leave behind that celestial fragment. The man at the edge of the 3 was a man in a golden robes, and his eerie voice echoed through the void. Wang Lin calmly looked at the 3 of them and looked at the 10,000-foot wide fragment under them. They also had the same idea of using the fragment to lead the way. However, the fragment they obtained hadn't been refined by divine retribution, so it wasn't sturdy enough. The fragment under them continued to break, and they probably had to change fragments quite a few times. The golden-robed man stepped forward into the void. He avoided the cracks and headed straight for the fragment Wang Lin was on. One of the 3 was an old man in white, who also stepped forth. They left behind only the blue-robed cultivator on the fragment, and he coldly stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was calm as he raised his right hand and pointed with his finger. The beast bone tattoo on the back of his right hand immediately flew out and turned into a beast bone in the void. The 4 ferocious horns gave off a cold glint. A ghostly light appeared in the eye socket of the beast bone, and a dense killing aura suddenly filled the area. In almost an instant, before the golden-robed man could use a spell, his body trembled and gray began to spread throughout his body, starting from his legs. His eyes were filled with horror. Without hesitation, he hit his forehead, and his origin soul flew out. Wang Lin sneered as he slapped his bag of holding, and the 1 billion soul flag flew out. It turned into black mist and charged toward the man's origin soul. At this moment, the white-robed old man closed in. With no regard his companion, his hand formed a seal, and he shouted, "Celestial spell, Thunder Chop." Thunder gathered like crazy before him, forming a thunderblade that looked like it could cut the world, and it flew straight toward Wang Lin. A sharp, whistling sound suddenly appeared. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Before the thunderblade closed, he could feel the rich origin energy within it. The moment it closed in, Wang Lin's body flashed, and his origin soul flew out and devoured the thunderblade. After his origin soul returned to his body, Wang Lin's face turned slightly red. He stood up and coldly looked at the old man. Then he took a step and charged out. The white-robed old man's expression changed greatly, and he retreated without hesitation. As he retreated, the blue-robed scholar frowned and jumped out. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He normally wouldn't provoke others, but if someone provoked him, he wouldn't hold back. At this moment, he pointed at the white-robed old man and used the Stop Celestial spell. The old man immediately felt as if his body had sunk into water and was tied up, causing him to stop. Not only did his body stop, but even his origin soul was affected, causing him to stop using his origin energy. Wang Lin took a step while his finger formed a sword. When he passed by the old man, he pointed to the spot between the old man's eyebrows. The old man coughed out blood, and explosions came from inside his body until it finally collapsed, and his origin soul escaped in terror. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his hand reached out and caught the old man's origin soul. "Fellow cultivator, stop!" A loud roar came out from the blue-robed cultivator. His body moved like lightning as he charged toward Wang Lin. His right hand formed a seal, and an illusory sword flew out from between his brows. The sword flashed as if it was teleporting and suddenly appeared before Wang Lin and mercilessly stabbed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he crushed the origin soul in his hand. He turned his head, and the third eye immediately opened. Red light opened up in the shape of a fan and immediately shrouded the illusory sword. Under the red light, the illusory sword gave off a large amount of black gas and immediately collapsed. The blue-robed cultivator immediately stopped 100 feet from Wang Lin. He gloomily stared at Wang Lin and said, "Your spells are indeed amazing. Let us just leave this matter." He suppressed the killing intent in his eyes and slowly retreated. Chapter 799, Rush Out 3. Wang Lin coldly looked at the blue-robed man and withdrew the soul flag before returning to the fragment. At this moment, the cultivators on the fragment all stood up and looked over. After he landed on the fragment, Wang Lin sat down and the fragment charged out. As Wang Lin sat down, he devoured the origin soul in his hand. Then his right hand pointed at the sky and he slowly said, "Call the wind." A black wind immediately appeared. It turned into a black dragon and charged toward the blue-robed man. His expression immediately changed and he quickly retreated. However, at this moment, the black dragon opened its mouth and spat out a cold, black wind. The roar of the wind filled the world. The eyes of the blue-robed man dimmed, and he showed signs of struggle. However, he didn't notice that a 30-foot-long spatial rift had appeared behind him. As he retreated, he stepped directly into the crack. His body disappeared without a trace along with a roar of despair. The only thing that remained was the roar of despair that echoed through the void. The fragment flew far away with large amount of cultivators following closely after. Whether it was the people following behind or the people on the fragment, they all looked at Wang Lin with awe. The people who saw his battle with the strange white-haired man weren't shocked by Wang Lin killing 3 corporeal Yuan cultivators. They even felt it was natural. However, the cultivators that hadn't seen Wang Lin before were shocked. In particular, those who were hesitant to pay felt they were lucky. There were also some that wanted to steal the fragment from Wang Lin. They felt themselves covered in cold sweat and filled with fear. After this, the fragment became completely silent. An intangible pressure enveloped the fragment. This was the respect and fear they had toward the majesty Wang Lin gave off. The fragment flew faster and faster. After several hours, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he saw a ray of sword energy in the distance. The person inside that ray of light was Shengong Hu. While Shengong Hu flew, he suddenly turned around and saw the fragment rapidly closing in. When he saw Wang Lin, his eyes became filled with excitement, and he quickly flew toward Wang Lin. Shengong Hu stopped before Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Shengong Hu greets my lord." His gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with respect. Wang Lin revealed a faint smile. He nodded and said, "Sit down beside me and take me to the Thunder Celestial Temple's transfer array." Shengong Hu didn't even look at the others on the fragment. He immediately sat down and respectfully said, "My lord, we are not far from the transfer array." As he spoke, he immediately pointed the way. The people on the fragment were shocked by the scene. There were people on the fragment that knew Shengong Hu. When they heard him call Wang Lin my lord, they naturally had their own thoughts. Shi Zifeng's beautiful eyes looked at Wang Lin's back. Her face became red as if she had remembered something, but she didn't move her gaze. The collapse of the Thunder Celestial Realm reached its peak as the fragment flew through the void. Large amounts of cold wind came out from the spatial rifts. The sound of celestial fragments collapsing continued to echo. The closer they got to the interior of the celestial realm, the more intense this became. The entire void was filled with cracks. Some cracks extended and connected together to form cracks larger than 1,000 feet. Wang Lin's eyes became serious as he controlled the fragment. Just at this moment, his eyes suddenly widened as the fragment under him turned and flew in a curve. At the moment he curved, a large, 2,000-foot spatial rift appeared. Many of the cultivators following weren't able to react in time, and waves of cries for help were devoured by the crack. Wang Lin was completely focused on controlling the fragment, so he didn't have time to bother with others. He controlled the fragment to avoid the large crack, but his expression became even more gloomy. Wang Lin asked, "How much further?" "Less than 5 kilometers. Shingang, who was also very nervous. The cracks before him made his scalp tingle. Wang Lin frowned slightly as the fragment flickered and avoided few more cracks. They gradually got closer, and Wang Lin sensed a 10,000 feet wide light screen. There was a fragment fixed in place inside that light screen. In addition, there was a formation. There were several people standing in the formation, clearly ready to be transferred away. One of them was Zhan Konglie. Outside the formation, there were 7 or 8 messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple. They looked like they were talking to each other. At this moment, they seemed to notice something and suddenly turned around to coldly look at Wang Lin's direction. One of them raised their hand and pointed at the key. A fluctuation of origin energy suddenly spread out from the light screen. The origin energy gathered and turned into a giant hand that immediately swept across the area. All of the cracks around the light screen began to extend as if they were about to connect to form an uncrossable moat. Once they connected, no one would be able to cross it to reach the fragment under the light screen. Scram! At the same time, a cold divine sense message filled with indifference echoed across the void. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and all the origin energy in his body entered the fragment. His eyes shined brightly as the fragment's speed doubled as if it had merged with the world. In an instant, the fragment charged out like crazy, and all the cracks in its path were crushed. The cultivators behind the fragment all clenched their teeth and desperately chased after the fragment. At this moment, the path to survival was ahead of them. If they could enter, they would live. If they didn't, they would die. The fragment almost left behind afterimages as it rampaged through the void. Loud rumbles echoed as the fragment flew like a meteor toward the light screen, trying to reach it before the spatial rifts connected. Wang Lin stood up and slapped bag of holding. The celestial sword appeared in his hand. He lifted the sword and chopped down behind him. This time, Wang Lin didn't just chop once, but 9 times. 9 rays of heavenly chop fused into one to form an unimaginable sword law. It flew out as a ray of black light and landed on the spatial rifts that had connected. Boom. Even though the spatial rifts had connected, under the might of the heavenly chop, it was still torn apart. The connected spatial rift tore open and a gap immediately opened in the connected rift. The power of the heavenly chop was still there as it flew through the spatial rift and landed on the light screen. Large ripples appeared on the light screen, and everything inside became distorted. At the same time, the fragment charged in with the might of an army. It smashed into the light screen like a meteor after the heavenly chop hit. An earth-shattering sound that caused the surrounding rifts to close suddenly echoed across the void. Even the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple inside looked over. When Zhan Konglie saw Wang Lin, his face was filled with excitement. After the sound passed, there was a burst of cracking sounds as large amount of cracks appeared on the light screen and continued to spread. At the same time, the cultivators that were following closely behind the fragment all entered through the gap. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he controlled the fragment to retreat back several dozen feet. Under the gazes of all the cultivators nearby, he accelerated the fragment to smash into the light screen once more. More cracks appeared on the light screen and spread everywhere. The light from the light screen became dim. This happened too fast. It only took a few breaths of time to occur. One of the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple had a gloomy expression. His body was covered in thunder as he stepped out from the light screen. What courage! You dare to charge into the forbidden area of the Thunder Celestial Temple. This person was covered in thunder as he walked out. However, before Wang Lin did anything, several cultivators jumped off the fragment and began battling this person. One of the people battling the messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple quickly shouted, "Senior doesn't need to pay any attention to this person. We will deal with him." Wang Lin nodded, and the fragment retreated a bit. This time he prepared for 10 seconds. However, it wasn't only him. All of the cultivators flew off the fragment and pressed their hands on it. Everyone used all their power and fused together under Wang Lin's guidance before it was shot out. The power from all the people formed a sharp edge at the front of the fragment. A loud rumble echoed across the void when the fragment crashed into the light screen, and the light screen finally collapsed. Countless fragments of the light screen spread everywhere, and more than half the fragment smashed into this celestial fragment. The cultivators immediately rushed in, and suddenly this celestial fragment with the transfer array was filled with crazy cultivators looking for a way to survive. Chapter 800, The Power of Desperation. There is a belief that was stronger than any other force in world. There is a struggle that nothing in the world can stop. This belief is called will to live. This struggle is called surviving. Earlier, the appearance of the fragment gave them hope for survival, and now the rush onto the transfer array was their struggle for survival. Like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, this moment determined whether they would live or die. The belief in living and the struggle to survive caused all the cultivators who broke through to become crazy. Ascendant cultivators had the courage go against Corporeal Yang cultivators and take the initiative. They had forgotten the uncrossable gap between them, about the respect they would show if they were outside or if the celestial realm wasn't collapsing. All of this crumbled before survival. If one Ascendant cultivator was like this, it wouldn't matter. However, if it was 10, 20, 50, 100, then it would become a force that would even cause Corporeal Yang cultivators to feel fear. Even though it wasn't hard for a Corporeal Yang cultivator to kill more than 100 Ascendant cultivators, their power was momentum. Upon facing the momentum of these cultivators, the expressions of the 7 messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple changed greatly. In particular, among the over 100 Ascendant cultivators, there were several bloodshot-eyed Illusory Yin cultivators as well. They were far stronger than Ascendant cultivators, and with them leading the way, the group's power was shocking. These things would only cause the expressions of the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple to change. Among these cultivators, there were 2 Corporeal Yang cultivators. These 2 were extremely well hidden, and as soon as they entered the light screen, they revealed their cultivation levels. Their appearance caused the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple to become startled. However, what really made the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple suck in breaths of cold air was Wang Lin. Although Wang Lin was also a Corporeal Yang cultivator, these messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple could feel a killing aura around Wang Lin. This was an aura that appeared from killing many people at the same cultivation level. Those crazed cultivators still looked at Wang Lin with respect even now. This came from all the Ascendant cultivators, as well as the Illusory Yin cultivators, and even the 2 Corporeal Yang cultivators. This scene caused the 7 messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple that were outside the transfer array to be startled. Kill. One of the cultivators that charged and suddenly shouted. It was as if that person had ignited the world, as all the cultivators charged out. Kill. 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 Countless spells flew through the air and countless magical treasures appeared on this fragment containing the transfer array. At this moment, the light from the spells and magical treasures covered the fragment. Crazed attack erupted out of control. Kill. An Ascendant cultivator controlled almost 100 flying swords as he charged toward a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple without any hesitation. The swords rushed toward the messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple along with his roar. Beside him were 14 to 15 more red-eyed Ascendant cultivators that were all launching their attacks simultaneously. On the other side, under the command of an Illusory Yin cultivator, 6 or 7 cultivators merged their power together and attacked a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Kill. On the side, the 2 Corporeal Yang cultivators split up and each went against a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. They used their origin spells without any hesitation. Behind them, more than 10 Ascendant cultivators threw out spells and magical treasures like crazy. Kill. Shi Zifeng charged at another messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple with a group of Ascendant cultivators under the command of 2 Illusory Yin cultivators. Fierce magical treasures and terrifying spells suddenly shot out. The remaining cultivators were divided into 2 groups that charged toward the last 2 remaining messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple outside the transfer array. The brutal momentum and murderous aura almost formed a storm for survival. At this moment, no one cared about the fact that the people they were fighting were the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Who cared if they were the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple? The majesty of the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple meant nothing to these people fighting for their own survival. It had no effect at all. Anyone who attempted to stop them would be killed. If a celestial blocks, then kill the celestial. If a demon blocks, kill the demon. It was as if all the cultivators had gone crazy. One of the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple raised his finger and pressed down between the eyebrows of a charging Ascendant cultivator. The Ascendant cultivator's body immediately trembled before collapsing, and his origins soul dissipated. However, before his death, he rushed out and bit the arm of the messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. The red in his eyes caused the messenger's mind to be shaken even though it was only a collapsing head. Kill. Another messenger's hand formed seals, and origin energy gathered inside his body. Then he suddenly released it. He used the most simple method of using origin energy to cause a wide area attack. In a flash, many cultivators began to cough out blood and their bodies weakened. However, no one retreated. They all struggled to keep moving forward. There were even cultivators that were seriously injured that simply blew themselves up when they got close. The rumbles of explosions echoed across the fragment. It was tragic. Kill. The roar fused together and formed waves that covered the sky. At this moment, this sound became even louder. It was breathtaking. The will to survive seemed to be engraved inside the heart of every cultivator, and it had suddenly erupted. This not only shocked the messengers, but also Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a deep breath. At this moment, a belief appeared in his heart as well. He took a step and rushed out like lightning. Then he appeared next to a messenger. 2 fingers of his right hand formed a sword, and he used the heavenly chop. Wang Lin's attack caused the surrounding cultivators' momentum to become even more intense. This momentum became stronger and stronger. When it reached near its peak, the killing aura was like violent ocean waves. The heavenly chop appeared and directly landed. The corporeal young messenger's expression changed greatly. His hands formed seals without hesitation, and countless balls of thunder flew toward Wang Lin. Bursts of thunder echoed across the area as they headed straight toward Wang Lin. The balls of thunder were filled with dense origin energy. However, when the balls of thunder collided with the heavenly chop, they instantly collapsed one by one. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he took a step forward. The messenger retreated once more as he opened his mouth and spat out a gray fog. The moment the gray fog appeared, it turned into a large hand that mercilessly tried to grab Wang Lin. However, just at this moment, a ray of silver light faster than lightning rushed over from the distance. Right after the messenger spat out the gray fog, the silver light had already gotten close to the messenger. The messenger's expression changed greatly. He wanted to dodge, but didn't have time. Under the moment of crisis, he suddenly erupted the origin energy inside his body. The origin energy created a storm that attempted to knock away the person that was sneak attacking him. However, that ray of silver light was too fast. Almost at the moment he scattered his origin energy, the ray of silver light penetrated his chest. The messenger coughed out a large mouthful of blood and involuntarily took a few steps forward. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes turned cold. Completely ignoring the large hand formed by the fog, his right hand pointed forward and a bolt of purple thunder shot out. It landed between the eyebrows of the messenger in an instant. The messenger's body trembled, and his body and origin soul both perished. At this moment, the silver light flashed and turned into a middle-aged man. He was one of the 2 corporeal young cultivators that were hiding among the cultivators. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with respect. Then he rushed out to help others. Wang Lin nodded slightly. He had already seen through the 2 corporeal young cultivators' cultivation earlier. However, since they paid the jades, he didn't point it out and let them stay. After one of the messengers was killed, it was immediately noticed by all the surrounding cultivators. In an instant, their momentum increased drastically. Make way. Wang Lin's body flickered, and he arrived next to the second messenger. His origin energy formed a finger, and it suddenly pressed down. The messenger's face was extremely pale. He didn't fight back, but immediately retreated. He wasn't the only one. The remaining messengers all retreated. While they retreated, there was a flash of silver light. The silver light flashed before one of the retreating messengers and caused a large amount of blood to spray out. That messenger's eyes were filled with killing intent as he shouted, "Soul Chase." The blood in the air immediately moved and suddenly turned into an illusory blood sword that chased after the silver light. Wang Lin took a step out, and at the moment the blood sword closed in on the silver light, he grabbed it. Then the origin energy in his body rushed out, causing the blood sword to shatter and dissipate into a red mist. When he let go, Wang Lin turned his head. He stared at the 6 retreating messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple and said, "Make way! Make way! Make way! Make way!" After Wang Lin shouted, all of the cultivators immediately echoed him. The mix of all the cultivators' roars made it sound like the voice heaven. This voice was the roar for survival and the will to live on. It was extremely intense, and it echoed as if the world was trembling. It formed a powerful sound wave and descended with a monstrous aura. Make way! Under the power of the sound wave, the 6 messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple involuntarily stepped back. It was as if they were facing the wrath of the world. At this moment, the transfer array behind the 6 messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple suddenly lit up. The several messengers inside the transfer array, including Zhan Konglie, looked in shock from inside the array. The transfer array had activated, so they couldn't leave, but the scene before them was something they would find hard to forget for the rest of their lives. Their figures gradually became twisted until a ray of light shot into the sky, and they disappeared. Chapter 801. This big debt will not be forgotten. The large sound wave echoed across the world like furious waves. The echo of this sound seemed to replace all other sounds in the area. At this moment, this was the only sound people could hear. Make way. This was a cry for survival, the roar of every cultivator here. This sound was like a sharp sword that could penetrate everything. The roar of more than 100 cultivators would cause even a Nirvana scryer cultivator's heart to tremble. Make way. The sound wave had just dissipated when an even louder burst appeared. This wave chased after the previous one, forming an even more astonishing momentum. This was sounded by Wang Lin. After that, he suddenly took a step forward. Wang Lin wasn't the only one to move. All of the cultivators that rushed into the area also stepped forward. Although these steps were in the void, they gave off a very shocking rumble. It was as if they were going to shatter the world with their steps. Wang Lin didn't stop. He continued step by step. Each step shook the world as he walked toward the 6 messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple. This momentum was too strong. If one wasn't there, it would be impossible to feel the shock. More than 100 cultivators roared as they charged down the path to survival with bloodshot eyes toward the transfer array. This scene caused the hearts 6 messengers of the Thunder Celestial to tremble. Although they were strong, they were still shaken by this momentum. As the cultivators rushed, their steps and roars echoed across the fragment. The smell of blood filled the air, and under all of this, one of the messengers' face became pale, and he subconsciously took a step back. Once he retreated, it was like a broken dam that couldn't be stopped. Once he took a step back, he immediately took another. The other messengers were the same. Under the pressure of this crazed momentum, they began to retreat. 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 The 6 of them continued to retreat. They needed to retreat. They couldn't not retreat. They had to retreat. There was an irresistible momentum before them. Although each of them could slaughter a majority of these cultivators, after what happened earlier, their hearts became timid. They had cultivated for many years, but they had never seen an ascendant cultivator still try to bite them after their body and origin soul had collapsed. Although they had seen people who chose to self-destruct after being seriously injured to hurt the enemy, they had never seen so many people choose the same path. The previous experience had caused an inerasable sense of shock in their hearts. If this was it, it wouldn't be so scary. But among those here were the 2 Corporeal Yuan cultivators and Wang Lin. Their presence combined with the people rushing at them caused a sense of fear to appear in their timid hearts, especially when Wang Lin easily killed one of them. They couldn't resist. They could only retreat, retreat again, and continue to retreat. The 6 of them retreated faster and faster until they reached the entrance of the transfer array. Open the formation so we can leave. They're mad. A bunch of lunatics. One of the middle-aged men's expression was pale as they looked at the red-eyed cultivators charging at them. There was no need for him to speak at all. 3 of them immediately sat down and began forming seals to activate the transfer array to leave. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he took one step and charged into the transfer array. Many cultivators charged in behind him. While 3 people activated the transfer array, the remaining 3 clenched their teeth and charged forward. One of them formed a seal and coughed out a mouthful of essence blood. There was a golden lock inside, and it immediately grew very large. Lock the origin and seal the soul. He had a ferocious expression as the golden chains suddenly shattered into countless golden specks that charged at Wang Lin and the cultivators behind him. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and pointed at the sky. A black wind suddenly gathered in his hand and soon filled the world. The black wind formed a black dragon, and it immediately let out and roar. Cold wind came out from the mouth of the dragon as it roared. The cold wind swept through the countless gold specks before they could affect anything. Then they disappeared one by one before the cultivators. At the same time, Wang Lin's hand reached out, and the black dragon descended from the sky. It rapidly gathered inside Wang Lin's palm until it turned into a golden lock. This treasure is very good. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he swallowed the golden lock. The thunder inside his origin soul immediately appeared and began refining it. The face of the cultivator who released the golden lock became pale, and he retreated. However, Wang Lin was one step faster. He stepped forth, and his right hand, which was filled with power, pressed down on the messenger. As this person retreated, his hand formed a seal and then slapped his bag of holding. 3 small flags appeared around him. Purple gas came out from the flags and formed vortexes. When Wang Lin's fingers pressed down on the purple gas, he immediately felt a powerful force from inside. He couldn't help but stop for a moment. and his eyes narrowed. The messenger used this moment to retreat again. Wang Lin revealed a sneer as he raised his right hand, and the beast bone tattoo immediately flew out. The evil aura flashed by, and a gray light appeared at the foot of the messenger. This messenger's face was deathly pale as the purple gas around him was trying to resist against the gray light. At this moment, Wang Lin closed in and used the stop spell. The messenger's body immediately stopped. Although it was only a for moment, the gray light immediately diffused across his body. As Wang Lin rushed out, he kicked the messenger with his right foot. A cracking sound was immediately heard. Then the messenger's body turned into pieces of stone and fell to the ground. However, the small flags around the messenger took his origin's soul and fled. Please don't kill me. I'll use a powerful treasure. Before this person finished speaking, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he rushed out. He pointed out with his right hand, and the karma whip flew out, causing the origin soul inside the purple mist to let out a miserable groan. Wang Lin grabbed the origin soul and the 3 flags. He then spat out a mouthful of origin energy to form countless restrictions to seal the flags along with the origin soul before he put them away inside his bag. At this moment, the other 2 messengers that had charged out were surrounded by the other cultivators. Under the joint assault of the 2 corporeal yang cultivators who had the backing of some illusory Yin and many ascendant cultivators, the 2 messengers were forced to retreat. Just at this moment, there was a flash of silver light and blood sprayed out from the chest of one of the messengers. His eyes dimmed, and his origin soul flew out to escape. Before Wang Lin acted, more than a dozen ascendant cultivators attacked with bloodshot eyes along with the ray of silver light that was chasing the soul. A moment later, that messenger was killed. At this moment, the 3 messengers had finished activating the formation. Then, without any hesitation, the 3 of them linked their arms and muttered a complex chant. Then the transfer array immediately began to collapse along the edges. Using the price of collapsing the transfer array, they sped up the activation of the transfer array. In almost an instant, ripples appeared and charged into the sky. Inside the ripples, the 3 messengers had malicious gazes as their figures became distorted and slowly disappeared. As the ripples spread, the transfer array began to shake violently. The light from the surroundings began to gather at the center. As the light gathered, the edges rapidly collapsed. The last messenger battling with the cultivators escaped and immediately charged back into the beam of light. However, just at the moment they were about to dissipate, Wang Lin stepped forth. His 2 fingers formed a sword, and the heavenly chop directly landed on the beam of light. The beam of light suddenly collapsed and immediately disappeared. The 4 messengers inside the array revealed looks of fear. It looked as if they were being torn apart as their figures collapsed and disappeared. As the beam of light disappeared, the ripples from the transfer array became even more intense. Dazzling lights gathered once more, and another beam of light appeared. The surrounding cultivators all rushed in as if they would never be able to leave if they were a moment late. Shenggong, who was the only person who hadn't attacked the entire time. He owed the Thunder Celestial Temple, even though he was being isolated after handing out his Dao Soul. No matter what, he could not act, and in order to avoid trouble, he had used a spell to change his appearance when he was within 5 kilometers of the fragment. At this moment, he charged into the beam of light. As more cultivators rushed into the light became even more intense. As Shi Zifeng rushed into the beam of light, she looked back at Wang Lin. She bit her lower lip as if she wanted to say something. The collapse at the edges of the transfer array spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye had almost reached where the light was. At the cost of the collapse of the transfer array, this transfer was about to exceed the limit. Wang Lin entered the beam of light with 1 step. In his heart he thought, it's about time to leave. The transfer array collapsing is a good thing. Even if it didn't collapse, I would have destroyed this so that the target location would be scattered. That way, it would have been possible to avoid the possibility of being transferred into the Thunder Celestial Temple. When the beam of light charged into the sky, a powerful force appeared. When the light was about to dissipate, the corporeal yang cultivator that turned into the ray of silver light shouted, "Senior, please tell us your name. This big debt will never be forgotten." Su Mu. Wang Lin dissipated along with the beam of light. Shi Zifeng's eyes lit up and she thought her heart. Su Mu. At the moment the beam of light disappeared, almost all of the cultivators inside softly whispered, "This big debt will never be forgotten." All of them remembered the name Su Mu. It was something they would never forget in their lives. Chapter 802, Strange Domain. The moment the beam of light disappeared, the fragment it was on was immediately swallowed by the surrounding rifts, leaving nothing behind. The entire Thunder Celestial Realm was being ravaged by the cold winds from the spatial rifts. This cold wind was very dense, and they continued to increase. Soon, they all linked together as they swept the area. The fragments in the Celestial Realm continued to collapse. At this moment, there were less than 20 fragments. Pieces of black ice appeared inside this cold wind and continued to spread. Soon, the 20 fragments were covered in the black ice. From a distance, this black ice gave off an eerie aura. Just looking at it would make you feel a chill in your heart. Black ice also formed along the edges of the thunder chains connecting these 20 fragments. Soon, the black ice extended and covered all of the thunder chains. The cultivators that didn't leave in time were all frozen. They remained in the positions they were in before being frozen. Some were flying, struggling, or waiting for death with their eyes closed. The bodies of some of them had collapsed but hadn't dissipated. The flesh and blood that was spraying out were frozen. It was a shocking scene. On one of the fragments was a frozen middle-aged man with a sword frozen in the air before him. He wasn't the only one. The treasures of everyone attempting to escape were frozen. There were even people who were hit by the cold wind as they were using a spell. There was still faint light from their spells in the ice around them. These flickers of light became the only light sources inside the Thunder Celestial Realm. They were scattered like the stars. Although beautiful, if one took a closer look, it was very different. After the icy wind, the collapse of the Thunder Celestial Realm stopped. Only the black ice was left to tell people of what had happened here. The shadow of a sword flashed through the Thunder Celestial Realm. The surrounding ice had no effect on it, as it flew through the Celestial Realm. There was a person standing on the tip of the sword. This person was as ethereal as the sword. The person calmly looked ahead with a smile before disappearing along with the sword. More than 100 ripples appeared in various locations among the 4 regions of the All-Heaven Star system. Although they all appeared at different locations, they all appeared at the same time. There was a cultivator inside each ripple. Everyone that appeared was every excited. The feeling of surviving death made them enter a trance once they saw the stars. After finding their direction, each cultivator quickly returned to their family. Soon, the news of what happened in the Thunder Celestial Realm spread. There was a particular name that spread like lightning among the dozens of families of the surviving cultivators. Who was it that battled against the strange white-haired man at the Celestial Gate? Who was it that saved many cultivators from death during the time of crisis? Who was it that gave others the will to live during the collapse of the Thunder Celestial Realm and use a fragment to save countless people? Who was it that brought these people into the transfer array of the Thunder Celestial Temple? He had smashed the barrier, and with one roar scared away messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple to bring everyone to the transfer array before it collapsed. Sumu. There were big and small families among the dozens of families of the surviving cultivators. However, when banded together, they formed a force that couldn't be underestimated. Under this power, the Thunder Celestial Temple didn't talk about the matter of the transfer array. It was as if it never happened. In fact, these dozens of families had publicized this and made Sumu famous. After all, there were family members that had broken into the forbidden area of the Thunder Celestial Temple, and this could cause disaster for the entire family. This couldn't be hidden, and the Thunder Celestial Temple must have already known. Instead of waiting for the Thunder Celestial Temple to kill them, they decided to band together and fight with reason. This way, there was a chance of survival. Otherwise, it would be like handing over the family members that escaped the Thunder Celestial Realm. However, the people that could go into the Thunder Celestial Realm were all direct descendants and the future pillars of the families. So how could they be left to die? The elders of these families were all cunning people, so they naturally knew of this. In doing this, they were able to successfully offset the matter of breaking into the Thunder Celestial Temple's forbidden area. However, at the same time, they had completely spread the name Sumu. In particular, the people who were rescued by Sumu continued to exaggerated matters. In the end, no one could guess Sumu's cultivation level. The elders of the families questioned the people that were there. Once they heard of the various spells used in the battle against the strange white-haired man, they were terrified. The name Sumu became a storm in the All-Heaven Star system. However, no one else had seen him again. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared and become a total mystery. All-Heaven Star system, Western Domain. This was a vast domain with a large nebula that emitted dazzling light. The formation of the stars were strange and often intoxicating to look at. Among the 4 domains, the Western Domain had the most fierce beasts. Compared to the other 3 domains, there weren't as many cultivators here. It could even be said that nearly 70% of the Western Domain were places cultivators couldn't even enter. That was because even the space in those areas was extremely dangerous and contained fierce beasts that cultivators weren't even aware of. That place was named the Strange Domain. Only some powerful cultivators that needed some material for alchemy or treasures would enter. However, they didn't go too far in, as there was a terrifying existence deep within. At this moment, at the depths of the Strange Domain, there was a strange area. The entire area was almost pitch black. There weren't any stars or bodies of light here. It was so dark that it was frightening. It was as if it had been forever since someone had come here. Although this wasn't the true center of the Strange Domain, it wasn't far off. There was a light that suddenly appeared in the dark. At first it was dim, but it soon became very bright, to the point of suddenly lighting up the surrounding area. At the moment the surroundings were light up, it was revealed that this area was filled with fog. The fog seemed to be extremely afraid of the light. The fog rapidly retreated, and in the blink of an eye formed a wide area free of fog. The light grew until it was more than 100 feet wide. Ripples appeared, and then a figure gradually formed inside the ripples. This figure slowly took form until it formed a person. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with caution. After he appeared, the ripples began to dissipate, and he clearly saw his surroundings. Right after the light disappeared, the fog began to move as if it wanted to swallow this area once more. As the ripples dissipated, his eyes dimmed, but all the hair on his body stood up as a feeling of danger appeared in his heart. Without thinking, the thunder in his body activated and his hand immediately formed a seal. 2 balls of thunder, giving off muffled rumbles, gathered in his hands. These 2 balls of thunder were extremely bright. The moment they appeared, the flash of light caused the fog to suddenly stop. It was as if it had been attacked, and it retreated back to more than 10,000 feet away. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he stared at the fog before him. Then he looked around and couldn't help but frown. Where is this place? This fog is a bit strange. It's as if there is life in it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he threw the ball of thunder in his right hand. The ball of thunder immediately flew ahead with a rumble. The fog before him rapidly split, creating a passage that allowed the ball of thunder to pass. Wang Lin's body flickered and followed closely after the ball of thunder. He walked with the ball of thunder and continued to move forward. The fog seemed endless, and even when the ball of thunder dimmed, he still didn't leave the fog. Along the way, Wang Lin's eyebrows were tightened. The fog around him was simply too strange, so he didn't dare to spread out his divine sense. He had a feeling that if he spread his divine sense, it would cause a huge change in the fog. Although this feeling was ethereal, it was very strong. After 3 days of flying, Wang Lin stopped. There was still endless fog before him. Nothing had changed. It was as if the fog was endless. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he slowly calmed down. His mind relaxed as he took a step forward, and ripples appeared under his feet. Wang Lin's eyes were still calm as he attempted to merge with the world. He took another step, and this time even more ripples appeared under his feet. This time Wang Lin found the feeling of merging with the world. This could be the fastest he had merged with the world so far. This was all thanks to Master Flamespark. Wang Lin's origin soul and body had become much more in tune with the world after the last experience. On the third step, when Wang Lin's fight foot landed, he suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only a ripple. A moment later, the surrounding fog immediately swallowed the area, leaving behind no light. An unknown distance away, where it seemed like the edge of the fog. Although there was still fog, it was a lot thinner than before. Ripples suddenly appeared in the area, causing the fog to immediately disperse, and Wang Lin's figure appeared inside the ripple. At the moment he stepped out, his expression changed. This was indeed the end of the mist, but 300 feet before Wang Lin was a dark red wall of flesh. It was extremely big and seemed to extend forever. When he looked up, it was still covering the area. Wang Lin's expression was extremely gloomy. When he merged with the world, he was thinking about his cultivation planet. However, he immediately felt like he had hit a wall. Then he was forced out from being merged with the world and appeared here. The moment he saw the wall of flesh, Wang Lin understood that the wall he hit was this endless wall of flesh. It was called a wall of flesh because it was moving. There were bulges that kept moving on the surface. Wang Lin frowned as his body flickered and flew upward. As his body flew upward, the ball of flesh began to move. Countless cracks opened and spat out black mist. Wang Lin dodged the black mist and moved along the flesh wall without any cracks. He stared at the black mist as it charged out with great force and merged with the fog. Wang Lin looked at the endless wall of flesh above him and revealed a decisive gaze. His body moved and immediately charged into a crack next to him. Right after he went inside the crack, it closed. This was a narrow passage. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he charged forward. He was very fast, and almost left behind afterimages as he moved. The crack rapidly closed behind Wang Lin as if it was chasing after him. Wang Lin didn't even look back, and only stared ahead. In flash, he was getting closer and closer to what was ahead of him. This tunnel wasn't as long as Wang Lin had imagined. A moment later, he charged out of the exit of the tunnel. At the moment he charged out, a cry entered his ears. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This place wasn't dark. There were stars scattered in the sky, lighting the place up. Ahead of him was a floating continent. This continent was very large with no end in sight. In the distance, there was a man dressed in cloth. His appearance was very ordinary, but he had tattoos marks on his face that twisted like vines. He was holding a strange instrument in his hand. It was like the mouth of a kettle, but many times larger, almost the height of half a person. That exclamation came from that person. He looked at Wang Lin with fear and quickly retreated. It was as if Wang Lin was a ferocious beast in his eyes. Chapter 803, Upper Celestial. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The man didn't have any spiritual energy, so there's no need to even talk about celestial spiritual energy. However, he was still able to fly, so he was obviously not normal. More importantly, the tattoo on the man's face was very familiar to Wang Lin. Upon seeing the man retreat, Wang Lin pondered for a bit before chasing after the man. When Wang Lin charged out, the crack behind him closed completely. The fear in the man's eyes became even more intense. The tattoo on his face began to move and extended to between his eyebrows. Soon, a 7-leaf plant appeared between his eyebrows. When the leaves on the planet spread, a mysterious force immediately spread over the man's body. His speed suddenly increased and disappeared in a flash. When Wang Lin saw this, his eyes widened and shined brightly. The Forsaken Immortal Clan. He started moving even faster. Then his right hand formed a seal, and the origin energy inside his body moved. His hand hit the void, causing the origin energy to diffuse into the void. The huge fluctuations of origin energy caused the void before him to twist, and the man teleporting away immediately appeared. His eyes were filled with confusion, but soon his eyes' pupils shrank and were filled with fear. Wang Lin walked toward him and stared into his eyes. The man's body trembled, and he let out a scream before he retreated once more. Wang Lin frowned, and his right hand reached out. The man's body immediately stiffened as if there was an invisible hand holding him and dragged him back to Wang Lin. While holding the person, Wang Lin was about to question him when his expression suddenly changed, and he turned around. He saw more than 100 rays of light of varying colors that gave off a terrifying aura rushing toward him. In almost an instant, the rays of light closed in and stopped 1,000 feet from Wang Lin. The lights dissipated, revealing figures dressed in coarse clothes like the man. There were no women among them, and most of them were middle-aged. They all stared at Wang Lin with fear hidden in their eyes. There were tattoo marks on their faces and limbs. The most noticeable ones were the plants flashing between their eyebrows. However, the leaves were contracted, so he couldn't count how many each person had. An old man walked out from the crowd. He had a head of white hair, and his face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes were filled with awe and a hint of excitement as he looked at Wang Lin and scanned his right hand. What has Upper Celestial come here for? His gaze was filled with respect as he stared at the beast bone tattoo on Wang Lin's right hand. Wang Lin's eyes were neutral, but his heart was shaken. With his almost a millennium of cultivation, he could put up a calm expression even when he was shocked. Right now, he wasn't revealing the slightest hint of his shock. Upper Celestial meant nothing from the mouths of mortals, but from the mouths of these Forsaken Immortal Clan members, it was very different. More importantly, Upper Celestial wasn't just a title. Before he went to the collection pavilion, he wouldn't have thought about it, but now he couldn't help but think about it. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he slowly asked, "You can see through my cultivation?" The old man nodded as he stared at Wang Lin's right hand. The excitement in his eyes became more intense as he said, "Rank 8 Upper Celestial. This lowly one can recognize your cultivation." Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at the old man. The other person referred to themselves as lowly one and kept looking at his right hand. Wang Lin felt like this was strange, and adding on the excitement in the other party's eyes, a bold idea emerged in Wang Lin's head. Could it be? Could these people not know that the celestial realm has collapsed? If so, they must have lived here since countless years ago. After pondering, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly asked, "How long has it been since a celestial came?" The old man's expression darkened as he respectfully said, "It has been a long time since the last celestial jade was sent by Celestial King Carefree. As for the specific amount of time, this lowly one is unable to calculate." Carefree, Wang Lin suddenly understood why the old man kept staring at his right hand. He raised his right hand, exposing the beast bone tattoo, as he stared at the old man and asked, "Do you know this?" The old man's eyes were filled with excitement as he respectfully said, "That is Celestial King Carefree's treasure, the Withered Dao pair. I naturally recognize it. For you to have it, you must be someone close to Celestial King Carefree. Did you come for the mysterious Yin furnace?" Wang Lin looked at the old man and didn't speak. His gaze moved to the continent behind the old man. The old man respectfully said, "This old man is being rude. Celestial, please come. The celestial sprite fruits ripened a long time ago. I'll order someone to bring some for you to taste." Under the guidance of the old man, Wang Lin quietly followed. As for the rest of the Forsaken Immortal clan, they trailed behind as if they were afraid to get too close. The person who was caught by Wang Lin regained his freedom after Wang Lin released the spell. He gazed toward Wang Lin was filled with fear. Under the guidance of the old man, Wang Lin got closer and closer to the continent. A moment later, he was above the continent, and what he saw was a green plain. He wasn't able to see the end with the gaze, but the fragrance of the grass brought by the wind felt very comfortable. The old man didn't stop and respectfully led the way. There was a group of very ancient buildings at the center of the plain. Although they weren't ruins, they gave off a very ancient aura. This aura was very faint, but after gaining some understanding of the soul extraction spell, Wang Lin became sensitive to this kind of aura. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stopped flying and looked down. The grass here was no different from outside. However, Wang Lin's knowledge of restrictions had increased a lot after his experiences in the Thunder Celestial Realm and being taught by Yuan. In particular, his understanding of celestial restrictions had increased a lot. At this moment, he was immediately able to see a large restriction around the buildings. The old man noticed Wang Lin's gaze. He respectfully said, "Upper Celestial, this array was placed by the Celestial King personally to protect my clan from the attacks of the fog beasts." Wang Lin didn't know what the fog beast was and only silently nodded. However, in his heart he was very interested in his place. Master Carefree, the chosen immortal clan, and the mysterious Yin furnace. What exactly is this place? While Wang Lin was contemplating, noise came from the distance. Chapter 804, The Chosen Immortal Clan. A large amount of people flew out from the group of buildings. There were men and women among them dressed in plain clothes. However, none of them dared to get close and viewed from afar. Among the buildings below, there were children with wide eyes staring at Wang Lin. When Wang Lin saw these people, he was startled. It was obvious there was an entire tribe of the Forsaken Immortal clan here. They had been here for an unknown amount of time and had reproduced to last until now. Those people that flew out continued to retreat as Wang Lin closed in. They were afraid to get close, and their eyes were filled with fear. The old man leading Wang Lin immediately became gloomy. He spoke in a strange language to the people that flew out. These people that flew out silently pondered and then spread apart. The old man quickly turned toward Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Upper Celestial, this way, this is where my family lives." As the old man spoke, he descended from the sky, landed on the tallest building, and respectfully stood to the side. When Wang Lin landed, his eyes lit up and his divine sense spread out. Although he determined there was no danger, he still didn't enter and slowly said, "Here is fine. There is no need to go inside." The old man was startled and revealed a bitter expression. He nodded and didn't try to insist Wang Lin come in. The members of the Forsaken Immortal clan gathered in the sky and looked at Wang Lin with a tense gaze. "Upper Celestial." The old man didn't finish speaking before he was interrupted by Wang Lin. Wang Lin was calm as he looked at the old man and asked, "Why are these people's eyes filled with fear when they look at me?" The bitterness became even stronger on the old man's face. After a moment of silence, he let out a sigh and said, "It has been a long time since someone from Celestial Realm has come. It was as if the Celestial King had abandoned us. I'm the oldest one here, but to be honest, you're the first Celestial I've seen. If it wasn't for the record left behind in my chosen immortal clan, then even I wouldn't have recognized a Celestial, let alone the rest of the tribe." Wang Lin didn't speak and only calmly looked at the old man. The old man hesitated and whispered, "My clan followed the order of Celestial King Carefree to guard the mysterious Yin furnace. However, since 30,000 years ago, the mysterious Yin furnace has opened once every 100 years. Every time it opened, it would release a large amount of black fog. The black fog would turn into demonic beasts, and the powerful ones could take human shape. Countless members of my clan died to these human-shaped fog beasts. That is why almost every single stranger that appeared were these fog beasts. As for the people of my clan, because of our tattoos, the fog beasts couldn't change into us. However, as a result, no one other than me can tell if you are a celestial or a fog beast. Even now some of them don't believe my words." The old man said the reason with a long sigh. Wang Lin nodded slightly. The old man had some credibility. Combining with everything that had happened and the expression of the people, there was some logic to what the old man said. Wang Lin pondered for a bit, and then calmly asked, "Where is the mysterious Yin furnace?" The old man respectfully said, "It is in the forbidden area in my clan. Does Upper Celestial want to go now?" Wang Lin pondered a bit and nodded. He wanted to see exactly what this mysterious Yin furnace was. The old man was about to speak, but a shout suddenly came out from the crowd in the sky. "Ancestor can't take this person to the mysterious Yin furnace." This voice was like thunder as it echoed across the sky. A man almost 10 feet tall walked through the void. His upper body was covered in tattoos that spread out and almost covered his whole body. Even his neck and face were almost completely covered by the tattoos. There was a 13-leaf plant moving between his eyebrows. This gave him a demonic aura. 13 leaves. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. From his memory, the most powerful Forsaken Immortal clan member on planet Suzaku had 11 leaves, equal to an Corporeal Yang cultivator. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he coldly looked the man. This burly man arrived with a few steps. His appearance caused the surrounding Forsaken Immortal clan members to cheer, and their eyes were filled with respect. The old man beside Wang Lin suddenly shouted, "Ta Shan, show some respect to the Celestial." The burly man's eyes became cold as he stared at the old man and sneered. "Ancestor, you are old. Have you gone crazy from thinking about Celestials? It is likely that there are no Celestials in the world and that all the records left by the Ancestors are fabricated. If there are any Celestials, why hasn't my clan seen a Celestial in countless years?" The old man's expression became gloomy and he shouted, "Shut up. The chosen Immortal clan are the messengers of the Celestials. If Celestials don't exist, then how can our clan exist? Besides, the Celestial Jade from the Celestial King is there. Do you dare to not believe in it?" Believe? The so-called Celestial King is merely the residual divine sense from someone's power. How can it make me believe? Instead of believing a divine sense left behind countless years ago, I rather believe in my own strength. The burly man gripped his right hand. His eyes were filled with confidence. Heresy. The old man's body was trembling as he clenched his teeth. So what if it is heresy? Celestials, my clan has been inside the nether beast for countless years, guarding the mysterious Yin furnace as instructed by the Celestial Jade. But what did we get in return? It was the fog beasts from inside the mysterious Yin furnace and the death of my clan members. Where were the Celestials when the fog beasts were killing my clan? Ancestor, don't mention the Celestials anymore. Even if this person is really a Celestial, then today, I, Ta Shun, will kill a Celestial. As the burly man spoke, his eyes suddenly landed on Wang Lin with a cold gaze. He took a step forward, suddenly appeared before Wang Lin, and threw a punch. After he threw this punch, there was a series of explosions and a series of tattoos appeared. The tattoos lined up around the burly man as if they were forming a mysterious formation. "Celestial, bring out your celestial power, and let me see why you're qualified to be called a Celestial." Wang Lin's eyes were very cold. He had a very good understanding of the Forsaken Immortal clan. He was obviously not a shaman. He was one that focused on empowering their body. Chapter 805, Fog Beast. As the punch closed in, Wang Lin immediately became aware that the air around him seemed to have solidified. It was as if the punch carried with it a mysterious force that sealed off all his retreat. Wang Lin's expression was still neutral as he calmly said, "It's not bad, but still not enough." At the same time, Wang Lin raised his right foot and gently stepped forward. A series of bangs suddenly appeared on the earth under Wang Lin with his feet as the center. It spread like crazy, and the force sealing Wang Lin's retreat immediately collapsed. All of the shackles around Wang Lin shattered with sounds like mirrors breaking. The shattered force swept backwards all around Wang Lin. The burly man's expression changed greatly. He immediately felt a powerful force coming at him, and his body slowed down. Wang Lin took a step and arrived before the burly man in an instant. His hand touched the burly man's chest, causing the burly man to involuntarily retreat. The tattoos on the burly man's body gave off a dazzling glow. The burly man retreated dozens of steps. Although there were no visible injuries on the burly man, the inside of his body was like a storm. However, due to the tattoos, it wasn't serious, so he would recover after a short rest. The burly man revealed a ferocious expression as he let out a roar and his hand hit his chest. A loud rumble echoed across the area. At the same time, the tattoos on his body began to move like crazy and came out from his body one by one. He was surrounded by countless tattoos, and it looked very shocking. The burly man suddenly charged forward. The tattoos around him followed him as he charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Although the burly man's body couldn't compare to his celestial guard, there wasn't much difference. His expression was neutral as he let out a sneer, and his right foot stepped forward. He seemed to cross a long distance, and instantly became infinitely close to the incoming burly man. At the moment they closed in, the burly man's right hand punched out. At this moment, the world surrounding them seemed to shake. The surrounding tattoos shined brightly like spells and charged toward Wang Lin. There was a flash of cold light in Wang Lin's eyes as he raised his right hand, and the celestial stop spell activated. The burly man's body immediately stopped, and at the same time, Wang Lin's finger pressed down on the burly man's chest once more. The burly man's body was thrown away with a bang. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with shock. As for the tattoos around his body, they were also pushed back him. Right now he wasn't the only one that was shocked. All of the surrounding clan members were also shocked from watching this battle, and were completely silent. The ancestor of the chosen immortal clan became anxious and quickly said, "Upper Celestial, please don't be angry, and let Tashan live." "No need." The burly man landed on the ground, and continued to retreat. It wasn't until he retreated 100 feet that he finally steadied himself. He let out a roar as both of his hands formed a seal, and he mercilessly beat his chest. All of the tattoos around him began to move strangely, and rapidly retreated back into the burly man. However, they didn't go back onto his skin, but instead bulked out. Soon, the tattoos formed a black suit of armor around him. The moment the armor appeared, there was a dark aura. There was even a vague illusion that had appeared behind the burly man, as if it was a devil god. The ancestor of the chosen immortal clan sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, "Celestial spirit armor. You managed to refine a set of spirit armor." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He was a bit familiar with this armor. It was very similar to the armor the scattered demon wore. The only difference was that the devilish energy from the armor wasn't as strong. It was as if it was being suppressed by another force. The burly man let out a roar and charged out. At this moment, due to his armor and his size, he looked like a ferocious giant. If someone was timid, they would be shaken by the sight of him. The black armor gave off a breathtaking aura. As the burly man charged forward, the illusion behind him revealed a fierce expression. As he charged out, his right fist flew out. This punch was stronger than the previous two punches combined and much more imposing. At this moment, the illusion behind him turned into strands of black gas and wrapped around his right fist. When this punch flew out, it created a sonic boom and a shocking aura came toward Wang Lin. At the same time, the black gas from the illusion turned into a skull. It let out a grin as it attempted to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was still neutral as he calmly stared at the burly man. He opened his mouth and a grain of sand flew out. It turned into a fragment stamp 1,000 feet wide and smashed toward the burly man. This was the first time the celestial fragment stamp had appeared outside the celestial realm. When it appeared, rich celestial spiritual energy filled the air. When the old man saw this, he knelt to the ground and began worshipping the fragment. Even the burly man's eyes revealed a moment of hesitation. However, a moment later, he clenched his teeth and hesitated no more. His punch landed directly on the fragment that was blocking his path. "Break from me." The punch was thrown out and landed with a bang. The fragment didn't move at all, but the burly man flew backwards. His body trembled as he coughed out blood and continued to retreat. His eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect this thing to be this sturdy. Not only had his full strength not caused any damage, but the backlash caused the energy and blood in his body to go crazy. The devil illusion on the burly man's punch also dissipated from the shock. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he pointed with his right hand. The fragment flew into the air and mercilessly smashed down. A sharp cry echoed across the world. At the moment the fragment descended, the burly man let out a roar. Both of his hands rose up into the sky as if he was trying to block it. Wang Lin calmly said, "Fall." The fragment suddenly smashed into the ground. A loud rumble suddenly erupted and the entire continent trembled. A large amount of cracks appeared on the continent. As these cracks intersected, a large amount of fog appeared from inside the cracks. The moment the fog appeared, it gathered together. It condensed very fast, and in almost an instant, each of them took very strange forms. "Fog beasts," the chosen immortal clan members exclaimed, and the plants between their eyebrows immediately began to flash. The layers of leaves spread out, and from within flew out the long mouth pot Wang Lin saw before. The fog soon finished condensing, and more than 100 fierce black beasts appeared in the sky. The beasts all had different appearances and gave off a gloomy aura. Soon, low roars that could penetrate the soul appeared. The ancestor of the chosen immortal clan's expression became gloomy as he pressed his hand between his eyebrows. A large, long-mouthed pot more than 10 feet long appeared. He rushed into the sky and shouted, "Each of you, get into position and clean up this fog within 30 minutes. Don't allow any human-shaped fog beasts to appear." His body flickered and immediately closed in on a fog beast that had just appeared. His hand hit the pot, and soon a powerful suction force came from the mouth of the pot. The fog beast's eyes weren't open, but it began to struggle. Soon, its body became twisted and was turned into smoke that was sucked into the pot. Then some banging sounds came from inside the pot. In addition to him, all of the surrounding cultivators held the treasures. Their eyes were filled with anxiety as they charged toward the fog beasts. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and caused the fragment stamp to fly up with a move of his finger. The body of the fellow named Ta Shun was broken in many places and blood was pouring out from his orifices. However, he wasn't dead and his gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with battle intent. Wang Lin didn't look at that person but stared at the beasts formed from the fog. His eyes continued to flash as he stared at the fog beasts. These fog beasts had just formed. They had bodies, but their minds weren't sober yet. In addition, the clan's reaction was extremely quick and they had rich experience in battling these fog beasts. In an instant, a large amount of fog beasts were sucked in by the treasures. However, just at this moment, while one of the fog beasts was being sucked into the treasure, it suddenly opened its eyes. It was the first fog beast to open its eyes. Wang Lin had never seen eyes like these. The beast's eyes had no pupils, but there were 6 black spots. Aside from that, everything else was gray. These eyes were completely heartless. The chosen immortal clan member was filled with fear and retreated without hesitation. Just as he retreated, the fog beast rushed out. It was far too fast. It caught up in an instant and entered the person through his orifices. This chosen immortal clan member let out a miserable scream that echoed across the world. At this instant, his body exploded into a cloud of blood and flesh. The fog beast took form once more and licked its lips with its long tongue before rushing toward the next person. After that, one fog beast after another opened their eyes and changed from their previously dormant state. They were extremely bloodthirsty and moved like lightning. Celestial slaughter array. The ancestor in the sky revealed an anxious expression and dodged the fog beast coming at him. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and the fog beast that opened its eyes rushed out toward him. That ferocious roar seemed as if it could penetrate one's mind. Chapter 806, Mysterious Infernus. Wang Lin let out a cold snort as he moved, and he instantly appeared next to the fog beast. His 2 fingers formed a sword and moved faster than the fog beast. He directly pressed his finger between the eyebrows of the fog beast, and it exploded. However, after it collapsed, it didn't dissipate and instead turned into a cloud of fog. The fog twisted and began to show signs of reforming. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he arrived near where the fog was reforming. The thunder inside his body gathered at the tip of his finger. A ball of thunder suddenly appeared. With a point of Wang Lin's finger, the ball of thunder charged out toward the reforming fog. There was a series of explosions as the fog collapsed even more into strands of smoke. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his hand formed a seal and pointed out. Even more thunder appeared and violent rumbles echoed the area. All of the remaining fog immediately disintegrated. The remaining fog beasts let out sharp roars at this moment and charged out toward the people around them. Wang Lin remained calm and took a step forward. He floated in the air as his finger pointed at the sky. He slowly said, "Underworld River." There was a loud rumble in the sky and the Underworld River appeared. It came from the void and a powerful aura of grievance spread out. Wang Lin was standing on top of the Underworld River as if he was the lord of the Underworld. Third ability, the power of the Underworld River. An unimaginable suction force came from the Underworld River. The fog beast that had rushed out roaring was immediately affected and involuntarily sucked into the Underworld River. It wasn't only one fog beast, but almost all of them. Under the suction force, the fog beasts collapsed into mist as if they were struggling to escape. However, they couldn't resist, so they continued to be sucked into the Underworld River. At this moment, the ancestor of the chosen immortal clan revealed an anxious expression and shouted to stop Wang Lin. "Upper Celestial mustn't." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. When the old man shouted, he felt that the black fog sucked in by the Underworld River wasn't being refined. Instead, it gathered and formed a human-shaped figure. This human figure was only a silhouette filled with mist without a clear appearance. However, after it appeared, it was as if the Underworld River had lost its power and it directly stepped out. After he appeared, His expression was completely blurry, and only the right eye was clear. The ancestor of the chosen immortal clan quickly landed from the sky. Not only him, but the other clan members quickly landed as well. After the old man saw that the human figure only had a right eye, he let out a breath of relief. He looked at Wang Lin and shouted, "Upper Celestial, please come back so I can activate the Celestial Array. This is a humanoid fog beast. As long as any spell that lands on it doesn't immediately kill it, it won't be hurt by that spell a second time." Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he quickly retreated. Just as he retreated, the humanoid fog beast with one eye immediately rushed after Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and the thunder in his body gathered. In the blink of an eye, dozens of fist-sized balls of thunder formed around Wang Lin. With the point of his finger, the balls of thunder rushed toward the humanoid fog beast. However, at the moment the balls of thunder closed in, Wang Lin shouted while retreating, "Gather!" The balls of thunder immediately gathered into one and landed on the humanoid fog beast. There was a loud rumble, and the humanoid fog beast collapsed, but the next instant, it reformed as if it hadn't taken any damage. It continued to chase after Wang Lin. Only now there were power of thunder in its body. When it chased after Wang Lin, the thunder it gave off was almost exactly the same as Wang Lin's thunder. The thunder made the humanoid fog beast move even faster. In a flash, it caught up to Wang Lin. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes as his right hand touched his bag of holding, and the celestial sword appeared. Wang Lin mercilessly chopped down with the celestial sword. The heavenly chop immediately appeared. The humanoid fog beast stopped, and its eyes revealed terror. It wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The humanoid fog beast silently split into two, and a large amount of fog gushed out along with a miserable groan. Wang Lin took a step forward and disappeared. He then reappeared next to the fog and used the heavenly chop once more. Rays of heavenly chop appeared as the fog continued to collapse. However, moments later, the fog seemed to begin to resist the heavenly chop. The speed of its collapse slowed down, and it even showed signs of reforming. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his right hand pointed forward, and he shouted, "Stop!" The celestial stop spell immediately filled the area, and the reforming fog immediately stopped. At this moment, the beast bone tattoo on Wang Lin's right hand suddenly appeared. The moment the large beast appeared, its eyes gave off a ghostly light, and a dense, evil aura filled the area. The fog emitted a gray light and began to petrify. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as his finger pointed at the petrified fog, and a large amount of origin energy rushed in. The petrified fog collapsed into pieces, and the pieces collapsed and finally disintegrated completely. This scene caused the eyes of the members of the chosen immortal clan to widen. This was the first time they had seen the humanoid fog beast, which would often require the formation to kill, destroyed by just one person in such a short period of time. What shocked them even more was that the humanoid beast almost had no chance to resist at all. It was constantly being pushed back before it eventually met its demise. As for the burly man who was pressed into the ground by the fragment, he struggled to get up. He stared at Wang Lin in the air and was completely startled. This is a celestial. Wang Lin's spells were far beyond everyone's imagination. Even the ancestor was stunned as he muttered to himself, "Withered Dao pair." Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from where the human-shaped fog beast had disappeared. Then he turned toward the old man and calmly said, "Now take me to the mysterious Yin furnace." The old man took a deep breath. The respect in his eyes became even stronger, and he quickly said, "This way, Upper Celestial." As he spoke, he flew into the air and slowly flew toward the group of buildings. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he casually followed behind. This time, none of the members of the chosen immortal clan dared to stop them. The burly man's eyes lit up and stood up. He then took a few deep breaths before flying after them. The old man turned around and angrily shouted, "Tashan, are you going to continue to be ungrateful? The Upper Celestial has already been merciful." Wang Lin indeed showed mercy. After all, he had come here without knowing anything. He was afraid it would affect matters if he killed someone. Otherwise, Tashan would have died for sure. Tashan said, "Ancestor, Tashan knows he was wrong. I just want to go with you guys to the mysterious Yin furnace. After all, I'm very familiar with that place." The old man frowned and was about to reprimand him when Wang Lin calmly said, "Come, lead the way." The old man bowed and ignored Tashan as he flew forward. The three of them weren't fast, and after the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, Wang Lin saw an altar in an open area past the buildings. This altar wasn't big, and there were many cracks on it. Under the altar was a gate that was purple. On it was a rune that sometimes flickered. The old man landed before the door. He then bit the tip of his finger and drew the same rune as the one on the door in the air with his blood. There was a flash of red light as the sound of the gate opening echoed throughout the area, revealing the dark entrance inside. Strands of cold aura came out from inside. When the cold landed on the body, it was as if it could drill into your body. If one's cultivation was lacking, this cold aura would leave behind hidden injuries. The old man stood to the side. Upper Celestial, this is where the mysterious Yin furnace is located. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out. There was very well hidden celestial spiritual energy under this cold aura. Wang Lin calmly said, "Go in." The old man nodded and walked toward the entrance. Ta Shan hesitated before his eyes became filled with decisiveness. He walked a few steps forward and blocked the old man. The old man frowned and shouted, "Ta Shan, what are you doing now?" Ta Shan looked at Wang Lin and said, "This place is filled with cold energy. The Ancestor is too old, so it is inconvenient. Let me lead the way, okay?" The old man was startled and said, "Although the cold energy is strong, my body can still bear it." Ta Shan looked at Wang Lin and said, "Upper Celestial, Ta Shan is this generation's altar keeper. I have the qualifications to bring you inside." Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he looked at Ta Shan. His eyes seemed to contain penetrating power and could see through Ta Shan's heart. Under this gaze, Ta Shan still looked at Wang Lin and didn't try to avoid Wang Lin's gaze at all. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and calmly said, "Okay." Ta Shan no longer spoke. He turned around and walked into the entrance. Wang Lin revealed a sneer and slowly followed inside. As for the old man, he frowned. He had vaguely seen through Ta Shan's thoughts. However, he didn't follow and sat down on the ground. There were layers of stairs inside the entrance. As they walked down the stairs, the cold aura became even stronger. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, they reached the bottom with Ta Shan leading the way. At the moment they reached the bottom, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. There was another world at the bottom of the entrance. This area was about 1,000 feet wide with a 100-foot furnace in the middle. The surface of the furnace had countless tattoo marks engraved on it. Chapter 807, Small Transfer Array. Waves of black fog circled around the top of the furnace as if they were trying to escape. However, there was a strange power preventing the black fog from leaving. There were 9 skulls around the large furnace. These skulls were not beast skulls, but human skulls. There was a very complex tattoo between the eyebrows of each of the skulls. The skulls emitted bursts of black light as if they formed a formation. Ta Shan looked at the large furnace with a complex gaze and whispered, "This is the mysterious Yin furnace." Wang Lin's eyes glowed like a torch and his divine sense circled the furnace. After hesitating for a moment, his divine sense rushed into the furnace without any resistance. However, the moment his divine went inside, a sharp shrill from a woman came out from inside. This sound was extremely strange. It was impossible to hear with one's ears and could only be heard with one's divine sense. It was filled with killing intent as it rushed out like a storm. It almost caused Wang Lin's divine sense to collapse. Wang Lin's body flickered and he retreated a few steps. His face turned slightly pale, but his eyes shined brightly. Wang Lin stared the furnace and slowly said, "I'll stay here for a few days. You can go out first." Ta Shan silently pondered and then raised his head to look at Wang Lin. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Are you really a celestial?" Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at Ta Shan. When Ta Shan asked to lead him alone, he already realized that Ta Shan had a question for him. Wang Lin silently and calmly looked at Ta Shan. Ta Shan revealed a bitter expression and whispered, "In my childhood, I often heard from my elders that we were chosen by the Celestials. We were to spend our lives serving the Celestials. It is the honor of my clan. This honor was the only belief in my heart as I grew up. This isn't only me, but almost everyone who grew up in the clan. However, as I grew up, I gradually discovered that this isn't true. No one had seen a Celestial besides that celestial jade in the temple. Every once in a while, the mysterious Yin furnace my clan guards would spew out fog. The things that came out of the fog would slaughter my clan. I suffered grief and indignation at the deaths of every single one of my clan members. I began to question if Celestials even existed. Even until today, I, Ta Shan, still don't believe Celestials exist. If they really do exist, why have they forgotten about us for so many years?" Wang Lin silently pondered. When he heard the old man claim them to be the chosen immortal clan, he had a guess. The chosen immortal clan. The forsaken immortal clan. One choice to abandon. "Tell me, are there Celestials in this world? Are you a Celestial?" Ta Shan raised his head and looked at Wang Lin. His voice was very low, but it had the impact stronger than a roar. Wang Lin calmly and slowly said, "I'm not a Celestial." Ta Shan's body trembled, and the bitterness on his face became even stronger. There might still be Celestials around, but the Celestial realm collapsed a long time ago. Wang Lin's gaze landed on the mysterious Yin furnace. Ta Shan let out a miserable smile as he took a few steps back and muttered, "Sure enough, I was right. Celestials? There are no Celestials. My clan made the wrong decision to guard this place all this time." Wang Lin stared at the mysterious Yin furnace and slowly asked, "What is inside this furnace?" Ta Shan muttered, "I don't know. The clan records say that countless years ago, Celestial King Carefree brought my clan into the body of the Nether Beast to guard this mysterious Yin furnace until he returned. How do I leave this place?" Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. Ta Shan took a deep breath and wryly smiled. "There is no way to leave. This place is completely sealed. I have tried to find a way out of here to find the Celestials, but I failed. This sky has a limit, but I'm unable to pass it. Outside the cracks of the meat wall, it is an endless void." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he asked, "What did the Celestial Jade from back then say?" "Can't see. No one has been able to see what is inside. Not one among the countless clan members that have died were able to see the contents." Ta Shan gradually recovered from the shock. Wang Lin frowned. After pondering for a bit, he stepped forward and pressed his hand against the mysterious Yin furnace. His divine sense entered it once more. In almost an instant, that shrill that could penetrate divine sense appeared once more. This time it was several times more intense than before. It immediately penetrated Wang Lin's divine sense and echoed in his mind. Wang Lin focused on using origin energy to protect his origin soul and began resisting the shrill. That sound became even more intense in his mind. In the end, the penetrating force reached its peak. Wang Lin's expression turned pale as he retracted his hand and his body retreated. Every step he retreated caused the ground to shake and left behind a deep footprint. Only after he retreated 7 steps did his expression recover. After letting out a cold snort, he charged forward and arrived next to the mouth of the furnace. When he looked inside, he saw that it was completely dark inside. The black fog around it gave off a cold aura. His eyes lit up and his hand rose into the air. The thunder in his body rushed out, forming a ball of thunder in his hand. He threw it at the top of the furnace. The ball of thunder landed on the mouth of the furnace with a rumble. However, at this moment, the black fog gathered and devoured the ball of thunder. Wang Lin shouted, "Explode!" A muffled rumble echoed with the collapse of the ball of thunder, and the black fog was pushed out. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as if his gaze could penetrate the black fog and see the bottom. There was a small transfer array inside. The black fog moved and covered the transfer array. Then the black fog rapidly condensed and took human form. It was a woman, but her body was formed by the fog, so it was impossible to see what she looked like. However, after she appeared, she immediately charged out. There was black fog under her as she charged out and let out a scream. This time this scream wasn't only targeting the origin soul, it could also harm the flesh. This scream was so powerful that it almost turned solid as it shot toward Wang Lin. Ta Shan wasn't far away, so he was also affected. His face became pale, his eyes dimmed, and he subconsciously retreated. He didn't have a mutated thunder soul, so his origin soul was injured. Wang Lin retreated without hesitation, but was still affected. His expression turned pale and blood came out of his mouth. He grabbed Ta Shan and directly flew toward the exit. The shadow of the woman from inside the furnace chased after them. She was very fast, so she caught up to them in an instant and let out another scream. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes as he spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The mist of blood rushed toward the shadow of the woman. Wang Lin shouted, "Seal." The blood mist turned into many restrictions and immediately stuck to her body, forming a large seal. At the same time, Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he pointed at the void. The karma whip suddenly appeared and mercilessly lashed at the woman. The shadow of the woman let out a miserable groan. She retreated a few steps, but immediately rushed forward once more. Her body scattered into 9 strands of black gas, which shot toward Wang Lin like arrows. Wang Lin frowned as he continued to retreat. This time he arrived at the door and threw Ta Shan backwards. He pointed between his eyebrows, and the third eye immediately opened up. Then red light surrounded the entrance. Under the red light, the 9 strands of black gas immediately began to dissipate. Then they rapidly merged back together and were able to completely ignore the red light form the third eye as they rapidly charged toward the exit. The old man at the exit had already seen the black gas. His expression changed greatly, and without Wang Lin's command, his hand began to form eels. The plant between his eyebrows began to flash rapidly and then imprinted on the door. The large door began to slowly close with a loud rumble. The woman's sharp scream immediately came from behind the door. The old man's body trembled as he coughed out blood, and his entire body became dispirited. At the moment the door was about to close, the woman was about to charge out. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he slapped his bag and took out the celestial brush. He immediately drew 6 strokes, and they shot out like rays of swords that blocked in front of the woman charging out. There was a loud bang, and the woman's shadow paused. At this moment, the door closed and blocked out her scream. Ta Shan was extremely shocked by this. He stared at the door, and his scalp was numb. What is that? The spirit of the mysterious Yin furnace. The ancestor of the chosen immortal clan wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a complex expression. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy, and he sat down. The two of you leave. Don't let anyone get within 1,000 feet of here. The old man silently pondered. After a moment, he respectfully nodded. Then he and Ta Shan turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Wang Lin stared at the door. When the old man opened the door, he clearly saw the old man use the tattoo from between his eyebrows. This tattoo was clearly his life tattoo. While pondering, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding. Back when he was still on planet Suzaku, he obtained a lot of skulls from the Forsaken Immortal clan. There was a flash of light, and several skulls appeared before him. There was a complex tattoo on each skull. After taking a closer look, Wang Lin put them away. Then his eyes lit up, and he looked up at the sky. The sky was blue, but with Wang Lin's gaze, he could vaguely see that at the border of the white clouds, the wall of flesh was still there. If this place is really sealed, then how was I sent here? This place is not friendly. I have to find a way to leave as soon as possible. But while it is dangerous here, it is also the best place to hide. Wang Lin pondered as he slapped his bag, and an item flew out. This item was about 150 feet long and 40 feet wide. The moment it appeared, it gave off a terrifying aura. There were countless thorns on this item that gave off a sense of ferociousness. If someone looked at it, it would cause them to feel a trace of fear. The third god slaying war chariot. Chapter 808, 7 Tattoos. This was the last god slaying war chariot Wang Lin had, and also the strongest. The object of this was to produce a treasure strong enough to kill a god. There was a shocking pressure coming from the god slaying war chariot before him. The thorns sticking out of the chariot gave off an old aura. Its ferocious appearance was enough to strike fear in people's hearts. Back then, Wang Lin nearly collapsed from facing the pressure. He didn't dare use it, and only used the inherited spell to seal it. However, right now Wang Lin was standing calmly next to the god-slaying war chariot. In these hundreds of years, Wang Lin had grown a lot. After closing his eyes, Wang Lin opened them a moment later, and his eyes shined. His hands formed seals, and his mouth spoke a few complicated words. Then his left hand was placed on his right wrist. A flash of black light gathered on Wang Lin's right hand, and then he pressed it on the god-slaying war chariot. The black light landed on the god-slaying war chariot, and the chariot absorbed the light. An even more powerful pressure suddenly erupted from the war chariot. All the thorns gave off a black light, and they fused together. This black light was very strong, as if it shrouded the world. The black light fused before Wang Lin's eyes, and formed 7 flickering runes. Looking at the 7 runes inside the black light, Wang Lin recalled the words left by the creator of the god-slaying war chariot. The third god-slaying war chariot is extremely powerful and is outside my expectations. If this chariot's user can utilize its full power, it can easily kill a celestial god. However, it is incomplete. It requires 3 more materials: mysterious mystery wing, underworld culture wood, and celestial butterfly soul. I regret not being able to find those 3 things. My successor finds those items and relieves my regret. To make the third chariot recognize an owner, you must fuse with the 7 runes and refine into your lifelink treasure. Only then can the real effect be used. Otherwise, even if you fuse with the runes, you can't use its full power. Successor, please choose yourself. Choose cautiously and carefully. Wang Lin's expression was calm. When he first saw it, he didn't take it to heart. There was one treasure that one had to be careful, and even more careful when refining. That was one's lifelink treasure. If the imprinted divine sense is wiped out of a normal treasure, it would at most cause an injury, but one would not die. Even treasures that have been nurtured in one's origin soul are the same. Although one would be heavily injured, if it was destroyed, it still wouldn't kill the user. The fragment and the swords Wang Lin had were all like this. However, it was a lifelink treasure. Then once that treasure was destroyed, on the light side one would be seriously injured, and their origin soul would split. On the more serious side, one would just die. However, even though this was the case, there were still a lot of cultivators that refined lifelink treasures. This was because after a treasure was life-linked, the power of the treasure would increase several-fold, and the strength of the treasure would increase as the cultivator's cultivation level increased. Wang Lin had seen such things in ancient records. In ancient times, there was a cultivator that used a common flying sword as his life-linked treasure. However, as his cultivation advanced, so did the power of the flying sword, until it reached an unimaginable degree. This third god-slaying war chariot is not the same as the previous two. Wang Lin silently stared at the 7 runes. His right hand touched his bag of holding, and the mosquito beast flew out. This beast had not come out for a long time. After it came out, it let out a roar and immediately set off a gust of wind. It then circled around the area and was very excited. After the mosquito beast, it was the thunder toad. The thunder toad came out from the bag and landed on the ground. Its eyes revealed a lazy mood, and it lied there, unwilling to move. After releasing the 2 beasts, Wang Lin pondered for a bit and took out the celestial sword. He flicked the sword, and Su Ligua was ejected from the sword. Su Ligua was about to flatter Wang Lin, but he was immediately stopped by Wang Lin's gaze. Wang Lin calmly said, "I'm going to refine a treasure. Don't let anyone come within 1,000 feet. Su Ligua quickly nodded as he patted his chest and said with a loyal face, "Master, rest assured. If anyone comes unless they step over my dead body, they won't be able to get near you. I, Su Ligua, spent my life battling for loyalty. I live for loyalty. No one can compare to I, Su Ligua." Seeing Wang Lin front him, Su Ligua quickly became quiet and retreated. He took a few glances at Wang Lin, and after determining that Wang Lin was no longer paying attention to him, he thought, "It seems I haven't been practicing my flattery enough lately, and I'm not speaking as naturally as I'm used to. Otherwise, this fiend wouldn't have frowned after only a few lines. In the future, I have to get some good practice. This skill is my greatest weapon. Even if I escape in the future, this ability might still be of use." Su Ligua made up his mind as he wandered around the area and muttered something no one could hear clearly. However, if someone got close enough, they would still hear some of what he was saying. "Master's spell is very amazing, like that of a real celestial. Little Susie really admires you. Wow, this ability makes Master a pioneer. I really admire. What is this? This is the power of Master's treasure. Master, you are the most powerful cultivator little Susie has ever known. Following you was the best decision I made in my life." As Su Ligua muttered, his eyes gradually beamed more and he became even more fluent. As the mosquito flew around, it passed by Su Ligua and heard some of what he was saying. It didn't really understand, but it couldn't help but become curious. It intentionally flew by Su Ligua just to listen some more. After releasing the mosquito beast, thunder beast, and Su Ligua, Wang Lin placed a few restrictions down. Only then did he relax a bit as he stared at the war chariot and placed his right hand between his eyebrows. His origin soul flew out and flew toward the war chariot. After his origin soul flew out, it turned into an ancient thunder dragon and went toward the war chariot. After getting close, Wang Lin's origin soul circled the chariot. Then, a moment later, he opened his mouth and devoured a rune. A violent force appeared inside Wang Lin's origin soul as the rune rampaged inside him. A moment later, a force in Wang Lin's body mercilessly squeezed down on the rune. However, the rune was very tenacious. Instead of collapsing, it exploded with an even stronger force. If Wang Lin was still at the ascendant stage, his origin soul wouldn't have been able to withstand this. He would have ended up in a stalemate trying to wear this force down. However, right now Wang Lin let out a snort and a series of explosions came from his origin soul. Each explosion caused the power of thunder inside his origin soul to increase 1-fold. In an instant, the thunder in his origin soul was already extremely powerful, and it directly collided with the rune he had swallowed. There was a loud bang as the rune that was resisting collapsed. Right as it collapsed, even more powerful thunder rushed at the fragments of the rune. A series of rumbles echoed inside Wang Lin's origin soul. After a while, the rune completely dissipated and fused with Wang Lin's origin soul. Wang Lin used less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn to absorb the first rune. His eyes were calm as he moved toward the second rune and devoured it. This rune was a lot stronger than the first one, but with Wang Lin's origin soul, he still completely refined it. However, this time it used the time it took for one incense stick to burn. He didn't stop. His eyes lit up, and this time he swallowed the third and fourth rune together to refine. After 1 hour, the mysterious power of the third and fourth runes were inside Wang Lin's origin soul. Then the fifth rune was devoured by Wang Lin's ancient thunder dragon soul. When it was devoured, It immediately released a violent force that spread across Wang Lin's origin soul. Wang Lin's eyes became cold and his body coiled up. Thunder filled his origin soul as he continued to generate thunder that rushed at the rune. Bolt of thunder bombarded the rune in Wang Lin's origin soul. This time it was 2 hours before that mysterious force completely fused with Wang Lin's origin soul. Wang Lin's origin soul was a bit dim right now, so he returned back into his body and began to recover. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, 5 days of time passed. Wang Lin's body hadn't moved and his origin soul had gradually recovered. In these 5 days, Ta Shan and the Ancestor had come here twice with a large group of clan members. The howls from the mosquito beast, the thunder from the thunder toad, and Su Ligua's devilish expression made it so they didn't dare to go within 1,000 feet, so they wandered around outside. Su Ligua looked at the chosen immortal clan and licked his lips. This made him remember the happy past when they were on planet Qingling. Tempted by all this, he couldn't endure it anymore and attempted to lure some of the people on the edge inside. However, no one in the chosen immortal clan paid any attention to him. They were all shocked when they saw the god-slaying war chariot and began talking among each other. However, not even the Ancestor, the most knowledgeable person here, knew what it was. However, the pressure from the god-slaying war chariot made their minds tremble. On this day, Wang Lin opened his eyes and his right hand pointed between his eyebrows. His origin soul flew out once more toward the god-slaying war chariot. When he got within 100 feet of it, there was a cry from outside the 1,000 feet area. Chapter 809, This Lowly One's Inferior Clan. An ancient dragon origin soul was very amazing in the eyes of these people. When the Ancestor looked at Wang Lin's origin soul, his eyes revealed a complex gaze. He let out a sigh as he walked forward and clasped his hands. Upper Celestial, this lowly one would like to inquire. Wang Lin didn't look at the old man. He arrived next to the war chariot. After staring at the 6th rune for a moment, Wang Lin devoured it without any hesitation. Then he directly devoured the 7th rune as well. This scene caused everyone's eyes to narrow, and they all looked more closely. At this moment, Su Ligua's eyes turned. He immediately flew into the air, pointed at the chosen immortal clan members, and shouted, "My master is refining a treasure. Unless you step over my dead body, you can't even take half a step into this area." These words were filled with force, especially given Su Ligua's expression of him rather dying than letting anyone disturb his master. He gave off a powerful aura that spread like a storm. The Ancestor quickly retreated a few steps and respectfully said, "We will not go within 1,000 feet. We just have a few questions." Before the old man could finish speaking, Su Ligua shouted, "Shut up. Unless you step over my body, you can't bother my master even a bit. My entire life was given to me by Master. It was Master who saved me from the abyss. It was he who taught me spells and allowed me to gain my inheritance. It was my Master who gave me my current power. If you want to disturb my master, I, Su Ligua, will never allow you." Su Ligua's words were filled with excitement, and his eyes revealed an expression that showed that he would stand up to anyone, no matter how strong, if they were going to harm his master. He was even willing to die without wrinkling his eyebrows. He was a hero. The Ancestor's body trembled. These words had another meaning when they entered his ears. In truth, their entire clan were servants to the Celestials. This person knows the meaning of loyalty, and my clan also understands this. The old man looked at Su Ligua with respect and thought, "I didn't expect this spirit to be so loyal. Upper Celestial is lucky to have someone so loyal." In truth, these chosen immortal clan members had been living here without contact with anyone from outside for too long. Although they weren't stupid, they couldn't be compared to Su Ligua. Su Ligua was very slick and good at adapting to change. His near 1,000 years of experience allowed him to refine his skill even more. If someone could easily see through him, then he wouldn't be Su Ligua. Time slowly passed. After several hours, Wang Lin's origin soul suddenly moved, and the sound of thunder inside his origin soul suddenly intensified. When the rumbling reached its peak, it suddenly stopped. Wang Lin's origin soul's eyes shined brightly, and the final 2 runes were absorbed. Now there was a very important decision placed before him. Should I refine it into my life-linked treasure? While Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment, the 7 runes fused together to form a unique rune near his chest. The moment the rune appeared, the black light gathered from the war chariot and imprinted on Wang Lin's chest. God-slaying war chariot, seal release. This divine sense message spread out like thunder, and all the black light seemed to go into Wang Lin's body. Then the countless thorns began to flash, and an illusory shadow quickly formed. This was a soul beast that was almost 1,000 feet tall. The moment it appeared, it let out a roar, and all the chosen immortal clan members' expressions turned pale. The plants between their eyebrows flickered rapidly, and they all couldn't help but retreat. Only those few with powerful cultivation were able to hold still for a bit before they had to involuntarily retreat as well. All of the mosquitoes' hair stood up, and it let out bursts of roars. Likewise, the thunder toad's belly swelled up as it prepared its most powerful spell. Only Su Ligua still struggled to shout, "Unless you step over my dead body." However, before he could finish, the large beast turned its head and looked at Su Ligua. Su Ligua was so terrified that he swallowed the second half of that sentence. "Your grandpa Su has the inheritance of the ancient sword spirit. Once I finish absorbing it, let's see who will be afraid." Although Su Ligua inwardly cursed, he quickly retreated. He was very fast, so he was far away in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he stared at the beast before him. His origin soul flew back into his body, and then his body flew into the air. As the soul beast let out a roar, it withdrew its gaze and looked at Wang Lin before rushing over. It was too fast. The moment it moved, it was already before Wang Lin, and it tried to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, and he didn't retreat. Instead, when the beast closed in, he softly said, "Collapse." There was a bang, and the soul beast collapsed into countless fragments that filled the area, but it immediately reformed. Its eyes were filled with hatred, and it let out another roar before charging toward Wang Lin again. Wang Lin's voice was calm, and he said once more, "Collapse." This time, as soon as the soul beast charged out and let out a roar, its body collapsed. After fusing with the 7 runes, if you refine it as a lifelink treasure, then you can naturally control it. However, if you choose to not to refine it as lifelink treasure, then the 7 runes can be used to collapse the soul beast 7 times. This will give you 7 chances to make the soul beast yield. If the soul beast still hasn't yielded after 7 times, then you must refine it as a lifelink treasure, or else it will be impossible to use this treasure. These words from the celestial jade appeared in Wang Lin's mind. After the soul beast collapsed 2 times, its eyes became even more fierce. It let out a violent roar, and then its body reformed and rushed out once more. This time its body split into countless parts and attacked Wang Lin from all sides. Wang Lin frowned slightly. He was a very cruel and decisive person. After 1,000 years of cultivation, he had developed his own ways of doing things. It was obvious that the soul beast still hadn't yielded yet because he hadn't hurt it enough. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he calmly said, "Collapse, collapse, collapse." After these 3 words were said, the soul beast rushing over immediately collapsed and was pushed back. Then, immediately after, the second collapse occurred. A miserable groan came from inside the collapse, and at this moment, another collapse occurred. The 3 continuous collapses had sent the soul beast into unimaginable pain. If the collapse wasn't continuous, it could still withstand it, but these 3 continuous collapses caused fear to appear in its heart. The moment that fear appeared, its body began to reform, and there was some hesitation. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes turned cold, and he calmly said, "Collapse." With a bang, the soul beast that had just reformed collapsed once more. The fear that had just appeared increased like crazy. In the end, it almost occupied the soul beast completely. Its body reformed once more, and its eyes revealed respect. It no longer dared to resist, and it lowered its head in surrender. Wang Lin's body flickered and stepped into the air. A moment later, he arrived on top of the head of the soul beast. He bit his finger and pressed the special imprint used to activate the war chariot on the head of the soul beast. The soul beast's body trembled and started to shrink. Wang Lin jumped off and looked at the soul beast as it quickly shrunk. A moment later, it turned into a ball of fog that was only the size of a fist. It then quickly turned solid like a cocoon. A wave of cracking sounds appeared and cracks appeared on the cocoon until it finally collapsed. A 5-colored butterfly gently moved its wings and set off some 5-colored dust as it flew out from the cocoon. This butterfly was very beautiful, and it made Wang Lin's eyes narrow. Just at this moment, the transfer array at the bottom of the mysterious Yin furnace flashed, and a person walked out. This person's body flickered before they charged toward the gate. He appeared near the gate and charged out. This was a man wearing a blue robe, and his eyes were cold. What is a lowly servant of this realm doing?